5 inches up straight off the ground. I'd be like, that's impossible because it's physically, you can't do that. So you need to recheck your measurements of how you gauged your 5 inches of flight. Just like if somebody said, this water is at 0 feet and then flows up 10 feet, I'd be like, look, you need to check how you measured that because water just does not do that. So if that's the numbers you're getting, they're wrong.
And just for clarification, just for clarification, am I hearing an affirmative that water flows uphill?
Now you know that it does. Yes.
Wow.
It flows uphill because the geoid is different than the ellipsoid.
Right.
The ellipsoid is the circular,
Right.
somewhat circular shape of the Earth, yet the geodetic variations of the Earth are inconsistent enough to where it can actually show water, and we measure it based on the ellipsoid going uphill. And I can show you with a simple graph how they measure the two and how they're different.
So you know, for the past four years, for me at least, whenever having these discussions and talking about physics and bringing this point up, I've always been told water does not flow uphill on the sphere, on the globe. And now you're telling us that it does.
Correct.
Question.
Wow.
Because the geodetics, and I've just put a plot on how they actually measure the geodetic characteristics of the Earth.
Wait, I have a question real fast. So how does this work on a flat Earth?
How does water flow uphill on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, the point is water's not flowing uphill because water doesn't do that. So
you're saying we don't measure the ellipsoid. We cannot measure the ellipsoid.
I want to get a video out and we can discern if it looks like it's going uphill or not. Because flat earthers might not even believe that there is a place where water supposedly flows uphill.
Okay, well,
at the minute it's just an anecdote, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean,
if I was at a base of a mountain, right? I just can't fathom in the reality we live on the water going up the mountain, right? It would come down the mountain. And everything I know about reality, right? And I can't suspend that.
Well, you have a limited knowledge. That's what
so sure. So then what you can do is find if you don't trust the ellipsoid or the geoid, find a different basis for measuring elevation in that area and come to terms with the elevation relative to the direction the river flows.
I know
if you can find a consistent elevation set that has it always flowing downhill, by all means, do it. That'd be news.
No, I don't need to prove that water flows downhill to myself. I don't need to do that, right?
All
If
right.
you need to, hold on. I can, there's some things in reality that are just, it's reality, right? Like I put my cup under the faucet when I turn the water on. I don't put it over it because I know the water's going to come out down, right?
Yeah.
Now to say that the water is going to come out up because of gravitational equal potentials, that's just crazy talk.
Well, there's people that actually have farms that have rivers that look like it's below the house, and they have geodetic people come out and do the geodetic survey to say, you know what, even though this river looks like it is below your house, it's above your house, and it's going to flood into your house. That's an optical illusion. And by your logic, I know you're talking. I can hear people talking over me. By your logic, you're saying that can't happen. It's below me. Why would that ever happen? Well, then they show you. Hold on. Then they show you the plumb line changes between the river and your house, and go, oh shit, you're right. There's an equal potential difference. Gravity is such that there's a stronger pull.
Okay, how would you demonstrate?
Than down by the river, and it's going to flood my house when it rains.
Yeah, how would you demonstrate?
Not listening. You're talking.
How would you demonstrate the deviation between plumb lines?
Or down not being down.
With the surveying equipment. I just posted it.
I've just posted all the measurements that were taken by the main surveyor. I went and cut those out. Sorry, halfway through a sentence. He goes through his methodology exactly. I've posted a link to the video where he actually demonstrates that and actually goes through his findings, and even has a standard deviation from the norm to make sure it's not out the bounds of the measurements that he's taking. And he's done it in incredible detail. That's why I posted those 1, 2, 3, 4 images, because that's really articulating the foundation of what he's doing. Now he actually even goes into the equipment that he uses and everything else.
Okay, yeah. So just real quick, right? So let me just pick 2 points. One is elevation, and one is 90-degree vertical. Okay. As long as you stick with that, please tell me where you get your measurement or association with deviation between the verticals? How do you get that value?
Keep it short.
Yeah, sure. Again, he's setting up 2 stations. He's establishing a horizontal.
Yep.
So he's establishing a horizontal between one pole and another pole, and then he's doing a reciprocal measurement on the way back from each pole as well. So
so there's elevation.
Measurements.
Elevation. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Did I say elevation?
What else are you measuring?
He's measuring the angle of the actual pole to see if those 2 horizontal lines meet at 180 degrees.
Okay. So what's the deviation? Is that elevation?
It's been posted. No, it's an angle. It's not an elevation difference. It's an angle. And if you go to the image that Zanuck posted at 4 minutes past the hour. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. I apologise. So Zanuck posted that. In that case, take back everything because you can't see anything I posted. I apologise.
Yeah, but I'm conceptual. I can follow the discussion.
Yeah, that's fine. So basically, there was a mean divergence of 16.2 arc seconds. I posted. I apologise. Between the plumb lines, the prediction was it should be around 15, and he's got a standard deviation of 2.8.
Yeah. Okay. So what?
Then I would go and look at the ramifications of that observation.
No, you see what? Okay, again. Because I can't go look at this image, I can't respond to you that way.
Yeah,
no. My point is that if you've got deviation in angle, okay, again, what's the cause?
That the surface is curved, because that's what it would mean. That what Foolish was saying to you is that we have 2 of these auto levels set up, or total stations set up at each end of this river. So they're on the river, so we're using river as the baseline. And we're looking at these 2 posts that we know how high they are. And when we try to set a level line between both total stations, they're down by 6-8 inches from where they should
visually.
Be.
That's visually.
But in order.
And that angle of that 6 or 8 inches is 16 arc seconds.
That's visual. That's not a physical drop.
It is a physical drop because we're measuring with an auto level.
But here, I'll show you why it's not. Because when you go, hang on. So you have down. Now, your down is down where you are. Now, if you walk away and start a new down and then look back at your old down.
Right the hand. Seriously.
Bro, the only time the down isn't down is when you walk away from it and then look at it, right? So the only way to get, because when you're at where you're at, down is down. Now, the down 50 miles away, you can look at it and it's like, oh, it doesn't look like it's down. So it must not be down. But then you go over there and check and you're like, oh, it is down. But then that other down is not down. So clearly you're just looking in between downs. And then when you look at one and it's not down, you're going, it's like you're saying, hey, does my turn signal work?
You said the word down like 50 times.
The problem is things can move down visually without actually moving down.
Please, can I respond back to him?
Down.
Can I respond or no? Can I respond real quick? So no, when something is eye level, like let's say I'm looking at you eye to eye. You're a 6-foot guy. I'm a 6-foot guy, and our eyes are exactly level, right? We put a level. We can put a level between us.
Sounds
if you walk a mile away, that level will not change to your eyes if the surface is flat. If you walk a mile away and you're down 8 inches, well, then we know something happened. What happened? The surface dropped away.
But no, hang on, no, that's a bit. You're trying, and this Rakia said it best. The reason that everywhere you look, you get the same exact thing is because it's visual. And the moment if somebody was like, hey, look at how far, hang on. If somebody was like, look at how steep this drops, right? Like it's like a steep hill and it's dropping down. And then you walk it and then you walk it back the other way. And then you keep walking it and you're not going down more. It's not a steep hill. That's just looks like it visually, but it's not. So all of your curve is just you looking at something from far away. Because every time you go towards it and get there and measure it, it corrects itself. So
the baseline of what you're saying is that surveying is inaccurate, it doesn't work, and we can't use it for anything.
Did I ever say that?
Well, that's the consequence.
That's what you interpreted, right? I never said surveying. I never said any of that. And then you manifested surveying out of nowhere. I didn't say that. I said
no. We're talking. Okay. That's what we're talking about.
No.
We're talking about surveying. This is the actual topic that we're discussing. Is surveying. So
surveyors,
are you saying that you cannot rely on the results from these instruments? That they haven't been tested, and that we haven't done things like physically measure between, the top of two pylons on a suspension bridge and the bottom.
Okay, so great. Here,
and
great.
The difference there. So that kind of thing goes on. Again, just going back to the surveying.
Just jump in
instruments. Just want to finish my point. Just want to finish my point. So these instruments are incredibly accurate. We use them to build incredibly accurate things.
Right.
So now, I know you said down 50 times. Give me some latitude, dude. So again, what I'm challenging you on is to show that these instruments.
I'm addressing a point
to show these instruments are
right,
inaccurate. Now show these instruments to be inaccurate.
Okay, instrument. Okay. So now this is the problem. Now you're saying these instruments. You're saying these instruments are inaccurate. You're saying, you're saying we're measuring it physically. No. When you look through the scope, that's not a physical measurement. That's visual, okay? So when you take a water level is physical. So when you set up a water level at spot A, and then you walk it physically to spot B, and the water level is horizontal, that's physical. Now, if you were to look at it and go, nah, that far one looks like it's a little lower, and you would go, good. Looking at it doesn't show that it's lower because looking is not a physical measurement. And this is what you do. You turn looking.
How'd you take a measurement without looking?
I'm making my point right here. You turn looking into the measurement. You say looking is a physical measurement.
Yeah, I use my eyes to do all measurements.
I see half a building and I measured curvature. That's what you do.
To be fair, how are you comparing both ends of the water level if not optically?
No, I'm not. It's the water level is physical. Okay. And this is why I'm saying the difference between a theodolite, the water level has two physical spots, one physical spot at point A and another physical spot at point B. And they are connected physically the entire time.
Right to hand.
Hang on. Let me tell you the difference between the autolite and the total station. The total station and the auto level, there's no second spot. It's just you looking. Right now, you could put a crosshair right in front of where you're looking, but that's not a second point. So it is not it's not a physical measurement. That's why.
Man. I don't think
this is why the auto level. This is why when you look through visually, it drops.
No, he won't answer your question. He won't answer.
That's why you put a level on an airplane, and it always is level as you're flying, even though you're going over.
Flying in a circle. Exactly. If it was flying in a circle, then the level would show that it's flying in a circle.
No, I was making fun of you because that's not how it works.
Yeah, well, here, hold on. Let me say, Zanuck, without interrupting.
Hold on. We measure the plumb line changing. We just gave you the result of plumb line changing over 400 yards.
Take a
level.
We're
talking the whole time. I just want to make a point. We measured the plumb lines variance over 400 yards. That's why when you fly on an airplane, and I forget who the clown was that did this, he put his auto level or his level, mechanical level, on an airplane serving tray, and he went for 1,000 miles. He said, look, the level said level the whole entire trip, so therefore the Earth is flat. That's the error that you're making.
You're not physically measuring curve. You're visually looking at an object from far away. Can you articulate back what I just said?
No, you are actually seeing
so you can't articulate back
level,
what I said?
The level orientation, that straight line.
I'm not, bro, Zanuck, you're giving me, I'm just asking you to give me
God.
So I know you're understanding.
Yeah.
Do you understand that the point I'm trying to make?
Of course I do. It's incorrect.
Yeah,
okay.
It's an incorrect point.
Okay, so
because when you have a level and you establish a level, an orientation perpendicular to plumb, that is now a horizontal, which is a tangent to this curved surface. Or it's parallel to a flat surface. Either way, you're talking over me. I'm trying to explain to you your error. You don't want to listen. You'll never learn if you're talking over people.
Hold on. You guys gotta freaking share the mic. You guys just can't rumpus each other endlessly, okay? I swear I'm gonna just start freaking meeting you guys anytime you start interrupting, okay? So just try to go one at a time.
Okay, so we're not talking about tangent line. You're bringing up so much stuff I'm not talking about. I'm talking about looking at a plumb line from 50 feet away and physically measuring the 50 feet, okay? Can you agree with me that there's a difference between looking at something through a distance and physically measuring a distance?
Well, there's always going to be optical errors, but no, when you're measuring something over a distance that is okay, I won't use the word tangent, a straight line. You would agree that when I have an orientation perpendicular to plumb, a level I have a carpenter's level, and it's perpendicular to plumb. That if I had a laser or something or a string or anything mechanical over a distance, that would be that level line out in the distance. It'd be a horizontal. Now, if it's a tangent, it'll diverge, which we measure. If it's not a tangent, it'll be parallel. I'm almost done. If it's not a tangent, then it will. Hold on. If it's not a tangent, I'm almost finished. Last sentence. If it's not a tangent, then it will be parallel, and it will hit a object directly in the eyes that is the exact same height above the surface.
Okay, you didn't answer his question.
I didn't. Hang on, Zanuck. I didn't ask about tangents. I didn't ask about level. I didn't ask about any of that. So I'm going to try one more time, and then you're just not listening, and you just want to answer what you want to answer.
That's not true.
I'm looking for a yes or no. Is there a difference between physically measuring the distance between point A and point B and looking at point B from point A?
Well, those are completely two different sentences. They're not related.
You
measured the distance. You said, is there a difference between the distance measure and looking at something? Yes, there's a difference between looking at something and a distance. Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking for a yes or no, Zanuck. I'm going to rephrase it.
Yes, distance is not looking.
Okay, so measuring a distance is not the same as looking over the course of a distance, right?
Of course not. They're unrelated.
Okay, great. Now, if I'm looking over the course of a distance and I put a crosshair up to my eye, am I still looking, or have I crossed over into physical measurements? Just am I looking or physical measurements? Just keep it simple.
It is a physical measurement. You're looking over a distance at an object.
So when I put the crosshair over my eye makes visual measurement. I remove the crosshair from my eye. It's back to just a visual.
If this conversation's going on,
no, that's stupid, Zach. Yeah. You fell for a trap card.
No, I didn't fall for any trap card. He's making those.
90. I have a question for you.
As much sense as I can over his question.
I have a question for you, and I think I know how you might answer, but I'm gonna ask it anyways. So you have a water level, right? You have both ends of the water level. How do you know that they're the same elevation? Just by lining them up in your from the base position.
Because we know by perspective if something
I'm not asking
is level.
you, Zach. I'm asking 90-degree palm. How do you know that they're the same elevation just by matching up these two water levels over a large distance?
Okay, you could be a blind person, right? The idea, the premise on which it works on is that the water is connected. Now, when the water is connected through the tube, it's all touching. So it's like if you had a string. If you pulled one side, it's going to pull the other. So since the water is connected through the tube, whatever happens to one side will immediately influence the other side, right? And water's natural tendency is to lay flat. And that's really, where the crux of this whole disagreement comes. One camp says that water will lay flat, which it does. Then the other camp will introduce forces, which will make that water not do that.
Okay, hold up. So the other camp, they say that it's level. And I'm asking you, how do you distinguish when you have the two ends of this water level and you're just like lining them up in your field of view? How do you distinguish between whether they're level or whether they're at the same elevation and flat?
That's the beauty of water.
Because all you're doing is making a line between these two ends. You don't know if that line is actually horizontal or if it's like diagonal a little bit because it's matching with this, the end of the water level being a little bit lower due to Earth's supposed curvature. So how do you know just by looking at it?
It's based on the fact of I don't need to do anything, right? So if I took a piece of wire and I plucked it tight between two bars, how would I know if it's perfectly horizontal? I would have to be trying to move it and micro adjust it. Now with water, I don't have to touch it. I just put it there and it does it itself. And that is the big difference between a laser, the light, and all the thing is water.
The simple answer is the water would flow. If it wasn't level, the water would flow.
Water operates under. He's not.
No, neither you are.
He's using a water level. You're using a water level, aren't you? Percentage? Are you asking the question?
Okay, great.
Level. Right, great. Okay, so look. So right now you're on an inclined hill, 5 feet apart. And your higher elevation part of the water level, right, is to your left, and the lower is to your right. They're not going to be equidistant in the tubes. One's gonna be higher, one's gonna be lower. But if you then take your water level end on your right and raise it up yourself manually to see what's going on and go, oh, how does this thing work? You will see the two water levels balance out.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you raise the one up in your left hand, in your right hand now, and you raise it higher.
Yeah, but it's not really analogical because that's a very short distance, so it's very obvious. We're talking about over a large distance.
It's the same. It doesn't matter. It's going to be the same. The exact same thing's going to happen. So
I understand the same principle happens, but it's harder to quantify if it's miles long. Right?
No, it's not.
Like a mile-long water level. Oh,
Isn't
Lord.
it easier to tell if a long piece of board is curved or if a short piece of board is curved? The longer something is, the easier it is to see any deviations from straight. So the longer you make a level, the more level it's going to be. They spoke about this. Just like a lake is just a longer level.
Oh, so you mean you're not looking at it from the base of like the first level? You're looking at it completely like perpendicular of that water level line, that tube.
You don't establish.
So you're looking at it kind of like a horizon in the distance.
I'm not of the camp that every person on the world has their own unique up and down, right? I'm not of that. I believe there is a universal up and down, and we just all operate in that, right? To say that up changes when I move directions, to me, is just, I don't subscribe to that.
Okay, well, let me just clarify. So I think I'm Your Copernicus is basically saying that he's standing, far removed from the water level, and he's basically looking at it like as if it was a bridge or something like that, and he sees both ends, to the left and to the right of his field of view. He sees the entirety like a line, like in the distance, like a horizon, basically.
Orthographic. Yeah, orthographic.
Okay, thank you for that word. Is that what you were like envisioning, I'm Your Copernicus? And if so, 90, were you envisioning the same thing? Because I was thinking initially that you would have, you'd be standing at the base, like the first end of that water level, and just lining it up with the end of the water level.
Yeah, you could do that too. I mean, you could even start them right next to each other and see how the lines are horizontal, and then move it a foot away, check, move a foot away and check, and then it's just
right.
It's always
right. Okay, so
I don't think you could do it the second way reliably. The first way that Copernicus said, I would agree with, is reliable. I think for the second method, you would have to have like I don't know, data points or whatever, like the water level openings, if you will, in between the first and the last, something in the middle to line it up, and just to know that you're looking at it straight on.
There's a tube that connects. There's a tube that connects the two ends. That's how they equilibrium themselves. So they are connected in that regard.
No, of course, but I'm saying that you would have to have another end, if you will, in the middle. More than just two data points.
That. I wouldn't need that.
I know you wouldn't need it if you're looking at it orthographically, but if you're looking at it where you're lining it up like sites,
no,
then I think you would.
No, again, why would you do that, right? That's not the purpose of the water level per se. But if you have a water level that's a quarter mile long, and that water level is balanced out, there's equilibrium. Both of the water levels are at the exact same level. There's no reason for me to ever think that one is going to be lower than the other optically if I go to one and then look at the other and measure a drop.
What?
It's like the old...
Them being in the same level doesn't mean that they're going to be in a straight line, right?
Yeah, that's what
the whole argument is about.
No, that is what it means. That's precisely what that means.
Yeah, I mean,
but
you
again,
have to prove that. That's the issue.
That's what my point is. Hold on. No, I don't. I just did it.
Actually, I agree with you. You don't have to cube it. The default is that the horizon is
if I could make an...
Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm
to be like you're cutting out a little bit. I don't know if you're driving or something like that. Okay, we lost them.
What up, percent?
After all this, do you really think the Earth is flat?
So, percent, if we have a pipe, right, and say we make it horizontal, make it, it's horizontal.
You're manufacturing it to be straight?
No, we just have a pipe. It's, I don't know, 10 feet long, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we want water to flow in one direction, right? We take a horizontal and we would pitch it in one direction or the other to get it to, because that's how we know water is going to flow, right? Is if it's pitched in either direction from horizontal, right?
Yeah.
The physical nature of the thing that's containing it, right? And this is where they can say somehow you can have a water in a tube, turn the tube over, but forces can hold it in the tube, right? Like regardless of what's happening to it physically, some forces can, like that's what they're saying. If you have a bowl of water, if it was big enough.
Just to say, Jeremy didn't get to finish his thought.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, that's the fucking thought. It's not even a thought. It's a fact of reality. If we want water to flow, we make a horizontal and then we pitch it in the direction we want it to flow. That's how humans make water flow, right?
And it's the pitch of the thing, right? Like you tilt that gutter, that tilt is what makes the water flow, not some force, right? And that's where a lot of this comes. Oh, a force made it move. No, it was the pitch of that gutter.
Regardless of why it happens, we just know that if we pitch anything from horizontal, a tube or whatever, the water will flow in the direction of the pitch that's down. That's dropping below the horizontal.
Yeah, but they'll just say you're pitching it from level.
No. We can make horizontals in that over that length, the gutter, whatever, pipes. We do it all the time.
Oh, you mean like in terms of the
say you want to hang a gutter.
Flat Earth, it would be negligible.
Say you want to hang a gutter, right? You could get your house, get under the roof, the overhang of the roof or whatever. Right on the edge of the roof, you make a horizontal line there. Then if you want it to go down, you start the bottom from underneath the horizontal, and the top will be a little bit over it. You know, you just cock your horizontal line a little bit for the direction you want it to flow, and that's how the water flows.
Yeah, but this goes nowhere in terms of, you know, the actual argument, the debate, right? Because they'll say it's not actually perfectly flat; it's negligibly curving.
Well, no, they have to say that the horizontal, that it's not horizontal; it's got to be below level.
Here's the thing, guys.
So
you need you need a minimum of 2 degrees.
No, Jeremy was in the middle of a sentence, bro.
Sorry.
Let him finish and then.
It's all right. It's all right. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you need a minimum of a 2-degree pitch in order to have any kind of water flow. So when you've got
that's incorrect.
When you've got 1 degree of angle over 60 miles, you don't have water flow over 60 miles.
Really?
That's what that's telling you.
Well, do you know what the total distance, that height that the Nile River changes over 1,000 miles? Take a guess.
I don't think you need 2
it's
degrees.
Not 2 degrees.
To be honest.
Yeah, when we're doing construction, we need a 2-degree pitch or slope to have water move from any surface. Otherwise, it'll sit stagnant.
Isn't that a different?
Right, that's a little different than what we're talking about.
I think we have to differentiate.
Okay,
so you can't make water flow. So you can't make water flow from horizontal with 1 degree.
Well,
of course you can, but
not at the right. Yeah, not at the right rate. It'll kind of sit stagnant because the fact that when you have water below 1/8 of an inch, it won't bead up. Water beads up only at 1/8 of an inch. So for water to collect and start to move, it has to be above 1/8 of an inch thickness, and then it'll coagulate and then it'll flow.
That does depend on the surface, but that's more surface tension and how water I can't say the words, but capillary action and things like that affect water also. But we're talking about flow. When it is flowing, what's causing it?
Yeah.
What's the lowest angle under horizontal you could tilt something to make water flow? Could you do it at 1/2 degree? If you had like a really smooth,
it depends on
really
the thickness
smooth,
of the
flat
water.
surface.
So if you have water at 1/8 or at a 1/16 of an inch thickness at 1 degree, you're not going to have flow.
Yeah, you're doing a special case. We're talking about just normal water, filling a pipe up or putting water on top of a surface and having constant flow. Do you need 1 degree, 1/2 an inch, 1/8 of an inch?
I'm pretty sure they did it with a super. I don't know though. I think you can do it. I think when they built the aqueduct in Rome, or there's these monuments out there that only that are like fractions of a degree. I thought. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but you have force. You have more pressure. You have pressure changes in that too. You have water coming into a channel that's pushing the water forward. You have the slope that's also feeding it a certain way, so the water flows a certain way. But just like I was saying in the pipe, a 4-inch pipe, you can set actually negative or like negative degree, and as long as it's depending on the length of the pipe, you can cap one end and fill that pipe up, and the water will push out the other end as it fills up. And it's different factors in it, but water will flow when you slope it. It will go that way. And any vertical change in horizontal, when you fill up a trough or a pool or a lake, will show you where your mismeasurements are. Like you can build a huge swimming pool as big as you want, as long as you want, using the same tools. And if you fill it up, and you stand at one local point and another, it doesn't matter where you stand or where. If you fill it up to the top, it's going to be at the top. You did it perfectly. If it's higher at one point, you're going to see the difference. The water level is going to be lower than the top of the pool. If it's lower, then the water is going to flow out at that point.
Yeah, they break out a theodolite. They break out a theodolite even for a little 18-foot round pool and shit.
Yeah, but if you build a pool a mile long and you shoot from one end to the other, you're not going to get a good measurement. You're not going to get a good horizontal pump. When you fill it with water, you're going to be screwed. You're not going to get paid.
The other thing.
Can I have a question real quick? Howard, are you there?
No, before you ask your question, let me just add one thing and then I'm going back to work. But so you talk about the eighth inch or quarter inch or whatever, that small, minute error in getting a horizontal. And they'll be like, oh, you can never make it perfectly flat. But the error will never keep adding up to the point where it's so diverted from normal that it curved around back on itself. Like that's the okay, yeah, maybe we can't get absolutely flat, but we'll get flat enough so it never curves around itself.
Let me follow up with my point, and I'll go back on mute. I'll give you an auto level. We get the same auto level, and we can actually switch during the job, so we know that both auto levels were calibrated and we're using both of them to do our job. You do a one shot over a mile or a half a mile, and I'll do any method that I want to do over that half a mile, and then we'll fill that trough or pool up with water. Guess whose water is going to be at the top of that trough or pool, and guess whose water is going to be flowing out at one end. And we'll base the payment on that. And I'll do that for any amount of money.
What you got, Travis?
Just real quick, this is where my mind's going right now. So, what direction is down for you? Fuck.
Down.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, you're roboting a little.
Okay, go ahead. What was your answer?
Down towards the ground.
That's down for you, towards the ground? That's it?
Well, of course, we call it towards the center of mass.
For example, the Nile dropped.
No. That's why I'm asking you, Howard. I'm asking you to give me your definition. What is down for you? What does down mean? Just tell me the ultimate answer.
Well, I mean, I feel like I need to be a little pedantic about it. I mean, we could just answer colloquially and say down to the ground. You know, it's the direction that things fall. Or, you know, depending on what we're talking about, I might have to use the term towards the center of mass.
Is there a difference between down towards the ground, the direction that things fall, and toward the center of Earth's mass? Is there a difference between those two concepts in your?
No, they're the same thing.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so my next question is, what direction do rivers flow?
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that myself, and
hold on. I would say that's not an answer. What direction do they flow?
Obviously downhill, but
downhill.
Yeah.
So now is that a different down?
No, I mean
That's-
it's a decrease in elevation.
Wait. Is it a different down than your initial answer to what down was? Your initial answer to what down is ultimately is toward the center of Earth's mass. Now, when a river flows downhill, is that direction different?
It's a different concept. A change in elevation versus a rock falling down.
And a rock falls down a mountain, is it flowing? Is it falling the same down as a river flowing?
Yeah, a rock rolling down a hill is the same as water flowing down a hill.
Okay, so here's just a thought, quick, and this is just a rhetorical question now here. So when rain starts to fall on a mountain, why doesn't the rain just start to coagulate and build up at the spot of where it hits? Because right when it hits the ground, that's its lowest part to down toward the center of the earth.
Yeah, because it flows downhill. Like I said, I'm puzzled by the St. Lawrence River thing, and I've got a web page already brought up. And when I stop, I'm going to read it and see what's going on with that.
Well, just be aware.
Can you show me an example of electrostatic charges affecting a rock falling down? Because I can show you that with water.
Okay, just real quick, Howard. The part that you find puzzling, I would say, in the back of your mind, in reality, is cognitive dissonance. Is that you're trying to hold what you understand to be reality with a model that you can't make sense of. Just putting it out there.
Beautiful. Yep.
Yeah.
Where does the waterfalls go the other way?
It's like with quantum stuff when people are like, yeah, well, it's it's complicated. Like, no, it doesn't make sense. And that's the cog disc trying to trying to make it work, but it just won't.
Imagine your plump. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to repeat myself. I was just going to say again, because to me it's profound. Again, to me, if down is toward the center of mass, rain, whenever it hits the ground, should start to build up from there. The entire
Gone again.
Earth should be covered in water.
Yep. There should no land should ever stop the water from flowing forward like a raging river. How could you ever stop the ocean?
No, well, real fast. Okay, so
Why would rain ever do that? Why would you say that? Are you a retard?
Why would I say a spinning ball of water would be a raging river on the surface? I don't know. Why would you
not carry
Why would you
momentum?
not say that 73% of water on the surface of the sphere wouldn't be a raging river?
All right, guys, come on. I was gonna say something, right? So there's two ways, okay, for water to flow on the surface, from what I can tell from this debate recently. All right, one is what was it, like that weird map, that picture where it shows the different the different parts of the Earth with different gravity stuff, right? So if different parts of the Earth have different strengths of gravity, right, then that can cause that can cause water to flow, the rain, or it's just an elevation change, right? So if you have one spot of the Earth, let's say a foot off the ground, and then another spot is I don't know, 0 feet off the ground, then the water's gonna go down that slope. It's an elevation change or the gravity change thing. All right, and I can explain that, but yeah, that's what I got to say to that.
Can you demonstrate gravitational change producing water flowing?
What do you mean? Can I demonstrate?
Is that not what you just differentiated between elevation flow and gravitational flow? If I misunderstood you, can you clarify?
I mean, the water's just trying to, it's trying to go to where down is, but I guess down would be kind of a an iffy thing on on a ball. So I mean, you kind of have to just do the math and arrive at whatever the math tells you. But
water is trying to get back to where it came from. That's all it's trying to do. It's a cycle. It's being lifted up in a cycle from the oceans, mean sea level, to a higher vertical elevation based on mean sea level in the form of rain. It hits the top of mountains, melts as snow, melts, turns into water, flows down the mountains, or hits the plains of wherever, flows to lower elevation, headed towards the sea in little ditches and creeks, enters into the rivers, which are lower than the creeks, which head towards the sea to get back to where it came from, equal elevation. What do they call it where it's trying to reach its equal point?
So, Rakia, you're trying to describe the waters, right? Can you describe the oceans and their extent and their like dimensions and what holds them in?
Why is that his responsibility?
Sure. All water is bounded by a container. What that container is, the lands are in the middle of the ocean, so I would say the water of the oceans is bounded by other land. It seems to be, you know,
have
what they
you mapped
say
that by any chance? Do you have a
personally.
map?
No, I've never traveled there.
How
Do you have a spot where the earth holds the water on its own without the land?
How you would map it,
gravity
how things were charted way back when is when they went to these places, they put them on a chart of their area, and then they combined those and made bigger, you know, more accurate charts. And each time someone explored an area, they would map it out more, draw it out, you know, and,
Hey,
and
Rakia,
chart
can
it
I ask
out.
you a question? Do we ever see water going against the supposed spin of the Earth, against the supposed drift, i.e., the jetties within the oceans, the convection cells? Does this flow with the spin of the Earth, or is any portion of that ever going against this supposed spin?
No, there's many. I mean, I don't think the Earth is spinning
Why
for
would
one.
it go
but
against the spin?
currents and the
I'm not saying it's spinning. I'm assuming hypothetically that what they're telling us is the truth. But what I want to see is water reacting to this supposed drift and this supposed spin.
Why would Why would your spin cause water to change its direction?
Because
that's what we.
Anytime you have an object and you invoke centrifugal forces, it's going to have a reactionary effect upon the medium within the surface of that object.
That's a lot of words for saying that it's going to go outward, not some direction on the surface.
I want to see the flow of this water in tangent with your supposed Coriolis and drift.
A lot of different words, bud. Come on.
Wait.
You gotta
All
tighten up
right.
a little bit.
And we see gravity be the container.
Water does not get affected in a current fashion via centrifugal force, which really gives it less weight of 0.3%.
No,
when I can fill up a 2-liter bottle with water, and I can spin that 2-liter bottle, and I can see that water churning and creating a vortex. How come we're not seeing this upon the surface of our planet anywhere?
Because you started with the bottle stopped.
You're missing out on the
imparted a momentum to the bottle, an angular momentum, and then you expected the water, and you probably visually saw the water try to catch up. That hysteresis lag of the water in the bottle only started spinning because of the surface, the drag caused by the surface contact of the bottle and the water, and eventually started the molecules all to start joining in. That's not happening on the Earth because the water's already spinning with the Earth.
That's a really
the water's already spinning with the Earth. Okay, that's what you just told us.
Yes, the Earth has always been spinning. The water that's been on the Earth is spinning with the Earth ever since it.
So if the water's spinning with the Earth, then anything going against that spin should be required to have more force than it would going the opposing direction with the spin. We don't see that.
I know what you said right there, but what force could that possibly be? Give me an example of where force would be that would stop the water from spinning.
That's not
like
what we
comes
need to
out of
worry
space.
about. We need to worry about where
a space shovel comes in and sticks it in the ocean as it's spinning. That
shut
would
up
stop.
for 1 second. We need to know where the water is. We need to know. Damn, can I get 3 words out? We need to know where gravity is holding the water instead of the crust or dirt of the Earth. Please show us where the container is gravity and where it holds the water somewhere. That's what we need. Don't get off that.
Well, I just want to mention the aquifers underneath the surface of the Earth aren't in relation to the direction of flow above the surface. So this is another thing going against your whole understanding, bud.
What do you mean by that?
When you got a river flowing one direction, right? And then you got an underground aquifer directly below it going the opposing direction. This goes completely against your whole spin of the earth. The water's
Not at
going
all.
at the spin of the
The
earth.
spin of the earth is irrelevant. You're not making any sense, actually.
That means that you don't understand the system. That's what that means.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't.
Yeah, well, you're actually on point. The globe model says that all rivers run in the same direction. They cannot go in different directions, right?
I'm not sure,
Wrong.
but I would like to hear Left Lane explain how he doesn't understand. Just explain how he was wrong.
Because the Earth's rotation is constant. It's not accelerating, creating any kind of sloshing type action on rivers.
That makes no sense. I can show you something that's not accelerating, spinning with fluid in it, and it's not going with it. It's actually going against it. All right. So the fact that you tell us quite to the contrary is just seems very suspicious to me.
The atmosphere moves with the Earth spin, correct?
They say the atmosphere and the oceans moving with the spin of the Earth. Yes.
They're not in lockstep, but they are. The water on. If you have air outside and we are spinning and it's calm outside, then it's common sense to say that the Earth is spinning with that air that you see and breathe outside your house. If it's windy, well, then it's not spinning exactly with the Earth, but it's moving relatively with it. And this relative movement based on the airflows in all different directions. Is that a fair way of explaining it?
So when we see the mountains and you have that perfectly clear, calm lake, that water is spinning with the Earth perfectly.
Yeah,
and that's why it's calm.
Sure seems lockstep then, don't it? Or
this is the level of hypocrisy.
Yeah, or the opposite would be
It's
we're
called sense
stationary.
instead of
Yeah, excuse
hypocrisy.
me. Or the opposite would be that we're stationary and immovable, fixed in position, and the air is moving above us because of convection, which I think we would all kind of come up with our own reasons why it's moving.
You can't take a dynamic fluid, place it upon a surface of an object, and expect it to stay proportional to the rotation of the object that it's adhering to. It's just it goes against fluid dynamics to the core. And furthermore, even if we were to take a small scaled down version, like I said, a 2-liter bottle with water in it, and start to spin this thing without accelerating it, just keeping at a steady velocity, you're never going to see the water stay lockstep in proportion with the outer extremities of this bottle. It's always going to have a counter rotational spin. It's always going to go against or with the flow. It's going to do all sorts of different things. Never is it that we're going to see this stuff perfectly adhering to the surface of an object like that. It's not how fluid works.
I'd also like to say the opposite about the water being.
You got off there, Rakia.
I'm giving the opposite of water needing to be needing to be contained in a container. So I've been to a large lake that I fish quite often, Toledo Bend. It's miles long, right? I haven't seen all the shoreline, right? I've only been to certain places of the shoreline of this huge lake. But I know that shoreline exists because I know how water is contained. That's how I know the oceans are contained. Every lake, every river, every water that I've ever seen that builds up. And
what is it contained by, Rakia?
I have no idea. I don't know what's contained in the other side of that Toledo Bend Lake, but I know it is contained. That's my point.
Here's another issue I have that nobody's really addressed, is the fact that we've been told for a while now that sea levels are rising due to global warming and such. And supposedly we're seeing the evidence of this upon certain continents. Problem is it's never equalized around all of the continents. We're not seeing we're not seeing any kind of contrast between all continents having a rising sea level that's equal all the way around. It's only seems to be in certain locations where in other locations we're seeing the inverse of that, which appears to me like something's actually tilted rather than being displaced by shorelines being submerged. We're seeing the contrast going both directions, which is not possible on a globe Earth.
Well, mean sea level on a continent can be different on the west side of the continent than the east side or north or south. And that's why they take mean sea levels over a course of a year. They take many different measurements, different times of the day, throughout the day, different, every day. They do this for a year to get the mean sea level. And one of the factors is the salinity of the water. There's many other factors, but that's why they get a mean sea level, and then they base vertical change, call it elevation, based on that mean sea level of that particular continent. So there you go.
I'm not sure if that addressed exactly what I'm trying to pinpoint, in the sense that they're telling us that this global warming is displacing the frozen southern hemisphere polar caps and the northern hemisphere polar caps, causing more fresh water to displace the salt waters. But at the same rate, we're seeing shorelines vanishing for miles, like literally before people's eyes. There's plenty of video recordings of shorelines in Brazil, in Italy, and a few other places that literally recede and never to come back. So how is that possible, right? When we have other places that are increasing, and we're living supposedly on this sphere, and we know that water equalizes itself. All this is going against the mainstream narrative completely.
How does that go? I haven't seen anywhere where the ocean is receding. Have you got anything on that?
Yeah, there's plenty of YouTube videos like I said, in Brazil and in Italy, where the water shoreline of the coastal region has receded for miles and never to come back.
I think sea levels dropping in Sweden.
Sea levels dropping in places and increasing in others, which contradicts your spherical nature of Earth due to the fact that water equalizes itself, and this is contradicting your whole narrative of your supposed sphere.
Maybe they just took a couple of thousand ships out of the water, and the displacement let the water go back down. It equalized, but I can solve rising sea levels easily. Just take all the boats out of the water and people.
Nah, that's not going to cut it, bud. We still have sea life to contend with.
It was a joke.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So how does it work on a flat Earth then? This changing of
backwards.
Just build a big, do your swimming pool and put some continents in the middle, and then put a huge convection source above it with a cooling source also, and a cycle, and also some electroactivity and static electricity. In that environment, that's in an enclosed situation, and then watch things grow.
You're kind of just saying words, but where does the water actually go, though?
So in my understanding, the only way this could be possible is if we have something like a flat Earth that's been shifted to where one side is higher than the other. If you were to take the swimming pool, right, and you were to shift it, raise one side of the pool to the other, the water level in relation to that shoreline is going to change on one side versus the other. And they're not going to be. What do you mean? Why?
Or it's just being cycled through the underwater vaults.
Yeah, take a glass of water, fill it up halfway, turn the glass of water to a 22.5-degree angle, and tell me that water resides at the same place along the inside of that cup that it once did.
Why doesn't it? Why not?
Why? Because it conforms to what's holding it. That's how water works. It always equalizes and conforms itself to whatever's supporting it.
I guess that's a fair point, but I mean, can we actually prove this is what's going on? Like where the water is disappearing, is it reappearing, straight ahead though? And another okay, look, it's semantics, whatever. Okay, the point is the water is the
shoreline changes. Yes, the shoreline changes its distance.
So where the shoreline changes, right, on in one area, right, and where it changes and where it goes up in another, right? Is that correct? Can you draw a straight line? Because I mean that's to those 2 points where, because that's if you're tilting this quote unquote flat Earth, you know what I'm saying, then one would think one side would be less, less water, other side would have more water, right? So unless that's
Yeah.
just an example where, maybe it's tilting in different ways. I don't know.
You're just gaining land in one area and losing land in another.
Yeah.
It's like a cycle also. Just
Yeah,
like
but
we see in everything.
This doesn't fit within the mainstream narrative. You can't have a spherical Earth with water displacing itself as it's presenting itself to be displaced, and have that logic hold up. Doesn't work that way.
So you're saying welcome to tilted flat Earth?
I mean, that's the only thing I can come up with, man, because that's the only scenario that I can replicate within my mind that's going to allow this to be the scenario, unless the elevation of the land or the continent within its entirety is actually shifting and raising. But we would see evidence of that, and we're not seeing evidence of that. It's the water that's being displaced, not the land. So this is the only scenario I can come up with.
Right. So Howard, you asked that question, or you were wondering, right? So do you want us to provide you proof or just a really good story to compete with yours?
No, understanding physics the way I know it, there would have to be a force causing that water to distribute in the way that it does. And if you tilt the flat Earth, what's going to cause the water to splash to one side?
Yeah. I wasn't arguing for that. I went back to earlier when you said, yeah, that's my question. My question still remains for you. Do you want us simply to come up with a nice story to combat yours, or do you want proof?
Why are you just being so
I want something that makes sense.
Okay, so you want a better story than yours.
No,
so
just
all I have to do.
He's being fair. He wants something that represents rational, logical reality, and not beholden to a belief system to support its understanding. And that's fair.
Right,
That's
but,
fair.
Yeah, right. But at this point, that only exists as a just so story because we can't prove it. We can simply, like Rakia said, he brought in convection and temperature and pressure and all that kind of stuff, all the electromagnetism, static electricity, all that shit. We can see stuff happening with that. So in my mind, I would be very happy to say that there could be 4 of those things happening out there that we can't measure or know, but those are the reasons why we have tides.
No, I mean, you could use that momentarily until something better comes along, I guess, but that's not going to fly for much other than just to say it can only be it, or it couldn't be such, but we don't know what it could be, right? You could say what it isn't, but you can't say what it is with that type of logic.
Well, there's many people that said like the Earth is the land only, and it's set in water, so it's kind of like barely, tilting or going with your tilt theory. But logically, comport to that, I would say it's more of some type of filtering system. We know there's underwater vaults and caverns that flow water. That would make more sense if there's these things. It seems like we would have discovered them by now, but who's to say they're not? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of places that we haven't been, so the tidal nodes and things like that are kind of explained the way I could come up. Oh, that's my dog. I'm sorry. But getting back to my pool analogy, I think the Earth, the water system is being filtered with sand, same as your pool system. It goes through these underground pipes and goes to a filter and is filtered by sand. I know I got background noise. I'll stop.
Rest in peace, that rubber chicken.
That's Pyro. That's like Pyro the rubber chicken from Gem Panda. Here it is right here. I got it recorded one time. Here's Pyro.
So you do recordings?
Anyway, and now that it's quiet and I can take over this whatever with an argument. So how many of you guys were here last night when I told that that plank of, what was it, that wood plank analogy? How many of you guys were there for that, the wood plank analogy that I gave? Anyone? No.
I was, and the your wood plank argument stank. No, I wasn't. I wasn't there. I was just making a stupid. I was making a stupid pun.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway,
go ahead. You have the floor.
All right, because the other day, because I might as well, because no one's talking right now. But the other day, though, we were talking about the whole, left to right curve versus boats going over the curve, and so I gave what I think is probably my best analogy yet, because I'm not trying to, fucking, shoot my own horn or anything, but I think it is a decent analogy. But basically, people are saying, well, why do we see boats going over the curve, but we don't see left to right curve? Right, like on the horizon. So I explained that, in order for you to see left to right curve, right, you need a sufficient amount of, miles in order for it to curve, right? So, because we claim it's 69 miles, per degree, right, on the ball earth, right? And so if you have anything less than 69 miles, then you're probably not going to get a whole lot of curve. In fact, it's going to be so tiny, you're not going to even notice it, right? So I pretty much did some maths, and basically, if your horizon, and this isn't like accurate math either. This is just sort of like a quick, it just kind of like if you want to kind of think about it, it kind of works, but it's not 100% accurate. But anyway, basically, if the horizon is 3 miles away from you, that forms a circle around you. That's 18, miles in circumference, and basically, human vision, the field of view for that is 120 degrees. So that's 1/3 of 360, right? And so that gives you 1/3 of your circumference, which would be 6 miles. Okay, so essentially you have 6 miles looking left to right, right? And 6 miles is what, like 1/10, 1/11 of a degree on the ball earth, right? So you're not going to see any curvature left to right, right? But then you guys say, well, why is there, boats going over the curve? It should be curving in every direction, right? So this is where the wood plank example or analogy comes in, right? So you take a really long, or just a wood plank, right? You just take one, and let's say you tilt it a little bit, right? The one end that's towards you is, it's on the ground, I guess, or it's low. But the other end that's tilted upwards, that's lifted up a decent amount off the ground, right? So imagine now you take this wood plank, right? And it's only tilted like maybe like 1 degree, or even like 0.1 degree, right? But you extend that to like 6 miles, right? Even though it's only tilted 0.1 degree, right? Imagine how much that's lifting off the ground now, right? That's going to be lifted quite a lot, right? That amount is, I believe, would be how much a boat would disappear behind the curve. All right. Because what is it? Why did I bring up 0.1? All right, because okay. So what, boats disappear like behind the curve roughly around like 6 miles, right? So 6 miles would be 0.1 degree, right? And that's why I brought up the plank example. Does that make sense to you guys? Like if you take a really long plank and you tilt it like 0.1 degree, if it's extended like 6 miles, that'll like lift quite a lot, right? You guys agree with that? Is that fair?
Wait, are you saying that you're having the entire boat disappear at 6 miles, or start to?
I'm just saying, like 6 miles, it disappears if you're like 6 feet in height, I guess. I'm not really sure what the actual numbers are, but I'm just giving you an example.
Well,
what is it actually?
Okay, well, no, I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to accomplish. So, again, if you're standing at the shoreline and you're watching a boat go away from you, is it your opinion, and I don't care, is it your opinion that the boat will start to disappear 6 miles away, or by the time it gets 6 miles away, it'll be gone? I'm trying to understand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I believe it should disappear around 6, because the idea is that the horizon starts dropping at 3 at 6 feet, at 6 feet height, for the observer being, if the observer is 6 feet in height, then the drop starts at 3. So I'm saying roughly around 6, is where the boat would disappear. I'm not really sure if that number actually, adds up, because realistically, that wouldn't give you too much of a drop, 6 miles. But I'm just
like 14. It's like 14 feet.
It's like 14 feet. Okay, so I guess maybe if it's like a small boat, I guess, yeah. It depends on the boat, I guess. Whatever. Anyway, yeah. So depending on the boat, it could drop it could drop. The boat can drop below the horizon with that distance, right? But that's why I brought up the plank example, though. If you take a really long, plank of wood, right, and it's you tilt it up 0.1 degree, right, and you extend that wood, the plank of wood, like 6 miles, right, it's gonna lift up a decent amount. You know what I'm saying? And
that's a slope. That's a slope. That's not an arc.
Well, I mean, you can kind of compare them though, because I mean, it's still a degree change though. Okay, like it's 0.1 degree, tilting. So, what is it like? The boat that's 6 to 7 miles away, that's also tilting at 0.1 degree, down. All right, so it's being hidden. I guess the point of the analogy is that the boat is being hidden and it's only tilting like 0.1 degree. It's because everyone expects things to go over the curve, like to actually tilt, but that depends on how much curve you're looking at. You know what I'm saying? And at this scale, at this size, we would only expect it to tilt like 0.1 degree, but still hide the object. You know what I'm saying?
And I think that sure. And I believe that if you take into account refraction or mirage, you're going to have an alternative explanation for the apparent obstruction that you attribute to curvature.
And that's why I offered another solution to that possible problem. All you have to do is take measurements at higher and higher elevations to have a period of maybe every 10 feet, and you'll see, you'll be able to plot the deviation for where that object should be in your field of view. And you'll see that the refraction element can be actually determined by doing that.
Well, that's pretty fair. Yeah. But like I said, the only reason I brought that up is because I feel like a lot of people, here, they think left to right curve and forward and backwards curve. Spheres are complicated, all right? So just know that spheres are complicated when you're, on them.
No, they're not.
What do you mean they're not?
Yeah, no, I would agree. No, they're not.
Yeah,
they are very simple. These people are just stupid.
Yeah, can you please give us an example of when you've had difficulty on a sphere that you've been on?
Wait, hold on, real fast. I need to know real fast who was the other guy talking, and what is he flat Earth or ball Earth? Because I need to.
Lori's just making comments that are like he knows are inappropriate, and I don't know why he wants to do that. I guess maybe he wants to get muted or something. I'm not sure.
He wants attention.
Lori's a troll. Lori's a troll.
He's begging for attention.
Interesting how everyone else but me gets a chance to introduce me.
Hold on, wait, hold on. You're a baller, right?
Which I'm a baller, by the way, too. It was a perfectly civil conversation. No one was throwing about insults, and now you just had to pull an insult out, so you've been corrected. Is that okay?
Yeah, this is going on multiple days now, Lori, that you kind of just start spazzing. You got to try to control yourself a little better.
I'm not really spazzing. I wouldn't call, even if you correct me on that, I would maybe agree that, okay, yeah, sure, you can correct me, but I wouldn't call one comment spazzing. Spazzing is like if you go on a rampage and start yelling at stuff.
But that's what I said. Like, you've done this every day now. Like yesterday it was Jin, or the day before you were going on about calling him a liar. I mean, you can't just start attacking people like that without sending the room into chaos, man. Like, chill out.
Sure, but I won't apologize for calling Jin a liar.
Just saying, there's a way to go about it.
All right. Well, anyway, okay, fine. So
I wanted to mute Laurie.
Oh, rip. Okay. Anyway, so I guess I'll rephrase it. All right. Spheres, when you're on them, go against intuition. All right. Because a lot of people think this should be curving, this and that. All right. But
yeah, welcome. Right, dude. Right. That's exactly our problem with your model.
But go on.
You can't help it if you can't think about it.
You're describing exactly, right? There's no difficulty on a sphere, right? If you draw a circle on a piece of paper, you can math and diagram the shit out of that. What you just described as, well, but when you start talking about the Earth being a sphere, that's when things start going against intuition. Right.
Hold on.
Hold on.
That's okay.
Okay. Well, no. Okay, go. Are you going to correct me?
Well, what I was gonna say is not necessarily the Earth. Just if you're on a giant ball, or if the ball is huge. I mean, it's just
why? No, dude. Talk about reality. I don't live on. I've never stood on. I've never gone to an amusement park where they have a giant ball that I can go and try to stand on. So talk about reality.
Yeah, that's like me saying, picture yourself living on a giant banana and it's raining oranges. And I mean, just come on, dude. Let's get with it, bud.
Look,
Hey,
okay.
so I can't help if you can't envision it. I really can't. It's not my fault. Not my fault, Copernicus.
Unless you're going to contribute to this conversation.
It's not my fault you have no imagination.
Okay, I'm muting you.
No one said it was your fault, Peyton Astro. You're jumping in just to delude the conversation. Keep going. This is good.
Well, to me, the intuitive part, it's unintuitive for me, and the things that I see, like boats disappearing and the way the sky works, it's unintuitive to imagine those observations on a flat surface.
That's a good point too.
No, it's not a good point. Okay, look.
Well,
again,
hold on. Okay,
Howard.
Hold on. No personal attacks, sir.
The reason why.
Tacos.
Yeah, Howard. The reason why for me, it's easy to understand boats and their appearance at distance is because I've spent 4 years observing and taking footage of those things. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the problem that I have found is that there are so many incongruities with my observations that it can't always be a geometrical factor. Okay, there has to be other factors than strict measurement, geometry, and distance, which is refraction and mirage.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that unless you're going to discount refraction and mirage.
No, we don't though. We talk about the whole what is it, the 7/6R thing. I mean, I'm not too skilled in this. So I'm not going to really talk about that. But we do. Our side does talk about that. I mean, we account for that.
Okay.
So I mean,
do you know how that value is derived?
I don't. I'm going to be honest. That's why I said I don't. I try not to talk about this because it's not my specialty. But I know that
it's not my specialty either in terms of the math for 7/6R. But the one thing that, again, in my experience, and I will take a kick to both shins with pointy boots on this, the science is wrong. There is no standard atmospheric condition. And part of my proof for that is I'm waiting for any of you guys to produce one single picture that you can say, this is what standard atmospheric conditions look like. No one's been able to do it.
I concur.
The white.
I guess that should be possible.
Yeah, the white swan.
But to address what Howard said real quick, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
To address what Howard said real quick, what would it matter if it were intuitive? Because Arma just got done saying that everything on the sphere works unintuitively anyway. And I meant unintuitive.
That's not what I meant. Okay, what I meant is...
let me finish. So,
okay.
I mean, if what you're saying means that's unintuitive to you, he just said everything that works on... It just makes that model current or no better or no worse than the current model. Done.
Okay, well, what I was just going to say is, the math checks out. It's just, like when you think of a sphere, because when we see spheres... Okay, go on.
What math?
Wow, he got all 3 words into that conversation.
Yeah. I think, Travis, you're sometimes rudely interrupting people.
Always.
Well, he's letting him continue, but yeah, maybe let him finish a little bit because he is pretty short. So, but he did ask you a question. What math?
What math? The freaking, you got trigonometry, you got, all that stuff and whatnot. The spherical, geometry. I mean, this is stuff we can, prove. But with that being said, that wasn't my thing. I was going to go on about. All right, what I was going to go on about was right. Okay, so the thing is, when we, you guys, okay, so intuition, right? The ball curves everywhere, right? That's fine, right? But the thing is, you've only ever experienced, all right, excluding the Earth, right? Because that's another whatever, right? But excluding the Earth, you've only ever experienced the ball, that's, that you can fit in your hand, right? Like you got like a basketball, a beach ball, whatever, right? So those, I don't know how to explain it, but essentially it's,
Right. You're having a problem. Right. I think you're having a problem because what we can look at with a basketball in our hand, there's only one vertical angle on that basketball, and that's the one at the very top. If you put a stick or like a matchstick at the top, and that's 90 degrees, that's your only vertical. And the only direction is down away from that vertical. 90 degrees down. But if you then put another matchstick at any other point on that sphere, that on that basketball is not vertical. Ever.
Right, especially if you're an ant on that basketball, there is no, it's arced at all times.
But
that's fine.
What your model demands is that both those points are vertical.
Right.
Both those points are at the top.
Can't have both.
Right, and that's what's counterintuitive, because I think even when you started talking about what you were just a couple minutes ago, your brain was glitching out on you because you couldn't.
Glitching out. It's just I'm really bad with words. All right, whenever I try to explain things, I'm just really bad with words. It's not that I'm glitching out, whatever. I'm just the worst at explaining shit.
I don't think he meant that, but yeah, take your time, man.
Yeah. I didn't mean glitching out like in an overtly negative sense. I just meant you were even running into a cognitive dissonance of hearing yourself say something, knowing what reality is and does, and knowing also what your model dictates. I think that you were having a conflict inside, even if you didn't recognize.
It's not even what my model dictates, though. It's what spheres dictate, though. I mean, literally, if you're on a sphere, I mean, look, if that sphere is blown up like really large, the surface is going to appear flat. I mean, but that's not what we experience on a when we have a basketball, obviously, because it's smaller. I mean, it's just you just can't compare the two. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just
I wasn't talking about curvature. I was talking about a vertical reference. There is only on a sphere. If you get a sphere and put it in your hand, I don't care if it's a basketball, whatever, baseball, whatever you want. There's only one vertical.
What? Because you have a vertical bias because you're on Earth right now. I mean, because you have a what?
So down is a one direction is down. There's a universal down.
Well, on the flat Earth there is, but
on is that what Travis just said? That there's a universal down on the globe?
Oh, I guess that's what he is saying. I guess. I don't know why.
PNS. That's a circle that I posted there.
That's good enough. It's a cross section.
No, it's not a cross section either. It's just
a cross section of a sphere.
It's just a circle.
So it's a GP of a star over this.
No, this is just showing you angles.
Yep.
Okay, that you cannot get
parallel light coming in. That's an excellent example, actually.
No, that's not what this is saying. You can.
Well, that's actually what it's saying.
You can show me your example. That's not what my example shows.
Yeah, that's what your example is, actually.
If you want to divine extra information not shown, it's almost like a supernatural thing that you're doing there. You are not able to read my mind.
Well, I think that your mind is how your own mind works sometimes. You actually put in stuff.
That would be a claim. That would be another claim, dude.
Why all these personal attacks, Creed?
Yeah, we need to chill out.
That wasn't a personal attack, Laurie. Shut up.
Okay, well,
let me ask this. Let me ask this. The concern trolling from people that aren't mods doesn't help. Okay, if you have an issue, then put in a ticket or say, send a DM or something like that. But when other people are trying to mod the room, it doesn't help. It just adds to the chaos.
Yeah, Laurie, we have plenty of mods here, so maybe add to the conversation instead of the mod ship. Thanks.
Anyway, so what was this whole point about the vertical thing? I mean, we already,
The whole point about the vertical thing is that in your reality, someone at 45 to 50 degrees away from me right now is standing straight up and down on top of the ball, on top of the sphere. So am I.
Yeah.
Okay, but you cannot produce that on another sphere physically in a laboratory. You cannot
because we're on. You have to, I don't even know.
Inside the gravity well of Earth, you want me to provide another gravity well. Excellent.
No, the vertical has nothing to do with your so-called gravity well.
Yes, it does.
It actually does.
Yeah, it literally does. That's our model.
No, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Can I come in here a second?
Okay.
Right. You said about getting a sphere and you put a matchstick at one point, yeah? And that's vertical, yeah? Then you put another matchstick on it and that's not vertical. Well, the second matchstick, why is that not vertical? Vertical in relationship to what?
Okay, so the best way that I'm going to try to address that is the same way if we were using a plumb bob on the side of a mountain, right? So if you're at the top of the mountain and the top of the mountain is flat and you've got your plumb bob and it's 90 degrees, okay? 90 degrees, that's vertical. Now, if I drop down a couple hundred feet on that mountain and I have to adjust the legs of my tripod so that my legs present an orientation for 90 degrees, that plumb bob is now parallel to the previous one. They're both at 90 degrees. And if I move it farther and farther and farther away, those plumb bobs are always going to be 90 degrees.
Timestamp?
But on your sphere, those plumb bobs cannot be 90 degrees.
No, they'll still be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth. They will not be parallel to each other, though.
You cannot do that anywhere in demonstration.
We can on another body of division size.
Going back to your two matchsticks, right? When you put a matchstick on that sphere, the sphere doesn't have an up, down, left, and right. Yeah.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, man. Not on our model. No, it doesn't. There's not a universal up and down.
I know. Right. I know. That's why. Right. I'm addressing one. Hold on. There's two guys talking. I'm addressing one aspect of your model. You're bringing in another aspect where you've eliminated all orientation with cardinal references.
But you're saying that the second matchstick isn't vertical. Well,
that's right. It's at an angle.
In relationship to the first matchstick, yeah, it's not vertical, but in relationship to itself, yes, it is vertical. It's straight up and down.
It's not straight up and down. No, it's not.
Why not?
How is it not?
Because if you hung a plumb bob from the original 90, it would hang flush and plumb.
Well, inside the gravity well of Earth, because it's responding to Earth's gravity, not the sphere's gravity, right?
Hey, why are you ejaculating all over this conversation?
Wally, because you're not studying up for one thing.
Wait, hold on. Just let Highlander and Travis do this, okay?
Right.
So let just Highlander answer for himself.
Hold on, just real quick, Highlander. I didn't get to finish because Paige jumped in, okay? So the first vertical has a plumb. If I have a pole and I hang a plumb from it, that plumb is going to be right flush with that pole. If I go to a different angle, that plumb is now going to be at an obtuse angle away from the pole because it's not vertical.
Because you're still in Earth's gravity. The sphere,
why are you talking?
Because it's an easy debunk. You are still inside.
You were told that I was having a conversation with Highlander. Okay.
Let's move on, Travis. Move on. So go ahead, Highlander. Let's hear your response.
Right. So you have the sphere, right? And you put a matchstick at what you're looking at to be 12 o'clock, right? And you say to yourself, right, that's vertical. Then you put another one at, say, the 9 o'clock position, and you say that's not vertical, right? But on the actual sphere itself, there is no 12 o'clock and 9 o'clock, yeah? You can orientate the ball then so that the second matchstick is at the top, but there's both still be vertical. They're only not vertical in relationship to each other. In relationship to themselves and the sphere, they are both vertical.
Not at the same time. No, they cannot be.
Always. Always, no matter how you orientate that sphere, they are always vertical in relationship to the sphere.
Okay, again, yeah, the orientation is from your model of a sphere. What can you define for me just real quick what vertical is for you? What is that? What does that mean?
Straight up and down.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's never consistent across your globe.
So what though?
We're talking about down and we're talking about up. We're talking about specific vectors. Okay. And when you take those across any point, all right, any point different from your first point of measure, your up and down will always be different vectors. This is the problem that you're not following.
So what though? What is the end goal to this argument? I don't get, like, you're just arguing just to argue at this point. I mean, so what? Our up and down isn't, you know what I'm saying? It's so what?
Your up and down's not consistent. So what you would have to have is you would have to have a center point for your gravity. And when we ask you we ask you if gravity has a center point, we ask you about the center. Hold on, excuse me. When we ask you about the center point to gravity, if gravity has a center point, problem is we get two different answers from your camp. You guys are utterly confused.
Because gravity is for the center of the earth.
Yeah, where's the inconsistency? Point to me what you're talking about.
The inconsistency is within the fact of whether or not gravity increases or decreases below the surface. I'm getting half your camp saying that the further down you go, gravity actually decreases to the point where if we were to hypothetically have a basketball court miles underneath the surface, white men could potentially slam dunk. Now, half your camp says yes and half your camp says no to the opposite. So which one is it?
Why are you worried about the gravitational well inside the Earth?
And what's that got to do?
Because it's inconsistent. It's inconsistent when we start looking at.
Don't worry about it.
I am worried about it.
No, don't worry about it.
Look, it's
a minor point.
Look, the simplest point to look at is.
Yes, it is.
Look,
this is a very, very valid, huge point to make, dude.
No, it's just another one of you guys finding a point that is difficult to understand and fixating on it.
Shill, you have nothing. Just sit back. Just sit back.
Yeah, right. Unless you're going to do more than hand wave dismiss paid, I don't think you should ever open your mouth because all you're doing right now
Look
is
who's talking about hand waving dismissing.
Now you're deflecting.
Look who's talking about hand waving and dismissing. The king of hand waving and dismissing.
This is twice today, Shill.
Travis.
Strike two, dude. Strike two. Third strike, and you're gonna get fucking muted for a few hours. All right.
Do you have any argument besides nuh-uh?
Talking about that, in my perspective, and we've talked a lot about this. If and we can't get there, this is totally a mind thought exercise. If there was a hole in the center of Earth that could be occupied, say, like a basketball, theoretically, it would be like a Lagrange point, a point at which the ball would float right in the middle.
Yeah, in this.
I know.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's
floating balls under the surface. Do you see the oxymoron there?
No, it's fine because look, the simplest way to think about it is you fall pretty much wherever the most amount of matter there is. All right. So if you're at the center of the Earth, all right, the most amount of matter is all around you. All right. So that's why everything just cancels out.
Actually, it would be the other way around. We fall where there's least amount of matter. Because when there's a lot of matter, we stop falling.
Well, no, that's when you collide with it. That doesn't count. All right.
So is gravity strongest at the center of your gravity, or is it strongest at the surface, the outer extremity within your paradigm?
I would say the surface.
So this is the part. This is where we get the inconsistency because we've got part of your camp on the center and part of your camp on the surface.
Center on the center.
The center's the direction.
You're saying the center, the gravity has a center, and the center of gravity is its most strongest point. Half your camp is saying the opposite. So you guys need to figure that out.
The center is the strongest point. That's why the matter in the center of planets becomes solid, because gravity is so strong at that point.
No, that's essentially because of weight. It's all the mass that before it's squishing down into the center. The gravity
There's no down.
in the center would be zero.
Again, there is no down within your paradigm. Down is inconsistent. So
down is away from the.
You need to be a little bit more concise.
Normal.
You need to be a little more concise, my friend.
I don't have to be more concise. You know what I'm talking about.
You have no down in your spherical model. Down is inconsistent. You need to be a little more concise, please. Thank you.
Down is towards the center, and you know that. You're playing a pedantic, retarded game.
No, I'm not. You guys are all over the place, man. Which one is it?
It's a complex. It's complex. All right, that's why it's.
Yeah, it's not complex, bud.
Okay, so let me say this real quick. Just, yeah. Okay, so what I was saying before about doing a plumb line on a mountain. On the mountaintop, you've got a 90-degree vertical angle, and as you move that, or you keep that plumb bob there at that top, you get another one, and you move down the side of the mountain. That plumb is always going to remain parallel to the previous plumb.
Show me that.
It's never going to deviate because they're both going to be at 90 degrees. There's no reason for me to show you that because you can visualize reality.
No, you can't. You're making a comparison between two locations and saying they're the same.
Listen. If you take a plumb line as your starting point at the top of a mountain, got that plumb at 90, and you go like, I'm comfortable with this. This is 90 degrees. As you move down the mountain, the next plumb line you have is always going to be 90. It's never going to deviate from that. You're always going to measure it at 90 degrees.
That's really cute. But the question is, how do they compare to each other? Our claim is that there's a different vertical for each one of them.
Okay,
you have to now prove.
No, I haven't gotten
to that. That's not true, because your assumption is that they're parallel.
Okay,
that's just an assumption.
I haven't gotten to that point. No, I haven't gotten to that point yet. I'm just saying that they're both going to be 90 degrees. Okay, if you want to say that I'm going to assume that they're both parallel, that's fine with me because that's the initial observation. There's no reason, nothing in my experience from the initial plumb to the second one, 500 feet away or 1,000 feet away, nothing in my direct experience is going to tell me that those two lines are deviating from one another because they're both showing me 90 degrees. Okay?
Have you tried reciprocal zenith angle?
Excuse me?
Have you tried reciprocal zenith angles?
We don't use reciprocal zenith angles when we're building buildings, bud. All right?
That doesn't really matter. It's a question is it a real observation?
Doesn't mean anything.
It's a real observation, man. Go out and make an observation for yourself. Go to a major city and look at the buildings, all right? They're all perfectly equal from distance from one another, parallel and plumb.
Have you measured the top of the say a 50-story building from the base to the base and the top to the top?
You've never. So I'm assuming you've never been to a pool party at the top of a hotel. You should try that one summer.
I asked you if you've ever tried measuring the top of two buildings.
Yeah, you can do what's called a line of sight, where you kind of get down and you get to an acute angle and you can stare straight across and see everyone from the next building over.
Again, you're demonstrating. Yeah, you're demonstrating a lack of understanding in our model.
Yeah. Also, when we look at observations, high altitude observations, never do we see tops of buildings angling away from one another. They're always perfectly perpendicular from one another.
Okay, Howard, I'm gonna have to look. Simply because we're pointing out an inconsistency in the physics of your model doesn't mean we don't understand your model. No way does that what that mean. No way.
Well, I mean, but you're not going to see it. The difference is not something you're going to see with your eyeball in that short of distance.
Sure it is, man. When we're covering 3% of the surface of Earth, dude, within our high altitude observation, you're damn sure you're going to see something that's angled away from one another.
A quick question to you with that. If I was able to magically have this super zoom camera that could see, let's say, I've got two buildings 69 miles apart. And how do I get them both into frame at a resolution that I can actually determine what their angle is to each other?
Listen, man, when you're looking at Earth from 120,000 foot elevation,
yes,
right, perpendicular,
sure,
nothing is indicating any sort of curve anywhere at all. Your own
curve that I see.
Your own priest your own priest of helium quantum mechanics will tell you, Neil deGrasse Tyson, it all appears to be flat. Now, how is this possible?
You seem to like. You seem to really like to appeal to authority a lot. I don't have an authority.
Appeal
like
to authority. That's called doublespeak, bud. Don't.
Well, no, you just appeal to authority with our.
Yeah, this is your priest, man.
That's appeal to authority, dude.
That's your priest.
He's your priest. You keep citing him.
All right, let's just try to rein this back in a little bit. Dicelo, you're clipping everybody. Moyoc, you're all fired up. Let's just dial it back down a little bit because you guys are talking over each other a lot.
I'd like to cool it down even more by stepping in and saying, I welcome any photo from 200, 300, 400 miles up that would show me the side of the building at the top of what angle we can see of the supposed sphere and the top of another building directly horizontal to whatever's taking that picture 400 miles away.
I got pulled away for a phone call for a second. Could you mind repeating that?
Well, if we can get 400 miles away and see, let's say, a third of the sphere, then we should be able to see the side of a building, or at least a building at an angle, or a mountain at an angle, and then see directly down onto the top of a mountain or a building where we couldn't see the side.
It would be tilting away from you, so I don't know how you would do that. It's also
you would definitely be able to. You would definitely be able to tell, though, right? From that.
No, I mean, basically, the thing I like to use as an example is take two broom handles. Have your son walk across your yard. Have him, while you're not looking, tilt one of them 25 degrees away from you, and you tell me which one of those is tilted.
Well, I'm not talking about that. It wasn't anything to do with what I said. From 400 miles away or 200 miles out. Above, like from the celestial point of view, right?
Oh,
you should be able to look straight down onto the top of a building and not be able to see the sides. And then if you angle at a different angle to the top portion of what you're seeing, there's a building there, then you should be able to see the sides, correct?
I'm really not following that all the way through. So
he's saying step away from your little acute angles upon the terrestrial reference frame and go to a celestial reference frame looking down upon the Earth.
Sure.
And make your observation from there. You should see things that are angling away from one another. It should be pretty blatantly obvious that you've got 2, 3, 4 different vectors going on from a high altitude perspective, but we don't see any of this. Everything is always parallel to one another and flat across the surface. This is a problem within your globe model because the fact that we're getting such large amount of observation of Earth past your 60 miles. You say there's 1 degree every 60 miles. Well, we're getting 120,000 mile altitude images, perpendicular of the Earth, showing none of these degrees of angle you speak of away from one another.
120,000 miles. Where was this? Are you talking about one of the Apollo missions?
He means feet.
Sure,
I'm pretty sure he means feet. There's no way it's 120,000 miles.
It was feet, and I misspoke. But even if we were to switch it to miles, I'm willing to assume we're still not going to see this.
Right.
Look at your one second.
Okay.
Look at your pale blue dot. Look at your pale blue dot.
Sure.
How far away was that?
I don't know. It's let's say it's somewhere between 0 and 230,000 miles.
Sure, fine. So that's a little too far. We'd have to get a little closer just to be on a level playing ground with each other here. So
wait, the pale blue dot. Hold on.
Pale blue dot. I'm sorry, God.
Yeah, that's way far. That's like
billions.
Okay. There you go. Yeah.
Too far away. So what's something around the altitude I laid out for us?
Well, blue marble would be
miles.
120,000 miles.
Yeah.
Blue marble. Okay. And do we have any? Yeah, and do we have any indication of curve within that image?
There's a big sphere in front of you.
Well, we can't see spheres with our two-dimensional eyesight, so we could say a circle that's illuminating light indicating a sphere. I would accept that.
I would say that you can tell that it's a. I mean, I don't know if they. That's only one picture, so it's hard to do with one picture. But if they have any video from that time frame, you can see the rotation of the Earth, and hence a sphere.
Was there any Doppler shift within this image?
Probably, but I don't know if you could tell it with the naked eye in a camera shot.
Well, these are the things we need to be speculating when we're analyzing cross-analyzing these types of photos, and you need to be scrutinizing it with the same level of scrutiny that you would have analyzed one of our images that we presented. So the fact that we don't see light doing what light does within these images is another argument, but you still need to ask that to yourself. So let's get back.
You jumped a lot of topics in that one statement. You jumped a lot of topics, and
I did.
One thing you were asking about, like from 120,000 feet, do I see any buildings that lean away from me? Well, what is my field of view at 100,000 feet? Not sure about that, but let's say that it's somewhere around 600 miles. What can I look at with any resolution at 600 miles to determine if it's leaning away from me? And that would be at a very oblique angle. Yeah, like
if it helps, I posted an article that has images from Worldview of the San Francisco area, both looking straight at nadir and then off at an off angle. 400 kilometers up. That's way past 120,000 kilometers.
In text chat 1 or live stream 1?
Yes.
So is this the one Rakia posted or Left Lane?
I'm neither of those guys, so no.
I'm not looking at your name. I'm looking at the
rocket scientist.
Rocket. Okay, I'm looking at that one. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this. So this bridge here, it looks like it's kind of there's nothing straight on that bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. The bridge going across, yeah, that one looks straight, but the roadways in between it and around it aren't very straight. I'm trying to get an understanding of this image here.
All the pillars.
What do you need to understand?
I don't know how you tell.
There's a picture of Hoover Dam and the bridge near it. What's wrong with it?
I'm trying to digest it. Simmer down there, son.
Well, I mean, it's like taken from an airplane. You could take a similar shot from an airplane. This one's taken from a satellite.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a very uneven topography. I don't know if this would be a good. I don't know if this would be a good example to try to see something that would be at equal, elevation, and trying to gauge it. There's nothing showing me that there's equal elevation in any of this here.
Equal elevation? What are you talking about? This is no oblique shot.
I'm talking equal elevation. Do you know what elevation is?
Yeah, what does that got to do with oblique shots? Oblique pictures.
Why would you give me an oblique picture? This isn't even what I asked for.
Rocket, I'm going to ask you because I'm looking at this and I don't know how I would tell the difference between flat and round with this image. What are you?
That's what I'm saying.
What are you speaking about?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what the guy who was asking for a picture. His constraints changed all over the place. But what I heard was he was looking for an oblique angle image from space, and that's what I posted.
Okay, yeah, but it doesn't help us with the comparison between two objects.
All right, my apologies. I was half listening, and I thought that was
okay.
Sorry about that.
And how high?
What
what altitude is that taken from?
Worldview is about 400 to 500 kilometers. I can look up the exact number if you want, but
yeah, it looks about.
Can I just get clarification? I'm confused. Are we using oblique in the same sense as obtuse? What does oblique angle mean?
Off nadir. So nadir is you're looking straight down. This is at about 30-degree off angle.
So this shot is taken at like 1,000 miles, isn't it? Like
what I want to see
miles away.
What I want to see
250 miles. Huh?
I'd like to see a city shot. I'd like to see some infrastructure, some city shot. None of this like uneven topography. Like give me something with something of I can cross reference in relation flat buildings and parallel buildings with each other.
If you go up
You
to the
can
one he
look through the
posted,
Worldview archive if you really wanted to do that.
here, Rocket posted this earlier. It's got pictures of San Francisco, both nadir and off nadir. I'm going to copy it for you since you didn't miss it.
Could I, in theory, and flat earthers, you chime in, can we measure the distance between objects, let's say over 11 miles in New York City? Can we actually measure that accurately to the inch?
You mean physically walk it off?
I mean measure it, whatever method you want to use. Can we measure that to the inch? So, I mean, one would think that one could measure the distance between the bases of two buildings and the tops of two buildings. I would suggest using survey gear, but I don't think you guys like survey gear. So how would we measure the tops of a building to the bottom of a building?
Hey, stick around.
There's a rangefinder. Was Lloyd's rangefinder good?
Yeah, that's my listen. That's my point, right? You put, instead of the two buildings, just set up two plumb bobs right next to the buildings.
No, you're not going to. They're both be vertical.
Hold on, right? They're both vertical, right? So if you have two vertical lines, they are going to be parallel, no matter how far you move those two reference points.
Only if it's not a globe and gravity doesn't have a different vector for each place. We're trying to determine that. Therefore, you can't use your method because we haven't determined that yet. We're trying to find something that's mutually exclusive.
Then understand.
Fuck you, man.
Okay, then understand.
Okay, then you like to interrupt. I'll interrupt. Fuck you, man. Come on, Rakia.
You feel survey gear. There's a guy called
Crit. Hold on, Crit. I wasn't able to. I stopped talking to let him talking again, but he was just bitching at me. So.
Oh no! You never stopped talking. I'm like, you didn't get more than 2 seconds. Okay, my question was, do we have any surveying gear that will work? And then you started coming in with interruptions.
You're right. You asked
Why do you think it's the right time to interrupt?
You asked the question.
What the fuck kind of a shithead are you? You cannot.
All right, guys. Simmer down.
You rude little shit.
You
hey,
asked.
Mocky Man. Seriously. Last warning, dude.
You better warn him.
No, dude, you're the one throwing the profanity around and the name calling. Chill out. Listen, if you can't handle the heat, go take a 5-minute cool off. If you can't handle the heat, dude.
Die slow, please.
Moyak.
Bendy, do your job, or don't please me. Okay?
Die slow. If you're going to concern troll, really, please. You're not helping. Okay.
Okay, listen.
You said what did you call me?
Just stop, guys. Just stop. Moyak, you asked the question. So I started to answer your question. Was it rhetorical or did you want to answer?
He's deafened.
I mean, that's the reason why I jumped in, because he asked a question. What kind of surveying tool can we use? So I jumped in and said, doesn't matter what kind of survey tools you use. If you drop a plumb bob, that's going to have a vertical reference point, right? It's going to be vertical. It doesn't matter how far you then remove one plumb bob from the other. If they both show vertical, they're both parallel. There's no reason to think that they're not.
Yeah, I agree. If the building is the same size from top to bottom, and it's you're saying it's plumb, you can drop a plumb line a foot away from the top, and it should be a foot away from the bottom unless the wind's affecting or whatever. I mean, you can measure that distance.
Yes, but the question is, and the argument is, are all plumb bobs uniform? And the answer to that is a question right now.
Oh,
which we have. God damn it!
Jesus,
what the fuck, dude? You asked a question.
3 words in.
No, you ask a question and
I
then
did
you
not
keep
ask a
going.
question. My question, you can tell when I stop speaking.
Did I cut you off? I'm sorry if I did. I didn't realize I did.
Jesus fucking Christ. And it's not just
Moyak,
you. It's
you gotta relax. You gotta relax, man. It wasn't trying to step on you. You gotta relax, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm reacting mostly to Travis because he was in the media.
You're just getting
now.
Okay, well, either way,
everybody else fired up.
Because you're overboard right here. But keep going. I'm sorry. I'll go on mute.
So the question at hand is: are all vertical lines the same? And in order to determine that, we have to have a test that is mutually exclusive to determine that.
Yeah, okay, I see your point. Now, I asked this earlier, not to you, but to someone else. If we hung a physical plumb bob, right, at a point, a local area, and then how far away will we need to hang another physical plumb bob where we could physically measure the bottom and top of those plumb bob lines to actually see the difference? How far away would you?
Well, they tell you it's 60 miles every 1 degree, right, of angle.
But yeah, but
see, this was my point. I'm sorry, this was my point. We're begging the question. You're conflating two different physical models. One, Rakia, you and I drop a plumb bob. We don't need to measure anything. We know they're parallel. The only reason anybody would question is because they assume that you're on a globe. So we're talking about something that is a result of the Earth being a globe. The burden then is the Earth is a globe. Don't impose your model and tell me that the two plumb bobs are diverging away from each other, because the only way you know they are is if you assume the ball exists.
Not true. We measure it.
No, reciprocal zenith angles.
So we have an argument. We have proof. Now you have to disprove that proof.
Okay, great. Now Rakia just asked you how far apart do those plumb bobs need to be?
500 meters. You asked a question.
Yeah, they have to
give you the answer.
So 500 meters, that's fine. And what would be the difference in feet, or it wouldn't even be feet, but in a physical measurement, not an angle measurement. Like, I don't want a degree. I want how many feet from the bottom. If the bottom measures 73 feet.
Cross measuring both of these two plumb, let's call them poles or buildings. You're talking cross reference measuring, right? You're asking how many inches is it going to be off from one another being out of square?
Yeah,
that would be how tall it was to determine that. But 14 arc seconds over that distance, I have no idea how to convert.
You're right. Actually, you're right. That is a variable. That's a variable we left out. We have to give it a height because that's
we're not talking about the cross reference. We're just talking about the bottom being 500 meters and the top being 500 meters plus, right?
Right. So let me jump in just real quick, because I think that this is the issue. Okay, if you have a sphere on a piece of paper, or you draw a sphere with 0 and you go all the way around with 360 degrees, right? When you know how far away 40 is because you've got degrees. So that's how away the angle is. It's a 45-degree angle, right? So what's the degree of the angle between one plumb bob at 0 and the other plumb bob at 1,500 feet? The only way you're going to know is if you use the math of a predetermined value of the globe and then just do the back entry. You're not going to be able to measure that degree.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to measure the
There is no determination. There's a measurement. There's a measurement of angle. You actually take the angles. You are measuring the angles. Now, you could say that it might be some optical phenomena, but there is a 14 arc second difference between the two of those, greater than 180.
Okay, how much is 14 degrees of an arc second in the degrees of a circle? Like what does that work out to be?
An arc second is 1/3600th.
Okay, I'm going to ask again. Okay, if you show me on a globe model, one point in New York and one point in Miami, Florida, how many degrees on your globe are they apart? Let's just say it's 31.
Sure.
How many degrees? What's the breakdown of your 14 seconds in those 31 degrees?
Do you understand 1/3600th of 1 degree?
Well, that's why he's asking you, man.
I know. It's 1/3600. So multiply the degrees by 3600 by
31.
By 3600. 31
right,
times
you're only going to
3600.
do it right. You're not measuring anything. You're doing math. That's just what I said.
You asked me
exactly
to do that.
what I said.
You asked me to do that.
No, listen. No. Your 14 degrees of arc second is a visual observation. The minute you move past that, you're imposing a globe model with predetermined values and then doing math with that. That's what I'm saying. You're not measuring anything.
I see now. That's pretty tricky. Tricky.
No, actually, I am measuring everywhere I observe a 14 arc. Let's just say I observe 14 arc seconds of divergence between any 2 points, and if I go to 3,600 feet, and I find it to be 28 arc seconds of divergence.
How do you convert those arc seconds into a measurable, calculable form, like a unit of measure?
It is a unit of measure.
Yeah, well, let's put it into an actual lineal unit of measure.
Distance measure. I measure the distance, and I find it, and I compare the arc seconds to it.
I didn't ask you how you did your formula. I'm saying convert it, your arc second, into a lineal unit of measure. How do we do that?
69 degrees is 1 degree. 69 miles is 1 degree.
69 miles is 1 degree, and 1 degree equals what in a lineal unit of measure?
1 mile is 6,000 nautical feet. No, wait, 6,000 feet.
Did you get that, Copernicus?
What?
1 nautical mile is 6,000 feet.
No. Wait. What?
He's still moving on a linear fashion, though.
We're not talking, George. You came in a little late. We're talking cross-referencing two plumb buildings or poles, what have you. One being in, he said, New York, and the other one being in Miami. We want to know the distance that's out of square from the bottom of the buildings to the top of the buildings. And I'm wondering if Copernicus is following.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia right now, so my static is a little bad.
I mean, I'm still confused. Why can't you infer something? Like, if I'm looking at something, I see divergence. Now, let's assume that divergence does show up in the optics of these units when I look at it. I see there's more than 180 degrees when I do a reciprocal zenith angle. And everywhere I look, every direction I look, in 500-foot increments, I find that they diverge by 14 arc seconds. And if I double that distance, it becomes 28 arc seconds.
But again,
what's wrong with that? That is now telling me that those are not parallel. No. Those are not parallel lines.
No one's subscribing to your arc seconds, man. Like, that's why we're asking you to see if you can formulate this into a linear unit of measure, because you're overcomplicating everything as to try to hide behind the reality of the fact that you're wrong. And it's you know what I'm saying?
But it's like you're asking to convert gallons to inches. I'm really not sure what.
Yeah, gallons can be converted to inches.
Not really.
Really?
Okay.
Cubic metric volume.
Yeah, that's how you do it at like a gas station. Yeah, like if you ever worked at a gas station and you have to like put a stick down and see how many inches are available on the
now,
stick.
Convert that to gallons without knowing the dimensions of the gas tank.
Yeah.
So again, let's not obfuscate.
So Moyak, in my opinion, again, you're looking at a visual deviation that you're interpreting as a deviation in angle, whereas it's a deviation that is created optically because of looking and how our vision.
That's wonderful that that's what you think.
Yeah. So we're both on the same page, right? We're both on the same page. You can't prove your claim, and I can't prove mine. Both of them, for you and me, are intuitive. We make those inferences. Just like when I have two, if someone set up a plumb bob a quarter mile away from me and set it up and it was 90 degrees, and I set one up for myself, I would infer that those two plumb bobs are parallel. Nothing would make me think that there is anything to think otherwise. That's my inference.
Unless you start presupposing things and then start adding, start adding confusion. Preset to fit. Again, let's get back to lineal units of measure, so we're all on the same page and we're not just conveying our feelings to one another.
Well, when we talk about arc seconds, you say they don't convert to reality and they're confusing and they're fuzzy and all this stuff. What is the problem here? We use these for geodetic surveying. We actually use this to determine the height of a mountain. 100 miles away, we look towards Mount Everest and we come to the actual height of the mountain. These little arc seconds mean things. They're not just random numbers generated by a random number.
You're fitting reality into your presupposed model, and we're not going to subscribe to that. Okay, there's other means of measure. Angles.
Okay. How did they determine the height of Mount Everest? Did they use tape measures?
No,
Well,
but then
carrying the argument a different direction
they
now.
need to have a straight baseline. The baseline for that triangle needs to be straight.
Okay. Is it did we get the accurate height? We must have done
Needs
something
to be
right.
straight.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand, but did we measure it accurately? So we apparently have a method of doing this, unless you contest that Mount Everest is not as tall as we say it is.
I mean,
Yeah,
who's
with
to say,
straight
man?
with straight
Again, we
lines.
have
Yeah.
to take your model for it.
No, you don't have to take my model for it. You have to tell me whether it's the exact altitude we say it is.
I haven't measured it yet.
Ah, okay. So you think that Mount Everest is in question of height? Okay.
You need to have a
never
flat
said that,
surface
but you
in
know
order
what?
to establish
Everything
an
coming from you
altitude.
guys is in question.
Yeah, I mean, I would hold it in. I mean, I'm not going to die on that hill, but if they say that it's 24,000 change, they could be off, or even 1,000, couldn't they?
No, it
Are
could
you
be
telling
1,000
me-
feet. Are you saying you can't determine the difference between 29,000 and 1,000?
I'm asking you. I'm asking
I was
you
asking
exactly
you
what
back.
you're claiming.
And I answered. you.
Okay, I haven't gotten dirty. Chill out. Okay. Do you know what the elevation of Mount Everest is? By any, I just
29,000
matter
and
of
change. I don't remember the exact.
do you?
I answered.
Okay, so you changes. Okay,
You're
so
breaking up.
are you telling
You're breaking up.
you think
How
that
long are we gonna let him just talk and blather like this?
that
Yeah, I
Hey,
can't
Moya.
hear you either.
The number you were looking for was 29,031 feet.
Oh man, I was off.
okay, do you think that's precise to the millimeter? Do you think that is precise to the millimeter?
It's precise to
How
the
about
inch.
now?
I
Is
know
that any
they're
better?
talking
Is
about.
that any better?
They're talking about the growth.
Yeah,
of the
I'm
mountain.
sorry. The
They're talking about.
connections out here.
They talk about the upheaving of the mountain, so they are measuring it to the inch. But I don't think they use the same methods anymore. I think they're doing all the GPS now.
Yeah, I need to have a baseline, a level line, in order to do that measurement.
Well, then how did they do it?
Or a datum.
How did they do it, fella?
Yeah, just like I said to you.
So they cut
You need
under
to have
the mountain. They drilled a hole in the mountain.
you need to have a level line. Normally, it's from sea level.
Yep.
So now you have a baseline level line, a straight line to the 90 degree of what you estimate to be the foot of the mountain, in order to have an angle to the top.
Sadly, they had to use
You
curvature of the
you
earth.
cannot achieve this 90 degree angle, yeah, if you don't have a straight line level.
Okay.
I don't
Did they do
understand that.
No, he's
Yeah.
right. And then the answer is we don't have that 90-degree angle. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we do measure like that, though.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
Well, then
No.
That's the angle that you're going to measure. You're going to
No, we-
measure an angle in degrees, and that triangle can only be achieved if you have straight lines.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh my
that's a 10th man argument.
Are you trying to make the sextant argument for the height of Mount Everest?
Hold on, just real quick. There's no reason to poison the well, Howard.
No,
Anybody
that's it. No, I recognize the tactic. It's part of the
It doesn't matter. Okay, listen. Okay, so does that mean that we should trust the argument 100%,
Haven
or
and
are
Travis,
you
no.
using your comment?
It's incorrect.
Would
Right.
you like
It
to
is
respond,
precise.
George? Would you like to respond to the fact that the argument you are making is silly? And
well,
wrong.
It's not silly. What do you mean silly?
That 90-degree angle is greater than 90 degrees.
Can you go through the steps of how you're going to determine this?
Sure. Would
this
you
geometry,
like?
please?
Yes. Have you ever read The American Practical Navigator by Bowditch?
What's the relevance?
It is the steps. It's literally the book that tells you how to do it.
So a very simple,
You need right
picture.
You need straight lines.
A very simple
in order
picture
to achieve an
of
angle.
how to do this has been now posted in chat. You
Oh, that's a good
take
one. Thanks.
measurements from 2 positions, and then you can extrapolate the rest of the information. You don't have to be the 90. You don't have to get to the 90-degree angle at the very base of the mountain, because that is impossible. But you can get that information by taking 2 angle measurements, like shown in the imaging.
Yeah, those two measurements, they're going to meet at the same point, at the 90-degree angle to the top of the mountain.
What?
That baseline is to be a level line, horizontal, plane, level.
No, you were right when you
Yes.
said level. You were wrong when you started putting in other words.
Really? Which other word I said wrong? Level is not horizontal?
Correct. Level is not horizontal.
So if you have a leveled surface, what happens if you put a sphere on top of it?
It reacts to the forces upon it.
Which forces? What's going to happen to the sphere?
It will react to the forces upon it.
Like what? It's going to roll.
It might.
So the surface is not level then.
Well, I mean, if there's a giant wind,
we know what level
that's
means.
Yes, George.
Level
can you
means
hear
no
the
parts
words that are
higher
coming
than
out
the
of my
other.
mouth? George, can you
Yes,
hear
but
the words coming out of my mouth?
You're not making sense.
Okay, let me try again. If there's a fucking wind, the ball will roll.
No,
If
we're
there's
talking about
any force on
we're
the
talking
ball,
about the
it will
surface
react.
being level. We're not talking about
Okay.
other forces.
It will react to all forces on it. That's the answer.
I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
If the surface is level, the ball doesn't move anywhere.
I think there's one thing about this Mount Everest
So
measurement. It's done it like
level
No.
has a specific
Don't red
vector.
herring.
Horizontal level has a specific vector. Horizontal vector. If
Well,
it's
it's
level,
it's also
in
funny
different
they say
directions in the same level. Oh, it's wrong.
Yeah, it's
You
way
don't
wrong.
You don't know what level is then.
Level is equal distance from the center of mass.
No, it's not. Level means no part higher
According
than
to
the
the
other.
dictionary, it is.
No, it's not.
So unless the
No, it's not. Which
dictionary, all
dictionary?
geodetic
Level means no
Webster's.
part higher than the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
There
let me go.
are different contexts of level. When we're talking about geographic level, it is equidistant.
It's a
from the
straight
center.
line, horizontal line.
Hold on. When they're
No, it's
talking about
not.
gravity, the presupposed a force of gravity, which no one's ever really explained, only used to fit within their narrative. Then
Oh,
yeah,
good. Ken Wheeler's
you're talking level. Level's a little different. But when we're talking about actual logical reality, George is hyper concise with what he's telling you.
George is hyper wrong with what he's saying, and it goes against all navigation.
Well, anyway, if you're talking about the picture that
Would you
was
like?
posted,
Hold on. Do
hang
you want quotes?
You, okay. Drink a Kool-Aid. You got me. You got me here.
Yeah. Sorry, Rocky.
Okay.
I
No
apologize.
problem. I was just making sure you could hear me. The picture that was posted is showing a 90-degree to vertical, which is a horizontal line, which those surveyors are on. Are you saying that line is curving?
Well, I'd like to chime in on that a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
As I understand it, they took these images at something like 100 miles. When they took those measurements, I'm going to intuitively say that they actually found that mountain to be much shorter than it was supposed to be. And in order to get the actual height, they had to actually take into account the curvature of the Earth.
So you mean calculate the curvature of the Earth? Yeah.
Well, not calculate the curvature. That's taking the understood curvature.
Well, just based on this picture, they're on a horizontal line. Would you agree with me there?
Yeah, because this is a simplified picture. Yes.
Right. So to make it, yeah, this is how it's done. But
It is
to
a
make
cartoon, yes.
Right, I understand. But to make it's your model, right? If it was your model, that line with that red 90-degree from vertical would actually curve down towards the surveyors, right?
No, the 90-degree would still be there. It's just that the bottom line wouldn't be a straight line.
Right, it would be curved line, not horizontal.
That's
Yeah,
what Ricky was
it
saying.
would be an arc length. Yeah, it would be an arc.
Right,
and in order to get the accurate height of the mountain, you do have to incorporate that into your measurement.
So this measurement to the mountain, it says it's 16,520. That's wrong, right?
That's not
Yeah, this isn't Mount Everest. This is just a mountain.
Oh, how to measure to the
generate.
top of a mountain. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
you. Using a non-arcing line.
Yeah.
So not how they actually measured.
The principle is very, very simple, or simply similar. You just need to do a little bit of extra math.
Well, except that there's no 90-degree from vertical, and that the bottom line would now be an arc.
Yeah, because the plumbs aren't parallel between the stations and the top of the mountain, or the bottom of the mountain.
So really, this isn't at all how you would measure on
This
on
is
your model.
very close.
Actually, I think this is how they do measure it, and then they include into it.
They calculate
based on
it
what
in.
I've seen, like with the main surveyor and stuff. It looks
I
like
think
at that
you're
point,
exactly
it's
right.
calculation of the curvature.
So we don't have a measurement then. We just have a calculation.
No, we have measurements.
We have a
In fact,
measurement from
we-
horizontal.
No,
then we
in fact,
calculate
we have
in the
measurements
This is exactly how it's done.
We have measurements from
That
above.
baseline. Listen, that
That's how it's
baseline.
done.
The
currently.
surveyor going to establish
George, you're
that
talking
baseline
shit.
to be leveled. The surveyor
You're
is going to
talking
calculate
shit, George.
that
late.
that
These
bottom line is
lines
to be
are
leveled.
measured from the.
Then why does the mountain appear 2 miles shorter than it should? In reality, when you measure Mount Everest.
Really? Wow. So the lamppost at the end of the road, is lower than the lamppost above my head.
By fractions of an inch, you could possibly tell that.
So no curvature then.
No. Oh, what are you saying? You're saying is it a line of equally height poles coming down? No. But the beauty of that is if you get up to the same height.
So the lamppost at the end of the road is lower, is by the floor, next to the ground.
George, forgive me. Let me get in here a little bit. George, you got to quit clipping, man. I'm trying to keep them from clipping you, but you're clipping also, so it's unfair. I know you're not doing it bad, but you just realize that you're doing it. But I'm kind of on George's side here of what I know. They take a horizontal measurement that's a vertical change from mean sea level and then create benchmarks. They work their way up in elevation, which is away from the shore usually. And when they get to a base of a mountain, they place a benchmark there and take a horizontal. They create a horizontal line to that vertical, which is perpendicular, and measure to the top of that, mountaintop, which is an angle, and they can compute it using sine and cosine. But it's all using straight lines.
I agree that they use straight lines, but
Interesting.
the final conversion to an accurate height involves a curve, especially over long distances like the Mount Everest.
I also wonder what, because people will be bringing GPS devices up there. I wonder what they say about the height.
GPS is also a calculation. Drink Kool-Aid. You know you're unmuted, right?
Yeah, and
Okay,
I was
go ahead.
waiting to get in.
No
You
problem. I just want to make sure.
You guys know that the height of this mountain has been measured from above it, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's it.
Yeah.
Do you mean the
The
satellite
height-
measurement, or do you mean
Yeah.
airplanes?
There you go, Moyak. You got it.
Satellite
That's how
measurements.
That's how we make those measurements from above.
I don't know if those are precise to the inch.
If you're on the top of a building, you look down and you know the height of the building.
Can you determine how long it took the light to bounce from the bottom of the building to your eye?
Now, you are telling me that these measurements you can do it from the air, from above. So if you're in the air, how can you measure the building?
Sure. You take how long it takes the pulse you send out, you time how long it takes for it to bounce off the surface of the Earth and back to you.
Yeah, that's also a calculation. So we're talking about measuring.
Does it not work?
No, I'm not
No.
saying it doesn't
No,
work.
apparently
I
it doesn't.
think laser. We talked about this last night. I think laser rangefinders are extremely accurate in a lot of cases, but we were also talking about how it's not actually light, that it's frequency based. A lot of people agreed with that.
Oh,
So
I'm not sure what that means. You saying is that frequency based? That doesn't. You do use a specific frequency with a laser, but I could do it with radio. I could do it with 100 hertz signal, 1,000 hertz signal, 10,000 hertz signal.
They're all electromagnetic radiation.
Does that affect its accuracy?
So when we're building something, these are the tools that we use to actually build the things. Yeah.
We didn't build Mount Everest.
Yeah, surveying equipment is what we use to build things. Yes, and
So you use these lasers to survey.
Sure.
And you survey it from up in the air.
Surveying, yes, in the fashion.
I mean, they can do it from planes and helicopters if they needed to for some
I'm
reason.
impressed, guys.
You can't get helicopters to the height of Mount Everest.
I'm just saying, in general, surveying can be done for planes and helicopters.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that was, you're really low.
Do we need to have a parachuting
okay?
Exam or something in order to be a surveyor in the air or something?
Okay, so wait, can you guys hear me?
Hi, Travis.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay, well, for what it's worth. Okay, so taking the measurement of Everest from a satellite, is that from Nader?
I don't know. No, it was done by the one of the space shuttle missions. At least one of them was done by the space shuttle missions.
We've been doing it for a
So
lot.
it's from an oblique angle.
Yes.
So then you're
not
having to
oblique,
deal
oblique,
with
perpendicular. It'd be like right overhead.
Right.
So Nader, it's just straight overhead.
Nader is straight overhead of one point on Earth at one given time. This ISS was going in a path that was taking images, or not images, but soundings as it traveled.
So how did they do? So how did they get to the very tip of Mount Everest? Right, like you'd have to get a precise ping on that spot to get back to you. Telling me that they can do that?
Yeah,
Actually,
you would have to be able to hover over it to paint that target, unless they can do it along the way. And if they did, then you'd have to show it.
So, have you guys ever gone fishing?
What is that?
Fishing, like on a boat?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, never
Okay.
heard of that one. Come on, man.
Have you ever used a fish finder?
Yep.
Have you ever used one that maps to the bottom in 3D detail? They've been out for about 10 years.
How far away? Yeah, how
You're freaking out.
Right?
Doesn't map it in 3D. It only gives you a topography.
You'd be surprised, dude.
No, I got one.
Topography is two-dimensional. Sorry, bud.
You
You'd be surprised.
Fish. I definitely have a 3D mapping of up to.
Oh, really? You got a hologram? You got a holographic fish finder, yeah?
How do you establish the depth of these places?
Well,
They're
hold on.
sending sonar waves.
Whoever
I
said
don't
that
think
was.
they understand what 3D is. You have.
I don't think you
height-
understand.
If you're looking underneath the water, you have height.
Zanuck. Okay, Zanuck, hang on. No, you hold on. Hang on one second. Zanuck, you're not going to come up in here and the first word saying we don't understand. Please calm down. You came in hot on a conversation that 3 or 4 people were having already. We'll let you in, but just hang on a second. Is everybody there?
I would actually agree with Dicelo. The surface it's mapping is 2D. Thanks for fixing that problem we've had for like days, Dicelo.
Yeah,
it's
my
called,
point
it's
though.
called topography, bud.
So you don't
I guess
agree that a 3-dimensional surface is a 3-dimensional shape, but rather 2-dimensional, like math says, and the rest of us agree with, right?
Wait. If you're
What I'm
measuring
saying-
the height of those bumps, isn't that 3D? You have front of you, to the sides of you, that's the 2D. If you can tell how big those bumps are on the ground, that's the third dimension. Do you not agree?
I agree with Zanuck. I thought it was always 3D when I
It
was
is
looking
3D.
at that.
Of course, it's 3D.
It presents on a 2D screen, but the
That's not
information
what it
is
is.
three-dimensional.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
And it's very difficult to show 3D on a 2D screen, but there was ways of doing that, and they do it.
They do
But
it with color.
Yeah,
it is
it's depth and
correct.
topography.
Correct, with colors. So it is a 3D image, and it is
Representation.
measuring 3D because it is showing you the third dimension, which is the height above the surface.
Yeah, I guess it's showing it in shades or different colors. You're right, maybe, but it is definitely on a 2D screen. Well, anyway, I mean, I think we agree that it's pretty accurate, but I can tell you that my depth finder and the true length of line are always different, but it's not by much. So it is pretty accurate even in the smaller units. Sure, NASA or somebody else is using higher
So
tech stuff.
if your relative cheap one that it is on your boat can be pretty accurate, how accurate do you think the one they spent way too much money on is going to be?
Yeah, I don't like I just said, I'm sure it's probably theirs are more
That's
accurate.
not a legitimate argument.
Yeah, I don't know. I could never prove that. Or
Yeah, that's not a legitimate argument. Because you're also increasing the distance from the, just because you've got a fish finder.
Yeah, okay. I was trying to think how deep they go. And you're right. It is an increase in the distance. It's also going through a much less dense medium.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that you're going through a medium that deviates and refracts.
Oh, I thought water did that too, though. Doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying that from a satellite's position going down to the surface of the Earth, you're increasing density all the way down.
I think one of the interesting things here is that you have this is one thing that one of the I think it likes to say. You have co-witnessed evidence, which is you measure it from your with GPS, you measure it with surveying equipment. You also measure it with LiDAR or some such from satellites. All of these co-witness each other. Different techniques, different methodology, and they all come up with the same answer. I think we know the height of Mount Everest pretty damn
Yeah. I understand the rhetoric of what you just said, but you haven't verified any of that. You're just repeating the narrative of what they said they've done.
So your statement is that
we are forgetting. We are forgetting again the elephant in the room. For you to do this, even in plain flight, like your pictures demonstrate there,
sure,
you need to be in a level flight.
Yeah.
Because your starting point from your measurement needs to be level throughout. In order to measure the topography angles going up and down. So again, welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, you need straight tangents, man, and that's what you guys use is straight tangents to give your elevations. All right. So the only time you guys used radiance is within your GPS and your coordinate systems, where you guys have presupposed the nature of Earth.
What?
Hey George, could you explain to me how we get orbits on a flat Earth?
Can you explain orbits?
Things go in a circle. Big deal.
Like, how do we get an energy-free or an energy-efficient orbit?
You don't even know what energy is, bud.
Listen,
what is an orbit?
Are you serious? Do you know how much time that would take for us?
What else we got going on?
Do you know how much time that would take for us to redirect our attention for the rest of our lives to do engineering for this? There's no way we could answer this question right now without just...
He just wants to red herring the argument.
Yeah, that's a red herring.
He just lost again. He just lost his argument again. Because he needs straight lines for all these things to happen. If you do it from the ground up or from the air down, it's the same thing. You need to have straight lines in order for this to happen.
Yeah, it does seem like you would need level flight, right? Or again, you would have to be calculating it. if you were going over a arced surface trying to get a certain point of elevation at the top of a mountain, and you're also traveling, you know, in an orbit or an arc, you know, falling or whatever you say you're doing, that would be a lot, you know, even more calculations. So it's again getting away from measuring, but I don't know, what are we disputing here?
Well, my question was if you guys are now agreeing that the satellites and the GPS are measuring Mount Everest from above, and we say they're orbit. Are they not in orbit?
Not satellites. No satellites. Airplanes.
Yeah, who knows? But is the topic the height of Mount Everest at its peak above sea level? Is that what we're questioning here? Because I don't think anyone questions that.
Actually, Travis just questioned that exact thing.
So
Well,
it might be
we
off
only
a
question-
couple of feet.
Well, hold on. Let's back up. We questioned due to the fact that they were using arc radiant seconds to measure things, and we told them that they need a lineal unit of measure, not this presupposed curvature that they're using to measure everything with, and that's how we got onto this topic.
Curvature's not presupposed.
Yeah, I mean the trouble is if there is an established foundation, whether you accept it or not, that this is, you know, that the shape of the Earth is reasonably accurately determined, then it's not a presupposition. This is based on their foundation. You just disagree with it.
Listen, when we measure things, we measure in such a way to where it verifies that we're actually getting some sort of a calculable measure. All right. When you start placing these spherical units of measure up and saying that we're measuring it this way because it is such, you're presupposing something to be. Lineal units of measure is significantly fine. We do it all the time in building. We don't use arc radiant seconds and all this extra fancy jazz to build stuff. All right. And even when we're connecting the things that we've built to something else that's already been pre-built, so everything falls in unison with one another.
No, you use some trigonometry to measure Everest first.
Go ahead.
Wasn't that how they first measured Everest? Was just with normal trig.
Yeah, they're off by 80. They're off by 85 centimeters.
You guys are red herring away from the argument with your Mount Everest, because we're talking about two objects in relation to one another, and you guys want to dance away to one giant object. We're not.
Yeah,
We
were talking about co-witnessing and how, you know, different mechanisms come to pretty much the same answer. I thought that was
we were talking about the surface tops of buildings from high altitude observations. Don't show them angling away from one another, and somehow you guys want to carry the argument away to understanding the height of one object. You guys do this all the time.
No,
this is what you're.
That's not true.
You're looking at such a. I always use the analogy in comparison to looking at a car next to you and saying what the camber is of that tire by looking at it from the side. You can't do it. It's almost impossible. Human perception is not able to do the discern between.
We're not talking about acute angles, Zanuck. We were talking about perpendicular.
We're talking about an obtuse angle.
We're talking about perpendicular observation. Somebody going straight up from the surface of Earth, very high altitudes, looking down, looking straight down over a large city, and not seeing surface tops angle away from one another over large distances.
The same.
Yeah.
You're looking at the same exact.
How far does it take to get one? Do you remember how far it takes to get 1 degree difference?
60 miles.
You
Well,
expect to
one person
perceive
said
that?
60, another person said 69 or something.
Depends
so.
whether they're measuring statute or nautical miles.
Right.
Yeah.
So you got 69 miles. You're above the ground, and you're looking 30 to 30 miles one way and 30 miles to the other way. And you're going to tell me that you can tell if a building is angled 1 degree away from you.
Well,
we're not looking over 60 miles. I'm talking high altitude observations, like several miles from the surface, looking down over large.
You're 20,000, 30,000
distances.
feet. 30,000 feet, looking straight down.
Let's go higher.
100,000 feet. You're looking straight down. You're looking left to right and seeing an angle of a dot. It would look like a dot at that height. If it's angled.
What's the percentage of Earth are we seeing at 100,000 miles perpendicular, looking from top down?
But do 250 miles in all directions.
Can you even see the buildings?
So a total radius of 250 miles. If
What's
like
the
50,000
percentage?
feet. Maybe
What's
maybe
the percentage
maybe
with what you're
500.
given?
Hold on. At 100,000 feet, probably 500 miles.
Okay, so if that's what the number you want to go with, what does that equate to in a percentage within the Earth in its full entirety?
500 miles?
Yeah,
Roughly
500
500
miles.
divided by, that's so tough to figure out. Hold on.
That's 1% is 60, right? No, 60 is not 1%.
Your
1
buddy's
degree.
crunching the
Yeah,
numbers. Just
1
give
degree.
him a minute.
So 5 degrees, right?
Shill's crunching the numbers. Just give him a minute. Bear with him.
I disassociated
I'm
what numbers
crunching
it
the
was.
numbers. Oh no, I was just saying it's so difficult to figure out. I mean, I
It's
don't
not
know
that
how to figure
difficult.
it out.
We got 60
All
miles.
right. So
right?
all right.
Hold
How
on.
about this?
We got 60. Hold on. We got 60 divided by 500, right? Inverse on that. It's 8 times more. You have 8 times more surface than the 60 miles, right? And 8 times the degrees. So you have 1 degree. You have 8 degrees.
I asked for percentage. Why do we keep going off?
Percentage of what? Percentage of a circle?
I want a percentage of how much of the Earth we're seeing from this vantage point.
I just told you. Well, from the point where you can only see 60 miles, that would be 1%. Or 1 degree.
You said 60
1
miles.
degree.
Yeah,
1 degree is 0.02002 degrees. 2%. That's 0.2%. So 0.2%. Hold on. 0.2% times 8, you'd see 0.02% of the Earth.
Okay, so what do they tell us from the ISS station that they're seeing when they take their video footage of Earth? How much of a percentage of Earth is that? Because I heard different.
I heard like 45% or 25%, something like that.
No,
no,
no.
Not even.
1,500 miles.
All right.
How
So
many?
how many miles up there are they?
250.
They're up 250 miles. You said that 60 miles we're going to get 0.02%, and they're saying at 250 miles we're getting how much of a percentage? I'm hearing different numbers here.
I think
it's going to be a triangle. We're using triangle. We're using trigonometry here. It's not going to be directly linear, or
I think you're
one
seeing
for
like
one.
3 or 4% of Earth's surface.
That's what I've heard. This is what I've heard.
3% is the number I've heard.
Okay, so does 3% equate with what Zanuck gave at 0.02 with 60 miles? It doesn't sound like it to me.
I don't know what calculation.
Yes, it does, because you're looking at a triangle. Remember, I told you it's not 1 for 1. As you go up, you get a lot more field of view. You understand why? I'll take that as a yes.
No, please explain it. I don't think anyone's agreeing with you, Zan.
The same reason when Arma gave his Planck explanation earlier, right? The farther you go away, the more extreme the angle becomes.
Yeah, you're going on a
Makes
straight
sense?
fashion up. You're increasing
You have more
your
acute
radius.
angles at the horizon as you're lower. As you go up, those angles become less acute. So there's going to be more vision of the Earth surface as you go higher. Disproportionate or proportional, but not 1 to 1. I don't know the word I'm looking for, but not 1 to 1 as you go higher. You don't just double the vision if you go double the height. You almost probably 3 or 4 times it.
So if we took,
Or at least 1.4 times.
So if we took 2 surface objects that were visible, whether they were states, let's just say, fairly flat or something, and they were at both opposing ends of this this image at 500 miles apart, and they were 4% different from each other as far as their alignment with perpendicular from the surface, would this be visible to the naked eye within the image?
Would what be visible from the naked eye?
Would we be able to see these 2 surfaces angling away from each other at 4% from the image? Like, would we be able to pick that up?
Yeah, if you had something to reference it to, of course. You can actually see it just by like if you have square states or square counties that are etched in the ground, and you saw them at the distance, you see this angulation by the from the curvature.
nothing we can see on Earth with the resolutions that we can achieve. Like you're trying to bring in how many miles? How many square miles?
500.
500 square miles. We're 500 miles across. It's squared, so it's thousands of square miles.
Okay.
You want to take with one image thousands of square miles and then see the angles of buildings in that one.
250,000 square miles.
250,000 square miles. Now, what is the?
I didn't say
building. One pixel going to represent, and how many?
Yeah,
how
I
many
didn't say buildings. Hello, you're red herring the argument. I didn't say buildings. I opened it up to a larger facet being states.
States are not. There's not like lines on states and stuff. So what are you going to be comparing? You're going to need objects, straight objects.
To be fair, Dice, though, we're just back to the we can take two plumb observations and then see if they're parallel to each other argument, aren't we?
Yeah, that's basically all I'm getting at. I mean, yeah, I'm just
and
trying to make
when we measure two plumb lines and they're a reasonable distance apart, guess what? They're not parallel to each other.
Well, this is using your methodology of thinking, but again, in actuality, this isn't what we see.
Those are just words. You need to show it, please.
Fact.
Observations and measurements.
What? You go down
which is why 99 degrees had to say you can't take optical measurements of anything, and then people started pointing out, well, you use your eyes to read most instruments, so we can't rely on our eyes to be a reasonable reflection of reality.
And we can't use our eyes to look at the stuff in videos because our eyes are optical. So any video that Travis gives us is irrelevant because we have to use our eyes to see it.
I believe I posted Travis will be gutted at this news.
Well, the easy way to do this is to look at the horizon drop, and you can do this in a myriad of conditions to rule out refraction if that's a concern of yours. You can measure the refraction by making certain changes. That's what's the beauty about refraction and those type of principles. We understand them well, and we know. Hold on, I'm almost done. We understand them well enough to whereas if we see change and plot the change, they have incredible predictive qualities, which follow the laws of perspective and follows the laws of refraction.
Hey, just real quick. I'm sorry. Lael, what was your?
I don't know. You could just cut out.
My printer is set up and working, and it's rather cool. So
you can also virtually eliminate.
Wait, I'm trying to talk. Can you guys not hear me?
No, you were going.
Travis. Out.
Try getting. Try getting a real phone.
Robot.
Robot.
We can eliminate all refraction effects by going to the tops of mountains and just doing our observations from the tops of mountains.
There is no refraction in geometry.
Well, there is refraction in the real world, so what is that conversation?
Yeah, but not in geometry. A straight line still stays a straight line.
So you're saying the refractive effect falls off the higher in altitude you go?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, the angle changes, the refraction changes.
Okay, but is that looking across the atmos, or is that looking perpendicular, like straight down at the surface?
Well, that's a stupid word, but yes, it's looking across the atmosphere.
Okay, now I'm asking you: does the refractive index fall off when you're looking parallel, like
refractive index doesn't change? The angle of incidence changes. So if you're looking straight down, there's no angle of incidence, so no refraction.
I wasn't.
Okay. It's only across the edge, like at an acute angle.
It's only when there is an angle between where you're looking from and where you're looking to.
So
versus the medium you're looking through.
Then this brings me back to my original question I've asked multiple times that no one seems to answer, is why don't we see refraction within your images from space that you guys post of Earth in its entirety? I'm not talking the ISS, I'm talking like Hemorrhoid or Apollo. Anytime you give Earth in its entirety, we never see your refraction doing anything with light off the edges or anything.
As the sun rises, we see refraction from the ISS, yes.
I didn't say, why are you red herring? You just red herring me, Zanuck. I said, not talking about the ISS. I'm talking Earth in its entirety. When you have space around the edges of Earth.
We see half of it.
Okay, that's nice. So when you see half of Earth, when you have space around,
which is shown also by the ISS.
Stop clipping, please.
Let him finish.
When you see space around all four corners of the image, right? And we're looking at Earth from what you provide, we don't see refraction or light doing anything as indicated, which is highly suspicious.
How would you expect that to manifest itself when the atmosphere?
I would expect.
Hold on, no, I'm still talking. When the atmosphere is only a fraction of a little skin around that Earth, how much refraction would you expect? Even if it had 100% refraction, you really wouldn't be able to tell much from space.
So given the depths of our atmosphere, as well as the medium that Earth is swimming in, the water, all of this would have to be taken into account with light coming in, convexing, converging, absorbing, doing all the things light does.
Quick question to you, Dicelo. Have you ever investigated a high-res picture of the Earth?
If you can provide one, I would be obliged.
No, I'm just asking if you have. Okay. So again, now what you need to do is look at. Okay, so let's talk about the Himawari, which I think you mentioned. So next thing I'd do is say, what spectrums of light is Himawari taking photos in? Is it in the optical? Is it in the infrared? Is it in the UV?
Well, I would hope that they're taking images in a multitude of different spectrums, including visible light as we see it.
No, actually, they're using infrared.
Yeah, they use in airplanes. Come on, it's in our air.
No, this is Himawari. They're using infrared because they're looking at clouds.
Yeah. So that's the type of thing I would say.
in high altitude airplanes.
Go and investigate, because that's going to then give you the grounding to ask really good questions, rather than expect people to come and deliver images to you or deliver this information to you. You can come armed for the argument.
Well, I haven't seen an image yet. I've looked at a ton of images that NASA provides throughout the wide spectrum of your space travels and what you guys provide to the public. And again, man, nothing is indicating light converging, distorting, obscuring, looming, refracting. Anything you say light does, it's not apparent within your images, and it's highly suspicious to me.
So let me one more question, and then I'm done. Dicelo, when was the last time you calibrated your monitor for true color?
Really? Because my monitor's only gotten better throughout the ages due to the fact of the technology increase. And currently, right now, I think I'm using a 4K.
That is not
4K device.
Yeah. So again, that's part of the problem. You can have a really good monitor and everything else, but there are monitors that are particularly designed for doing image work because they're true color reflective. I've got a really expensive monitor. My monitor's about $1,500. And it's a really good monitor, but it's not a true color monitor. And I know that for a fact. And I doubt yours is either.
What kind of graphics card are you running in conjunction? Because all of that is going to have a factor.
I'm just talking
NVIDIA
about the monitor.
380.
He's turning your question back on you, Dicelo. He specifically asked you, do you have a true color monitor? And you never answered the question.
I'm not too sure if I have a true color monitor, to be quite honest with you. However,
none of this was got you, by the way. None of this.
I understand, and this is why I'm trying to be as honest as I can with you.
I appreciate it.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that I've seen several images, very nice resolution. I've been to museums. I've been to the what is it called, where they show you space on a you're sitting down in like a theater. It's above your head. It's like a big dome. Yeah, I've been there. I've seen a lot of stuff, man. But again, I've never seen what I'm asking for. So if you've got something or a way for me to see what you're seeing, that would be awesome. Yeah.
Robert Seaman.
Yeah, I mean that's why I sort of posed a few things that are worth looking at, rather than trying to sort of spoon feed you stuff that I might accept but you probably won't. Because the only person that's ever going to convince you of anything really is going to be you. So all I'm trying to do is ask questions to provoke your own investigation.
Yeah, I just want someone. I just want someone to agree or disagree, or upon what I've given. Because again, man, like I'm not seeing light doing what light does with these images. If other people are,
Well, again, I gotta ask you, how do you tell? What would you expect to see for refraction looking at the whole Earth?
So I would expect to see like maybe some brighter spots in comparison to the rest. I would expect to see some obscurities, some distortions,
Okay,
some,
you're looking at the
refractions,
fringe,
maybe a little bit of maybe a little bit of looming. You got to remember,
right?
You got to remember.
Let's
hold
stop
on,
for a second.
stop clipping. Hold on. We got to remember, light does different things in different conditions, and when we're looking at Earth, right, upon the full spectrum of what we can see from a two-dimensional representation with Earth in it or space in its entirety. Okay, we've got a multitude of conditions across this surface here, and we should see some different things taking place, but we're not.
Okay, let's take that for an instance. Now I'm looking at this. What is it? The Epic camera that takes pictures from beyond the moon. So I've got the whole Earth in frame, and I'm looking at it, and it looks almost like a perfect sphere, because none of the land features are big enough for me to see sticking up from the surface of the Earth. Where am I going to see this refraction? What am I going to see refracted? At most, it would make the Earth look slightly larger, bring me closer to almost seeing 50% of the globe. And I'm not sure what you're hoping to see. The atmosphere is this little tiny thin layer ringing the surface of that planet, and nothing is tall enough for you to see it from that angle.
Well, in all honesty, I would say, dependent upon the observer's perspective in relation to the sun, right? Because this is what the light source that we're speaking of being provided is. All of that is going to have an effect, right? So if the sun is in alignment with the observer at the observer's back, and the observer is perpendicular to the Earth taking this photo, there should be some blatant, obvious obscurities along the edges, along the centermost portion of the image, being that Earth.
Well, actually, refraction doesn't happen much in the center of an image looking down on it. So I just posted a picture. Now,
if you're on the ISS, though, looking at the Earth, you're not looking at a picture. You're looking at the Earth.
We're not talking about the ISS. Stop red herring.
It doesn't matter. The ISS,
yes, it does
the
matter.
ISS and the Himurari are the same thing. So if you're on either one of those looking at the Earth, you're not looking at a picture. You're looking at the Earth. So what type of refraction do you expect to see when you're standing on the ISS or the Himurari of the Earth and a surface?
Show me one thing where light's doing what it should.
See, saying anything.
I've given you a multitude. I've given you a multitude of things.
That's like me saying, you ask me what type of car I'm riding in, and I say any. That doesn't tell you what type of car it is.
Okay, you got a pencil?
Okay, I posted
a pencil because I'm gonna have to list them again because you seem to keep.
I'm directly asking you Moyok's question. Yeah. From the Himurari,
so maybe you should write it down.
Looking at the Earth, what do you think you should be able to see as far as refraction is concerned? That is his question.
Okay, so this will be my fourth. This will be my fourth time.
By saying, "Oh, the sun's behind me," yada yada yada. No.
Are you done?
What kind and type of refraction would you see and notice looking from the Himurari at the Earth? Go.
Okay, you said that 5 times. I hope you don't repeat it again because I've already said my side several times. So I'm hoping you're writing this down. I would expect to see refractions, compressions, looming,
you use
distortions, obscurities. You're going to cut me off. Is there any kind of mod here that's going to prevent this kind of chaos?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll mod as I see fit. I just got back, so yeah, DeLeo, you can't do that, man.
Could I ask?
Here too. Yeah, go ahead. I temporarily muted him for a second, so go ahead, Daislo.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it several times, and he keeps wanting to say I haven't. Again, I said refraction, compression, looming, obscurities, distortions, convergence, anything indicating light to do what light does within a terrestrial reference frame as we see. If I were to take an image right now, I'm going to see these things. But why is it that when I see your images, none of this is, not one of those things is apparent.
But go back to my image at 359 and look at that image and tell me, like, if I had 100% looming on the right-hand side of the globe, which I'm not going to have, but, you know, just it's going to loom everything up twice the height that it's supposed to be. Well, how much would that change the image? Secondly, if I'm in an airplane and I'm looking straight down, do I see any effects from refraction? Like, do I see compression, looming, anything when I'm looking straight down? So most of this is looking straight down, except for where it hits the oblique angle near the horizon, where the atmosphere is less than a millimeter of that image.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the image you
moon,
provided. Yeah? I'm looking at the image you provided. Everything looks very
symmetrical.
What's the word? Yeah, well, you could say symmetrical, sure, but we're not talking about the symmetricalness of the Earth as much as we're talking about the nature of light showing itself to be as, you know, realistic as possible.
Right.
One of the hardest things
medium?
to
Hold on.
I wasn't done, so let me finish, please.
But
one of the hardest things to recreate in CGI is light and how it illuminates and reflects upon objects. And what I'm seeing here is something that looks very what's the word, opaque, or just bland, like uniform,
artificial,
generated, very artificial. There's no light being stronger at one point than the other. There's nothing indicating this to show light as light would within a realistic set.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, I see the clouds in the center seem much brighter. Like I said, I wouldn't expect to see any refraction or looming on the edges because there's only so much you could loom things. And
more than that, tell them exactly
and this
why.
picture was taken from Narnia, yeah?
The atmosphere is very, very small in that picture.
So here's the problem. There's
no refraction unless I let you talk. Now let me talk for a second. There is no atmosphere to speak of or to refract in this picture. It's much, as a percentage of that picture, the atmosphere is a rounding error. So yes, everything you're looking at this picture through is space. There's no refraction through space.
So part of the issue here is we got things that we're being told are upon us, such as greenhouse effects. So
you're just gonna hand wave me.
I'm not. You want me to give you my feelings? I've given you my feelings. No, but
respond to my point. Do you agree that the atmosphere is a rounding error for how much of it we can actually see, even at the edges?
Yeah. So sure, there's maybe a minuscule amount of atmosphere in comparison to the amount of space given. But the problem is what I've just given you. Are you going to address what I just said? You guys say we have greenhouse effects upon us, right? Which is blocking the amount of light that's escaping, being captured inside this atmosphere you claim is there. But the problem is
that's not what the greenhouse is. No.
Okay.
The infrared is invisible light.
Okay, but here's the thing: is colors are affected by frequencies, right? And when you start affecting those frequencies,
how are you affecting
through a medium? Because it's passing through an atmosphere that's changing the frequency of that light that's going through it.
Only if it has an angle of incidence.
Yeah, it does have an angle of incidence.
And the angle of incidence for this viewer is again less than a rounding error.
But it's not. You're talking sphere.
What?
Hey, just real quick, Moyak. Just real quick, Moyak. I just want to point out that you did what I did to you earlier, right? He's talking. He says something that you object to. You interrupt, okay? You have no problem doing that right now. But earlier, when I did that to you in the same way, you totally went ballistic. All I'm saying right now is take that into consideration, that you were able to interrupt in your mind with no objection. That's all I was doing with you earlier.
No, we were going back. We had those were quick blips of information where he was making mistakes. I didn't want to get too far so he gets ahead of it.
That's the same reason. No, that's the same reason.
Look, and we don't need to argue about our situation of the past. Let's get over the past.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Move forward. You don't have any position. You don't need you to police. Let Rakia do that.
Good point.
Let Rakia.
Travis is able to police too. So everyone's a mod here basically, and Travis is definitely a mod. But Zanuck, don't tell him what to do. He's, what I'm saying, just move on. Travis had a good point. I thought it was more of a back and forth, but it was clipping some too. So let's just be, let's pay attention. But
Well,
yeah,
the point there
overall,
was
not too bad. Let's
there's
move forward.
no atmosphere there to do the things he's claiming that can be done by the atmosphere that is not there.
I was looking at the image, and I took. If you look at the top left quadrant of the Earth, you'll see a little red dot. That's actually a line I drew with the atmosphere. That's how thick the atmosphere is. That little teeny tiny line is the atmosphere of Earth. I don't see where you would see what you're trying to imply would happen.
And looming and stooping, or
Who
compression, as he
are you
says.
addressing? Okay, you're addressing
I was
me
in the
now?
middle of it.
Yes.
I had 7 words out, and you jumped in. So the looming, the stooping, the compression, all these almost contra phenomena cannot all exist at the same time. Usually when we have compression, which is stooping, you have certain characteristics and caused by certain characteristics. We can't have all of them present at the same time. You can't
Yeah,
see
my point is, yeah, but my point is,
I'm sorry, just real quick. Again, unless you've made observations, part of my criticisms are that's not correct. There are numerous effects happening at once. There's not just one happening in these circumstances. Absolutely not.
yeah. So I was just trying to say, man, like we've got a large swath of Earth going on with a bunch of different conditions taking place across the whole surface of this, with represented in this image, and light is apparently going through the entire thing, right? And it's supposed to be coming out and doing what light does. It just reflects and bounces off shit. And even given the fact that we've got water, we've got, what you would want to say is a minuscule amount of atmosphere in the entirety of the perspective. Nevertheless, I mean, light is still going to be distorted and obscured and affected and converged, and all the things light does, it should have something going on. And I'm not seeing one thing here, man. Whoever put this together on your little CGI team did a horrible job, and he should be fired. That's all I'm saying.
Like I said, I posted it up again with a zoom in on the little line that shows the atmosphere. I don't know where you expect to have all those changes taking place at this resolution. You can't see enough to say that one building is not in the right place by 5 feet. You can't say whether a mountain is 10% higher or lower than it should be.
I mean, we got clouds here that should be absorbing some of this, being that it's moisture. It should be dispersing it. It is
absorbing it. You can't see
should
the
be
ground
illuminated.
beneath
It should be illuminated to a large degree. It should be reflecting. It should be doing all sorts of stuff. And the problem is the clouds are all the same. It's all uniform. There's no difference in any of this. It's all very bland and just a horrible job, man. You got to fire this guy.
It sounds like you want unrealistic things. You want like this giant. When you look at the Earth as a whole, with a picture that's only I don't know, 8 megapixels, 100 megapixels. Who gives a shit? You're expecting to see details that would be impossible to see. I just don't know what when you say I should see changes in the clouds. Well, I do. I see the ones in the center are brighter. As far as the clarity of the image, I can see that things are obscured by a haze of water.
I'll give you this, man. I'll try
You
to
also
meet you in
see
the middle
copy
here.
and paste.
I'll try to meet you in the middle here. When you have an object, right, that you're perceiving through an image or taking an image of, I think it would be fair to say that the intensity of the light, right, it should be proportional to the size of the image, right, to try to get these effects we speak of, right? Meaning if you have a really large object that you're trying to see with a tiny flashlight, you're probably not going to see much, right? Or vice versa. If you have a really tiny object with a really bright light, probably going to, be a horrible image. But the fact that we've got a giant sun and a giant object, and we're the observers at such a distance to kind of get this effect of what's taking place between these two objects, one being supermassive and bright, and the other one being supermassive and reflective and absorbent, and light's not doing what light does. And I appreciate your answer. You know, I get what you're saying, but at the same rate, you have to be honest too, in the same sense that we've got two objects that are fairly the same size, one being a greater light intensity and one being, you know, like I said, an absorbable medium. And there's no apparent interaction here, realistic apparent interaction here that you're presenting, in my opinion. This is my opinion.
So was the Himawari, was the flash on when they took the picture?
Right.
And George, with your image, I believe the answer to why you think that's copied and pasted, you'll notice the leading edge of the moon, I'm guessing it's moving to the left, is the left side is crisp and the right side is shadowed. That's because the image is taken over a period of time, seconds apart.
Nice. It's taken from Narnia, that's why.
They take it in 4 or 5 different spectrum, and then they combine all those together. So all those colors are taken at different moments.
It's taken from Narnia, that's why it's like that.
Okay, well, that's cute, but the answer to that is that it was taken in with filters at different moments.
Where exactly was this taken from?
Epic Discover.
From where was this taken from?
Roughly, I think it's 1.5 million miles.
I mean, do you have anything a little bit more realistic? Like, we don't want your little softy, you know, softened up, you know, shenanigans. We want something showing reality here. Like, you got any of that?
Well, what do you mean? I could go and I can look at, if you wanted to see if what I was saying was true, you would take it and you'd look at each of the separate images that were taken. You'll see that they will be crisp. And not
whatever you got. Just whatever you got.
Taken from where?
Start posting it. Let's see what you got.
1.5 million miles.
Where is that?
1.5 million miles.
From an airplane?
Yes, from an airplane at 1.5 million miles. Yeah, that's brilliant.
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Aren't you a smart one?
I'm asking you.
Aren't you brilliant?
From where? From where was this taken from? This picture.
Epic Discover.
Epic Discover. You're going to tell me from the vacuum of space, yeah?
You can tell me whatever medium you want.
From Narnia. Space is not a vacuum. Yeah, you cannot have a high pressure next to low pressure without a container.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah,
that's absolutely moronic because we could see that.
A picture from Narnia.
No, it's not Narnia.
It's
called Gravity. You should actually look into it.
Called Gravity. That's the title of a movie.
Chill down a little bit, please.
We can see that we have low pressure next to high pressure in a gradient. So between the highest we can go in a balloon to the ground, we go to almost a vacuum. And there's no reason that process wouldn't continue on at infinitum. So go back to Narnia.
Yeah, go back to Narnia. We're talking about high pressures, my friend.
Yeah,
you cannot
talking about high pressures, my friend.
You cannot have.
There's low pressure next to high pressure on the Earth.
You cannot have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container.
We do. We can see it. It's evident when we go up in balloons.
Yeah, look at the question.
I know you don't mean anything by it, but please don't do that. It's way personal than we want to be.
All right.
It was good though. I gotta be honest. I didn't know which one was talking. But yeah,
I was laughing myself.
Yeah, both people have, you know, their beliefs on this, right? I think that's all it comes down to. Some's backed up by some government agents, and the other beliefs are backed up on, you know, personal incredulity and you know, I mean, there's a lot of people that don't believe in the moon landings and space and things like that now. So,
well, Rakia, do you agree that there's a pressure gradient?
Where did the pizza guy go?
Rakia, do you agree that we have pressure?
Where does the pressure comes from?
I didn't ask you. I asked Rakia. Can you tell the difference?
Do I think there's a pressure gradient in our
Yes.
atmosphere?
Does the atmosphere get thinner the higher you go up?
Yeah. Yeah.
So is there effectively at 127,000 feet, the atmosphere is approaching a vacuum?
I believe there's a way. Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe as you increase.
Well, hold on now. Hold on now, because you've got different altitudes. You've got different altitudes where the pressure changes. It goes from being super cold to super hot, and then super cold again. So you've got a sandwich medium in between two temperatures that are separate on opposing ends.
That's not pressure. The pressure.
Yeah, that creates pressure. Anytime you have two temperatures, right, separate from one another with two mediums, there's going to be a pressure relationship between the two of them due to the contrast of the temperature and difference.
Well, that's contrary to
not necessarily.
This is going to affect light.
Temperature is only one factor in the equation.
Right, but there's a factor, right?
There's a factor. It's only one of them.
Affect your light.
Hey, let me keep going, please. The pressure difference that you would expect to see, we don't see. They have measurements of both simultaneously. Temperature goes up and pressure doesn't. Therefore, your hypothesis is wrong, evidently wrong.
Yeah. In high altitude balloons with sensors, they reflect this steady drop in pressure with altitude.
It's pressing on what?
The sensor.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth.
The air is pressing. You said air pressure, gas pressure. Pressing on what?
The surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and what at altitude is it pressing on besides itself?
Well, on the other air and the surface of the Earth, ultimately.
You said gas pressure.
Yeah.
In order to have pressure, it's pressing on.
I think I said atmospheric pressure.
I said atmospheric pressure, but that's good now. Yeah.
Atmosphere is begging the question either for that.
No,
you guys still don't have the curvature.
Actually. No,
you
it's
don't
not.
have a curvature. Curvature for a globe. So the question of atmosphere.
It could be a square. It would still have an atmosphere.
Yeah.
It might even be
you need to have
lopsided
the
atmosphere.
Yeah, this has been debated a lot. I don't know why we're having to, not be calm about it. But one thing that has never been explained to me fully, if there is a layer up there of really dense atmosphere that creates a so-called container made of gas, at whatever altitude it may be and whatever you call it, Kármán line or whatever, that would be your container, right?
Kármán line, there's nothing physical at the Kármán line. It's just, there's no container at the Kármán line.
So that area at about 60 or 80 miles, whatever it may be, is not more dense, not more.
No. Actually, what it is it's a place where the atmosphere gets so thin that aeronautical flight can no longer take place. That if you're going fast enough to fly, you're orbiting.
I got you.
It's the nexus between
what is stopping the gases? What is stopping the gases?
Let me follow up real quick. I only have two more little deals here. So that's fine. I've heard the story. I don't necessarily have to agree with everything, but I do agree with the lift and the fuel and all that. So the air becomes very, as the volume increases, you get less air particles in that area, right? So it's getting less and less pressure.
Volume.
Yep.
So it has to have something to press against up there, or it's going to keep dissipating, right? It's going to escape very quickly.
One might say that, but when you look at it the way I'm looking at it, I see the pressure continues to go down, and there's no need for a barrier between the ground's 14 psi and the really thin gases above it. So those seem to remain pretty stable. They're always in that relationship.
So not a vacuum then.
Up and high pressure on the ground. So there's apparently
see how you can have both. And you invoke gravity, which would be slowing those particles down at a higher altitude once it gets away from the center of mass. It just starts to not make sense at some point. Also, one question I don't. Maybe this has an easy answer, and it's a little off topic. But when, when spacecraft are coming back into the atmosphere, that layer, right? Why is there so much friction there?
That's where the air becomes dense enough to cause friction. Like enough friction to cause
What do you
That's
mean
silly,
it becomes dense enough? Because you're saying the more dense layer is at less altitude.
Yes.
But at that Kármán line, it seems to be really so dense that it creates a fireball, or they have to have special shielding because of friction, right?
I don't know the exact altitude that starts happening at, but it is becoming denser as you get closer to the ground. So you're going 17,000 miles an hour with nothing slowing you down. Then you start hitting more and more atmosphere, and it starts to heat up. Does that happen at the Kármán line? I don't know. I would think not, because aeronautical flight is impossible at the Kármán line.
Well,
So
I would think not.
I would think it'd be a little bit below the Kármán line.
I'm talking about when spaceships come back. So they start to burn up. So if they didn't have a heat shield, they would burn up at this point.
Right. But
Because
what
of
point
the
is
friction.
that? What altitude does that happen at?
Well, whatever altitude it is, it must be a pretty thick layer, right? Like.
No, not that thick. I mean, it's going to.
Yeah, they even lose connection.
Well, you said yourself it would have to be dense. It would have to be a dense layer.
17,000 miles an hour. It's going to start generating heat when it crashes.
Right.
Enough of the
If it's dense, right? If the medium gets.
Well, if it gets dense enough. I mean, that could still be one particle every, or 1,000 particles per cubic centimeter.
So now we're just making up numbers.
Well, I'm not just saying it could be. I don't know what the number is.
It
I know,
doesn't
that's
just.
why I said made up.
It's comical.
It doesn't just hit the atmosphere and light up like a match. It encounters increasingly dense atmosphere and gets hotter and hotter, and then it slows down enough.
Now it's
that
dense.
Right, and they lose communication and things because of this period of time that they're going through this layer, right?
Dense,
So it's obviously something a dense layer that's causing this friction and heat because of the speed and velocity of an object trying to get through it. And once it's through it, bada bing, you got communication back. It's not on fire anymore. So there's obviously a pretty thick layer up there, and then it becomes less dense.
Let's say it this way, and these are going to be fake numbers, of course. But let's say at 100 miles, I start hitting enough air that it heats up the skin of my aircraft by 100 degrees. At 90 miles, it heats it up to 400 degrees. At 80 miles, it heats it up to 600. At 70, 60, 50, 40, it goes up to 2,000 degrees. Now, once it's at 2,000 degrees, you start generating plasmas, and you lose communications. I mean, that's exactly what you would expect with a gradient.
Yeah, I think we just need to maybe go through the numbers more accurately and see what's causing it. And, you get what I'm saying, right? It does seem to get, less dense as you go up, but then there seems to be some type of layering that is, creating that barrier, so what's holding that barrier right there? And if you're calling it gravity, then Houston, we have a problem, because why would
my explanation didn't work then, saying that it went from 100 miles there was practically no friction. It was only heating it up 100 degrees. And as I got into denser and denser air, it started slowing me down more and more. Miles per hour per second are slowing down. I start generating more and more heat. I mean, it's what you would expect.
But we're in a medium that doesn't generate heat. No, almost like a frictionless medium.
Oh God, no.
Well,
it slows down in free fall as well.
We're not slowing down, right? It's free falling around in orbit, and then all of a sudden we change our angle and we get into a more dense layer that's slowing us down dramatically and causing all this heat. What causes that immediate line right there? I mean, it's not very far. Even if it's 100 miles wide, it's not very much, right?
No, it's not that much, but you're going through horizontally through it, so you're covering like 500 miles of atmosphere.
Now we're making up more
700 miles of atmosphere that you're cutting through in that time that's fluorescent.
You're falling horizontally. Wow.
The problem with what you're saying is you couldn't repeat any of the numbers that you first told me unless you have a good memory.
No, I told you they were bullshit numbers from the beginning.
Example. We're trying to get away from that.
I just have a real quick
Yeah, I
question.
think we're trying to get away from bullshit numbers.
Well, the point is that the atmosphere is a gradient, so I don't know the exact numbers for what the gradient is.
But
altitude that
how do
fire
you?
starts.
Okay,
But
the atmosphere is a
Gradient of
gradient. Can
what?
I jump in here, please? Can I just? The atmosphere is a gradient. Okay, but how do you measure the pressure in this atmosphere?
I use an anaerobic barometer.
Okay, now is there any container involved in that barometer?
No.
Well, yes. There is. There's a vacuum. There's a container between the vacuum.
Yeah, there's a vacuum.
Yeah.
You know that nature abhors a vacuum, right? You know why that is?
So what?
So you had to create a vacuum to measure some pressure.
Yes. So doesn't mean that I can't measure pressure.
What causes the pressure? What is stopping the gases not to go to the vacuum of space?
I'm going to call it the mystery of the world. Who cares? Right now, the fact is that we see with our own eyes, at least I've seen this at low level and going up small mountains, that pressure continues to decrease. And
until when?
It decreases at a predictable rate.
Rob, you can't
never
clip,
increases going up. So with that is in evidence that at some point would reach what would be
somebody's hot micing.
Yeah,
that's not my hot mic.
Sorry, I've been trying to wait to
It's
get in. I'm sorry.
That's a good question. Where does the pressure stop and why?
It would be
That's right.
when you can tell.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
So what do you think it stops at, Copernicus? Huh? Travis, what does it stop at? Why?
So you're asking us for the answers because you already think it goes into infinitum, into outer space.
That's correct. It goes down
we're
to
telling
zero.
you we have to have a container.
No, we don't.
It has to be contained.
So where does it stop and why? Where does the pressure gradient stop and why?
That is our question.
At the ceiling. It stops at the ceiling.
Where's the ceiling?
I don't know. I've never been to the ceiling.
Oh, exactly. So you don't know.
Yeah.
So you don't know where it stops, and you don't know why it stops.
That I don't
okay,
know.
calm down. I made this analogy.
I'm calm.
I know, but just listen to the analogy and take some time, both of y'all. So I made the analogy earlier about a huge lake that I fish on. I've never seen all the shores of the lake, but I know they must be there because the water's contained. I don't think we need to see something to know it exists. If every other time that the same scenario exists, we've seen a container or built one ourselves to create the pressure.
So
that's what I'm getting at. And even your model says you're contained by gravity creating a layer. So why are y'all
No, it
scared?
doesn't create a layer, actually. No, you're incorrect there. Gravity contains it, but doesn't create a layer.
Well, if it's creating this different layer and system where the pressure gets less and less as you go up.
Okay, Dave, can we ask him how it is doing this? How is gravity containing the gas?
Air has weight.
Air has mass.
Well, if it had that, it would be pulled to center of mass. Like it would never go up.
It's trying to.
That's what it's trying to do.
So that's why it's slowing down and not
gas goes
escaping.
in every direction.
That's correct, except it has a bias downward, just like everything else
Can I
on
just
Earth.
jump in real quick? So does that mean then? Okay, does that mean then that there are different levels of elements? Because air, or does air have the same mass all the way up? Because you have less than.
It's a dynamic system, so you do have heat and stuff mixing it up. There's a slight difference between, but I think that's more because of cosmic rays.
Okay. So convection. So wait. So convection defies gravity then?
It doesn't defy it. It works in harmony with it.
No, because if you've got gravity holding air down at the surface, and then you have that same air up 5 miles, you don't have the same density. So how is it? So how is it that gravity decides to let less and less and less and less as it goes up? If it's all the same mass, that's just how it works.
That's how it works.
Just how it works. Okay, thank you.
That's the math. I can explain the math to you, but you said that calculus is bullshit, so I can't explain it to you.
Yeah. The heavier on the bottom, less on the top.
I thought cooler air was more dense.
It is.
It is, but there's a problem. We're not dealing with the container. So basically, what you would have if you heated up Earth suddenly, like just the entire Earth, you would have the atmosphere expand slightly. It's sort of like trying to, when you do the PV NRT formula on a hefty bag that's only half full of air. I can heat that bag up, and the pressure inside is not going to go up at all to speak of. And I can cool it down, and it's
but the bag
not going to go
the bag
down.
is containing the bag is containing the air. So what is containing the air on Earth?
I'm talking about pressure, and the atmosphere
you said,
being contained only by a force. The atmosphere being contained by a force means that
you mentioned that an equation with V on it.
Okay, we can't hear either one of y'all. So
V is a variable. V doesn't stand for variable, but it is a variable. The volume.
Volume.
The volume. Shut up. The volume is variable in amount.
We'll give you that one for free, but come on, man. I know he was clipping, but both of y'all were. So,
no.
I'm hearing both points, but let's do the opposite. Hang on, Rob. Let's do the opposite here.
Yeah.
If I create a what I would say is more of what I believe in, like do a surface, a container of water, cover it with something, introduce, you have moisture, but introduce some growth in there, some plant life, some rocks, things like that, some animals. You could put crickets or whatever in there. Then introduce a heat and cooling source, in half the area and rotate it. So hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. Create convection is what I'm talking about. You would get the condensation on there. You would get it building up where it would fall. You would get everything that we see here. You would get the pressure gradient if you built it big enough. Can measure that slight change over a scaled down model. We've seen that. So why do we have to have anything different than what we can replicate and easily think of, like, trust our senses in that?
Why do we, you said, why do we have to? That's kind of
why do we? Why do we? I'm sorry.
No, I mean, but it doesn't matter.
Malform.
The asking why is not necessarily germane. It's what we observe. I don't know why the sun is where it is. I don't know why the moon is where it is. Maybe God put them there. But the evidence, and I don't want to go too far off topic, but the evidence is that the sun is not close and circling above the surface.
No, that's I don't believe that's evidence. I think that's just a theoretical concept, and we bought into it. I bought into it too. But when I really stop and think about it and try and replicate it, I can do what I'm talking about now much easier. And it, and also, if I could introduce the same amount of dynamic system with the same gases, it would produce clouds, the same cycles.
Sure.
The water would flow the same.
Sure,
everything would be, so when one model can be created in theory, right, as a concept and make a lot of sense, and the other has a lot of what seems to be theoretical nonsense and things that you and I can't really put our hands on and definitely can't replicate, it just seems a little strange that we're fighting for it so hard. I mean, as I did for years.
The weird thing that I found about that comment is that you're saying that you have to jump through hoops to try and, all these different things that you have to come up for hypotheses and theories. You got to come up with some yourself and try and explain the things that really defy logic and reason, like the fact that a sun that's circling around on and we know that it circles over a given point. We can see it circles over the tropics and over the equator. And we know that Australia is south of there. Then how come when I see sunrise in Australia, I see it come up from the south? It should be north of me, way north.
Yeah. I think we're going by the current. Well, we're going by the current maps too, where we assume we are in a Pacific place, but we're also assuming what the sky is and how that light is being.
Oh, we can do that now. We can do that now, Rock. Yeah, ever since the sextant, we can use the sky now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if that light is being, I've seen, ways that light can be projected in, and also using some type of, I am some type of covering, container. So if it's coming through that container, or if it's within that container and it's reflecting somehow and projecting in, that would create all types of different scenarios.
Wouldn't I expect to see two suns then? Because like if I had a reflection coming off of the dome.
Yeah, you would.
And,
sometimes.
But no, all the time. Every
dome.
time the sun rises in the south of Australia, I should also see one at its proper location.
Yeah, it's tough to say that what we should see with the dynamic system that we don't really know a lot about.
Well,
like we claim to, but it's a small percentage.
Have we ever seen the sun move something 40 degrees to the left, like a building that you're looking at a distance? Have you seen a building appear 40 degrees off from where it should be to the left?
I've seen all types of optical illusions actually
Have you ever seen that?
years. Well, no, I'm not even understanding what you're saying.
Okay.
But I think you're using your current model to force it onto a different model? Maybe?
No, I'm trying to say that the atmosphere does refract things up and down, maybe on occasion left and right, a little tiny bit. But we're talking about a consistent left and right of like 40 degrees, where that sun from where that sun should be to where it's appearing, and we never see the atmosphere move things left and right.
That's not true. That's not true. Let me just jump in real quick.
Travis would come in here. Thank you, Travis. I knew you'd be here.
Yeah. So I can show numerous times very small divergence left and right. I have 1/2 hour video of my target moving laterally from left to right in an insane amount. Like, I didn't do any measurements, but that fucker moved halfway across the screen.
Right, but don't you need the whole atmosphere to do that simultaneously?
No.
And to do it consistently.
No, you just need that it happens at all. Okay, and I've been saying this from the beginning when people say, oh, well, refraction only happens vertically, it never happens horizontally. That's bullshit. All you have to do is watch my channel.
Right, because all swans are white.
I admitted from the beginning that it can move things left and right, but only small fractions of the image. Because it's like when you have a column
Okay, so what's the point? Right, what's the point?
The point is, when you have a column of air going up, you can have that denser air in the middle, and it can make light bend left and right. But you would have to have the whole atmosphere working in concert to move to move the sun consistently every day left 40 degrees. Right 40 degrees.
Why are you choosing 40 degrees? I'm not sure I understand why
because
that's your number.
If you take the position the sun is over the known position it is on Earth on the equator, and or actually it'd probably be on Tropic of Capricorn at that time. But and you try and compare where that is compared to where the sun does rise, you would expect it to be 40 degrees or plus off from its location. I should say in excess of 40. That's what, instead of just saying 40.
Rob, I think you're hot micing, bro.
So I mean, when I've seen these buildings, I've seen water tanks. I wiggle a little bit left, a little bit right. I don't know what the best was. I haven't seen your image. I haven't seen Travis's image of the left right.
But you get his point, right? Like.
No, I get his point, but it's
maybe looking at his video would do you some good then, right? Maybe check the video out, at least so you can see what he's talking about.
I do know what he's talking about. I just have to see what he's specifically that, and I will. Where is it?
Yeah, Travis, you should link him that video.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
So we might be moving away from the, the way the gradient is made.
Yeah, measured.
Measured.
You need a container to measure the atmospheric pressure.
What does that mean, even? I've never understood this argument. I have.
Well, because you cannot have gas pressure. I'm sorry.
I have a barometer. It has a vacuum inside. Yes, I have to isolate that vacuum from the outside so I can get a pressure reading. So
you wouldn't be able to do any measuring. Sorry. You wouldn't be able to do any measuring of the atmosphere without your container.
Well, assume for 1 second that we're,
No, I'm not
You
gonna.
don't
I
have
don't
to-
want to make assumptions.
you assume
make
for 1
measurements.
second that we had Earth with a gravitational well holding the atmosphere on. Would we be able to measure that, even if let's say Earth was a bucket in a centrifuge? We'd be able to measure pressure in the gradient. I don't understand why you're saying that it's something special about me having to have a container to isolate vacuum from pressure.
Show me an example where you can.
Show you an example where you what?
Show us an example where you can't.
Okay, well, this is going to come into the absurd.
What I would say is show us an example where you can measure the pressure in the atmosphere without a container.
Why would I want to?
Because you need a container to measure gas pressure.
You know you don't.
If there's pressure, I can measure it.
How do
You don't
with
get a
a
gradient
container?
without a container, dude. You might have pressure, but you don't get a gradient.
If there was a force involved, whether it exists or not, but if there was a force involved, yes.
What's a force? A force? What do you mean? A force of what?
Well, we call that force of gravity.
Yeah, is that all you got? You just gonna say
That's
gravity?
all I got. Gravity's a force. Yeah, gravity's a force. Even though
What's a force,
it's
man?
not a force,
Explain
but you
what a
can
force
think of it
is.
as a force.
Tell us what a force is.
I couldn't tell you what a force is, but I know one when I see one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does work on a system.
He's trying to debunk
Here a
Einstein
force,
now.
there a force, everywhere a force.
So you don't agree that
Can you guys
forces
hear me?
exist? Okay. So
Can you
centrifugal
explain
force
what it is?
Does centrifugal force exist?
Yeah,
you
we're talking
explain
about
what a force
gravity.
is?
He's not a force.
No,
though.
does centrifugal force exist? Does magnetic force exist?
Do you just like using the word force?
Well, I'm asking you.
Doesn't sound like you
Yes,
can
they
explain it. I don't know why you
Nope,
keep
I
using
can't
it if you
explain
can't
the
explain
actual definition of force. I don't really care to.
So then maybe
Force
you should
is
try
not
to explain that out the vocab.
Nope. Do you think that? So you don't think that
Yeah.
there's magnetic force?
Uh-huh.
You don't,
Gravitons,
you
bro.
don't, or you
Tachyon
do?
particles. I can just make
Tachyon
words up
particles.
too, man, that I don't know
Oh,
any
you got-
word.
Oh, okay.
I can make stuff up too. I mean, come on.
So does magnetism work?
I can explain magnetism, but you can't.
No, I'm not asking
But
you
we're
to-
not saying that magnetism creates atmospheric pressure. Are you
No, we're
lost
not.
on the conversation?
No, we're
Yeah, we
We're not
need to
saying that.
stay on topic for a while at least. We were talking about the
Well,
gravitational
we're trying to say a force, and some dickbag came in and started saying
Gravity is not a
force.
force.
Okay, you
Yeah,
cut me
can you
off
hear
and then
me?
called him a dickbag. So I'll give you that second one for free. So
Dave,
we were talking about. Hang on one second. We were talking about the gravitational force that creates a gradient. So let's stick on that for just a little while longer.
Have a good one.
I can later, man.
Sounds like double speak. Let's stop using words we can't define.
Force is that which causes a mass to accelerate.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds. I thought that was energy.
Well,
Is it?
energy.
No.
Energy.
Oh, what's energy?
To work. Ability to work.
Oh, ability to do work on an object. So what's the difference between force and energy then?
Energy doesn't have to have an acceleration.
Energy is the ability to do work upon an object, and force is the object interacting with another object. So what's the difference between force and an
No.
object?
Listen carefully. Force causes a mass to accelerate.
And what is energy doing?
Energy doesn't need mass.
So what is energy?
Light has energy, but it has no mass or acceleration.
So it doesn't sound like you really know what you're talking about. It's just doublespeak. Force and
No.
energy are the
No.
same thing. That's what you're saying.
No, I said they're nothing the same. Force
Sounds like you're saying the same
requires-
thing.
All
Okay.
right.
Force,
Both
mass,
of y'all are doing.
acceleration.
Hang on 1 second. Both of y'all are doing good. Just slow down a little bit for the audience.
Yeah. So I'm going to say 3 words: force, mass, and acceleration. Now I'm going to say energy, no mass, no acceleration.
What
Do you
is
think
mass?
those are the same?
What's mass?
I understand that.
And gases?
What's mass? Because it sounds like you're just compiling a bunch of words together that all mean similar things to one another.
And gases
yeah,
have
they're
mass
similar.
and different vector.
Do gases have mass and a different vector?
No, George, don't red herring, please. We're talking specifically about the definitions they use day in and day out. We'd like to know what they are and how they relate to them. So please, force, energy, and mass, what are the differences between these things and how do they interact?
Well, energy isn't necessary, but force is what causes a mass to accelerate. You don't know what mass is? Mass is roughly the amount of something.
Roughly the amount of something? I thought it was the resistance to something.
I mean, inertia?
Yeah.
Is it the resistance or is it the attraction? Which one is
It can be either. Depends what are you trying to do.
Okay, so mass can go both ways. Interesting. And now we have energy and force.
What do you
Both
mean
are.
mass? What?
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Both are
mass
interacting.
resists the movement?
I'm not done yet. Excuse me. Both are interacting upon an object. You say energy is the ability to do work upon an object, and you say force is mass accelerating. So
yes,
it sounds like you're saying it sounds like you're saying the same exact things, just using words. So can you give us the difference?
Okay, where when I explained energy did I say mass accelerates?
You said energy is the ability to do work. You said force is the mass accelerating.
Right.
No,
those aren't the same
force
words.
is not
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he
Force
said.
Yeah. Well, I didn't actually define energy. Somebody else did.
Well, yeah, I did. Go ahead. But go ahead, man. Give us the difference between force and energy. How are they relatable and how are they different?
A force is something that can cause an acceleration in mass.
Yeah.
Energy can be converted into motion via a force.
Sounds like the same thing. I don't see the difference.
Wait, are acceleration and speed the same thing? They're related.
Are you asking me, or are you trying to confirm this with your camp?
No, I know the answer. They are okay. Acceleration and speed are related, but they are not the same thing. Correct?
Well, why are we getting down this rabbit hole? We're specifically talking about
Because
the interactions of objects
jackass
between.
brought up energy when he asked for the definition of force, and then he complained about it.
You said force was the same as work.
Well, let's stop with the ad homs, please.
You said force was the same as work. It's not. Force is not work.
So you opened a rabbit hole and wondered why we're going down it.
You say force is interaction between two objects, just to be rudimentary,
No.
and then
No.
okay. Okay, go ahead.
Force is what causes a mass to accelerate. That's it.
Okay. Force is what causes a mass to accelerate. Sure. Now, energy. Energy is.
Why are we going down this rabbit hole? We're talking about force.
Because they're the same thing. They're the same thing.
Energy is the capacity to do work. An object's capacity.
And what do you mean by work? Does it literally go clock in?
Force applied over a distance is work.
A force applied over a distance is work.
It's synonymous with energy is. It's synonymous with change of momentum, which also requires a force. That force has to be applied over a distance to do work. That's the measure of energy.
Is the crowd hearing this?
Yeah, I do.
I hope everyone's hearing it.
I hope everyone's hearing this double speed.
I understand.
It's not double speed.
No, it's definitely double speed.
It's not double speed.
They're two different words.
You can have
two definitions.
You can have an object on the table.
You've got my vote on double speak as well.
So you say mass goes two different ways. It's got two different vectors. Then you say force and energy.
I never said mass has vectors.
Mass can go two different ways.
You say mass has got resistance and acceleration, i.e., two different.
Mass has a property as being resistant to motion.
So what's attraction then? I thought mass attracts mass.
Mass does attract mass.
So how does it attract yet resist simultaneously?
You're talking about a different property of mass.
Oh, now we're going to get down to
There's a property. There's many different properties of mass. One property of mass is its requirement to be moved, requiring a force. It's called inertia. Its resistance to acceleration is called inertia. Now, mass attracting mass is another property of mass.
You learned this in grade 11, right?
Oh boy.
The main thing about work, it's synonymous with energy. Work and energy can be used almost as synonyms, because energy is this capacity to do work, and work is strictly the ability of adding a force on an object over a distance. When you apply a force over some distance, that is work.
Yeah, you've never actually set a force of what. You're just saying two objects interacting is literally a force.
It can be caused by anything. Anytime you have some kind of force,
no, we don't want anything. We want you to be specific.
If I have a constant force on something, I will get a constant acceleration, and that work can be easily calculated by how long, as in distance, that force was applied. If it's not applied,
acceleration is acceleration, energy is energy, but yet you're just trying to use force in every contextual way you can.
Does an uphill river have to have extra work?
Force is very, what's that?
Does an uphill river have to have extra work?
Can what do extra work?
The uphill river, does it have to have extra work?
Anytime a force is applied to something, there is work being done if it has motion.
Only you like to use these funny words like work and motion, acceleration.
They're not. They're very
resistance.
Specific. They have very
quit dancing around. Yeah, let's quit dancing around and be very.
I'm not dancing around. Being very specific and consistent. I've told you this last time. In fact, 100 times I've told you. A table or a 1 kilogram weight or mass on a table.
Oh, let's not go down that road.
Well, no, let's do it real quick. Real quick.
Let's not go down your weight as a force road.
You're cutting me off. 1 kilogram mass on a table will exert a 10 Newton force, correct? Now that 10 Newton force, if the table is removed, will cause a 10 meter per second acceleration.
But that's not
just
that's
like,
not completely
hold on,
true.
I'm almost done. Now, if I wanted to move it laterally with a known force, like a spring or something, I will get the exact same acceleration laterally if I apply 10 Newtons to it. If I only apply 1 Newton to it, I'll only get 1 meter per second squared acceleration. But either way, I will get an acceleration based and proportional to the force applied to it.
Okay. So I would like to make a blanket statement. If you're having to repeatedly say, I'm almost done, you're probably going on a little long. So let's keep it precise. A lot of big
I thought it was
here.
pretty concise. I thought what I said
yeah,
was
you did a great job. I'll give you an A for effort, but just take that at heave. But a lot of heavy hitters here. Let's take turns and go at it.
People have objections and they get excited. I get it. I'm the same way, but I had a very specific point to make, and I made it as fast as I could.
Yeah, A. Give you A.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dicely, you want to rebuttal that? It was kind of long, but.
Well, sure I can, but I'm going to give someone else a chance if they want to speak.
Sure, I'll ask a question. I think Xanax said defining work involves movement. So does that mean no work is done when I'm pressing against a wall that doesn't move?
Correct.
Or holding a weight above your head that doesn't move.
I'm working really hard, but I get that might be a different way of using that word in English.
Capillary action in your body and how the dynamics of what it would take to actually have those limbs extended and held there is work, but that's a different type of work because we have different types of forces going on inside your body to do that. But Jenna, we're talking about the action of holding a weight or pushing against the wall, your hand against that wall, no. Going down to, for example, I can create that same force, a cement block against the wall. So that shows there's no work being done because it'll lean against the wall, produce the exact same force, and no heat will be generated. It will not glow light. It will stay cool. It'll remain constant. So that shows that there's no work when you push on a wall, even though your body
will
get warm by doing it.
I thought you're excreting electrons.
Easy. It's easy.
You thought wrong.
Oh, really? There's no electrons involved with the body doing work?
I'm not excreting electrons.
So when when I go
muddy
to
in
pick
the
up
water.
20, when I go to pick up a 20-pound dumbbell, there's no electrons involved there.
Where are you getting this from?
Why are we
Electrons in the
talking about
dumbbell.
fucking electron? God
You
dang.
wouldn't, you wouldn't talk about it.
When you lift a 20-pound dumbbell, let's say it's 1 kilo, and you're lifting it. Let's say you're lifting up 550 pounds, and you lift it 1 foot in 1 second. That is an amount of energy that is equal to 1 horsepower second.
How many types of energy do we have, Zanuck?
Oh my God! Why can't you just answer the question?
How many types of energy?
If
do we
I
have?
lift 550 pounds and I lift it in 1 second, 1 foot, what does that equate to? How much energy did it require to do that? A horsepower second. It's a horsepower second.
No, we're not talking horsepower. We're talking the
750
human
watt
body.
seconds. All you have to do is convert the watt seconds, which is a joule.
All right,
to how many joules that is. No, I was answering the specific question. You're bringing up something else that is completely unrelated.
Yeah, because you keep trying to dance around the idea that there's all these different types of energy when there's only 2 types of energy in your paradigm, kinetic and potential. So when I'm lifting a dumbbell, what kind of energy is that?
The lifting of the energy? The energy you're
Lifting of the
expelling
energy.
is doing work. You're doing work.
The lifting of the energy. I'm not asking about work in your little childish terms. Let's be hyper concise.
You're saying, are you telling what the potential or kinetic energy of the object is, or what the work is being done?
I'm asking you the work that's being done. What type of energy?
The kinetic energy.
And what is kinetic energy?
And the energy of objects in motion.
By what means?
Regardless of the means.
Oh, there's no means within kinetic energy? That's what you're saying?
You said by what means.
Yeah, by what means?
It doesn't matter what caused the emotion or how it was caused.
Yeah, it does.
It matters that it is.
No, it does matter because
if I have a car moving that was propelling by this engine or pushed by a wind or pushed by an earthquake, all that matters for that object is that it has kinetic energy with respect to some reference frame.
Is there different types of electricities in it?
I only know of one.
So
the movement of electrons that usually is described as current flow.
So is there combustion within the human body picking up a weight? The dynamic system of the biological entity of the
combustion?
Yeah.
Combustion,
Okay. So what type of energy are we talking about?
What energy of the object or energy of the person?
The energy of the person, right?
There's chemical energy being utilized.
He's saying and that chemical energy, what is that measured in?
All energy is has a unit measure of joules. One unit measure is a joule. There's others, but that's one.
And is there electrons involved with the measurement of joules in a system?
Is there a measurement of electrons to determine how much energy?
Is there electrons involved when you're measuring joules in a system? Is there flow of electrons?
It's in respect of something completely other than the number of electrons that are in flow.
So I have a question. Is anything Zanuck saying contrary to what you learned in physics in high school?
Yeah.
I never took physics in high school.
Yeah, he's basically saying that mass and matter are the same. He's saying
I said mass is any amount of matter.
He's saying force, energy, and work are the same.
No, I didn't. I never said that.
You didn't.
Yeah, you're mixing it all up there, Dad. You're mixing it up.
So, who's this guy talking? Who's this? Not Zanuck.
What, me?
No. What's left lane? That's
Diceflow said I thought mass and force and matter were all the same thing, and mass is the same thing.
Diceflow, Zanuck is still wrong, and I don't think that he is. I think he's bang on right. Why don't you correct us and tell us what force is and what energy is?
Well, I would say energy should be redefined as a field to be more concise, due to the fact that no branch of science has ever really explained energy to anyone's satisfaction. It's always just defined as kinetic versus potential, and that kind of goes down a loose-ended rabbit hole.
No, that's
So
not how
I
it's
would.
described.
That's very
say-
imprecise.
I would say.
It's not described
Yeah,
that
I
way
would say
either.
replace.
It's
Yeah.
not.
That's
It's
very
not a
imprecise.
convention. That's not a convention of how energy has been described at all.
Can you describe it in one sentence, maybe, concisely?
You guys say the energy is the ability to do work upon an object or system.
Yeah.
That no sooner explains what energy is, as
Why do you
much
know
as
what
it does.
energy is?
Just,
We told you what energy is. It's capacity to do work.
And actually, you
yeah,
just said
exactly.
it back to us. So you just showed that you did.
But that doesn't. You're not telling us. You're not telling us of what, by what, to what. You're just saying something's happening here, and we're gonna.
Yeah, you don't need
we're
to
gonna
know.
call
By,
it force, and we're gonna call it
How about-
energy.
Energy is the utilization. Energy is the Energy is the chemical utilization of matter. You can't have matter. The only way to get energy is to get it from a fuel. You can't just make
that's not
whatever
true
you
at
think
all.
energy is.
That's
So you
not
can
true
make
at
energy
all.
from nothing.
A rock, or an apple falling off a tree is not any chemical energy.
It's a rock. It's not, bro. You're trying to manifest.
No, the energy is not the rock. The rock does not change mass when it falls. It loses potential. Hold on, it loses potential energy in exchange for kinetic energy as it falls. There's no chemical involved.
It can't lose the ability to do work. You can't
Yes, it
gain
does.
the ability. No, you can't. But that's not.
Yes, it
Look,
does.
hang on,
Absolutely
Xanax,
does.
calm down.
Xanax.
What's the chemical reaction in a trebuchet?
Bro, that's a physical. What's it called? Like
What
I'm trying to say is that energy, whatever you're saying it is, energy, blah 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 blah. You need matter to make it. Whatever energy is, it's a property of matter. Okay, so if you don't have matter, whatever you think energy is, you can't make it.
So.
Yeah, I would say that you're partially correct there. You can't create a force on something that's not matter. You can't do work without matter.
Again, and force is like energy. You need a matter to have force, right? In order to get quote unquote whatever force is, you got to have two objects colliding, or you got to have the interaction of two objects to create this whatever you think force is. Just like you need an object to be utilized to create whatever you think energy is.
Thankfully, in reality, there's lots of objects. So why is that a problem?
I mean, reality. Just say force is motion, and anytime you have motion on an object,
Force is not motion. No, it's not.
No.
You can have motion without a force.
Force and motion are the same fucking thing.
No,
dude.
you can have motion without a force. Something at a constant speed that's not changing in speed, that's not accelerating.
But it's moving.
Hold on, let me finish. Finish. An object that is not accelerating, i.e., in a straight line or in a circle.
Nope.
It does not require a force. So
if you don't have that though. You don't even have that.
Something can be moving and have no force.
Sorry, you have nothing at
motion
rest
is
in
not
your
a force.
Xanax.
There's nothing at rest in your paradigm, Xanax.
Correct. And there's not forces acting on things that are moving.
Oh boy.
Xanax, I would correct you, and because you misspoke. In a circle, of course, there's an acceleration towards the center.
I know.
So
I said accelerating or traveling a circle. I said both. So that was no
sorry,
question.
I thought you said accept.
No. Both.
Yeah, to travel in a circle,
i.e., changing in position, changing velocity with respect to position, or traveling in a circle. That's an acceleration as well.
Yeah.
So we have those two conditions. If those two conditions don't exist, there are no forces acting on an object. They can still be in motion, and there's no forces acting on them.
I feel like there's a deeper root to this that we were addressing that we kind of maybe derailed from.
But it's the nature of energy and force, right? Like what is it? What is energy? And to apply it to anything but a chemical, like something happening, is like, that's like saying it's the soul.
Well, right to hand. Listen, you got an object. An object falls from a tree. You have a 1 kilogram apple, a big apple, and it's going to drop. Before it dropped, it had a potential energy. It could do work by the measure of that potential energy. And we can get into what that potential energy is by its mass and how high it is above the ground. That determines its potential. Hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. Now, once that stem breaks or wind blows and it falls, that potential energy is exchanged for kinetic energy. And once it hits the ground, all that kinetic energy And all that pretend energy based on the ground is gone. It cannot do work anymore. No mass has changed. It just changes position.
Yeah, that's not energy, bro. If you have a
It
rock, if you have
is
an apple,
too
hang
energy.
on.
Oh my God.
Bro, listen. An apple is not energy. An apple is an apple. Now, if you're trying to create an energy from an apple, right? Like that's your problem. You're
If
trying
you're laying on the ground and it hits you in the head, would that hurt or not?
Zanuck,
an
you let him
apple,
finish.
an apple hitting my head is not force. It's physical contact between the physical apple and my physical head. There is no magical force. Like where the what is
there is no magical force.
So yeah, there's no magic force moves the apple, right? The
There
apple
is no
fell
magic
from a
force.
mechanism. So don't
There
say
is a
force.
Well, partially.
Wait a minute.
it's a
Did
bit
everyone hear what he
philosophical.
said? He said apple hitting his face is not a force. That is the dumbest thing you can say.
It's physical contact. Force
Yes,
is
physical contact is the force.
No, physical contact is physical
Holy
contact.
shit.
A force.
Did you take physics in high
Wait, come on. Bro, come on. When you say force,
No, did you take
right?
physics in high school?
Yes.
No, let him
Listen,
talk.
I'll explain. Physics.
No, you did not.
Physics requires physical objects. If you're trying to create something, some sort of physics without a physical object, and you're just saying this physics is force. Now it's not a physical object.
Is
it's
the
just
apple
force.
physical?
Yes, the apple is physical.
Is your head physical? That's debatable.
Yes, my head is physical.
Debatable.
Is the
Okay,
impact
so you have
physical?
two things.
So we have the apple hitting my head. Now where
Yes, two
or what
physical
is the
objects.
force? What is the okay? Now where's the force though? You're gonna manifest it
He
from
said
my
it-
head and the apple.
Okay.
Force
Is
equals
it the
mass
one?
times
Is it the one?
acceleration.
Yeah. How fast is the apple moving? How fast
That's
does it
not a force.
decelerate?
That's the apple.
And what's the mass?
That's the apple.
What's
That's
the mass
still
of the
all
apple?
the apple. That's all the apple.
What's
You're
You
not creating.
change
Your
the
head
momentum,
makes
you
it
create a
It doesn't
force.
matter, bro. You're not creating. You can't create
Change
a
of
force by
momentum
measuring an
is a
apple.
force. Right to hand.
No, it's not.
Change of momentum is a force
Yes,
by
it is.
definition.
No, but you're trying to make something
That's
that
what
is
you
not
call
in reality
Change
real.
of momentum is a force by
No, it's not.
definition.
It is the change of a physical object. If you
It's
have
a
a
change of
physical object,
momentum. It went from a high momentum to zero
Yo.
momentum.
Yo, guys.
that's not a
It's not called a
force.
force.
Yo, guys. A moderator is about to mute all of you. Okay. That's just my best guess based on listening to you. All right. It's out of hand.
Yeah, it's a little
Okay.
out of hand, but it's all right. I mean, the back and forth is good. Just chill out just a little. Tone it back for the audience because
Right
it's
to hand.
terrible.
All it is right now is
Right to
yes,
hand.
it is.
Change of
No, it
momentum is
is.
defined as a
No, it
force. It requires a force to
Well, the
change
thing
momentum.
is, we are
This
getting
is
a little
no.
philosophical
Lemon, this
because
is
we
not the
can't
time.
see energy.
Lemon.
And so energy is this
I
concept
was in
of
the middle
something
of a
that is
sentence, Lemon.
transferred upon collision or
I
contact
was literally in the middle of
between
a sentence,
one
Lemon.
object to another to allow it to move, to allow it to change, to allow it to do something. But we don't really see energy's blue color, shape, or anything like that necessarily.
That's
It's
actually kind of
conceptual.
right. Actually kind of right.
When we eat food, we think of something being transferred from the food to us to power our bodies and our cells and help us grow and develop, aka
Yeah, so-
energy.
Chemical
Okay, so
energy.
Lemon, can you explain in Flurf to the rest of them how an apple hitting your head is a force?
Well, the apple fell, and when it made contact with your head, something was transferred from the apple to your head that bumped it, crushed it, hurt it, smashed it in, or moved your head from one side to the other.
Yeah.
That would
Did
be
the apple decelerate? Did
it
the
is
apple
Hang on.
separated from the ground.
Chucky,
Yeah,
what caused the apple to fall?
probably. Oh, Chucky, sorry, you were saying.
Motion.
What caused
The branch.
the
The
apple
branch.
to fall? The branch
Yeah.
can no longer support the weight of
It's
the
mass
apple.
attracting. It's mass attracting mass at the lowest null pressure point.
No, it's not, bro. It's a falling apple. You're bro. This is how you get to fantastical things by making more out of what's happening than what happened. The apple fell. That is it.
Why?
There was no.
Yeah.
There was.
Why?
Hang on. There was no. Wait. Let me just get this out.
Why?
There was no force. There was no energy. There was no mass attracting
But
mass. There was no space
You've
time
never been hit
bending.
with an
There was
apple?
none of it.
Can I answer? Can I answer, please?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason the apple fell was because the stem could no longer support the weight of the apple.
Come
The structure of the stem gave way. It reached its threshold tolerance and just broke. There was no force. It was the physical stress from the physical apple that made it reach its breaking point.
It doesn't matter why the apple fell. When the apple decelerated, when it hit your head, that's what force we're talking about.
That's our theory about what's happening. We'll power our experiments as we go forward and possibly control whether the apple stays down, goes up, or floats. What I would be suspicious of is whether energy is being transferred from the thing supporting the apple to the apple itself, or if there's some sort of cut between the energy being transferred between the thing supporting the apple and the apple itself, making it move or accelerate in this direction or another.
Exactly. How did the apple get away from the ground? The energy had to be transferred into that tree for that tree to grow, for it to separate itself from the ground to begin.
What energy, bro? What do you say when you say energy is transferred? What is that? What is
the tree get the energy from?
Oh my God!
Some sort of concept that covers whatever helped the tree grow, whatever helped the tree develop, whatever helped the tree move. Some sort of concept to cover that.
None of
Water
that
helps the
matters.
tree grow dirt. But it does matter. It does.
It does not matter to the apple falling on your head.
Let me explain why it matters. So it matters because what you do, and this is why it matters so much, is instead of having some mechanism for motion, you just make it a force, an energy. So now anything that happens, you can be like, well, the force
is not energy,
and then gravity is the force,
right? It's the acceleration.
Gravity's not a force either.
Well, a force is a concept. Nothing can be a concept, right? You can't have something.
I'll tell you what. Let me drop some apples on your head and tell me if you feel the concept or not. Okay,
bro. Those are apples, not a concept. What do you not understand?
I'll tell you what.
About this?
You just sit on the tree, and I'll start small, maybe with a pea, and then maybe a strawberry. Work my way up to apples and watermelon.
Those are all physical objects. They're all physical objects.
Until such time as you figure out there's a force involved.
No, there's physical objects involved.
A big rock.
These concepts can help us explore reality. That is all. Do we see a color for energy? No. Do we see a form to it? No. But this concept helps us explain a few things and helps us.
You're using the concept not to explain. You're using it as the mechanism. Hang on. Let me just finish.
No, you've already talked for 5 minutes.
I know. I'll be quick. You're not using. Wait, it'll be under 15 seconds. You're not using the what you're saying, force, to explain. You're using it as the mechanism. You're saying force is what makes the ball move, not describing the ball moving with force. That's my problem.
Force is what makes the ball move. Correct. Very good.
Yeah. See? No. So it's not.
No, this is
Newton's. It's the mechanism.
Are you familiar with Newton's laws of motion?
Are you familiar with a physical mechanism to make motion?
Are you familiar with Newton's laws of motion?
Can I tell you what I was going to tell you?
Objects in rest tend to stay at rest.
Has weight right to hand.
Great, that's
the apple
what
has weight. That's my turn.
Doesn't dictate
it's
the
my
rules of
turn. You
physics.
said you'd stop. You're not stopping. The apple has weight. It falls. You know you can weigh it, and you would bet, because I know you're a betting man. If I have an apple twice as heavy as the previous apple and it drops the same distance, you know the heavier apple is going to hurt more. Why? Because the force is more.
No,
and the force, let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. The heavier the apple, the greater the force, because the change in momentum, this is defined as a force.
No, the bigger apple.
No, really? Tell me why no.
Bro,
the more massive apple.
Don't cut them off. Stop cutting them off.
The bigger apple will hurt more because there is more apple. It's not that there's more force. There's more physical apple. Okay? The less amount of apple, the less amount of hurt. Well, whatever it is, it's not force. It's not force. It's the physical matter. No, it's not. It's called matter. It's called stuff. It's not called magic force.
Man, y'all have got to calm down. Jeez, man.
Well, it's hard to talk to someone who's got complete cluelessness of the actual characteristics.
We don't have that.
Yeah, sure thing, Danny.
Shut up.
But
let the moderator speak.
Rakia,
let the moderator speak.
Sorry.
The thing is, you guys are kind of repeating the same premise over and over again. I get what you're saying, that force doesn't have a color, a shape, or something that would be more physical, based off of what we already identify as physical, that has shape, color, form, and some sort of tangible aspect to it. But we are talking about a pretty intelligible concept, at least on some.
Lemon, you said it 4 times. Lemon, if I take a ball on a string and I swing it around my head, would it not take some force to keep it from flying out of your hands?
Yeah.
Okay, like everyone's played tetherball, and everyone knows that ball is tied by a string and tethered to the pole. That acceleration creates a force. It's how it works.
Bro,
F equals ma.
You're trying to create, when you say create something, like if I took a piece of paper and folded a bunch of times, I could create origami, right? Origami is the shaping of the paper. When you say creating a force, when you say apple fell because of a force, right? That's not why the apple fell.
The force creates an acceleration.
Yeah, keep saying
it.
Keep saying it.
The force creates an acceleration. The acceleration is on your head when it hits it.
Hey, Xanax,
that is measurable.
let me ask you a question, Xanax.
It's releasing of energy.
Let me ask you a question,
oh my God. The apple can.
Hold on, dude. We got an apple seed. We got an apple seed and we got apple wood. They're both identical on the molecular and anatomical level, but the problem is we can't get firewood from the apple seed, right? Why is that? Why does the apple seed have to manifest into it in order to get the fucking wood? Where's your energy and force there, Xanax? Can you explain that to us? How do we get firewood from an apple seed when they're both the same thing, but yet something has to be required in order for it to manifest?
You let me answer? You have a seed. It is nothing that compares to wood. Why? Because it gets converted by water, by the nutrients in the soil, and by sunlight. And through that process, it becomes more and more massive by taking the elements from the soil and building something called wood.
Yeah,
they're not the same.
And that wood,
they're not molecularly or atomically the same at all.
Yeah, they are. If you
they're
were to
not.
Look at,
it doesn't
because
mean
all the things that are in the seed are not in the soil around it. That's how it becomes wood.
Massive.
If you were to look at the,
that's great technique.
They're a broke down version through like a filter. So if you actually want to get technical, they're a broke down version of what they are. They're not a.
Now, if you were to look at them under the microscope, the DNA is the same. There's no difference between the firewood coming from that apple tree versus that apple seed. They're identical DNA.
They're not identical at all.
The firewood is basically the seed after a bunch of energy has been put inside of the seed. And after the energy has been put into usable structures and in a usable form inside of the mature tree, after it was a seed, you have something a little different. It's still the same tree essentially, just more mature, but there's more energy packed inside of it now.
Right, there's more water. It's not energy, it's water and stuff, bro. Like the seed doesn't use energy to become a tree. It has to use physical stuff to become a tree. So when you say it uses energy to become a tree, that is one, it's so vague. You have no idea what you're talking about. And two, it's impossible.
But energy also covers the concept, the hand, of how the stuff is organized. Because you can put a bunch of stuff together, but if there is no sort of organization or some sort of processing that puts that stuff into a usable form, it's no good. It's just a bunch of junk. So energy covers a bunch of concepts that we need to talk about. Organization, the transferable element that goes from contact to contact, collision to collision, from process to process. And wow.
Yeah, but you're making energy.
Excuse me, guys.
You're saying that there's a process.
Just wanted to ask the whole room a question, hear everyone's answer. Just been listening, trying my best to write notes down that are important. So my question is for everyone: can you be hit? Can you be hit by a force?
No, you need to be hit by something that's carrying a force. As far as
you
have to be.
One at a time. What do you say?
You'd have to be hit by something that is channeling or carrying the force, as far as I can tell, unless you go metaphysical or spiritual.
Okay. Next.
Hit is what physical objects do to another physical object. The only way you can have something hit something is if you have one object make contact with another object.
And that observation is loosely defined as a force, but again, man, this is very vague.
It's not the mechanism.
It's not right. Sound can throw you all across the room. Sound, and it's not touching you.
I agree. You can't just
it is. Sound is air. Sound is air, dude. No air, no sound.
You can't just use the word force without first saying of what, by what, and to what.
Exactly.
So there's a
How,
force
what,
there
to
from
what.
sound.
That's the thing.
Okay.
Right.
I haven't heard from Zanuck yet. Can you be hit by a force?
Yes.
Only if it's an uphill river.
The problem is, if you're talking about this material sort of physical contact thing, that doesn't appear to be present at
There has
all.
to be. He asked me the question.
Of reality that
He
we
asked
observe.
me the question, Lemon. Lemon.
What were you
Is that
saying?
a cue for you to say something when he asked me the question?
There was dead air. What were you saying, Zanuck?
He asked me if you can be hit by a force. A force is something that accelerates mass. So something has to accelerate the mass. The force would be something that would accelerate, and that can be carried by another mass. Right?
So
You
is
even
there
said
a
it yourself.
reaction?
So you need a mass that would hit you. That would create the force, not the other way around.
That reaction, that sheer reaction.
Second question. Can a force be a cause of something?
Yes, the force causes
static.
acceleration.
Yes.
A force of
Static,
what?
sound, temperature, they're forces. They
What
cause
is that
things.
force?
Bro, no.
Force is a force. A force, it doesn't matter where it comes from. A force is a force, of course.
Bro, this is insane.
Everything's a force, huh?
It's really
Bro,
insane.
everything is a everything is
No,
a
I didn't say
force.
everything's
Everything is
force.
energy.
A force
Yeah,
is a
it's
force. It
crazy.
doesn't matter where it comes from. The fact
So
that it is.
basically,
You said
Anything that
basically
causes an acceleration in mass is a force.
So
basically acceleration and force are the same thing then. Okay,
No,
got
they're
it.
not at all the same
Or
thing.
reaction. Yes.
A force
So
is what
of what? A force of
a
what?
force is what causes acceleration in
Sound.
mass.
A force of what?
Static.
Complicated.
Force of static or sound, electricity.
Any kind of force.
A force of
Any
resistance.
kind of
Causes
force,
acceleration
sure,
in
bud.
mass. You're not listening to the words I'm saying. A force
Well,
is something that
I am.
causes an acceleration in mass.
Are you listening to my words?
Yeah.
I am.
Okay, so my words are, if we keep on this path, I'm going to exert a force on the room. And a lot of energy is going to come out and a lot of mass is going to be moved.
And it might make a river go uphill.
Yeah. So let's calm it down a little bit. Maybe be a little, maybe take a
The
break.
river
Maybe
has
go
a force
go
on it.
take a piss. You know, I don't know. Take a break every
Well,
now.
it's like saying that the hand in the form of a fist, caused, your teeth to be knocked out. The hand itself doesn't appear to be causal enough if it's not, directed with enough energy and force to do that. Otherwise, the hand could be gentle and not knock out any teeth unless there's some force behind it. So that's what I mean when I say that a force can be more causal anyway.
Could we
You're
say
right.
that it needs an amount of motion, right? The more motion in a fist, the more it hurts. Now, you can see an object move. You can't see an object force. So if we're going to start in the conceptualization area, how about we at least start with a concept that we can wrap our heads around? The motion of an object making contact with my face would hurt. Now, when you say a force, right? The force is what made the ball move. I'm just going, what? What is this force, and how does it interact with the ball?
Calm down
It's
a
a
minute.
change of momentum, as I said.
down a
It's
minute.
autonomous
No,
with the
that-
force.
How does
Change
the
your momentum.
force?
Change your momentum.
Let
If you change momentum,
me
you
get my
force.
question. Zach, let me get my question. How does this force interact with an object? Is it a physical interaction? Is it a spiritual interaction? Or is it a magical interaction?
Well, okay, so you have to be more specific then.
Physical,
What is causing what?
clearly.
Okay,
It's
so
just a reaction through mediums or other things or objects. I mean, you're asking what's happening, and then you're saying what when they say there's an action going on.
Okay,
it's kind
so
of crazy.
if we go back to the apple.
Yeah, because motion is motion, acceleration is acceleration. When you start using the word force to loosely try to entangle all of these words and terms together,
Right.
but then never describe by the meaning of how force is being applied, you're only describing the phenomena at hand, but never getting to the crux of the explanation of what caused it, how is it being interacted, and where is this force going to. So let's try to get away from these loose things like representing motion, acceleration, and interactions with vague words like.
But you're using a loose
Well-
term like force that has a lot of subdivisions within it. So there's different types of
Force also
forces. and
covers force also covers another category, the parts of a process that we can see and not see. Because Because if we're talking about everything being physical collisions and interactions, if we don't see all of those collisions and interactions, there's going to be an unseen portion that is energetic, forceful, spiritual, whatever, that's still going to need to be covered to talk about the process with full intelligibility.
Can you give us an example? That sounds real magical. Do you have an example in reality?
We could talk about the builders that put the building together. We see them physically put together, the beams, the blocks of wood and everything, but we don't see the unseen non-physical stuff, the planning that went into making the schematic of that building, the schooling that person who made the schematic chose to get to learn how to make buildings in that form, the unseen stuff that also went into what ultimately was a physical building.
So would you say that's more described as engineering or a force mechanism behind the magic of the unseen?
That would be engineering, but there's unseen physical forces, spirit, whatever, that also went into that building by planning it, organizing it, and then putting it into form by giving those unseen instructions that don't have a shape, color, or a form unless you write them down to the workers.
Most of the time, there's a way we can demonstrate. Most of the time, there's a way we can demonstrate what we're looking at too by like colorization. You can color clear liquids. You can color smokes. You can, you know what I mean. You can add stuff into it. What cheese and rice? Cheese and rice. What?
Did any of those things cause a mass to accelerate?
No, stupid.
No, it's more like induction.
Listen, you're talking about forces that you can't see. So to see the force or reaction or something going on, the reaction through the mediums, you get the mediums, you see the reaction, you do said thing, and you get the reaction. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, what are you asking?
None of those cause the mass to accelerate now. No.
Then they're not forces. What do you want to test? Gases? What do you want to test? Air? What do you want to test?
Masses.
No, I think you're making a point though. No. What are you saying?
Yeah. I'd still like to get clarification.
Well, you still have to know what you're talking about. You can't just say a mass. What the fuck? A fart? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's just like when you say force moves the object. How is this for? How does anyone who believes that force moves objects?
I'm out.
How does it interact? Is it a physical interaction, this force? Does it physically push or pull the object?
Yes.
One could think of it, I guess, as induction, convincing the object to move itself or organize itself in a certain way to make it easier to move, maybe. So induction would be like convincing the object to move itself, I guess.
So the force, so you're saying the force is convinced, it's like talking to the object and going, come on, move. Come on, you could do it.
Interesting, man.
Bro, this is insane.
I don't want to anthropomorphize it too much, but the only language available is something that on some level says it basically organizing or moving itself. Basically.
There's no force. Wait. To say the only language we can use is that it's moving itself is ridiculous.
There's no such thing as
better way to describe motion than it moved itself.
Can we just use the word magic in lieu of force?
Because we're not on Star Wars.
Magic implies a will. I
want to share something.
Hold on one second. You're right.
Can I share something?
It's actually, hold on one second. It is an interaction.
Okay.
It is an interaction between two objects. That interaction is called the force.
But it's not a thing.
The objects. You're right.
It's not a thing. It's just describing.
Can I chime in now?
It's verbally describing the two objects. You didn't create a third thing.
Yes, when two objects hit each other and there's a change of momentum, a change of direction, in other words, or a change of velocity, you have a force created.
No,
that force can release energy.
It's really hard for me to get a word in here, Like, maybe so.
90 Degree and Zanuck have been going at it pretty good, steady for 30 or so minutes. Let's maybe take a step back and let some other people get in.
I appreciate that. I don't mind if you wrap whatever you were up, talking about, or I'll just take it away. I just wanted to share some of my thoughts on understanding what force really is and like energy and all these relationships. And I've been thinking about this a while, and the way I've come to think about it is that when I use the word force, I think of force as being an avenue of interaction like a tunnel or a bridge, and through this avenue is going to be an exchange or interaction of energy, and how much energy travels or it interacts or exchanges through this avenue is going to be how forceful something is. But I don't really like thinking about force as the thing that's doing something. I think of energy as the thing that's really being transferred, and force, and the four fundamental forces we have are the four different avenues energy is exchanged, whether it be like thermal exchange
so let me ask
or
you, Fundy.
electrical.
Let me ask you, Fundy, if I take a magnet and I add motion to an object with the magnet, is there energy or force involved there?
Like I said, I like to think of the word force as being the avenue.
Yes.
Let's
just answer a question. The question was asked. Let's answer that question. I say yes to the answer to that question.
There's no energy in a
Anybody
magnet.
else get the same or a different answer?
There's no energy in a magnet.
There's no energy and there's no force involved. We're talking about a magnet.
I was still trying to answer you guys.
So very vague, Fundy, and I think we need to go back to the drawing board with that analogy.
Okay. Go back to my drawing board for my thoughts. Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm always down.
You said objects. You say objects in motion are embarked on by energy or a force, but I gave you an example where there's no energy or a force, so your analogy fell apart.
I didn't even say one complete sentence.
You did. We heard you.
You said you move an object with a magnet. Is there force or energy involved in that, right? That was your question? Okay. Yes. I said, and then I said about 5 words. I said, well, like I said before, I like to think of force as being the avenue which energy is going to travel through. And so I would say there's a forcefulness, there's a forcefulness applied, that's going to happen to move this object, because I think that there is an energetic interaction. I just don't like to call this interaction as like some sort of.
But all you've done was giving your feelings, thoughts, and beliefs upon something without any logic or facts. Like I could say, I think unicorns slide down rainbows, but I mean, where's the evidence behind that?
Well, we're dealing with a lot of concepts here. I could build a house with the same physical materials, the same physical contact between my hand and the brick, but eventually I'm going to get tired. I'm going to need sleep, and I'm probably going to die. Now, if I want to make more houses or build, more things, I'm going to need some sort of blank, I would say, energy and or force to power me continuing or, making more stuff. Even with these physical, collisions or whatever, as these atomists or these materialists would have you believe, reality reduces down to.
The word force?
Energy and the force reduces down to the unseen stuff that plans, organizes, or powers and helps organize the physical stuff.
Let me reword it for you a little better. Basically, when they don't have an answer for objects interacting and they can't give you an explanation, they could just simply put this organic label on it called a force. And this is why they just created a new 5th force. And like I predicted, pretty soon we'll have a 6th and 7th, because it's so vague that anytime something's happening, we can just simply say there was a force present. I mean, let's get away from this childish characteristics of observations, guys.
Some sort of unseen thing powered this thing, supposedly philosophically.
Yeah, you could say magic. We could just say magic and replace force with magic. It'd literally be the same thing. It's
It would be similar in that it is unseen, but there are things that are unseen that help power the interaction. With my labored analogy before, I was talking about the engineering, the schematics, the planning that had to be done first, and then that had to be communicated to the workers so that these physical workers could have their work be organized, as opposed to just being a pile of rubble or a pile of bricks. That helped, that unseen thing help power and plan their physical interaction on a certain level, and has a certain amount of unseen force to it.
I mean, these Globers got a lot of magic shit going on. Why start taking it away from them now?
We can still intelligibly talk about it, but does it have a color and a shape? No. Could it be something else? Sure. We're just trying to talk about it in an intelligible way.
It's literally the prestige within their magic show, man.
Well, the thing is, forces are also mediated. I could shoot a softball and the force is making it go straight, but the moment a string attaches to it and kind of pulls it around the center, it'll go in a circle. Was, the original force that I sent out circular? No. It got mediated, it got pulled by the string and rechanneled and redirected in a circular path. So force also deals with what needs to be mediated, channeled, and directed or redirected to make something move or happen.
You could just say you applied motion upon this object, right, that you shot or whatever your scenario was, and it accelerated. Like when you throw force out there, like it's real fancy. Like I can add quantum in front of every fourth word and sound real convincing. But what am I really saying?
That's what you already do, Dicelo. You already do that in an attempt to feign intelligence or feign understanding. You already do that.
Is that your intro? Hang on one second. Hang on. We're not going to set that precedent. Bio, is that your intro to the conversation here? I mean, it's the first thing you said, right?
Yeah, it's my response to the dribble that's being presented. Yeah.
Okay, I will give you a stern warning. Then don't do that again, please.
No, I will do that. I'm not insulting. I confirmed what he said. He said he could do a thing where he's using quantum in front of. Already doing that in what he presented. He's already doing that. In what way does that deserve a warning or two?
Can I respond to Biodual?
Go ahead.
It's a true sign of intelligence when your words are blah 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 and blah blah blah, because that's what you do.
All right. Enough of what personal people do and crap like that. Let's get back. I mean, I'm gonna stick Xanax on y'all if y'all don't.
This is dealing with the general philosophy to speak intelligibly about anything. You're going to have the seen element and the unseen element to have the most amount of intelligibility and categorization with this science or whatever you're talking about. So if energy and or force are not things, how are you going to speak intelligibly about the unseen, uncategorized, explored parts of whatever process, mechanism, or whatever you're talking about? If you don't have a category for that, it's like you're missing half of the game right there.
Listen, I don't want to change the subject or anything, but does anyone have any final thoughts on this?
Yeah, we're limited by the language, by available language in describing
force and motion are synonymous.
I think we're limited by our agreement on the definitions of words.
Fantastic.
Force is not motion, first of all.
Force and motion are synonymous pairs of action that you cannot get away from.
Yes, motion can be constant without a force involved.
Seen and unseen.
How did it achieve its constant motion?
With respect to time. Hold on. Change of position with respect to time is velocity defined. That does not require a force.
Must have been a force to get that object. Yeah, there must have been a force to get that object in motion, right?
Where's the example?
Sure. That's a non sequitur to the statement.
That was a good call. Good call, Ralph. You mean non sequitur?
It doesn't matter what got it going. It matters what it is. It is moving, and it doesn't require force to continue to move.
Give us an example.
Things in motion stay in motion. Things at rest stay. Fuck, guys, you gotta give way. Now I come in and say 5 words. You guys are all over me. Clip.
Guys, settle down. Let Xanax.
Yeah, I'm muting.
Hold on. Let Xanax respond, and then we'll.
Thank you.
You're next, Travis.
Newton's first law. You learned this in high school if you took physics. Things in motion stay in motion, and things at rest stay at rest. No force needed. So motion is not a requirement for a force. They're not synonymous either, obviously.
I'd like an example.
Hold on, wait. You seem to be combating that there is no force necessary to keep something in motion. Is that correct?
That is the state of the law.
Okay, who made that claim for you to rebut? Who are you rebutting?
I'm not rebutting anybody. I'm telling everybody that is disagree with me. Someone specifically said a force is motion.
He's rebutting me.
Someone said force is motion. I said no, force is not motion. Motion is a change of position with respect to time, and a force is something that imparts an acceleration in an object. They're not related. Although motion is a part of things accelerating, they're not related as in terms.
Give me an example of your bolt plane, please.
Yeah, show us something moving, not changing its velocity without putting any
Throw
force into it.
throw a ball. The only reason
the ball ends up slowing down.
Hold on. You asked me a question, I'm responding. You throw a ball, it slows down only because of the drag and other forces acting on it, i.e. its weight. Its weight and drag will slow it down to a stop and hit something.
Okay, so show us this example that
you have something in motion with no force embarked upon it. Please give us a real.
You just made.
Show us the example. Show us the example of something. Show us the example of something that you just said about how something stays in motion and doesn't stop, and you don't have to have a force involved. Or does that not exist as like theoretical
shit? Because everything we see that moves, that does change direction, we can measure and quantify the force applied to it. So,
but you can't show us anything.
We don't need to show. We don't need to show. Like we don't need to prove absolute zero. Or zero entropy. We know it exists because we know how to use subtraction.
Real bold claim.
Right. Right.
We know we can measure the temperature. So if we took the temperature away, there'd be zero. We don't know. It doesn't have to exist. It doesn't have to exist anywhere, but we know it does. It can if there was no temperature. That's the same thing.
Perfect vacuum. Absolute zero. You're full of shit.
You just said. You don't know that absolute unicorn exists, but you can mathematically prove that it does.
Yeah, it's not related at all. I said if we know the temperature is 700 degrees, 700 degrees Kelvin. We know. Hold on. We know that if we didn't have any Kelvin degrees, it would be zero. That's all I'm saying. It's just basic logic.
That's just math.
It doesn't have to exist.
You know, right? You don't. It doesn't have to exist.
It doesn't have to exist.
Right.
So the laws are written in such a way that if we have no forces, hold on.
The laws are written.
Yes, the laws are written. These are laws. These are
natural laws.
These are natural laws. Yes.
Who wrote them? Where can I read them?
Newton wrote them.
So it wasn't nature. It's not nature's laws. It's Newton's laws. So it's not.
The thing with laws is real quick.
Newton discovered these laws of nature.
Where did he find them? Where did he find them?
Euclidean geometry.
Hold on a second. So Zanuck, laws are things that we observe, right? And then we don't know the cause of them, so we put
indisputable causes for things we observe.
Hold on. Laws don't have.
Once there's exception, hold on. Once there's an exception, they're not laws anymore.
Zanuck,
hold on. I made a very important statement. I made a very important statement. Once you show an exception to a law, it's not a law anymore.
We're not going to be able to finish. If you don't control yourself, we're not going to be able to continue this because they're going to mute you.
Just relax, bro. You're worse than me.
Relax. Relax. Just relax. Let me finish. So laws are things that we see happen in nature that we can't put a cause to. We only know they always happen.
No,
that's why they're called laws.
No.
Yes, that is absolutely true. Okay, that's a fact. What I just said. So this thing you're saying about something staying in motion, you can't show that. That's not a law, bro.
It is a law. It's a law that is a law until you can prove it being not a law. Show an exception, and then it's
that's not how laws work.
That is how law works.
No, a law.
Wait. So I've got the
theories are the law, are the causes of the laws.
The ether band law, then, right? Thank you.
Yeah, all theories.
Okay, laws are. Hold on, you had your chance. My turn. Laws are things we observe in nature. We can't put a cause to it. That's why there are laws, because it always happens. Just like the second law, just like the second law of thermodynamics, always happens.
No,
okay, we observe it in nature. We observe it in nature. We observe fuck.
It doesn't. It's not always observed in nature. Entropy can go down. Nothing wrong with entropy going down.
Different thing. I smash your laws all the time, man.
Sani, can you repeat what you just said? The laws are something unless you demonstrate the contrary?
Laws are such that if there ever is an exception to one, it's not a law anymore. So find the exception, and then it won't be a law.
So you want to show? Hold on. Hey.
No.
So you want us to show you an exception to something that you haven't demonstrated happening?
Whoa, that ain't right.
What is the law that you're trying to dispute?
Yeah, but you want us to show you something that demonstrating something that you
Yeah.
haven't.
Right. The law
What?
is that something in motion will stay in motion until
So
acted
if
upon by
I
another
say
force.
a fucking
Show me
unicorn
an object
exists,
that's moving
it's
that
true
slows
unless you show
down
me that
that
it
didn't have
doesn't
a force
exist.
acting on it. You asked me a question, I'm trying to respond. You asked me a question, I immediately tried to respond, and you talked over me.
Just gotta take it easy, Zach. You're all hyped up, dude.
No, I want to respond expeditiously, and as soon as I start speaking, someone talks over me.
This
But the laws are demonstrated. The laws of motion are demonstrated.
No, but here's your. Let me. If I said I could fly, right? Like, let's say I said I could fly unless forces are acted on me. Now, can I fly? I'm just looking for a yes or no.
That's a nonsensical
No.
statement.
Well,
Okay.
do you identify
I'm
as
gonna
a
say
bird?
no.
Hold on. Let me make my point. So I cannot fly. So we cannot start with the premise I can fly unless, right? Because I can't fly. So to add the unless legitimizes the fact that I can do something I can't show or do, which is fly. Just like when you say an object will move forever unless. Now you've quantified without quantifying. That's what you do. You did the exact same thing I
No,
did
I
with
quantified.
flying.
I said any object that's in motion that changes its motion. When it changes its motion, we know there has to be a force acting it because that's the law. All objects will stay in motion. Let me finish. I literally was in the middle of a sentence.
No, you addressed the wrong thing. You addressed
So
the wrong thing.
If you have something in motion, it will always stay in motion until acted upon by another force, and that's what you have to show the exception to.
Yeah, you have to show that an object will stay in motion.
That's the case. You haven't shown that that's the case.
You've never
Is an
shown the
elliptical
object you've never showed the object staying in motion. You've only said it doesn't stay in motion because. That's not showing that it stays in motion. That's actually the complete opposite. What you're saying is objects don't stay in motion. So that should be the law. Objects
Because they always come in contact with outside forces.
Dang, man.
Objects in motion will stay in motion.
That's what you see. You don't see objects stay in motion.
Yes,
you
you
see
do.
them not stay in motion.
You
So
say
we're
them
going to
stay in motion unless acted upon by another force.
No, you don't. No, hang on. So now this is what he's doing. He's making an object move forever without the object moving forever. So you throw a ball and he says, look, that ball stopped because that ball would have went forever if it didn't stop. That's
if it didn't hit the earth and stop. Yeah, that's exactly correct.
No, it's not. It's 100%.
No, it was acted on by another force. You hitting the earth.
Well, we have the motion. We have the motion around.
He's not wrong with that.
We have the motion of the moon around the Earth. It's not stopping.
That's absurd. That's absurd. You guys have to realize the absurdity of what Newton's laws are based on.
Oh, you can refute Newton now along with Copernicus?
It's based on perpetual motion. He starts with the premise that perpetual motion is 100% completely real. It happens on a
That's not what perpetual motion means.
Moving forever?
That's not the context of the term. You have to go look up perpetual motion device and didn't understand what you're saying. You don't even know what you're saying.
We need to agree on definitions then, right?
No, that was good, right to hand. That was beautiful.
Thank you, right hand.
Yeah, that was beautiful, right to hand. You're saying Xanax starting this whole thing with this law is that perpetual motion exists because this thing will be in motion forever.
Stop saying perpetual motion. You know what you mean by perpetual motion.
It means something will perpetually move forever.
No, it means something will perpetually get energy out of it forever. Exactly.
In a straight line. In a straight line.
You completely misunderstood the conservation laws, and you understand the term perpetual motion, which was just described to you very eloquently.
Okay, there are no conservation laws. So look, where
there are. Conservation of energy is a law.
Great. Where's the terrestrial observation that Newton had where an object... Hold on. Where did Newton ever observe an object perpetually moving without coming into contact with another force so it would stop?
A waterfall.
Newton never experienced that.
Excuse me?
Newton never said that.
Okay, here's a quick definition.
Hold on.
Real quick. Perpetual motion is a motion of bodies that continues forever in an uninterrupted system. Okay? So that's what you got going on with this Newton's fake first law here.
So you're going to debunk Newton now? Jeremy, are you debunking Newton?
Yes, we already have. This is
excellent. When are you going to go? When are you going to go to get the Nobel Prize in physics? Then
Einstein already did it.
You did? Really?
Einstein superseded Newton. What does that mean?
Correct too, but
what does that mean?
Know. It seems like they still use them.
NASA shield. You want to jump in? What does superseded Newton mean?
You're incorrect, by the way. Nice try.
Okay.
That's not answering the question, Penis. Answer the question.
It's answering the question. He's wrong.
So Einstein superseded Newton, yes or no?
Not supersede, no.
Why are they saying that he didn't supersede it then when he did?
Because he didn't. He augmented it.
He augmented it. Oh, okay. So by augmenting
it,
he augment it? By augmenting it.
How did he augment Newton's laws?
You expect me to explain
Einstein to you?
Here he goes.
You expect me to explain Einstein to you?
You are not going to be allowed to discuss this, Pate, if you don't back up your claims. You can't
I'm not going to be able to explain Einstein to you guys. You think he's superseded.
You can't
look it up.
No, if you cannot take the time to communicate what you think to be reality, then you should not be commenting.
Yeah, let's move on from Peyton S. Show if he just doesn't want to answer, or, it's his choice. So let's move on.
Yeah, my question is, an object in motion will stay in motion. Where did Newton ever see one of those?
He didn't, and he resolved that confusion with the second law.
Okay,
if you studied Newton, if you studied Einstein,
I'm having a conversation.
All these things, I'm still talking. You asked me a question. I'm responding. You literally was five words in, and you ran over me.
I'm having a conversation.
Yeah, you ran over me after 5 words. Seriously.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so, listen. I'm calling out your response.
So the second law is what recovers this implication that perpetual motion is possible.
Okay, great. So
you're not listening.
An object in motion will continue to stay in motion is which law?
That's the first law.
That's the first law. So because he can't substantiate, prove, demonstrate the first law, he makes up a bullshit second law?
This is not how laws work. It's not how laws work.
Try again, Zanuck.
It might not be a law.
How laws work. In fact, if you look at the third law and fourth law,
Zanuck, did I have it right?
Hold on. If you look at the third law of thermodynamics, hold on. If you look at the third law of thermodynamics, they talk about absolute zero, which is not obtainable. But there's a law regarding it. So you're wrong. That's how laws work.
Not a law.
Okay, Zanuck. Again, I'm going to repeat myself and ask a question. Did you say that the second law was created to make up for the deficiency of the first law?
The second law was used to clarify the first law.
Okay, my question again is, when did Newton observe an object in motion without obstruction?
He didn't. The law stated that if some object is in motion, it will stay in motion. He didn't have to observe that. That was the law that he first developed.
How can you have
out
the law?
Of the 3 laws that he came. Why do you keep on doing that?
How can he have a law that's not based on any observable phenomenon?
We do observe it. The ISA.
Where do you observe this?
Howard, no.
I'm sorry, where do you observe this?
Yeah, hold on. No, Howard. Howard, I'm not talking to you. And secondly, the ISS begs the question, okay? We're starting with
the moon. Okay. The moon is basically a perpetual motion device.
Okay, show me Newton's observations of the moon whereby he derives his first law.
He used deductive reasoning on objects. And hold on, let me finish before you interrupt me again. Okay, please give me that decency.
Show me this. Give me the
link. Give me the decency. I'm going to tell you the answer. I don't want you talking over me again. All right, it's rude.
I want you to give me a link.
Stop doing it. I'm telling you. He used deductive reasoning, and he understood very well by his tests and his logic and his math that something in motion was not going to change direction or slow down or stop unless a force was acting on it. That's how he came about his law.
Wouldn't it be a straight line?
Cool story.
Yes, it would be a straight line as well.
You guys don't even know what a straight line is.
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry, Zanuck. I apologize. You broke up a little bit. Again, now you're bringing in things that Newton seems to have observations of that he based his law on. Okay, so again, what was his primary observation that he used to base his law on? Hello?
Oh, you want to answer that? I told you the answer already.
I just told you.
He used deductive reasoning. He used deductive reasoning for objects, saying that if they were going to move, they needed a force. If they're already moving, they needed a force to change the direction or stop them. That was something he used, and that's what his law was. Now, since then, I'm still talking. Since then, no one has been able to dispute that. No one has been able to show anything moving that doesn't continue motion without a force on it, or something at rest that doesn't move unless you have a force acting on it as well. So that law could be disputed by you. You could get a Nobel Prize. Prove it wrong.
Great.
Until you do that, stop.
I said Einstein already did that.
Zanuck. Okay, great, Zanuck. Deduction based upon what?
Look, you're going to talk yourself in circles until you die here. I'm done.
Let's hear the syllogism for it.
Wait, Zanuck, did you not hear me? I asked you a legitimate question. You made a claim. I'm asking you, what was his deduction based upon?
His observation of motion.
Of what?
Looking at the moon.
Moving in an apple falling from the tree is what started it for him.
Okay, so Newton is now Newton's
we
laws.
can see in that apple. So
Newton's laws of motion were started with the legend of the apple falling from
his
the tree.
observation of things that moved in his observable universe. Yes.
So how do you find it legitimate for him to make a deduction based on something he has never observed?
Because that's how laws are formed. You start observing things, observing motion, for example, and then you hypothesize, and then you move it to a theory, and then you move it to a law. Right now,
how it works.
Those three
Those
are
aren't
laws.
the steps.
Let me finish.
Where'd you make that
Why
up
would
from?
you jump? Why you're doing exactly what this rule?
You're making shit up, though. You just made mad shit up.
You think I'm wrong? You have to make your point after I'm done. And through that developing of a law, which has been written and has been solid and has not been challenged for 200 years, 300 years now, you have to now prove it wrong. So go ahead, show it to be wrong.
Great. Hold on. Okay, great. Hold on. Okay, so now let's just say, for instance, I'm Newton and I've got a ball, like a 6-ounce ball, and I roll this ball and it rolls 1.5 feet. And then I just say, well, if I pushed it hard enough, it would go forever. Okay, I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be satisfied with that kind of science.
Maybe you wouldn't be, but I would be, because I would do things like, if I have a 1 kilogram mass on the table and I put
there's
a
a problem
1 Newton
right there.
force on it, don't talk, and I see a 1 meter per second squared acceleration, and then move that to 10 newtons and see 10 Newton effect on that weight, then I see the exact same acceleration on things on the tree falling or a rock when I drop it. I could then deduce, hold on, I'm almost done. I could then deduce that there is a force that is developed by gravity that is accelerating this mass at 9.9 meters per second squared. That's how it came about.
Okay, listen.
Yes.
Okay,
and the values. When
are you going to stop talking, Zanuck? When are you going to stop
Major flaw, Zanuck. You are the one putting the force on it. You're the one who is controlling the experiment. So you are the one
who created a force via a spring. If I have a spring that has a certain force, we can measure.
And
hold on.
And what are you doing? What are you doing to the spring?
Hey, data. Stop it. We can measure it and apply it to a mass and see the acceleration, just as we can drop something and measure the acceleration. So you're wrong.
Okay, hold on.
Sure, but you are applying the energy into it.
Okay, just real quick. Listen again.
Give me 1 second, but just hold that thought. for Xanix's health and for the health of the listeners, we're gonna do some final thoughts here and move on with you two guys going at it for another 30 minutes.
Rakia, what's up with that?
No, nothing wrong with keeping going with the topic.
You're in the middle of a conversation, bro.
Bro,
whoa.
This has been the conversation for like forever. The same two guys.
People is happy doing that conversation. What's the problem with that?
I'm not trying to change the conversation. I'm just trying to say, let's round it up with these two guys and let other people get in and engage. No one else is able to get engaged.
Did anybody else ask to engage?
That's what we wanted to.
Come on,
we can keep going with the topic. Nothing wrong with it. Love it. But it's these two guys going back and forth. Like there are people complaining. Yes.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, we're at a Cats game. I think Xanax sounds like he's pretty much lost on a lot of points he's made, and a force is nothing more than motion, and that's it.
I never said that. I never said that. You keep on misrepresenting what I said. I said a force causes an acceleration in mass. I said that Newton came up with these laws by deducing and using math to determine what would happen to these objects if forces were not acting on them. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's up to you now. You're talking over me again. And that's why you give me a headache. And Ricky, you know this is making my head explode because these people are ridiculous.
No, you're doing good, Zanuck. It's a great conversation.
If you want
it's not going to happen with people not talking over each other.
If you want to disprove his deductions and the laws that have been standing for over 300 years, all you have to do is show me an instance where an object that is not acted upon moves, or when it is moving, continues to move without changing direction or speed.
Okay, great.
You're just talking over me the whole time. How do you learn anything if you keep on talking?
Okay, great. You just made that point that his deductions were not based on physical observations of phenomena. Yes. And so now you're telling me, I'm sorry, was talking.
I can't go any longer. Like, this is a killer.
What do you mean? This is going good.
No, this is talking over each other, clipping. No one's hearing anything. They're
doing fine. Settled. They're doing okay.
Who is that?
Okay, let me try to don't destroy the conversation.
Actually, they're not.
Yeah.
Finish up.
Let's give y'all two can give your final thought. Let me just try to finish up.
So again, you are putting. All right, I'm going to try to do it the best I can. Again,
you're breaking up. You're breaking up a bit. Hold on. You're breaking up a bit. Hold on.
Made deductions.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Right.
Formulate.
I'll just pass. I don't.
Yeah, give it a few. You usually come back strong though.
I think I'll just try and keep it going for Travis. He's saying the deduction, right? That is based on the apple falling. So he said, well, what I have, like we're looking at what we have. We have the apple, it fell, and it stopped when it hit the ground. Okay, so it didn't keep going. It stopped. And then we can throw things. They don't keep going. They stop, right? So if we're going to start with the first law, I would be like, objects will not continue to stay in motion. That's where I would start the first law and then build upon that, because that's what we see. Now, if you want to deduce, now deduction, can go off into any different direction based on the person who's doing the deducing.
Oh my God. Did you just really say that? Deduction can depend on
the rebut and Zanuck.
Couldn't two people have two different deductions?
What he said.
I'll give you an example of what Right to the Hand is saying there, Zanuck. For instance, when I ask somebody like you what a 6-foot person sees looking off into the horizon and how far away it is, you'll say it's 3 miles. When I ask an average Joe, they'll say it's 30 or 40 miles. They're deducing from their observations how far away the horizon is. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of them in reality use a curvature calculator just sitting there waiting to debate hidden or drop? I wonder if it's just purposely to jerk around people who just don't want to look at optics and see how the sagitta calculated using the 7919 or 7918 or 7921 as the diameter. I wonder if they have got it at this point to look at actually how that applies to optics. the 7,900 and what is it, 21? The magic number, the sacred geometry number, 7921, right? Just I guess the curvature calculator is just used in reality too, right? It's just sitting there being developed because it's actually a part of practical reality. They can use these curvature calculators for, right?
No, not right. We can literally measure.
It's pure sarcasm, buddy. It's pure sarcasm. Pure sarcasm, buddy. I didn't know if you noticed that in the tone, but the curvature calculator is just sitting there, right, ready for this room to be discussed about and how to hidden and drop that. While meanwhile, it's just completely how to hijack optics.
Hijack optic, right? That's why we don't see ships at 40 miles. 300 foot ship is missing.
Hey, 7921, Zanuck, that's a sacred number, bro. You should figure out where that sacred number came from.
Than that. You have a better number than that now, and it's not exactly.
What is it, 7918 now?
7923, 7922.
Oh,
exact
yeah, 79. You went from 79, that's right, you went up to 7926 now. It's actually 7926.
There we go. Now you're current. Good for you.
Yeah. Just getting bigger by the minute.
Well, it also depends on where you're measuring from too.
Yeah, 13 kilometers, right?
Depends on where you're measuring from. The equator is a little larger in diameter than the pole to pole.
Too bad they can't measure it in one big yard, huh?
Can you prove that?
They still have to do it in little subsections, and stitch it all together, right?
The Earth is very large. It's very difficult to get it all in one big frame.
It's so large that a 6-foot observer can measure dip or drop of curvature, right, Zanuck?
Well, no,
the opportunity with the 24-hour ISS to fucking show one straight fucking path, and they never fucking do it. Fucking wake up.
I was actually responding back to whoever that was.
You think they would show a whole live people, right?
hours.
Yeah, no. If you want to take refraction,
in the Zanuck show for an hour.
Okay, so I'm not gonna be able to say anything. Okay, I'll just be quiet.
So just on one thing, so even I hate to do the whole model thing, but if you even take what they say in the area that you can see, they'll say it's basically flat, right? Because the Earth is so huge, the area that surrounds you is basically flat. So everything you observe happens in this area that is flatter than anything we can make based on scale and ratio. And yet we have sunsets in that visual area. We have boats disappearing in that visual area. So it has nothing to do with the contour of the land, because both parties will agree that that section is horizontally, locally level and horizontal. It's just the other parts.
Yeah.
Okay, that silence will be the cue for me to mention something that doesn't have to do with water, because it seems you guys are very confused about how refraction works. If we just talk about
Zanuck, speaking of water,
I'm literally in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, I want to
finish
go
my
where you're going with it.
I want to finish my sentence. So if you look at mountains in the distance, ones that are twice as far as the ones in front of you, and you see their positions, knowing they're I'm still talking. I'm still talking. Why do I have to fight to get my sentence out? Why do I have to fight to get my sentence out? I don't understand. Seriously.
You were supposed to be on mute.
No, I wasn't supposed to be on mute.
Well, literally,
I waited for 5 seconds of dead space and started to talk.
Let him just get it out.
Yeah, you said you were going to go on mute.
If you know, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something, or Racky can mute me.
Finish.
My statement is going to be this: if you want to get away from the refractive characteristics of water that we know near the air that is surrounding it, we can look at mountains that are high altitude to have much less air, that are much cooler temperatures with less pressure differentials and less pressure gradients. And we can see that mountains that are twice as far away, that are twice as high, are not in line as they should be, showing the curvature of the Earth. Now, nothing you can say to dispute that. The Earth is curved. Sorry.
No, not in line doesn't mean Earth is a ball, right? Like
no, it does mean it's a ball. Literally, it does mean it's a ball.
Hold on. Hang on. So it's like the same assumption. It's because it is a way of thinking, and it's the same thing with Newton and the apple, right? You don't see the apple falling forever, just like you don't see the curve. You do see the apple stop falling, and you do see the mountain appear however it is. So from that is where the deductions start, right?
Yeah, how the hell do you deduct anything from what you just said?
You can somebody, and this is the why, and the reason.
I understood him, Howard.
Yeah, the reason there's this debate endlessly, right, is because at the very root of it, you're both seeing the exact same thing. The mountains appearing in a certain way. It's just one person has deduced it's because of this, and the other person has deduced it's because of that. And that's really what.
Well said.
You know,
That's all
that's
it
why
is, right ahead. That's what I say. You never see the force pulling or anything to the apple. He just assumed that. Right? We see things
like,
moving in existence
And
all
they
the time.
forget.
without
No,
fucking
hang
force.
on. And they ignore the fact that the apple grew to a size that the stem could no longer support its size.
Yeah, there was
They
a whole
ignore
chain
that part.
of processes. There was a whole chain of processes that led to the apple to get to where it was, and they ignore all of those and kind of make that incident of it falling the entire process. Right? It's very, it's
Like forgetting that you picked the microphone up to drop the microphone. Ignoring the part where you picked the microphone up. That's what they do. They ignore the parts they don't like.
Ignore that if you were in water, it would just float in front of you.
Right.
When it's time to simplify something, they don't. And when it's time to complicate something, they make it so simple. It's just like you can't hit the target.
They live in an upside down world, right ahead. That's what it is, man.
Yeah, it's when that you're right, right? It's such a cycle. That's why we're fascinated, and it's ironically the same reason why they're fascinated with us, because it's like, how can they think what they think when it's like this, and we're saying the exact same thing, It's just so
we're saying the same thing about the other side, but only one side is providing evidences for their position.
But I would say both.
Let's elaborate on that then, BioDual.
Let's elaborate. Can you provide long distance flat measurements?
Yeah, are you familiar with a water level?
All right, hold on. Let's go shorter on the topic. Bio, provide us the evidence or the perpetual motion.
A perpetual motion doesn't exist. Next, Rob, can you provide long distance flat measurements, please?
Yeah, but hold on. You don't have long distance curved measurements. You have long distance hidden mountain, can't see all the mountain, and then you morph that into because curve, right? You deduce because curve. So you don't have evidence of curve. You have the missing mountain, and then you make your deduction.
Right. So, being an adult, if you asked me the question, can you provide evidence for X? I would not then say, okay, to respond to that request, your evidence of Y, through my interpretation, is incorrect. That's not substantiating the question or the request or providing X, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I'm showing that you're saying, oh, I have this measurement, and I'm going, no, you didn't measure curve.
I haven't even said that yet. Okay, I've only made a request.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not here claiming, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and claim, oh, those mountain, you can't see the bottom of the mountain because flatness and, whatever. You just can't see the bottom of the mountain. That's all I know for a fact. Now, why you can't see the bottom of the mountain? Bro, that's anybody's guess. But
just for the record, you don't have long distance measurements of flat, right? Just for the record.
And for the record, you don't have long distance measurement of curve.
I know. I'll answer that question when you address mine.
Hey, I'm not here to, bro. I'm not saying the Earth is flat, so I'm fine saying I have no measurement of flatness with the mountains in the way. Now you'll tell me that you have no measurements of curve.
No, I do have measurements of curve, and that's a separate topic, or not topic, but that's a separate question from what I was asking for you.
So is half the mountain curve?
What is half the mountain curve? Do you want to form that question in a different way, or do you want to proceed with that form?
Are you physically measuring the curve of the Earth, or are you deducing it based on not being able to see all of an object?
No, right ahead. The question is that half of the mountain being obstructed by something? That's a better question that he can answer, right?
I mean, no, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Half. If you're using the Blackpool picture, the one that convinced Ranty, yes, in that particular scenario, yes, I'm confident in saying that the horizon, the ground that you're standing upon, is covering half the mountain or an X amount of the mountain.
But you don't see
why you only see the mountain you do see. So to say why you can't see the parts you can't see is just pure speculation.
It's pure speculation if I ignore all other evidences and understandings about reality. Sure, your statement is correct. But using all the other knowledge and all the other evidences and understanding how things work, I can accurately deduce that the ground is hiding the part of the mountain, of course.
Well, and I could say the same thing based on evidences, right? Because evidence is a very vague term. Anything, so I could say based on evidences that there is no way water can curve, right? Because there would be nothing to support that hump with just itself. Itself can't support itself into a hump, right? So that possibility again.
Not right.
Hold on. If we look at if we don't just look at half the mountain, but we put other evidences, right? We put how water reacts, and we put how we can see the earth from very high up. If we put these things together, right? Because I'm doing the same thing you're doing. You're just saying, well, no, mine is absolute fact, even though I'm deducing, and your deductions are wrong, even though you're deducing exactly like I am.
Yeah, so I don't know how many points you're going to make, but I don't know why we're on the topic of water now. Because I would obviously disagree that water is just reacting to the forces that are imparted onto. I'm sorry, Silent. Was I talking, Silent?
Were you not able to follow his conversation, bro?
He was shotgunning points. It's hard to keep up with so many when the first thing I want to respond to, I'm trying to remember. So then trying to remember 4 other things and how I want to respond is a little difficult.
Let's use your same logic then. Who brought in the curvature of Earth?
Oh, I didn't. I asked a question about flat measurements, and then he brought up curvature of the Earth, and he brought up the mountain, and he brought up that observation.
You say, why is the mountain, half mountain not disappear? You say that?
Yeah, no, he brought that up. I brought up flat measurements, and then he brought up curvature.
All I said was you can't see all of the mountain. I concur. Yeah, I can't see all of the mountain. Okay, great. Now what?
Yeah, fantastic. That would be evidence for a few different things if we only use that and ignore everything else. One of those would be that the Earth is curving, therefore at a great distance, the ground that you're standing upon is obstructing the bottom of the mountain. That is one possibility, only using that observation.
How is that? That's bro. You're Matt. You just pulled all of that. That possibility is not what we saw. That was just imagination, right?
No. That is one possibility among many. If we only use that observation, that's the only thing we ever seen in reality as far as distant observations. That is one possibility of a few. That is one possibility.
Yeah. But my point is the possibilities, right? Like you say, oh, there's a bunch of possibilities, but those are all in your. It's not like there are possibilities floating around there. Like there's the truth, like what is actually happening, and then there's your ideas. Now, when you say possibilities, those are all your ideas, right?
They're all hypotheses. Using critical thinking, as well as perhaps other evidences, we can form hypotheses of if the Earth is a particular shape, this is an observation that we would expect to see. If the atmosphere is at a particular density gradient, extreme levels, we would expect to see some type of refraction.
Can I jump in real quick, please?
No, you can't. If we can form these hypotheses, we can form hypotheses based on logic and critical thinking, and then we can test them.
Let me just jump in real quick. Said. Okay, so again, this is the fallacy of Newton's deductive reasoning. Okay, so if Bio and I are pre-Newton and we're out there talking about why we think we can see certain things, and he says that he thinks the Earth is curved, and I say, oh, wait a minute, are you saying that it continually curves? And he says, yes. And then I say, so are you saying that at some distance in front of us, there are going to be people at a 45 degree and a 90 degree angle from us? And he says, yes. And then I say, because he and I are just breaking grounds in science, right? We're just talking about what we see. So we don't have anything else. So then I say, well, how in the world could someone who's underneath us be standing on the ground? How is that possible?
Right.
You are going to then have to start creating something for which you have no observation that can be tested or demonstrated. You are going to be deducing something that you are creating in your mind.
No. So that's obviously false. You know this as well as I do. That I put my hands on an experiment with gravity. So that would be the most simple explanation for you. Is that if we were to follow to a logical conclusion, Travis, you spoke uninterrupted for a while. Relax. If you wanted to go down that line of thinking, changing the topic, obviously, what I would say is that if we were to reach that logical conclusion that the surface that we're on curves, so someone is at 45 degrees relative to my vertical position, someone's at 90 degrees, what would be required is a source at a common point below us in a way where my local vertical and your local vertical reach a point. If they extend infinitely, they intersect each other at a point in which is a source for a force that's occurring to keep us on the surface of this curved object.
You're deducing. This is deduction. You're just thinking of you're doing exactly what I said you would do. You're making shit up in your head for which you have no basis, right? Because again,
no, that's false. No,
again, you and I are talking about this ad hoc. We're just like, we just started talking about this a couple hundred years ago. So when you tell me that you think that there's somebody underneath our feet standing on the ground upside down, I am going to say you're fucking mad. No one can live in a world like that. You're going to have to now start to create a world that you don't observe, and you just proved that by talking about.
No, so that's false. That's false. So the logical conclusion from what you're talking about is that if this were possible, in which there was a reality in which your feet are closer to my feet on the other side of the earth, there would be a force between us that is pulling us towards that point. That is the only logical conclusion. Is that local force?
That's not a logical conclusion.
Yeah, of course it is. If we explore,
proven anything.
Holy shit, Travis!
You're using force
every time. You go uninterrupted, Travis. So just for the record, this is me.
Because I'm not speaking absurdities.
This is me.
I'm not speaking
Travis, you're being a bad mod right now. So I'm going to vocalize with so many people in here. Right now, you're being a bad mod by constantly interrupting while you're not being interrupted for long periods of time.
He's not being a mod right now. He's talking to you.
Yeah.
No, he's being a bad mod. He's
not
whatever the fuck. I don't care. He went uninterrupted for how long? And then I'm trying to get a sentence out. Now you're both interrupting.
But he's not acting as a mod right now.
Whatever, man. Defend an interrupter. Mute Xanac for interrupting. Mute other people for interrupting. Mute Moyak for interrupting. Don't take responsibility when mods interrupt. Right? Is that what the take is?
I mean, you've currently got the floor to speak, and you're using it to moan about other things. Just talk.
Welcome to Gem Pandas.
No, because mods need to be moderated themselves, and it's being called out right now.
But he's not.
Yeah, it's being called out, and everybody hears you. And I mean, if you want, go to the owner of the server, but you're wasting the time you've got to talk.
Yeah, Gio's here right now. I'm vocalizing with Gio in the channel.
He might not be listening. So your best is send him a little message, type it all down, send it to him.
I got you, Biodual. Travis, please just let Biodual speak, right? Just maintain for a little bit. Let Biodual speak.
You're the man.
There you go, Biodual.
The only logical conclusion that we could form, we are developing a hypothesis based on critical thinking. If my hypothesis is true that the Earth is curving, and your question of relationship between someone else's vertical and my vertical are 45 degrees off, 90 degrees off, perhaps 180 degrees off, that would necessitate a force between us or in the center of the Earth that is pulling on both of us equally in all directions. That's what it would facilitate. And then we can explore that hypothesis.
Okay, great. Okay. Now, you stepped away from critical thinking when you started to suggest that someone could exist at a 45 degree, 90 degree, 180 degree angle from you. You have no basis because you can't ever get to that place. If you kept walking and walking and walking, you would always be vertical, right? You would never experience
plumb lines change with position.
Bro, Zach, come on.
Pretty sure. Okay, again, right. So, based on logic and the simplicity of our experience, we're walking across an extended plane because inductive reasoning would say that if this were curved, we would have to become at some point sideways.
We wouldn't. So I understand what you're saying, but I think you're skipping steps in which I'm hypothesizing, coming to logical conclusions given certain premises. If the Earth is curving, then yes, people would be at 45 degrees relative to my vertical angle. Sure. And then that would have to necessitate something else. And then we go down these logical reasonings of it must be something, it must be something. What you're doing right now is you started the conversation with we only have this observation and we only have this hypothesis, and now you're saying that's not what we experience.
Okay,
you're introducing evidences when I'm just coming to logical conclusions.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I don't think it's a logical conclusion to think that somebody's going to be for you. You're making it logical by saying if there's a force, right? You're saying if force, right? That's like saying if magic can hold on. It's like saying if magic can hold people upside down relative to me, then it's a logical deduction to think that this person is being held upside down.
How about if
weight?
Then yes.
Zanuck, come on, Zanuck.
It's just a hypothesis. We're just hypothesizing about the logical conclusions that we come to given particular premises. So it is logical conclusions. I'm not saying this is fact that we came to a logical conclusion. Therefore, it's a fact. I'm not saying that. I'm coming to logical conclusions. I'm coming to logical conclusions that we can hypothesize and test later on.
Hold on.
What's your hypothesis?
It's not even a logical conclusion that you're coming to. I'm saying it's illogical to have the conclusion that there are people 45 degrees, 180 degrees to where I am. I'm saying that part is illogical just off to the start.
Okay, great.
Sure. Off the bat, sure. If there's a local force, if we're on a sphere and there's a force at the center of the sphere, then everyone would have a local vertical, no matter where they are on this sphere.
Okay, stop, please.
If magic, then people can be upside down.
And we measure a plumb line that varies with position. We measure this at SLAC and in LIGO.
We're not at evidences yet. We're still hypothesizing.
Okay. Again, what's your hypothesis?
What currently? It would be
based on my example. Like you and I are talking about what we think the world is. We have no testable experimental data except for our observation.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So the original observation would just be if the Earth is curved, when I look out at a distance, that mountain will be obscured by the ground that I'm standing on. That would be the hypothesis, sure.
No. Before that, okay, I'm trying to think. Okay. Yeah, again, there's no logic. You are jumping to a deduction based on something that you have to create as a possible explanation for something that you have yet to prove. You haven't proven that the Earth is curved. You're just merely saying that you think it is. And in order for that to be the case, there must be a local source force that gives each other their local
basically, anytime you're going to conduct an experiment, right, to try and understand the nature of something, you cannot start presupposing the attributes and natures of something without it being proven, right? Because that you're just going to get a biased, skewed result. And this is kind of what you guys have done with a lot of things. So just remember, when you're conducting an experiment, man, never presuppose things. Always validate and test it.
Come on, man. What do you think a hypothesis is? What you're suggesting is that you don't make presuppositions and you don't form a hypothesis. What you're essentially saying, Dyslow, is that you need to prove the thing before you even test the thing.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is when you make an observed hypothesis upon a phenomena.
No, that's not how it works.
You cannot. Excuse me.
Not an
you cannot.
Hypothesis.
Oh, let him finish, Danik.
Anytime you make an observation and formulate a hypothesis based upon your observed phenomena, you cannot start adding things that aren't representing themselves to be true. You can't just start adding shit.
No,
that's
exactly what you do with hypothesis. You start getting evidence. You start having supportive experiments that support your hypothesis. So
you do that in the variables.
Hey, look, listen. So since everyone's saying there's a central vector force or something that causes a vector force, let's see if plumb lines vary. Oh, they do. That's part of the evidence that would support the hypothesis. And then on and on and on. We in the mountains that are twice as tall, that are twice as far away, that are lower the distance. That's also supporting the hypothesis. All these things can support the hypothesis. And
you use the variables.
Hold on, I'm almost done. In the end, all this supports the hypothesis. Now, you as another science person says, you know what? That's all BS. I'm going to prove you wrong. So your job is to dispel any one of those pieces of evidence and bring your additional evidence to the table. Might be refraction. Those things we saw at Black Swan. That could be your evidence. But in the end, the best evidence wins.
Yeah, you formulate a hypothesis, right, without trying to presuppose things that aren't validly represented within the phenomena, and then you use your variables against that to try and contrast. To try and contrast what's taking place, so that you can start deducing and formulating an answer behind the phenomena, right? Like the second you start a tool that's not true, that's bent, and you're saying that this is level, and trying to measure and contrast upon it, you fucked up. And that's what you guys have done. Is your tool has been presupposed, and you're trying to contrast that against the fucking phenomena, and your answers are coming out biasedly skewed. That's what we're telling you, man.
Why do we see this mountain below the snow line of the mountain in front of you? When you know for sure, we talked about this many times, if you're at eye level to me and you go a mile away and you're still looking at me, if the surface is flat, your eye level will be at my eye level. If I take a picture of you and then another guy your exact same height and another mile away, all of our eyes will be in line in that picture. We're seeing the third guy.
Actually, that's not what happens.
Yes, that's what. Yes, it exactly is what happens.
No, we would start to converge.
You haven't thought this
we would
through,
start to
so
converge.
Don't embarrass yourself.
Yeah, we would start to converge into the horizon between each other. So you looking at me, I would appear converged into that horizon, and likewise vice versa.
No, of course not. At 1 mile, you would be below the horizon in your line of sight, or your line of sight.
No,
the horizon would be rising up to a person in the back. Yes, and the eyes would be exactly the same line all the way in the distance to infinity to the horizon if the Earth was flat, and slightly above the horizon if the Earth is round. And that's what we see in reality. You haven't thought this through.
It's called the Rayleigh criterion. You should look it up.
I already explained to you ad nauseum what the Rayleigh criterion was, and you can't even pronounce it correctly.
Rayleigh
criterion has more to do with you determining whether you can see one eye or two eyes on those heads than anything else that you can think of. It allows you to discern two objects as one or two. That's what the Rayleigh criterion. Now it's built on the foundation of the angular resolution, the diffractive limit, but that's what it is part of the equation. But Rayleigh criterion is discerning between two objects versus one.
So two objects that get close to each other, like the bottom of a building, and say the ground.
Two objects. I think you kind of got confused on the Rayleigh criterion. It doesn't have to do with two eyes appearing as one.
Hold on. Jeremy just stepped up with Zanuck. Hold on. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I mean, you think you can do this, Dicelo, or should it,
Well, I mean, it sounds like he's kind of mixed up in the sense that he's saying, well, let me finish. He's saying that the Rayleigh criterion has to do with two eyes appearing to merge as one, but in fact, it has to do with an object, an object's resolution shrinking and converging to that horizon due to the aperture of the eye. So you're just going to interrupt me when I fucking talk halfway through me explaining myself, and this is what I've got to contend with 24/7. It's getting real old, Zanuck.
It is. It's tough, Zanuck. So you're telling me the two objects, the Rayleigh criteria is with about two objects converging and appearing as one, but you're saying these objects can't be the ground and then something right above the ground?
No, because the ground.
Why is that?
Because the ground.
Why does it?
I'm going to tell you. Okay. The ground in your field of view could be much larger. We're talking about two similar sized objects being discerned as one or two objects. Even if you have an object getting close to the horizon, that still won't be the Rayleigh criterion because the ground will be flat and the little dot will be round. You'll be able to see the
Rayleigh criterion has to do with
the ground. The reason. Oh my God! Seriously, come on, guys. The Rayleigh criterion.
People talk to you, bro.
Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. The Rayleigh criterion,
guys, I'm going after
for determining two objects, two separate objects, whether they're one or two. Now, angular resolution and the diffractive limit will determine whether you can see it or not. But the Rayleigh criterion is strictly for discerning between two or one. You still can see it. You just don't know whether there's two of them. That's the Rayleigh criterion.
The Rayleigh criterion explains the limitations
guys, you
of the
heard me
human
say
eye.
I was going next. Come on, man. All right, whatever. Go ahead, Dicelo. Go ahead. Can you do this? Go.
I apologize, Jeremy.
I'm not impressed.
I apologize.
It's okay. I'm not impressed. Go ahead. Give them all you got.
I was just saying the Rayleigh criterion has to do with the limitations of the human eye due to the fact that the aperture of the human eye is 50 nanometers and everything is converged within the human eye. And this is why we see things converging at the horizon. It has nothing to do with two objects being discerned as one or two. It has to do with the limitations of the human eye. Thank you.
No, that is grossly incorrect. You've got everything wrong, even to the size of the human eye.
Yeah, it's by definition.
It is not 59 nanometers. So you get that wrong. You got the purpose of
it. So I have a question.
All that wrong information and apply it to a horizon and an object at the distance. No, that's not what the Rayleigh criterion says.
Okay, so I have a question then. Okay, so you're in a boat and you're sailing away from the shore and you can see a child playing on the shore. So you get 3 miles away or so, and now you can no longer see the child, but you can still see in the same direction, and you've lost the ability to see, like, where does the shore start and water end? Okay, right? Is there a classification for that in the same sense as, like the Rayleigh criterion? Is there a different criterion that addresses?
No, that is the Rayleigh criteria. Two objects in a distance merging into one, and you can't discern one from the other.
You're no. The Rayleigh criteria specifically talks about objects of a. Stop it. The distance.
No,
I
asked you the question.
I know. He jumped in and he got it wrong. So no, it doesn't, because
hold on. I'm going to let you respond.
Have to have a distance between them. The objects have to have a distance between them.
Okay, great. Guess what? I asked you a question. There was at least 5 seconds of silence before Jeremy jumped in. I
thought I was off mute. I didn't see the red line through the.
Okay, so.
If
objects are touching, hold on. You just said something crazy. You're telling me if objects are touching,
Jeremy,
then they won't.
I asked him. My question is still outstanding.
All right, well, you said some nutty shit. We'll get back to it.
No, the Rayleigh criterion, part of the Rayleigh criterion, and it has to do with the size of the eye. I agree. And the distance between those objects.
No, that's not
and
my
the
question.
distance. Hold on. The little
That's
d.
not my question.
Oh my God.
That's not my question. Listen to my question.
I heard your question.
Okay, what's my question?
Your question is, as you get further away, what causes the little boy standing on the beach to discern from why you can't see the beach over this supposed horizon?
That's perspective.
I'm asking you, like, is there a quote unquote criterion for that? Like the shoreline,
quote unquote criterion.
Take a shower.
Well, okay, I can't call it the Rayleigh.
Too, okay?
Jeremy, you're hot.
You're hot, Mike and Jeremy.
All right.
Okay, look, I'm not going to call it the Rayleigh criterion because I don't know what to call it. So when I lose the ability to resolve the child, but the shoreline is still directly in front of me, what is that inability to resolve?
That would be very simply. It would be very simply the diffractive limit, the angular resolution that your eye possesses to be able to discern, or to be able to identify whether an object is there or not. It's like having a pixel in your TV. That when something becomes smaller than a pixel, you can't see it.
The diffractive limit.
The diffractive limit, which is a fundamental foundation of the Rayleigh criterion, but the Rayleigh criterion has one other factor that has been overlooked.
Okay, wait, hold on. Stay with this issue that we're looking at, the shoreline from 3 miles away, and I can't resolve a small child. Okay, that is the exact same explanation for looking hundreds of miles from a higher elevation. You're still seeing the shoreline, you're still seeing the mountain, you're still seeing that far, but your ability to resolve those things at that distance are lost.
Really? Okay, so
yeah.
Pretty funny. Hold on. Pretty funny that ship or that object that suddenly has a mast that goes up, or suddenly has a smoke come out of the smoke.
What are you talking about?
Suddenly you can see that. So You're not.
Okay,
it's not.
Wait.
You're not beyond angular resolution. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I was just
I let you
talking
finish.
about
I let you finish. I let you finish. Suddenly, if that kid was to stand up tall on a ladder, you can see him again. So it's not about angular resolution. It's about being hidden by a horizon.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, listen.
Yes.
Okay, listen very carefully. When I asked you about the disappearance of the child initially, curvature was not appealed to. You appealed to the limit of the eye. The reason why the child could not be seen,
right?
Is because
if that's the case, no matter how high that kid goes, you will not be able to see it. Now the background, if it's like a blue sky in the background, or not, that'll determine whether you can see it as well. Those colors and objects will blend into the surroundings.
Okay. Yes,
So
I know
if you
that.
have a
Listen
forest behind the kid, that would be hard to tell as well.
Okay,
But if you
you
didn't
are
have a forest,
now-
if you had a contrast, hold on. If you had a contrast, hold on. Stop it. If you have a contrast, you would be
what's
able
going
to see
on
the
here?
kid. And if you couldn't see
He's
him, it wouldn't
totally
matter where the kid is.
convoluting.
Let me finish.
What's
If you
going
have a
on here?
contrast, you would not
Zanuck?
be able to see the kid no matter
Settle
how.
down, Hank.
Zanuck, what's going on here?
He's pretending he can't hear you. That's what's going on because he will
I
never
think it's
give
kind
up.
of going sideways.
He'll never give people.
You would not
people.
you would not let me make my last sentence.
You're
Okay,
obnoxious, bro.
Left
You're
lane,
straight
are you
obnoxious.
here? Left lane, are you here? Left
Yes,
lane.
sir.
What's going on here?
It just sounds like it's going a little bit sideways. We're talking about the Rayleigh criterion, and then we're talking about diffraction limit, and then ship came into it. It just sounds a little bit incoherent.
It's the same two guys from earlier. Same two guys from earlier interrupting each other just on a different, and now interrupting me. Your name? Oh, Copernicus. I'm sorry. But just different topics, same drill, right?
No, we're all kind of going back and forth, and Zanuck and him are trying to hash it out as far as what the understanding of the Rayleigh criterion is. Is it the limitation of the eye, or is it two objects being resolved into one?
I got
Due
you.
to
It is what it
his
is.
refracted limitations and a bunch of jargon.
Everybody knows and agrees what it is.
No examples. No examples of breakthrough science have been presented. Just fucking pedantic fucking arguments, pretending like people don't understand this kindergarten bullshit, man. Why can't y'all come to a conclusion? Y'all both. What's the fucking problem?
Or at least state your. Let each other talk.
Yeah. So again, I brought up the fact that what I wanted to extrapolate was same explanation for why we can't see the child was diffraction. He didn't appeal to curvature. I said, why can't you see the child? He said diffraction. That is the limit of resolution based on optics. Okay? Then
Diffractive limit.
Hold on. Then I said I would like you now to consider that explanation for when you look off into hundreds of miles of distance at higher elevations, that you are looking at that same angle and you are not able to resolve those images because of the limits that exist. And then you then switched and brought in a ship with a mast.
I was trying to explain that things that you might not be able to see could still be within your angular resolution.
No, that changes.
So yes,
you're
you were all over the map.
goalpost.
I changed all over the map too. So we both were talking about
Left lane. What's going on here?
Yeah.
You don't have
Zanuck 101 tactics, man.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, look. That's moving the
Copernicus, hold on 1 second. So, are we going to continue in the same manner, or are we going to try and tone it down a little bit?
Yeah, let's tone it down, guys.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Thanks, Papa.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
All right, so then changing the example is moving the goalpost, because you're now then shortening the distance. You're now bringing in other variables that don't correspond to what I brought up. So he completely ignored my example and then brought up something else about which I made no claim, but can very well competently address.
I agree. I'm sorry I diverged. I got a little distracted because you were all over the map too. So I apologize for that.
That's such bullshit.
I apologize for that. Stop it. Let me speak. So yes, if you couldn't see that, stop. If you couldn't see that kid, it wouldn't matter if he was lifted up or not. You can't see him, even if he was close to the horizon.
Okay, I just put him on mute. Absolutely not. I was not all over the place. Absolutely not. I brought up one example, asked him a question, and then I went to another example. That's not being all over the place. This is bullshit.
We're being very direct, and I commend you for that, and having
Then
some
I
patience
misunderstood
with
it.
dealing
Sorry,
with
I told you I apologized. Let me finish. If you go higher, you still won't be able to see the baby. If it's beyond the refractive limit, you can't see it. The diffractive limit, sorry.
All right, Zanuck, why don't you take a break, bud? You've been going a little too long. Let's let some other people get in here. Let's bring up some new topics. We've got a lot of people that have been participating without saying a lot for a while.
I wanted to change it. I wanted to change the topic about 2 hours ago, but heads were adamant about staying on this. But have you guys heard about the Pandora papers that just got released? And what are your thoughts?
No, what is that?
Oh, you guys ain't heard about this? It's supposed to be some like 12 million page document. What kind of conspiracy theorist nutcases are you guys?
Yeah, I heard about it last night. Like,
there we go, Paige. Paige is a real nutcase conspiracy theorist.
all their financial details being given to us, where they hide all their assets. Yeah, it sounds like very interesting stuff.
Let me guess, it's tied in with the Vatican.
Cayman Islands.
Sounds like a distraction.
Cayman Island and what? Sorry.
I said that kind of stuff, tax evasion.
Well, I mean, all roads lead to Rome, right? So I was just curious, like, if anything was exposed within the Vatican having their hands in cookie jar.
Well, there could be. I don't know the names of all the people. There's hundreds and hundreds of people that are named in this. So you'd literally have to go through and look at all the names to see, top leaders all around the world.
And how valid is this document?
Well, I only heard about it last night, so I haven't even had a chance to go in and have a look properly.
Oh, sorry.
I just can't believe no one else has heard of this. All right. Never mind then.
I mean, we got a lot of things.
The one before the Pandora paper, I can't remember what it's called. That came out about 5 years ago. It started with P as well, but I can't remember what it was called.
So we won't be seeing him for a bit. He can come and push a fucking broom.
Talk to him, Rob. Tell him clean his shit up.
Yeah, somebody maybe mute him or something so he doesn't.
Why do they call it the Pandora whatever?
Tell him to clean that shit up, Rob.
Pandora papers, probably because when they open the papers, it lets it all out,
Yeah, exactly. All the entanglement, into the, what do they call it? Deep state, as you. But that's why I'm trying to see how verified the sources of these documents, where they're coming from, or if there's anything to validate it at all, because just turns into more hearsay, right?
Fundy.
Right, but from what I can gather, this is an actual
what a fundy.
It's just a dump of stuff they found on the internet of people's financial records. So it's not like they've made up something; they've just pulled it off the internet.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yo, real quick, if anyone catches Rob Keane, I muted him because he was hot micing, but let's see if he's off from the hot mic. Rob, you there?
Yeah, sorry guys.
Oh, you're good. I got a bad habit of leaving people on mute for like 3 days. I can't see. I'm on a cell phone, and I can't see the list of people that are server muted. So it's tough.
That's dirty, bro.
Where's that list at?
It's the red microphones on and your if you go to like you're gonna talk or you have the microphone and the whole list of people, there'll be some people have open mics, some people will be self-muted. But then if there's a red mic, it means they're server muted.
Okay, yeah, I ain't never seen that.
Are you on a cell phone?
Yeah, I'm on an iPhone.
That's why. Yeah, me too. We don't get it. We don't get the thing. You can see it on a computer or something, but
I got you.
Is Flat Earth Data there, or you there, Flat Earth Data? All right, never mind.
you don't want it with data. You don't want it with data, bro. He'll be dancing all over you.
Oh, come on, man. You think I'm trying to go at it with him like that?
No, I know.
I wanted to hear him on his Rayleigh criterium because he's pretty well rehearsed on his understanding with that, and it's very interesting. So I wanted to see if he could address that in any way.
I mean, I really like what Right to Hand said tonight. I'm not a big fan of Right to Hand, but I love what he said tonight about the Newton's first law being perpetual motion. Something is in perpetual, can be in a perpetual state of motion as long as nothing else acts on it.
Right, and then the second law kind of backs it up.
No, that's not what laws do. You don't know how laws work. You don't know how hypotheses or theories work or anything.
So how about?
Yeah, I know you don't. Trying to change.
I put a little paper about Reddy's criterion in the chat. You can check in it, read it. You might learn something about it.
No, you don't. From what you said tonight, it's clear you don't understand
it perfectly well.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. You can quiz me on it if you'd like, but if you want to read that paper, you'll be more knowledgeable.
You've already said. Go ahead.
Does that explain why things get obstructed bottom up, or that's just distortion?
No, things don't get obstructed bottom up.
They don't?
Can somebody document what he just said there, please?
I just documented
it'd be like
it talks about discerning between two objects or not.
It's just like if you had two flashlights side by side and you were moving away from them, at some point you wouldn't be able to distinguish them as two. You would only see one light source.
Yeah, but for some reason, Zanuck thinks that they can't be touching. If they're touching, that's not going to happen. And what was other crazy shit you said? Yeah, in the heat of the moment, I wish you guys would let me stop and pick this shit apart at the time because we'd never get back to it. And you guys keep going on with, huh?
That's what was going on a while ago. There was like 3 or 4 topics going all at one time, and one was talking about one topic, the other was talking about something else, and there's no conclusion.
I think we were pretty much on topic. I think there was just different aspects to the topic.
No, left lane is honest. So left lane, let me ask you. I'm going to ask you for 2 things that can cause bottom up obstruction. I'm going to give you the first one, a curved object. What's the second thing, in your opinion?
You can have a degree of obstruction due to refractive mirroring image, mirage, that type of thing.
Would that happen on a sloped surface in either direction, or a curved surface, or a horizontal surface? Would the surface matter?
No, it can happen on both surfaces. That's all the time on flat roads.
Awesome. Thank you, left lane, for being honest.
Thank you. Yeah, who was the guy earlier saying that it can only happen one way?
Well, B-ball is a big component of earth curve, so he's only going to say it happens with earth curve, denies everything else for some reason, because you don't have to deny everything. You can still have your ball even if you agree with every other way that it could happen. There's no other way that it could happen that it wouldn't happen on a sphere also. But to say it's only the sphere and nothing else is happening is disingenuous.
Highly dishonest, man.
Yep. So if you want to just check someone's level of honesty in the subject, if they've been in here a while, just ask them that question. And that's why I said I know left lane is honest. He's going to answer honest. Bing, bang, boom. There's an honest answer. Ask that same question to B-ball.
Yeah, pretty revealing.
And I'm not singling B-Ball out, although I did single him out. I'm just using him as an example because you can ask the same question to many of the ballers and they're going to say it's earth curve. You show them pictures of something obstructed bottom up. Their first answer is earth curve. And when you ask them if it can be anything else and they say no, it's strange, right? Even though they don't know anything about the viewer height, the sun angle, or the distance to the object, they're saying it's earth curve. That's dishonesty, straight up.
Yeah, doesn't Tim Osman have a list of like 100 and something reasons why that could happen? Which he calls flat earthers excuses.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. But just getting out and doing your own long distance observations at low level over water will teach you the extremes right off the bat, right? Different days, different things happening. And then you can kind of move on from there, doing it in the same position at different elevations, different angles, different sun angles. You can tell, kind of almost get used to what's going to happen and maybe even make some predictions. But the one thing that you can't predict is that your predictions are going to be right every time because the variables change so much.
Well, that's what science is supposed to be about, is continuous testing and, re-verifying things to be as such until they prove themselves to be otherwise, and then going with a new,
I love the topic. I'm sorry. I love the topic, right? The discussion, the opposing views and things like that when it's civil. What we're creating this channel for is to have that discussion and not have the unrest like we did for the last couple hours. It's just two passionate guys going at it, right? So it's terrible for the audience is the problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Xanic's not out here to deceive, you know what I'm saying? And neither was the other people.
No, I appreciate Xanic,
Yeah, absolutely.
At the same rate, there's having a little bit of class and tact, with the approach goes a long way.
Yeah, he just gets excited. I understand it, actually. Me and Gio were talking about that earlier because we all do it. I mean, you're waiting for your turn. There's a slight pause and you jump in, right? And 3 other people jump in with you and no one wants to give way, or you're in a heated discussion. You get overly excited. Your adrenaline gets going and you want to get all your points out so you save the world. And you think you're saving the world. You get that mindset, right? I mean, that's basically the mindset of what we're dealing with. And then things just get out of hand. And then the world doesn't get saved anyway, so it sucks.
I think it's pretty simple. If you find yourself repeating the same thing over and over to keep the other person from talking, you should just shut up.
That's a snowball effect, right? Especially in a crowd. Like it's the crowd, whatever they call it, the crowd phenomena. You get 1 or 2 people riled up and then the whole crowd is riled up, and you got a couple people digging, you got a couple people jumping in, you suck, Xanic, or you're terrible, Dave, or whatever. And then
sometimes I think it's a way to filibuster to kind of keep yourself on point while trying to come up with your next train of thought, and because unfortunately, the subjects do kind of get changed rapidly with red herrings and stuff, and we got to be careful with that because that's what leads to this kind of shit.
It's definitely hard to keep up with, even when you recognize it, right? And then remember what was being said earlier, and trying to get your thoughts together in a timely basis, and then all of a sudden you're way off. But it is terrible, as an audience member. It's no fun at all.
It's a lot to keep up with.
They leave.
Yeah,
they just leave.
From a third party perspective, for sure. Yeah, it starts getting overwhelming. Like, yeah, it's not good. So it's just, we got to slow it down a little.
Only a select few want to hear that, right? There's only a select few, and that's strange to me. But to each their own. But yeah, just talking in a more calm, maybe taking some of the passion out, but being passionate type. It's hard, right? But just slower.
The other thing that really bugs me is when people complain about being talked over or interrupted rather than making their point. You know, it's like once you finally have the mic and you have the time, just make your point. Don't spend your time talking about how people are interrupting you, because it's obvious to everybody. Everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of that too, though, could be the mods trying to step in so the person talking doesn't have to really deal with that, because it is kind of hard when you're somebody who likes to listen, right? And then you want to add your 2 cents on it, and you got somebody chiming in on top of you, and it draws your attention away, because now you're trying to figure out what the hell they're saying versus what you were trying to say, and it gets overwhelming.
Well,
I'd reiterate too that please leave the modding to the mods. Like, you might think that you're helping out by, trying to jump in, but a lot of times people are making little comments, and that's clipping the speaker also, and so it just adds to the chaos. It doesn't help.
Yeah, sometimes I'm modding in the background, right? I'm sending them a DM so I don't break up the conversation, because the convo is good. It's just, hey man, you're winning. Why are you doing this, right? To just try and calm it down. And then when I have to come in and say something stupid just to break the ice and calm it down, but it just doesn't work. Once it gets wound up like that, you see it. It went on for hours, same 2 people. How do they do that? I can't do it. Not for that long.
Yeah. Well, it's one thing when you want to go at a fast pace, man, but it's another when someone starts getting ad hommed, right? And then there's like a lot of biasism on who's going to step up and actually put a stop to it, because it gets real difficult, right? As an individual, having to consecutively take the barrage of insults before anyone really wants to act upon it. And let's try to be like not so biased when that happens, right?
Well, you're here and you're boisterous, right? You've heard me get excited and go fast and whatever, do the wrong things. I'm sure you've noticed yourself doing the same thing. Just take more notice of it, yourself, and help the room out, because it's up to the people who speak a lot to control what's going on, because the points will get out and they'll be heard by more and be understood by more if we do it like this. Right?
Yeah. I like slow pace, but again, I mean, there are times, right, where people are a little amped up too, and it's kind of subjective, right? Like, you've got certain rap artists that are fast, right, and certain ones that are just kind of slow and really put color on the words they use rather than the speed at which they say things. So it's just kind of 2 different styles, but I do prefer slow so I can understand what's being said instead of just being forced to keep up.
So you can die slow.
Die slow. I like that. That was a good one.
What did he say? Sorry, miss.
He said, so you can. Well, I'll let you say it again.
So you can die slow.
Yeah. Die slow, live longer, whatever you want, however you want to see it.
Laura, you got a topic you want to go over?
No, thank you. I'm actually not going to be able to speak much.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll bring up one. This Qantas 14 flight from Argentina to Australia. Anybody keeping up with it as far as flat earthers?
Oh, I saw B-Ball post it. I haven't looked at it. I don't really go into that too much, but if you want to go over it, cool.
Yeah, I guess Wolfie initially brought it up. I think around the flight departure time or a little before the flight departure time. Explained the route, the proposed route that they gave, and then the flight tracker, applied it to different models, blah, blah, blah. And then there's 2 sources that I found to track the real-time flight data as it travels. And B-Ball just posted the most up-to-date one.
Sweet.
Could you maybe elaborate on the blah, blah, blah?
Did I say blah, blah, blah? I don't even notice it now.
Yeah, you use that and da-da-da or something like that.
Well, just a flight. Argentina, Australia. It goes next to Antarctica. I think the original flight plan or the geodesic didn't go over Antarctica, some shit like that. But yeah, real-time tracking with a set distance or estimated distance, as well as real-time tracking of velocity. All the good shit.
So this proves that the distance is a certain length, or that a different certain shape, or what is it? What are y'all saying it proves?
Yeah, it's more validation of a globe essentially. So it'd be what it would really boil down to, where the argument would exist, is the distances that the globe provides in the southern hemisphere is accurate, but any depiction of a flat Earth model is the polar, not to make a pun, but polar opposite. So when you travel south from the equator on a globe, the distances are essentially decreasing. If you travel south from the equator on any flat Earth model, that's why I said any flat Earth model going south of the equator,
you have one to
the
compare it to?
distances increase.
I
So
don't
this
know
is
why
just a
we're
I don't have one to
that.
compare it to.
Why are we interrupting him? So Bio, it was the distance. I'm sorry, the total distance traveled would make sense on a globe. The time it takes, knowing the speed of the plane, is what you're saying.
Essentially, that'd be the base of the argument. You could make other arguments, but that would be like the baseline. Yeah.
And you're smart. So if you were a proponent of the any flat Earth theory, what would be one of your first thoughts on debunking it?
Oh, if I were a flat earther, I think the only place that I could reside is the actual velocity of the plane is not accurate. I don't know how I would support that. In all honesty, not trying to shit on flat earthers or anything. But yeah, I don't know how I would support that. But I think that's exactly where I'd have to sit for the beginning anyway.
Yeah, I hear David Weiss. Go ahead.
Well, on Globebusters, they pointed out that you get these wind currents that are going like 200 miles per hour, and that route they actually use like a special plane. It's got some kind of special paint job, and so that's the argument. When you look at the wind map on the AE projection, it's like that wind current's in this perfect circle in between those two places. Not a circle. Well, it's going in a circle around the globe, or around the flat plane, but that's kind of the explanation for it.
The heat-resistant paint is insinuating that it might go faster than other planes, but it doesn't prove anything. It's a tough sell. I question it.
Yeah. So because of my personal understanding with jets and how planes do determine their airspeed, I'll grant you 200 mile per hour hurricane winds. I will grant you that. Even still, the planes will detect that, and the airspeed will change depending on what those winds are doing. If you're initially going 400 miles an hour airspeed and you get a headwind, you're going to be reduced, and your airspeed's going to indicate that. If you get a tailwind, your airspeed's going to increase, and it's going to show that. It's not that these instruments and the systems are unable to detect wind, and therefore your airspeed is unknown. They directly account for these things, and your airspeed is accurate regardless of these wind conditions.
Yeah, they compute it right using the GPS systems and some other things. They don't really measure the wind.
They do.
Do they?
Yeah, so that'll be your pitot-static system. So you can use your GPS because that'll just be your local ground speed. That'll be what your GPS is providing. But as for airspeed, that's just a pitot-static system.
I ordered that. I argued this with with Paid NASA Shill, and he said no, there's no instrument, that tells you the outside speed of the wind pushing you or whatever you just calculated using this and this.
So not necessarily. There's no instrument. I think I was around, and I think I caught the tail end of that conversation. I did some research, and there's very specific. I can't remember what I found, but what we found was something about wind being shown on your some type of display, but that wind information was from the local ground station wind. But as far as what you're seeing in a cockpit, you're seeing a number of instruments, but none of them will tell you your wind outside of your physical plane. The pedostatic system will just account for different wind conditions, different atmospheric conditions. Using that information, then will tell you your airspeed. So there's not one wind indicator.
I gotcha. So airspeed, it might be off a little bit, but it's not going to be off hundreds of miles an hour. I mean,
it'll be off by the margins of error. It won't be off because wind exists.
Right. But I know firsthand a tailwind in the head. I mean, we look for those tailwinds in both directions, change altitude, do whatever we can to get a tailwind. It just,
right. And your velocity,
saves fuel and time.
Yeah, your airspeed velocity will reflect that. So it's not like if let's just say in a whatever fantasy, we do have an indicator that says this is the wind outside of your plane. We'll grant that.
Right.
Let's say that you are traveling 400 miles an hour and there is a tailwind of 100 miles an hour. It's not that wind indicator would be 100 and your airspeed will remain at 400, but in reality you're traveling at 500. That's not what's going to happen. What'll happen is, sure, that wind indicator may say 100, but now your airspeed indicator will now say 500 because it is accounting for that tailwind speed, or at least the net velocity or the net force of that. So these airspeed indicators are accurate regardless of wind.
What's the do you know the discrepancy, like how far off is the flight time? You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm not sure. I know flight times aren't perfect. I think most are faster.
No, on this one you posted, like how much difference would it need to be? Like how fast would the plane need to be going to be on some type of non-globe,
I think there are other examples that people provide, and I think they generally state it's like 150% more than what's provided by the globe. I'm not 100% sure. I think later on after work, I think I will make a diagram of if globe, then these values. And I'll assume an AE model until someone provides something more definitive, but I will assume that model for flat, and then I'll take proportions that we would agree on. For example, like LA to New York, we probably agree to that. So I'll build one line, and then I'll build lines in the southern hemisphere using that scale. And then I'll say if flat, then this distance, then this velocity. And then, if it comes out to if it comes out to like 1,300 miles an hour for a commercial airliner, there's some deep questions behind that, right?
Yeah.
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Biodual wants to use it. Hey, come on, man.
Hey, hang on. He's talking.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to include the ice wall on that calculation.
I think you're hot, Mike.
Observation, whatever.
Let's let Rob finish her.
Yeah, Biodual just wants to use the AE map. I don't accept the AE map as a flat Earth map.
No, I accept that.
I don't think he's saying you need to use it. He's just going to use it in it.
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine, Rob. I would agree with you. If I were a flat earther, I wouldn't use the AE model. But is there something that you would use? And if there is, please provide it so I can use that when I make the diagram. Or if you don't have an alternative, I'm still going to push forward with the AE.
Right, I understand. I'll see what I could do.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it.
Sovereign Container, you wanted to add something? Was he hot micing or was he trying to get in?
I don't know. He said something about the ice wall. I was going to sarcastically answer, but Rob was trying to get in.
Yeah, the ice wall. It does seem to be cold.
Admiral Bird showed you the ice wall, ballers.
I know. I've shown you the rock wall that's in the northern hemisphere around England, because you show 0.5% of a perimeter and then you apply it to 100%. So it's not a good argument.
Right.
I just say there are parts of it are a wall, but it is a shoreline all the way.
Oh sure, yeah. It's a shoreline, yeah, with some raised elevations versus other that are beach like. Yeah,
I would be willing to bet any amount of money that there's like beach like conditions somewhere I mean, I've seen them, like whether they were real or not. But I mean, it's not all ice wall. It does seem to have some glacier like walls, big huge cliffs that meet the sea. But I think the shoreline is the key. It just got put into a stigma. It's kind of like flat Earth. It's not flat. Anyway.
Oh yeah, no, I don't deny that there's cliffs and shit, and there's glaciers and ice cliffs. I don't deny that. It's just it's not compelling to say it's 100% of the border.
But you see why
Yeah, real flat earthers don't claim that though.
Yeah, but you see why if we would absolutely, in my mind, we would absolutely need to have a shoreline, right? If the water's contained the way we say it is.
You'd probably have to have you would have to have a raised shoreline, sure, yeah.
Right. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't necessarily have to be raised. It just has to be a shoreline that rises.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Even if there's a beach, you have room for, I guess you could say, water expansion. I guess, like
yeah,
high
just
tide,
like
low
any
tide,
other shoreline. Yeah.
Right. It acts as all other shorelines on Earth. Yeah, I don't disagree.
But you do disagree that we could live in one giant ass lake.
Yeah.
In all technicalities, yeah, it is all one ocean. Yeah. I think they separate it by salinity and maybe other things, but I think
across
salinity.
the pond, right? It's just across the pond. Over the horizon.
Yeah, that is some pretty peculiar choice of words, but it doesn't prove anything. But we can use them as fun and games, or like conversation pieces.
But them ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, descriptors. Yeah.
So, Bio, one of my claims is that different shorelines of one continent might have a different mean sea level due to one factor being salinity of the water. Have you ever heard of that?
So I don't know if I'd attribute it to salinity, but I do agree that if you were to have an absolute measuring tool that for example the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean on either side of the Panama Canal, they are not level with each other. I would agree with that.
What if the people who are giving us the mean sea level give us the reasons why the levels are different on different sides of the continent, and one of them is salinity? Would you then believe it?
If it's oceanographers and they provide that information, I'd have no reason to disagree with them. I don't have any. I wouldn't even say enough information. I don't have any information or any expertise to
yeah,
disagree with them.
I'd never heard of it before until I started looking at it. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
NOAA has that information. Just if you guys want to look there.
Sure. Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with them. If there was something that was obvious where I'm like, what the fuck, I'd probably research. But at face value, I don't have any reason to disagree.
I wonder why that would be, right? I don't understand. Even if the water is more, has more salt, is what I'll call it, or less salt, why it would be higher or lower?
Climate, temperature, energy.
Salt concentrations in the earth.
What was that, Rob?
Well, you've heard of a salt mine, right?
Yeah.
Salt concentrations in different parts of the world.
No, no, I'm asking what would change, like a more water containing more salt, why would it be higher as a mean level than one that's less salty? Like what's pulling it up or whatever it's doing?
The answer is it's reacting to all the forces on it.
Okay, so in one way of thinking, if gravity exists like they tell us, the gravity is not pulling the more salty water down, or it's pulling the other water down further.
So 9.8 meters per second is an average. It's not.
And that's only in a vacuum, sir.
Yeah, let me finish.
It's not a hard and fast number for every place. There's different places that have different gravitational
I think
attraction.
you missed what I said, though.
Yeah, maybe because
places on the Earth that you can measure different gravitational attraction.
Yeah, depending on how pedantic. Yes, in a vacuum, that number, and you can all Kool-Aid provided even in a vacuum is still an approximation. So we can get past
You didn't provide anything.
So what would be making the water higher or lower due to what?
I'd say a combination. Local gravity, climate, temperature, even salinity. I'd say a combination of all those. If I were to guess without any information.
I got you. So if it's misshaped, like if it is a pear shape, which they say it is, there would be different elevation towards the center, which would create different gravity vectors anyway, right? Like strengths of gravity in different ways. That might explain, but on a short distance, like I guess it could be long distance. So some continents.
It's also an average too. So if they're talking about the Pacific Ocean mean sea level, are they talking about small area, or are they literally talking about every shoreline that the Pacific Ocean touches, then taking an average? Like what are they saying when they say mean sea level of the Pacific Ocean, and then comparing, same question to the Atlantic? Is it the entire shoreline from South America to Canada, South Africa to England? Is it that entire shoreline? Then they're taking an average.
No, they're at actual points. Like they have these spots that datums they call them.
Right, different points along a shoreline of a continent, they'll do mean sea level tests for like a year or sometimes longer. They continuously update them.
Yeah, and they call them datums.
But when I researched it, they definitely, one of the factors was the salinity of the water, but they didn't really go into great detail of how that happened. They just listed that as one of the factors. Now I get the buoyancy factor of salinity because I was taught way back when a ship would be loaded in one place that it would sit at a certain level, and then they would travel and get to a different salinity, even though they decreased their volume, their weight on their boat by using up water and supplies. They would sink because the salinity of the water changed. Well, that's what they attributed to. They talked about that. So if they knew they were traveling from point A to point B, and that they were going to go into this water that was less salty and less buoyant because of that, they would have to adjust their load, their starting load.
Biodu also hit on something that shouldn't be overlooked. He talked about the differences between the oceans being the salinity level. So if you're saying that the salinity level is different on each side, well, of course you are. That's how we determine what the ocean is.
Yeah, I think Robin Rukia either brought it up or acknowledged that.
Oh.
I think I was just repeating what we kind of agreed on before.
You mean it's not gravity that determines the density of the water for each different portion of the globe?
Like I said earlier, you can get all this information from the NOAA if you trust that organization.
Yeah, I mean, I trust that source is providing information. I just don't care enough to get into detail or research it.
Do they have where gravity becomes the container for water on the NOAA HPQTZB?
Yep. .com net. Yeah. Go to that website, Democ, and then .com net, and then it's all in there for sure.
And then it'll show me where gravity becomes the container, where dirt's not holding the water, but gravity is.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how they worded it. Actually, have you read it before?
That's exactly what I need to see. No, I'm waiting to see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you had read it before because you repeated it verbatim. That was pretty good.
You can go read it, and you're actually not gonna see that, but whatever. Right, Bio?
Yeah, I agree to everything that Democ asserts or asks. I always agree now. It's way more fun than getting into a deep conversation with him.
Well, think about it. He's right. Then the Earth is not gonna be holding the water, right?
No, of course. Whatever. Gravity. Of course, yeah. Whatever he's asserting, yeah, I agree to anything. Yeah.
Well, if you think about it.
I don't need to. Democ thought enough for me.
You need to think about it so that you can realize how stupid your model is.
Oh, maybe.
If you were gonna build a model, like a physical model of the globe, Bio, where would you start?
That's that is a good question. Assuming I'm not losing all prior knowledge, I'd probably want to work with a computer simulation or a computer program, because I'd understand that a lot of interactions that occur on Earth, I wouldn't be able to scale down.
Like a 3D printer.
Well, it's more so the forces. So like, if we ignore forces and interactions and shit, just like a physical representation of particular shapes or whatever.
Oh no,
sure,
we
yeah.
would want to go as far as we could, right? Like, creating some type of atmosphere next to with a gradient.
No, yeah, of course, yeah. That's where I think that's where the reality of Earth defeats itself in trying to build an all-encompassing model.
That's soon, huh?
Well, just understanding like we can't remove gravity. As far as me making a model of what I think is happening in reality, I can't remove gravity from the model, so Earth's gravity will affect it.
Why couldn't you build your own gravity, like, and put it at the center of your model?
So to do that, I would essentially need about half of the mass of the Earth in my model on the surface just to zero out gravity.
So pretty much an unfalsifiable model, right?
It's not unfalsifiable. It's just you can't do everything.
Because of gravity, you can't prove gravity.
No, not necessarily. You could prove it in other ways in which you set up an experiment that
replicate it.
Well, what you would do is understand, or not understand, but you have the hypothesis that if the Earth is doing this particular thing, it's occurring in a vertical position or a vertical vector. So then you would want to experiment perpendicular from that. So that way this vertical, what you hypothesize as a force, this vertical vector, doesn't affect the results of your perpendicular experiment. So you can do it. You just have to, you are presupposing things, but you're also accounting for those presuppositions, given that they're true.
I get what you're saying.
It's just like when we say that God created everything. Since we cannot manipulate God or anything, we cannot talk to him. We can use like other things, like humans creating things, and then we can say that, you see how, since everything is created, well, there must be a God. It's just the same, you see these two balls.
What about?
Well, sort of, but I would disagree. Where if you attribute a god to creating something, what you could do actually is, as a human, you could try to create that thing. If it's a particular element, if you could create that element, then that means either you are a god or it doesn't require a god. That would be one.
That's why. Hang on.
I got him, guys. I want to create.
I asked you about gravity. You create gravity.
Create a mountain of water, like gravity creates a mountain of dirt, and since gravity holds the dirt in place,
I was on a roll, bro.
No, like
we all got excited.
A real good roll. I want a tipped, pointy tip of water.
I stumbled on
No. Gravity holds a dirt mountain, so I want it to hold a water mountain. I didn't derail anything. Go back to what you were talking about.
Yeah, well, I think we're on the same page, because when he's building his model, he can shape it, and he can maybe
gravity,
attach some dirt and some trees to it, all the way around. But you'd have to use some type of glue to pull it, and hold it on the surface, and then the water thing would be a problem. It's hard to glue water.
I think realistically, and I can give two shits if I get laughed at or whatever here, but I probably could use magnetism, and I would use different magnetic materials, perhaps different colors, to represent different materials physically, and then we could use magnetic liquids to represent water as well. So it's not that it's gravity, because in this model it would be magnetism,
right?
But the effect of it would be the same, in which you have the source in the middle, and then you have this liquid and these solids, staying put on the surface. It would be a
liquid mountain, a magnetic liquid mountain and a magnetic liquid pile of something. So like a pile of like debris or like sand or little stalagmite, little metal pieces shaving. Yeah. Or you need like metal liquid and you need to pile it up.
Oh yeah,
Can you do
for sure, yeah.
And
I mean,
if you have extra material left over, I could use that on my model also. Like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't really need it, but I could use that type of magnetic electrical force to show how things may go up and down.
Indubitably.
So yeah, that would be cool. Well, let's
The thing
talk
is,
more.
we're proving that a force works.
Yeah, magnetic force.
I'd perhaps take that model and place it like on the middle of a trampoline, and if we have excess material, perhaps throw it to the side and then play with orbits too.
No,
watch it all collect in the center.
Yeah, someone stick to the surface, Baldor. Let's stick to the surface of this magnetic ferro liquid. Are you going to show us valleys and dips and hills and stuff like Earth, like design?
What?
I'm not sure.
Would that be a problem? You just
No, I
stick
think-
something that sticks above the magnetic ferro liquid.
Yeah, I think you could do that, especially with 3D
absolutely zero
printing.
problem.
Yeah, because on the globe model we would account for tectonic plates. So I guess what I could do in all technicalities is try to get a solid but malleable magnetic, I guess, puzzle pieces for the surface of the sphere. And then once they're all evenly laid out, I would just push two plates together, and then there you have your raised mountains, for example. You know what I mean?
Liquid bismuth has some pretty neat properties that might help you.
Yeah, which would work on both models, really.
Well, how could you compare that
A
to
lot
like
of things work on
Gravity's
both, yeah.
idea? Well, Gravity has an idea of a perfect sphere, but then on the Earth we see no perfect anything. We don't see perfect shit that makes
Yeah.
any kind of sphere anything.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Nothing is perfect. It's all about precision. It's a whole comparison about a cue ball. The dips and valleys of a cue ball. The dips and valleys of God.
You said precision, and we said not perfect. Precision means perfect.
No, I know. We're talking about we're talking about the level of precision. If you're measuring to the millimeter and you give me millimeter measurements, you're being extremely precise, because what we want is what you're giving me, of course. But if we're talking about the Earth, the analogy of the cue ball works. The dips and valleys that are on a cue ball, when you look close enough, are bigger deviations than the Marianas Trench and the Mount Everest. It's just a scale of these differences.
Yeah, I get
versus the size of the Earth. Yeah.
So let's move forward. We're on the surface. We got our trees and different elevations, valleys and mountains. We got our magnetic water on your model. We just built a container for our model and poured the water in, and our trees are on top of the land masses that are above the water. So we're both good up to that point. So now let's try and create a like an atmosphere around your model and above ours that is creating a gradient. How would you do that?
Oh yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know where I'd begin with that.
Okay, no problem. I would just cover mine, like whatever, a glass dome maybe. Just cover it, whatever.
Well, like I said, man, you got to look at where the flux resides on a magnet. You got to look at where the flux resides on a magnet. And like I told you, it's never at the center of a magnet. So this magnetized mass that you're speaking of, that everything's going to be built on top of, its plane of inertia is what's going to have to permeate the surface, not the other way around.
Well, we're going to be real basic here first. So we're trying to falsify what we could do, and given that gravity is affecting his model and ours on our, we're building these models on Earth, so gravity is going to affect them. But on his model, he could overcome that with magnetism, so that's cool.
For solids and liquids.
Gases, we would just use the existing gravity on ours. Our model would just hold the water if it was contained. But now we're moving on. We're trying to create an enclosed atmosphere, or an atmosphere. What I'm going to do is enclose it. That's going to trap some air above my model, right? And since there's water in there, and I could put even some living animals, they would freely crawl around. Now you could do the same thing, with spiders and a small lizard or something like that could definitely go around your model.
Yeah, I don't know with the atmosphere. That's probably where it absolutely breaks down. At least with gravity, I could substitute it for magnetism because the effect would be similar enough. But as far as that atmosphere, yeah, I have no fucking idea.
Well, gravity and magnetism aren't necessarily similar. Gravity would be more correlated with like an electrostatic cling, which has a magnetic property, but I think acceleration is far more explains gravity than and that loss of that dielectric field is what breeds magnetism. So yeah, they are related, but not inversely, rather adversely.
Fantastic. Yeah, Ricky, I break down an atmosphere. That's probably as far as I can go. That's probably why from the beginning I said I'd use a computer simulation, because then we could just plug in these values and everything outside in reality doesn't affect the simulation.
Can you plug in the values for the tilted ISS when you see it tilt in your view when you go out? Like when you see stuff not fly level, like can we what value is that?
Yes, whatever you're asserting, yes, wholeheartedly.
Let's see that tilt, baby. I mean, because we have big bodies and masses of mountains just sticking out in the fucking air willy-nilly, just sitting there off the earth because gravity pulls them to the center, right? But we don't have big mountains of water that point out like Mount Everest or, you know, like the biggest mountain in the world or, you know, like why don't we have mountain-tipped water? Like what's stopping it?
Yeah, we do. They're called glaciers.
No, I'm not talking about frozen water being held by frozen temperature. I'm talking about gravity holding water into a shape.
Oh, you mean a liquid?
Well, that was the ferrofluid. We already discussed that, and we could also do the centrifugal force on it, so we could show that it would bulge at the edges.
Hey, Globers, is it possible from any distance from to have a moon with an ice center and a outer like water surface?
Like a core ice, but liquid. I guess you could say mantle.
Surrounding, sure, yeah. On any planet at any distance from the sun.
Let me check the phase diagram to see what the pressures would be like for high temperatures.
Well, is there any necessities right off the bat? Like it has to have an atmosphere in the first place, just so you can have like liquid water that isn't getting bombarded by the sun rays or something.
Yeah, it could be if you said underground, it could be.
Perhaps if the surface is completely water. If the surface is completely water, it would depend on the distance to the sun. If there is water and it's relatively close to the sun, I would assume that there's an atmosphere that's absorbing or reflecting most of that energy. If it's relatively far away from the sun, I don't think an atmosphere would be required. But I don't.
Let's just say our moon got a bunch of water delivered to it, right? And it flooded the whole surface of our moon. Wouldn't that water not stay water for very long?
Perhaps.
It would reach its vapor pressure and then get blown away over the sun over whatever years it would take, depending on how much water it was.
Right, but it's not sustainable. Not
perhaps,
as it is.
Given the limited information, perhaps.
No, I took a phone call. Sorry about that. It cuts me off, right? It doesn't give me. Hey, you want to continue? We were going pretty good. Both models are doing good so far.
No, I think I've reached my limit with atmosphere.
You done?
All right. Yeah, he said that a few times.
You had a little trouble with with the atmosphere, but I think we could have worked through that. Put our brains together, we could have come up with something. Because you could put.
Well, the other thing is a model doesn't have to do all aspects.
I agree.
You're showing a principle.
No, we're fine. We were just attempting to do an all-encompassing model.
See how far we would get, which one was harder than the other, and I think so far, right. But mine is based on, he can't properly do his model because of the existence of gravity, where he's trying to build a model with gravity. Like, I understand that. So he's at a loss already, but my model was doing pretty good.
So I think you have a problem though with your gravity simulation. Unless I'm not sure how you would get the gravity to be symmetrical across the whole surface with the magnet.
No,
Whereas,
I understand that. Maybe the whole Earth is, the land underneath is
one
just,
giant magnet.
Yeah, energized. So it's creating this energy level that I think they measure different levels as you go up, right? Of energy.
Different amounts of gravity at different altitudes as well as latitudes.
Yeah, so just switch that with some type of electrical force, magnetic force, or both combined, and then put a charge to things, positive and negative, and that would explain a lot of our why things fall and why things float type stuff.
So sort of, because the obvious question that I would have, or the obvious
how long now?
The obvious question that I would have is that if you have a positively charged object and you drop it from a height, and then you have a negatively charged object and you drop it from a height, if what you're saying is true, I would expect to see opposite interactions. But at the very least, as far as compromising, I would expect to see an obvious difference in drop rate.
Positively charged objects don't fall, bud. I can take my pencil, I can take my pencil eraser, I can take my pencil sharpener, stick them to the wall, due to the fact that I can positively charge them by just pressing them and dragging them along.
That's kind of silly. Then on a gravity world, I can stick something to the wall and it'll fall off. Oh,
yeah, but you cut him off. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, so like I said, I can take my number 2 pencil, which is wood, and have it defy gravity by literally pressing it to the wall, dragging it a few inches and letting go. And voila, I got something defying your 9 meters per second squared.
Well, I don't know if it's defying anything, right? But it might be. You might be
it's defying net gravity.
No, we've talked about this before.
I'm agreeing with you.
Daiso, your kid could do it. You couldn't do it. But that's besides the point.
I actually did do it. You weren't here the day I did it, but yes, I did.
All right, cool. So let's just assume everyone can do it. Let's assume everyone can do it. I don't care. That's not the important part.
Sure.
What you're describing essentially, what I would attribute it to, is that you're not changing any magnetic charges. You're not changing any electromagnetism involved. What you're doing is you're introducing friction between that pencil and then the paint on your wall, and by doing so, you're creating enough resistance in this very small weighted object to be able to hang on the wall. Due to that resistance. But
he's saying that resistance is a charge, right?
Exactly. Like, what do you think friction is, bro?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
What do you think static electricity is, bro?
Like when your wings, hang on, let me relate it to him. So he works on jets. So when these jets fly through the air, they have to release the static electricity that they're generating by running, that their wings are going through the air and creating friction and static electricity, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So you don't release any static charge like a helicopter?
Helicopters, yes.
Yeah, but
how about a hurricane?
The wingtip on our Cessna has can build up static.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, of course they do.
No, I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying not that I'm aware of, because the wingtips for what I worked on had antennas on either side, and there was nothing about static electricity buildup or release or anything. The only way that I know for sure to release.
You ever heard of flying spiders?
Is to ground it. But as far as releasing static electricity in the air, I have no idea, to be honest.
I gotta go real quick, guys.
Go ahead.
I gotta get going. I just want to say one thing. Look into the flying spiders, man. They shoot a tiny little web out that is it's essentially it gets a generated charge, right? And what happens is it picks up in the wind, and they're able to fly hundreds of miles due to this electrostatic component within their tiny little web that they release. And there's also a few other insects that use this. And yeah, just look into it.
I don't think anyone's denying electrostatics. I just think they're denying that would be the cause of things, you know, being held.
If you
to
add
the
enough charge, it'll defy the weight pulling down with your downward bias.
Great. Just a basic search on Google. There are many examples of using a pencil on a wall, and it's exactly as I described, in which you're creating friction between the paint and that pencil itself, and it's just sticking there. It has nothing to do with electromagnetism. What do you think friction is? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what kind of response that is. I don't think it's worth responding to.
What do you think friction is?
Stuff rubbing together.
Right. It's an exchange of energy. You're just rubbing.
Yeah.
You're creating two surface. You're rubbing two surfaces together, and there's an interaction between the molecules that are hitting each other, and you're exchanging heat and you're exchanging energy.
Creates an electrostatic charge.
Friction is not electrostatic. Friction at its base is the idea of kinetic energy being transferred between two objects.
Yeah, exactly. And just like a hurricane builds up.
No, it's not about electrostatic energy. It's about kinetic. Friction has to do with kinetic energy, not electrostatic energy.
You guys hear that?
Aren't all the fundamental forces electrostatic?
Are all the fundamental forces? No, not all the fundamental forces are electrostatic.
Shout out to me.
Well, it's been explained to me, right, that all the inter and intramolecular forces, right, are electrostatic. So then as an extension, all the physical forces, right, friction, air resistance, all of those are all born out of those intermolecular forces.
No.
Makes sense
Yeah,
to me.
That's pretty sad, RC.
Is electricity, and that's how you interpret everything through your eyes, through smell, sound, sight. Everything is electrical. What are you talking about?
Gravitational force is not at all electrostatic.
Gravitational.
Tell me why I'm incorrect. You just said no. You just said no, Micey. Tell me why I'm incorrect.
Because the gravitational force doesn't have anything.
I never said gravity. I didn't say gravity.
It's one of the fundamental forces.
What's a force, RC?
Anything that causes.
Oh lordy!
Oh my goodness, we're not starting this again. Hang on one second. Give me.
Hold on. What's a force,
please? I mean, we went. Just give me 1 second, please, because this is on topic. Y'all can go to that, and I'll go jump off a bridge.
Yeah, that's fine.
Researchers, hang on. Just let me read this one thing. I gotta go, Meisty. Researchers at Northwestern University have developed a new model showing that rubbing two objects together, friction, produces static electricity or triboelectricity by bending the tiny protrusions of the surface of the materials.
Okay, that's fine. You can produce electricity. You can rub a balloon on your hair and create static electricity. But that's not the point. But that's not the point.
The balloon will stick to a wall after you do that, right?
Stop clipping me here, Rakia. The point is that is friction fundamentally an electrostatic phenomenon? No, it's a kinetic phenomenon.
I got you. I get your point. But we were saying how static electricity, can have things stick in the other thing, like defying gravity almost.
I deny gravity, though. I have a big problem with that.
Yeah, I disagree with the denying part, but like defying. But it does make your hair stand up, and balloons stick to walls, and pencils stick to walls, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's
an additional force.
Right. When you create friction, it creates a static, force, as you call it, and it sticks to things.
Yeah, but that's a difference between saying you can use friction to get a static charge, something that's fine, but the original claim was that friction is an electrostatic force. I'm like, no, friction is a kinetic force.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I think they're doing studies now that showing how it generates a static. You know, I don't call it a force, a static charge. So when people are creating this charge in a field that is levitating like paper and wood and things like that, what is that?
It's the idea of negatively charged particles repelling. Negatively charged particles repelling each other to the point that you're going to have levitation, which levitation is all is defined as is like repulsion force between two objects, one with a vector of gravity.
So
what it's trying to go down, it can't go down because it's trying to go down. It can't go down because of the repulsion forces based on electrostatics.
What if it's down already because of the charge that it has overcome, and then when you increase that charge, it can't overcome it, so it goes up?
That really wouldn't explain an acceleration. That would only explain the levitation part of it, and it would explain a downward vector only within after things have come to rest, or have been impulsed by some other force.
Like pressure.
But it can't explain the acceleration that we see.
I just thought when you said that, something came to my mind. I said, what if something is building up a charge and the different layers of the atmosphere or different hot elevation has different potential charge, so it rises, and then once it loses that charge, it will fall, be attracted back down to the equilibrium point at a certain rate. Acceleration.
Why?
Well, I mean, we can generate acceleration with electrostatics and magnetism.
There's a demonstratable example of this.
Temperature, helium, temperature also does it.
I hope people heard what I said, right?
Well, I
heard what you said.
So that acceleration in the atmosphere could be generated by that same exact object losing its potential and being attracted back down to its equilibrium point due to the electrostatics, right?
Not really. I don't see how you're going to get number one, a downward vector. Number two, have a reason for there being more charge one place or another. Or number three, get a constant acceleration no matter what based on that.
Well, let's just say 100 feet is 1, 200 feet is 2, and so forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then as it gets up there, and as it wants to go back to 0, it's going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right? It's going down. It's being pulled back down by that difference in levels of force. Right?
Okay. So wouldn't that mean that things that are more positively charged would accelerate faster?
Yeah, quite possibly.
Okay. We don't see that though. We don't see that things that are charged accelerate.
I'm not taking your word for that.
So you're saying things are equally charged due to mass?
What I'm saying is that no matter how they're charged, you don't see a different acceleration.
Take your balloon.
You add a charge.
Take your balloon, which is static charge that you had stuck to the wall, and let it go. Does it fall faster?
Well, actually, I put a video. Good Times for All did a practical demonstration, right, where he has this helium balloon and he has it connected to a Van de Graaff generator, and as he charges it up, it actually rises off. It rises higher, and then as he discharges the static, then it goes back down.
Cool. Okay.
Right.
That's awesome. Now my question is, does that happen with all of these? Like anything that's charged, or is it just this balloon?
Depending on how much charge you put into it.
You tell me. It's a practical demonstration.
Okay.
Well, listen, once you put a lot of charge into solid things, they become what? Liquid? So what do you think's going on there?
What?
What do you mean what? Melting things that melt, right? You have a solid thing like steel. You add heat to it. It becomes a solid, then a liquid, right? You can melt it. So it doesn't hold its shape just from adding a charge or temperature. It'll take away the shape also.
Hey, Chad, how about a crest?
Yeah, and different material would accept more charge or less charge, right? And then dissipate it quicker or slower than others. I mean,
not evidently.
Well, yeah, I think we see that. Yeah.
Right, but if I take a chunk of steel and I put a charge on it, how do you think it's going to get lighter?
It's not the same as gold. It's not the same as
Heavier?
lead.
Yeah, but
Same
you're
as
using
copper.
lighter. You're using the current model. I'm just saying the electrostatic charge would dictate where it's at. So a big chunk of steel, right, is going to be attracted down one way, and then a light feather might be attracted another way due to the charge that it accepts. Because of the very thing you mentioned, the material that it's made out of. And the medium that it's in, of course, right? Because some mediums are more conductive than others. Like during cloudy, misty days, a rotor will pull out more static electricity than on a clear, crisp, cool day, right?
A rotor?
It's called a dynamic system. Yeah,
rotor.
a rotor of a helicopter. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Like during a storm or when a storm is near and you're hovering a helicopter, I mean, it'll light up sometimes.
So helicopters, do they fly better when it's when it's moist out, or and they have low static, or do they fly better when it's a dry day and high static?
I asked my nephew that, and he said on a dry, crisp day, they seem to gain more, more thrust or forward, whatever he called it, momentum. He was more technical than I'm being, but I see this too. I mean, what about the lightning bugs and things that we see that light their asses up, right? It seems to be some type of electrical charge they're able to generate light with it.
They actually, it's a chemical reaction, and the chemical reaction, I don't think generates voltage.
Mm-hmm. Or the electric eels. You know, there's electric eels. They seem to absorb some type of electricity and can, discharge it at will, especially when you step on them.
Again, they generate electricity. They have chemical reaction that causes that electricity. They don't absorb it. It's turning sugars into electricity. I'm talking simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
My kid.
Oh, okay. You're not hot, Mike. Yeah, cool though. I've seen some of those tests. They're pretty neat. I don't know exactly. I've never done it myself, but I definitely seen him hook a helium balloon, let it get to its equilibrium point where it wasn't rising or lowering, and then he put a charge to it. And when he increased the charge, it went higher, I think. And then when he decreased it, it would go actually lower. And then when he took it off, it went back to its original point. So it was pretty cool.
Was this like in close proximity to the Van de Graaff generator?
I don't know, but he was turning the Van de Graaff on and off. So I don't know if that
by
was
a wire.
Yeah, it was definitely connected by wires.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't count.
Yeah. That was pretty cool. But I've seen other things too. And then when I've definitely seen, other types of levitation or quantum locking, and, that gets into a whole new thing. But there's different theories, right? Coming around.
No, I don't see any theories.
Well, you don't believe in quantum locking where things can levitate and be frictionless?
I don't believe that I'm standing on the ground because of quantum locking.
No, I didn't say that. I just said it was a different theory of levitation. Not why you're doing what you're doing.
Right. Okay.
So we were talking about
any quantum locking levitation, like the gravity field on Earth. I can make the best semiconductor in the world and it still won't levitate.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need a strong magnetic field to pull that off.
Yeah, a huge magnetic track and some other factors too. Really cold superconductor. But one theory we're hooking static charge to an object and it's moving up and down. Another theory is we're moving something above a magnetic track or a field per se, and having it follow that track, levitating, locking it. You can do it in different vectors, and pretty cool.
I like charges. I think the one with the static is the balloon with the wire. That's because you have separation between it, and you have like charges. Like charges repel.
I think that the wires are on the sides, so I don't know if you're saying the repulsion creates the up and down.
Yeah, I would
movement.
say it's a repulsion from the Van de Graaff generator itself. The Van de Graaff generator has a high charge, and the balloon has a high charge because the wire has conducted it up to the balloon.
Yeah, I haven't. I mean, you know, you could look into it further or whatever. Definitely making the balloon go up and down. Other things are making like paper and wood and stuff, you know, not go very far up, but definitely going up where they would.
Was it a helium balloon?
Yeah, what about it?
No, was it a helium balloon? Or was it just a balloon?
I think it was helium.
I'm thinking it wasn't, because if it came down, I'm thinking that it was probably a what do you call it?
No,
just a balloon.
It's a helium balloon. It just didn't have it filled up enough to make it. It was like neutrally buoyant.
It found its equilibrium due to the volume of the helium that was in the plastic, right?
Right.
It was floating there, and when he put a certain charge to it, it would rise, and then he would turn it off, and it would come back down. He put a negative charge to it. I think this is the way it was, positive, negative, and then it would lower, and you turn that off, and it would go back to its original place of equilibrium. Pretty cool. Well, one way or another, that's cool.
I think it should. If I'm guessing right, it should work the opposite. It should be when the Van de Graaff generator's on, the balloon, I would guess, would go up, and when you turned it off, it would sink.
Well, no,
Mic check.
So
What's going on, everyone?
Hey,
what's up, Matrix? He used the Van de Graaff generator to charge the balloon. Then you could just ground. So that's basically what he's doing, was making it rise and then discharging it to make it come back down.
Which is what I said. Yeah, basically, I think that when it's charged, it would fly, and when it was discharged, it would fall. Like charges repel.
Let me ask a question. Is Brandon's show over? You guys know?
No, he's having to take a week or two off due to some personal stuff. He said he might have a show here and there, but something came up, whatever it was.
Oh, okay, cool. And is this show like streaming live on YouTube or something?
Yes.
Oh, what channel is that?
Earth Awakenings. Earth Awakenings. I'll put a link in the chat. Hold on.
Earth Awakenings, and this is Voice 1, right? Livestream 1. I don't think Livestream 2 is streaming live. But Livestream 1
it's
is.
muted. Yeah, it's muted.
You can come here and be live, or go into another room and not be live, and you can also create a stage where you and someone can have, the stage to yourself and have an audience watching you, but the audience can't participate, like they can't interrupt. It's a pretty cool place.
Oh, like the thing that they have in 24/7, the dome thing or whatever, where they have like the Spartans and the whatever the fuck they have.
I'm not familiar with that, but it's probably something similar. It's just a stage. Like, you're up on the stage, you can invite other people to the stage, and y'all can communicate, but the audience can't interrupt. So you could do a presentation, or you could have a debate, or just have a conversation with 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, however many people. And then you could have an audience that could, they wouldn't be able to interrupt. They could just listen. It's just like this room with everybody muted except for you and I or something. Same thing, but they just call it a stage.
And whose server is it? Is it Geo server? Oh, cool.
That's right.
Yeah, because I've noticed, like a few days ago, I've noticed that nobody's in Brandon's channel, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" So I went to Brandon's channel and read the post or whatever, and then I clicked on the link, and then because I didn't know about the server.
No, Brandon announced that he had something come up. Just whatever. I don't even know any more than that.
This server's main claim to fame is that it is trying to do moderation as fairly as possible and get rid of disruptive influences.
Yeah, no one will be banned, but there's certain things that are not tolerated. Pretty much what
Don't you dare call me D-Mock. Holy fuck.
Mostly what Moyak man does all day. I called Sean G. Kosho today by mistake. They do sound alike though. Or either that or Kosho Sean. Whatever way I did it was by mistake. I'm not very good on remembering names, but it's been a lot of fun so far. Like the conversations have been really good, pretty civil for the most part. Just we've had a lot of heavy hitters come in that get excited, get the room excited, and it's just impossible to moderate.
You guys have like a specific topic, like is it just strictly like about the Earth?
No, no, definitely not. Any topic right now except for the V and C word, because we were allowing that, but YouTube and Discord is putting a clamp. Well, YouTube's been doing it, but Discord's putting a clamp down on it. So for whatever reason, we're just trying to hang quiet on that a little bit.
You mean vegetable and cucumber?
Yeah. Yeah. Don't talk about broccoli.
Yeah, cucumber 19.
Yeah. Even that, right? Even the code talk is getting slaughtered on YouTube now. So they're really having to be careful. We haven't had a problem here. Geo hasn't had a problem, but we don't want to create an issue where it is an issue, a problem. When you're just starting and, you're wanting the listeners to hear as much content as you can in the beginning. But it's been good. We were just going over.
Seems like it took him time to prepare. I give him props for that with all the little like decoration things, and it seems like it took him a lot of time to figure that out.
He's been working on it for 3 years.
3 years.
That's crazy. Good job, Gio.
Yeah, definitely, and doing a good job, running it, and I think everyone's liking it so far.
So did Rumpus get blocked already?
I don't know if Rumpus has joined, but he hasn't been here while I've been here. But Left Lane, Ranty, not Ranty, Xanic, some of the more excitable characters, Right the Hand. When they all come at once, it's an issue. But when they're kind of one-on-one, or they've really been great. Like, it's been awesome to hear some of their conversations without all the hoopla has been good. To be honest, whether Xanic has this stuff, memorized, or if he's if he's looking at it and spouting it off, or however, you have to be intelligent to do what he's doing, right? I can't do it. He's definitely
he's making mad shit up.
I mean, not only him though. Even like BioDuel regurgitates that Wikipedia shit like off the top of his head. Like it's crazy to me how these people just manage to regurgitate that shit exactly like it says in Wiki.
So give me a second here. So since you're new, I'm gonna let you get away with that one for free, but just keep the ad homs to a minimum. We're trying not to do the personal ad homs, but anyway. Go ahead.
Actually, it was meant to be a compliment, though.
Right, I understand what you're saying. Just a fair how they're doing things here. Jeremy, what were you saying?
Yo, Xanic makes up mad shit. He must have said he made up at least 2 things today, if not 3 or 4 that I caught.
Moyak was like, Xanic, yeah, what? You gotta calm down on that one.
And that's coming from Moyak. Moyak be making mad shit up too. Moyak will even admit to it. He's like, yo, it sounds good, I make some stuff up.
No, it's not what I do, dude.
Come on. You never admitted that.
You spouting off numbers earlier. Like
You never
that I said, but those numbers were irrelevant to the argument. They were just, for instance, it's a demonstration of a concept.
Moyak, you've admitted to me that you make stuff up. Come on.
No, I said that I try and logic and reason through something frequently, and I'll usually do that with language that indicates that I'm not speaking with authority on it. And you can tell that today when I was speaking about what the return of a spacecraft.
Yeah, and then also tell them what you said I made up. Because
I didn't say you made up anything.
No, we were just trying to get you back in here, Xanax.
I know, but you can't say crap and not back it up. So Moya said Moyak, and you said Xanax. Moyak even backed it up.
The thing about why the horizon.
I challenged you to, at one point. I challenged you to stop interrupting at that point.
Yeah, that's fair, but he didn't. I didn't make up anything.
No,
so
that was made up.
You did say objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless acted on by an outside force.
Correct.
Well, that's kind of a half statement.
No, that's exactly what the law is.
Is it?
That's perpetual motion.
Well, let me explain myself. Let me explain myself. An object in motion can stay in motion when not acted on by an outside force. So you're really not being clear enough, or it's an incomplete statement.
That's the first law.
It sounded like you said the exact same thing twice, but whatever you said second was correct. Did I not say that?
Listen, an object in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted on by an outside force.
Correct.
It's not good enough because an object in motion will stay in motion when acted on by an outside force or stop when acted on by an outside force. It could go either way, depending on if it's opposing or supporting.
You're saying the same thing 4 times in a row. Let me say it real slowly. An object in motion will stay in motion until acted upon by another force.
Yeah, meaning it stops, but you can be acted upon by an outside force and continue moving.
No,
that's not what
that's saying. Is that
well, hold on, Xanax. It's very basic. What he's alluding to is essentially if you give something, let's just say a westwardly force, you can add another westwardly force, and you've introduced another force, but it's going to continue in that motion. You're not stopping the motion by adding a force in the same vector.
It will stay at the same motion. Is basically what that's saying.
It'll have we will have the same vector. We'll have the same motion until acted upon by another force. How about that?
Heck, you can change a vector, but it's still going to be in motion. That's also not.
It'll always be in motion until acted upon by another force.
I'd say the vector's going to stay.
It'll always stay in motion until acted upon by another force, and then
it'll be in perpetual. You're saying it'll be in perpetual motion.
No, it insinuate.
Here we go again.
You may interpret it to be that, but that's not what it means.
Yeah, perpetual motion.
Perpetual motion.
No, it's going to move. It's going to be moving, and it's never going to stop. Right? What do you think perpetual motion is?
The moon appears to be a perpetual motion activity, right? It appears, but slowly it does decay. The speed, the velocity changes slightly. The elliptical orbit changes slightly. It's not exactly, but it's the closest thing we can see that would be a perpetual motion device.
Yeah, but it's tidal forces that
applies to everything in the sky.
That's not what the illegality in the laws of nature, specifically in the Newton's second law, is that there is no such thing as a perpetual motion device. You can't get something for nothing. But that doesn't mean that there can't be perpetual motion in terms of Newton's first law. And by understanding physics, you would be able to discern between the two.
We know you believe in perpetual motion.
It tends to be confusing. I get it. It's not. I'm not holding it against you. Anybody that has not studied physics would immediately say, "Oh, you're saying a perpetual motion device is now legal." That's not what it's saying.
We know. You're saying you believe in perpetual motion. We know.
I do think existence as a whole is a perpetual motion device.
No, even that they think someday the sun is gonna extinct and all that stuff.
I don't care about the sun. I said existence. Existence is a perpetual motion device.
The sun will never do anything different than what it does. Oh,
the second law of thermodynamics tells you that the whole system itself is not perpetual.
No, that's bullshit. You know what you're talking about.
Existence is a perpetual motion device.
The whole system itself is what? Go ahead, Kyosho.
I said the whole system itself is not a perpetual motion machine.
Right. It says that all processes
Sure it is.
have to have. It says all processes has to have loss.
Existence isn't a processy.
Yeah, but the entropy constant is always going to go towards increasing.
Existence gets to break the rules.
What are you guys making up now?
Not in a micro or a system.
So more.
As long as the system is
words,
within a
right?
it's a subsystem of a larger system, entropy can go up or down. There's no laws saying it can't.
So your understanding or comprehension can
And it's
go
not
up
a
or
law,
down.
by the way. It's called the
So the
entropy
law of
law,
your
but it's not the law of
comprehension.
entropy.
Well, I'm going to help you. The law of your
There's no
comprehension
law of
changes
entropy. I
like
don't know who's talking.
entropy,
I'm sorry,
right?
I can't barely. Oh, it's D-Mock. Have him crank way down.
Yeah, just the law of your comprehension keeps changing, right? Like a parrot. So you parrot the next guy's thing, or the next guy's thing, or the next guy's thing.
That's how it works, Dima.
Well, my whole life I've heard the same thing, that planets move and it's not a violation of perpetual law, perpetual motion.
It's the closest. Zanik said it correct. It's the closest thing, probably, that we've experienced to it. But you lose energy over time, and things like tidal forces and stuff.
Have you ever questioned from where you've heard these things? Where's these information coming from? Who's perpetuating it?
Perpetuating the perpetual motion laws?
No. Perpetuating the things that you said you've heard all your life.
Yeah. So all these things we learned. So when you're trained formally in college and in industry, technology industry, that you learn certain things in physics that are applicable to your function and to your job. And if you don't know them, you will fail. So a lot of these things
not only fail, but you won't be able to do your job because
exactly.
You actually experiment with these things. I'm calling it experiment. You actually use these things in practice.
Okay, cool. So you learn about planets in physics. How so?
That I don't use.
Well, that's a subset of most of the things I study. But yeah, you learn about astronomy, you learn about the planets, you learn about orbital mechanics. These are all things that are.
But is astronomy a part of physics?
Certainly.
No one can tell me what fuel the existence metabolizes. The existence doesn't need a fuel. It is a perpetual motion device.
It's not a device.
I was going to explain what a perpetual motion device was, but it seems like you've already made drawn your own conclusions.
What does the universe run on? Is it going to run out someday?
It runs on hydrogen.
A more important question: what is the universe?
Everything that is in existence.
It runs on hydrogen as the primary fuel, if you want to call it a fuel, and it will theoretically eventually run out of that, and it will become dark. And you'll still have everything here, bouncing around, swinging around, orbiting, coalescing, hitting each other.
In the dark.
What's that?
In the dark.
Yep.
Energy will be so spread out that it'll be unusable, and that's when entropy will approach zero.
Point proven.
Entropy will approach maximum. I misspoke there.
It doesn't need light, doesn't need heat, doesn't need anything. Existence is going to keep on going. Perpetual motion device.
Well, at that point, though, there won't be any usable energy anywhere.
Doesn't need energy. Existence doesn't run off of energy.
No,
doesn't need
things in motion, as I meant very clearly, things in motion do not require energy either.
Well, they're not acted on by another force.
Existence, perpetual motion device, the one and only.
Okay.
Well, why don't you go apply for a Nobel Prize and you might win something? Do you think you've just discovered something or figured something out that was misunderstood before? Go publish a paper and get a Nobel Prize.
Every human in the world has figured out something that's been misunderstood, and none of them have got a paper published or anything.
See, it doesn't matter unless you can create your own pocket existence, and we haven't figured out how to do that. Whoever's able to invent their own universe within this universe will get a Nobel Peace Prize or Nobel Prize of some sort, but it doesn't matter. It's simple. First, doesn't run on a fuel.
What is the purpose of the Nobel Peace Prize? Other than the money that they give you and the recognition, but who's funded this Nobel Peace Prize? Is it possible that it's the same people that's perpetuating this
Nobel?
information?
A rich guy named Nobel.
What else is gonna be?
He actually invented TNT.
So
What the
Zanuck,
fuck
did
are you
see,
talking about?
Did you see
TNT
who
was
won?
invented as soon as you smoked the first blunt.
Zanuck, did you see who won the Nobel Prize and what they won it for?
What's that?
Barack Obama's
What's
his
that?
name.
The Nobel Prize for Physics this year. Did you see who won?
No, I didn't. What was it? What discipline was it in? Do you know?
I think it was
Climate
astronomy.
change.
So it was astronomy.
Climate change.
Didn't that win? Then wasn't astronomy last year?
I think
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
The subject was climate change?
Nobel
what I read.
Wow. Well, it couldn't come at a better time. And the mainstream is pushing this climate change bullshit like a motherfucker. And guess who won the Nobel Peace Prize? Somebody that wrote about it. What a goddamn coincidence. It's almost like there's people funding everything, huh?
There's been like 35 Nobel Prizes.
warming much.
How many
Since
of
the
them
COVID thing, I haven't heard much about global warming.
How many of those Nobel Prizes made perpetual motion or produced a
I
little
think it
Earth?
should be a flat Earth Nobel Prize.
Zero of them.
None of them? Oh, well then
Who would
they're
get
all
the
fucking.
Nobel Prize
We don't need that
for
stupid shit,
flat Earth?
Zanuck, to get validation for our ideas.
If you fleshed out any of your ideas, it'd be kind of cool.
Oh, we're getting it. We're trying here, but you know, you're too fixed on your model that it's so hard. You know.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're going to have to do it yourself then.
Well, you guys
No,
can
we do it. We don't
as
need,
a whole.
we don't need your permission or anything. I mean,
So let me ask a question, you know. Do people in tribes or do the Amish, do they have Nobel Peace Prizes? And do they have good ideas?
I don't know. Have they had any good ideas in the past 100 years?
I mean, they're able to survive to this day. There's a lot of tribes, most of them we don't know about, and the Amish people still going on. So you're trying to tell me that they don't have any good ideas because they don't have Nobel Peace Prizes, circle jerks?
You know, raccoons
you'd
are
have to
still
show me
alive.
what they've done.
Raccoons are still alive, and they definitely don't have Nobel Peace Prize. They don't have good ideas.
Yeah,
So just because you're
not
alive
see-
doesn't mean you have good ideas.
But is it fair to
I don't-
say that there's a correlation between Nobel Peace Prize and good ideas? Are you telling me that outside of Nobel Peace Prize, nobody else can have a good idea?
No, it's not
It's
true.
about progress. It's about progress. The hobby or
I
anti-progress.
get the progress, but the problem is the Nobel Peace Prize necessary to promote progress? And question, who is doing the promoting of this progress?
It just recognizes it.
celebrates
It recognizes the progress. It recognizes the insights in physics.
I understand the recognition, Kosho, but it still begs the question: who are the people recognizing these things? And is it possible that is a circle jerk like the peer review process? That if you think outside of this peer review process, you're gonna get blackballed.
Where's the list? Where's the fucking
Try to
list?
find a
of
Nobel
Nobel
Prize.
Prizes
Try to
you
find a
get?
Nobel Prize in physics that you don't think.
Where's
that
the
was deserved.
Nobel list?
what do you
Kosho.
guys call progression though?
The Nobel Peace Prize list. Where's that at? So
Have
any
you looked
little
for
one
it?
go on the wall, you get on the wall and be like,
Google probably knows. Have you asked?
and I want to do this one.
Google.
I want to do this Nobel thing. I'm the little kid. I want to do this. Where's that at?
It's not any fun being here with Demok. I'm going to leave. Have a good one.
Bye.
So you just make up what a Nobel Peace Prize is willy nilly. It doesn't even matter. It could be anything like biting toenails or anything.
Dimak, if you allow me, that's what I'm asking. What is progress to you, Kosho?
Silent, you're very low, bro. It's very difficult to hear you.
Oh,
Instead of asking these kinds of questions or entertaining whatever Demak is suggesting, why don't you go over the list of Nobel prizes for physics and find one that you think was not deserved, and we can talk about that one specifically.
No, let me see.
Probably all of them.
Is the Philosopher's Stone. It's the thing that can do anything.
All of them. I don't trust any of them. They're dog shit.
It's like they're getting a prize to be able to come up with new bullshit, right? It doesn't necessarily have to do anything, but as long as it sounds good, it reads good, and it entertains the people, well, you got a Nobel Peace Prize.
No. You've got to back your shit up.
Yeah,
no
like
one cares about this, to be honest.
Back what up?
What's that guy's name? Peter Higgs. He came up with the Higgs boson probably in the 50s, I think. And it wasn't until that particle was actually, discovered and, recognized, or, they had validated that he got the prize for it. Usually it's not when people come up with stuff that they get a prize for it. It's usually when things are substantiated.
Listen to this.
Beyond the shadow of a doubt.
I'm quoting his words of the winner. I'm very happy that they put the attention on the climate problem, the Nobel Peace Prize. It's not a political thing, huh? It's not bias.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you look into his funding and you find some names that are probably connected to global warming. The people that are funding.
And I totally agree with you. This is where a lot of the flat earthers have the right idea. This global warming thing has gotten out of control, and these people are getting to pat themselves on the back and giving awards out for people that are just setting the stage so people can make more money in certain sectors.
Well, this person that you're talking about, the climate change guy, what is it that he's provided that he's gotten the Nobel Prize for?
Well, it says here, I'm reading from the main page, okay? Nobelprize.org. It says this year Nobel Prize is in physics is awarded with 1/2 jointly, and then it has the name of the people. It's so hard for me to pronounce those names. They have laid the foundation of our knowledge of the earth, climate, and how humanity influences it, as well as revolutionize the theory of disordered materials and random processes. That's it. That's what it says.
What was the what was their discovery or whatever? What is it that they worked on?
That's what it says. I need to read why, but I mean, this is the price why they earn it for groundbreaking contributions to our understanding of complex systems.
What is it exactly that they're claiming is causing global warming?
That's what it says right here. I'm gonna watch the video or something.
And anybody know the mainstream reason for them saying that global warming is a thing? What are they saying is the cause?
The mainstream reason is that man is producing precipitous amounts of CO2, and the CO2, because it is a greenhouse gas, will increase temperature, which it does. But that is the primary cause of the climate change, which many scientists that are not on NASA's team or special interest groups do not agree with that by any stretch.
So here's Sanic.
Support that it doesn't.
One of the other guys that
there's no consensus, true consensus among real scientists that are involved with climate science. So it is a possibility, but it's not a slam dunk that everyone thinks it is.
All right, it says here, one of the other guys who won the prize, they're quoting one of the statements that he said. He says, weather forecasting was more of an art rather than science. So I don't know. I'm going to watch those two videos about these two interviews with the winners.
Do you guys know how the Earth cools itself down?
How the Earth cools itself by the cycles that it has.
How do you even know that the Earth needs cooling? Why are you assuming that?
I'm not on the side of what I'm gonna explain to you because that's not my view of what the world is, right? But I'm talking about mainstream.
I would say the cycles, right? To me, the cycles are stations that the sun, what is it called? The dilemma, or what is it called?
The solar analemma?
Yeah, that gives the Earth some chance of cooling off during the stations.
What cosmology are you referring to right now? The analemma is just a pattern in the sky.
Yeah, but then you're confusing the solar cycles.
But the analemma, are you talking about within the flat Earth reality? Because the analemma will indicate that on a flat Earth, the sun is moving like on a wave pattern, kind of up and down. While it's
hold on. I'll take the liberty to think that he's telling us about these solar patterns.
I'm not talking about flat Earth. No, at this point he asks what can cause the Earth to cool off, and I'm saying, well, that may be an explanation, but I'm listening. What is it?
But remember, the solar analemma on the globe Earth is a whole different thing than the flat Earth cosmology. It's two separate things. They work in different ways. As well, that's why I was trying to be a little specific with the flat Earth concept.
I think I already mentioned I'm talking about the mainstream heliocentric model. I mean, the question still stands. I'm sure someone can answer it. I'm not like dying to be the one to say it.
Well, I'm listening. I want to hear what the answer is.
I've already
if you don't
explained
mind.
what the mainstream position is.
Zanik answered the question.
Mainstream
Well,
science, head by Gavin Schmidt, who's the lead scientist at NASA Goddard. His team of hundreds of scientists all say that man is the most dominant factor in climate based on the amount of impetus.
That's not what I asked, Zanik.
In the atmosphere. Because
that's not an answer to my question.
Dude, I didn't hear that last part. Zanik, repeat that last part, please.
The last part is that man is the majority cause, the predominant cause of climate change due to the amount of CO2 that is produced by man and released into the atmosphere.
Are they talking about CO2 like gases, like farts and
no, CO2 like when it comes to fossil fuels? And there's a signature that the CO2 that we see in the atmosphere is not produced by volcanoes or anything else, or the methane that produces by from farms.
Fossil fuels is what they're saying because and we consume fossil fuels.
Yeah, and we all agree that man has basically doubled the CO2 content in the atmosphere, which started out at around 0.02%, and now it's at 0.04%. So roughly 400 parts per million is the percentage of CO2 in the atmosphere. Now that may seem like a little, and that's not a very good argument. That's a straw man, by the way, if I did use it. But it does. It's a very little bit, but it does have a lot of power. There's a lot more water vapor. Of all the greenhouse gases, water vapor is 75% of the greenhouse gases. They haven't changed very much. So the mainstream says that. Now, the people that are studying it that are not on NASA's payroll have a different opinion. And based on the data and the dissemination of the data and the correlation, they think that it's more due to things like solar cycles or cosmic rays being interfered with by solar cycles, that kind of thing, or PDOs, Pacific Decadal Oscillations, or water vapor, or even cloud formation, which is based on cosmic rays and solar radiation as well. There's so many factors. They most that are not on the NASA payroll admit they know nothing. We would know so little about climate change. It's such a complicated science. And that's
Let me put this idea out there. Let me put this idea out there with the global warming and the causes and us taking the so-called fossil fuels. So you're telling me that in whatever system you want to save is a globe, is flat Earth, doesn't matter, right? It's clearly something that kind of takes care of itself. I don't know how it does it, but it does. So you're telling me that you take the fossil fuel from the Earth, you put it in something else, it goes to the sky, or the sky and comes down. Like if it isn't like we're taking material out of this so-called Earth and installing it in our atmosphere. We're taking materials that are already in our Earth, our atmosphere. How is it that using this material and because of the fumes of the fumes of these things are in the place where it's at all the time, though.
Great. The carbon was once in the atmosphere. It now is inside the ground. We're taking it out of the ground in the form of oil and coal, and we're now releasing it back into the atmosphere, where it once came from.
But doesn't it come back down after it's in the atmosphere?
That's fine. The question is...
All right, guys, it's such a rush. God damn, can anyone else speak?
Is this easy? This is easy to explain. The question is whether this increase or bringing about all the carbon that was in the ground back into the atmosphere, whether that is going to raise temperatures enough to change the climate in the dramatic fashion that most of these people in NASA and other IPCC and NOAA have all agreed to.
Yes.
A lot of scientists that are not part of those groups don't believe that to be the case.
Incorrect. 96% of scientists believe so.
No, that is not correct, actually.
That's
that is
an unbiased.
The question.
That is a false.
The question I asked 10 minutes ago.
Because I do know this. I know.
I don't have the answer.
An unbiased perspective.
I do know the survey. It was 97%, and it was done by not even a PhD scientist. someone in Australia that put this thing together, and he's the questions listed and who responded. In fact, most of the scientists that I deal with that actually do not agree with the narrative, they're on that list agreeing with what they propose. He's part of the 97%, and he vehemently is against the fact that we think that man is the predominant, not the a cause.
I'm just giving an unbiased perspective without all the whose side is whose side or whatever. Yeah, what Zach said about the carbon being reintroduced to the atmosphere is correct. Is what was being claimed to be not. I wouldn't even call it a cause of climate change, but definitely an influencer, a major influencer in possibly changing the climate.
Major.
And the main reason being because whereas there's been cycles that are, like the trees and all that stuff that were buried beneath the ground and then turned to coal and oil and this type of stuff, that took a long period of time. And the stuff that was trees that became coal, it actually wasn't part of any cycle. There was carbon that was in the air and it got stored in the ground for a very long time. And now we're doing this, we're unloading a lot of carbon at a fast rate back into the atmosphere. And this is, there's people predicting, whether it's going to be horrible or whatever, and you can pick sides or whatever. But these two guys who won the
right now, this is the most recent book that's out there.
I'm sick of you all talking over each other. I'm going to a little moment.
The last thing is about these guys that won the Nobel Prize. I was just looking into it, and whereas they're not necessarily global warming scientists or something like that, these are guys that work on, or one of the dudes at least, he works on this theory for complex systems and studying complex systems, basically, which the atmosphere is one of the most complex systems that we know about. Like Zanuck was saying, it's we probably don't know that much, but that's exactly the kind of insight that these guys won the award for, is because they're giving us more insight on those types of complex systems. Not specific.
I have one bit of advice. If anyone doesn't understand or has not looked into it, there's a book that's recently been put out by Stephen Koonin, and he was on Obama's team for science and physics, and he's he's got impeccable credentials. He worked at MIT. He's at Caltech. It's called Unsettled. Stephen Koonin. You can read the first chapter for free online. It's a great book because all it does is, for the first 90% of the book is all about the data. And then at the last 10% of the book is about what the correlations and the possible conclusions are, and if man can actually change the tack that we're on today. If we can actually change the weather. He talks about
I have something to ask about
It's impartial, and it's a great book. And I would advise anybody who doesn't know a lot about this topic to read the book.
Thank you, Zanuck. Kosho, you said something about the millions of years and the trees and the coal. See, that's the part of the story that the flat Earth directly affect. Because if there wasn't a Big Bang, there wasn't evolution, they can't prove millions of years, that entire story falls to shit. And you're asserting it like, oh, this is because of it. So that makes us question that entire story. You understand?
But reality, still reality.
That's at your own. Yeah, exactly.
But that's the thing that's in question, though. That's the thing that's in question. If it isn't the Big Bang, the whole reality is in question.
Right. Okay. So we're talking about people who are disagreeing or being unbiased or so about the causes and influences of the atmosphere or carbon in the atmosphere. So that there's a debate on whether that because of complex systems, there's debate on whether or not that's the case or not. But there's zero debate on where oil comes from, about how the cycles came about.
Wait,
stuff like this.
Zero debate.
Bro, I doubt that there's zero debate, Coach. I think you're very disingenuous on that.
How is anyone supposed to join in? How is anyone supposed to join in when you guys just not give a single moment between speaking over each other? It's ridiculous. I've been waiting 10 minutes to say something. You know that? I asked a question.
Well, you could start right in the middle of what I'm saying. That's fine. Start saying it right in the middle of what I'm.
Have you been waiting for 10? Have you been waiting for 10 minutes?
I'm responding to what Matrix has said to me.
I'm just responding to what he said. Really carried away. No one has a chance to join in here. You guys are.
You can join. Why don't you respond afterward?
Oh, I wish I
could. I'm responding what Matrix asked me.
Someone keeps on starting to talk before the other person is finished. That leaves no room for anyone to join in.
Okay, well, I'm almost finished. So
I asked 10 minutes ago, how does the Earth in the mainstream model, the heliocentric model, cool itself down?
Seems to me like it would vent air out, cool air out to space, like cold, you know.
No.
If there was excessive heat.
No, radiation.
I would say, radiation. It reflects, and then we've got the atmosphere that blocks radiation from coming in.
Right. How does the IS?
Did you just make that off the top of your head, bro?
Who was the guy who was talking about Kunin?
I was.
Zanuck.
He's an oil guy. No wonder.
Oh God, he worked for Exxon. You know, even
he worked for
the oil companies
BP.
have top
He was
scientists.
BP's chief scientist.
He was part. He's not
No
working for them
wonder.
now. He worked.
Yeah,
he was
right.
a
He's an oil
scientist.
guy.
He's a physicist, and he worked for
He's a
Caltech.
physicist. He's not a. He's not a.
He instructed at MIT as well. He has got impeccable. He's got impeccable
Look how quick.
credentials.
Look how quick you guys returned to being wild dogs. It only took like 30 seconds. That's it.
Okay,
so let me get this straight. If the only way you could be a climate guy is to be one of the guys that agree with climate change, if you disagree in any way, shape, or form, no matter your qualifications, you're not a climate guy. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, a climate guy actually knows what he's talking about. He studied climatology instead of being an oil shill.
Matrix, you should kind of agree.
He's not. He is a
he
scientist.
worked for BP. He was the chief scientist for BP.
He knows climate. Let me finish. Let me have a sentence. Just because you're using a straw man. Now attack his argument. Read his book.
No,
and then
not
get back
a straw
to me.
man.
Don't just look at his. He took a job with Exxon. There's all these very good scientists that are working for those companies to help them be greener. There are, and they have.
What's this guy's name again?
They're part of it. Now that doesn't mean they're not qualified.
Stephen.
Stop talking over me.
Someone asked a question.
And
you're talking shit.
Are you retarded? Seriously.
No, are you?
No, I'm speaking. Don't speak over. Oh, thank you very much. So yes, you can look at a person's credentials, and you can actually do some investigation, find out what their history is. He has impeccable credentials. Just because he had a job with Exxon Motor Oil or oil company doesn't mean that skews his bias at all. In fact, it doesn't. If you read his book, you'll see that he is level-headed, very intelligent, very well qualified, and has credentials, again, that have been run through and are impeccable without question. So read his book and then comment. Read a chapter. Read the.
I guarantee you that they probably already discredited the man already. They're probably already threatening him.
And you guys are right. This is the problem with people. Like someone's already said it. As soon as someone says they're against it, they're automatically oil shill. They don't know about climate. There's something. You guys have to attack the argument. That's
an oil shill.
What we say is the flat Earth argument. You have to not take that disposition. You have to actually do the research and understand the science at least a little bit.
Can you not see on his face that this guy looks, kind of suspicious? That he would be biased?
What the hell does that mean? Look kind of suspicious, bro. What are?
Can you not see that you guys? Can you not see that you guys are here every day and you're controlled opposition?
I don't care, Merle. Thank you. I don't care.
You don't care, but you're here every day.
Don't say no.
You're here every day.
Every day.
The same people.
Nothing like an ad-hom. Nothing like an ad-hom.
Yeah. We have to take into consideration that some of them work for the government. All right. None of us have real malicious intent, right? So just don't worry about it.
Well, you've got scientists whose specialty isn't even climate study, work for BP, Undersecretary for Energy, and then you say, oh, yeah, he's an impartial observer. Bullshit. Sorry.
No, I'm saying I'm doing research.
He's an impartial observer. He's a physicist.
I'm doing internet research on controlled opposition and government operatives, and you guys are prime candidates.
Hold on, Merle. You can't just bowl your way into the conversation, please.
Of course I can. They have been here for hours. I've been to sleep and the sun's up. They were here at like nighttime last night. They're still here.
Okay, Merle, but do you think that it's helping that you just come in and start trying to talk over them? Do you think that's going to be?
Yeah, it is, because someone needs to rein them in. If you guys want to entertain them all night long, every day, 24/7, good luck. Good luck.
We're doing fine without you, Merle.
That's a really good use of your time and energy.
Merle, can you point me to the rules? Can you point me to the rule that says if you've had a sleep and you come on and the same people are on, you're allowed to disrupt this conversation? Can you point me to that rule? That would be great.
Hey, Akosho, can I take the floor for a second just about Steve Koonin? He's a leader in science policy in the United States. He served under Secretary of Science in the Department of Energy under President Obama, where he was the lead author of the department's strategic plan and the inaugural quadrennial technology review, with more than 200 peer-reviewed papers in the fields of physics, astrophysics, scientific computation, energy technology and policy, and climate science. Dr. Koonin was a professor of theoretical physics at Caltech, also serving as Caltech's vice president and provost for almost a decade. He's currently a university professor at New York University with appointments in the Stern School of Business and the Tandem School of Engineering and the Department of Physics. Dr. Koonin's membership includes the National Academy of Sciences.
You don't need to read the book jacket.
Look, this goes on and on, dude. The guy has impeccable.
No, he doesn't. He's not a climate scientist.
He's written peer-reviewed papers about climate science. Did you not observe that? Peer-reviewed climate science.
I want to see his investment.
He is a smart guy, and all this book does is bring all the data that has been produced by everybody. In fact, the people that I'm closest with, Art Spencer and John Christie out in Huntsville, Alabama, who run these satellite systems globally, where everyone gets the data from. They also don't agree that man is the primary cause.
This is controlled opposition, guys. How can you?
You're right, Merle. I'm on your side here, Bubba. You know that, right?
I would like to
suddenly I got people on my side that realize that sometimes the government is wrong.
Did you hear me talking? Did you hear me talking?
Yeah, I'm not impressed with any of those credentials, but thanks for rattling them off.
By the way, how does the Earth cool itself off in the heliocentric model? Still waiting for an answer after 30 minutes.
Radiative cooling. Next.
Zanik,
anyone else agree?
It's fantastic that you can read. Well done.
Yeah, radiate.
So another way of putting it is that Earth glows away its heat.
No, it naturally the heat. Yeah, that's all objects in a vacuum. Like if it doesn't retain the heat, then it radiates it away just quickly. But if there's something, if there's a mechanism, oh Jesus Christ, come on! If there's a mechanism, like I didn't interrupt you the whole time you said that 5-minute thing, Zanik. It was almost there, but if there's, what was I saying? Oh yeah, if there's no mechanism to retain the heat, then it will radiate away. But on Earth, that's what they call the greenhouse gas. It's like a mechanism to retain the heat.
So you're saying that Earth glows off invisible infrared light out into the abyss of space to cool itself off to release its heat energy, and depending on the outer layer of Earth's, being, its gas, the thicker the gas, the less the infrared light is able to pass through. And
no, that's not how it works.
Okay, so we all know that it's glowing its heat off, and greenhouse gases are preventing it from releasing as much heat as it could when trying to glow its heat off. So
it absorbs infrared radiation. That's what CO2 does. So is methane. They're very effective. They're very effective. It's not a fact of blocking it. It's absorbed. The energy is absorbed by the actual atoms. And molecules.
It blocks by absorbing. It gets in the way of its release into the abyss of space. You're saying?
No, it's absorbing it, meaning it's retaining it. Just like
it blocks it from escaping.
Why don't you just say retaining it, like what we're saying? Sure, you can say block it from escaping.
Because it's trying to escape.
Yeah, so it's retaining it, is what we're saying. Okay.
Yeah, it blocks it from escaping. That's what retaining means. Do you guys really think that the Earth is
if you radiate less than you absorb, the temperature of the Earth will go up, and there's a delicate balance. It's a very delicate balance.
It's a very delicate balance that humans are offsetting.
Well, that's what they claim. The contention from many scientists that are not on the payroll of NASA, they think it's not a slam dunk, that there's other factors that might be more predominant and better correlated to what we're seeing, such as PTOs, such as cloud formation, solar cycles, etc.
So you're saying you believe in global warming, but not due to the reasons they say?
No, we know the Earth has been warming. We also know it's been cooler before. We also think it might be cooler in the future. We don't really understand climate very well for some of the reasons I mentioned. But
we've been studying it for hundreds of years, but we don't understand it.
We know the temperature has gone up slightly in the last 100 years. We know that. But they haven't gone up. They've gone up just as fast in the medieval warming and the Roman warming for reasons that were not CO2. Could it be possible that those reasons are the same reasons today that we're seeing this spike in warming? Now we see
is it possible that is a natural cycle of this Earth? And
it is possible. Yes, very good.
Not that fast. Too fast. Too soon.
The grand solar minimum.
Temperatures rose as fast in the early 1900s to 1940 when there was no additional CO2 added to the atmosphere. So that is a correct assessment.
Yeah, climate change is not the question here. It's how much humans have influenced it.
We're not seeing increases in storm strength and droughts and hurricanes and all that. All that stuff and fires, all that stuff has been a lot of hype is not true.
If there's only one way that the Earth cools itself down, and that's by glowing off its heat, then you're saying that humans are impacting the Earth's ability to glow off its heat.
More importantly,
Al Gore said it was CO2 emissions. Remember? It was melting all the icebergs.
Yeah, he made millions on that friggin' program.
That's just the simplest way of putting it. Humans are impacting the Earth's ability to glow off its heat via infrared radiation.
The IPCC has forecasted certain temperature changes for increases of CO2. One of the most noteworthy, the benchmark, is for doubling CO2. We see 1.5 degrees C change in temperature. We are more than 3/4 of the way to doubling CO2 from that original point, and we haven't seen much more than a 0.7 degree change in temperature. And the more you change CO2, the less it affects the temperature globally, by the way, anyway.
So okay. I'm tired of talking about
there's a diminishing return
I'm
on
tired of
the
talking to a
additional
guy
CO2 added to the
that got his
atmosphere.
head fully inserted and rotated.
Well,
to the
can
point
I
of
just
doing fully up and locked?
Can I make one point? So with the climate change thing, you guys, claim that the big money is on like this guy that you say is being paid by oil companies or whatever to give this counter argument. And yet when I look around, I see Hollywood, Wall Street, all the big corporate media companies, all of the tech companies, all the government agencies, all the academies of sciences all over the world, all pointing to climate change and saying, oh my God, there's a catastrophe. We need to tax you for it. Where's the money left to go to these deniers?
You're right on the money, Bubba. I agree with you.
Wall Street. Walgreens.
Shut up, Sonic.
Wall.
Come to the flat side, Sonic. Then we'll talk.
Global warming is costing a lot of companies on Wall Street a ton of money. So it's not going to Wall Street.
Misinformation misinformation is causing corporate control to get richer.
Where do you think most of the money went to when they give it to Tesla? Where's that going? Why do they give so much money to Tesla? Why are they giving so much money to everything to try to create and get rid of fossil fuels? Why do they stop the pipeline?
Why do you sound like a flat earther?
This is not flat Earth. This is a logical argument about a science.
This is just thinking. All right, I'll get off your back. Love you.
Right back at you.
Good shit.
Let me post a couple of graphs here. You can make your own decision. In fact, here's the predictions that the IPCC made. Yeah, you tell me why they're not coming true. Why the models are all wrong. The part they're trying to scare you with, that's the prediction. We're not seeing that.
No.
And they're raising money and destroying the oil industry where we haven't figured out a way to make any energy any other way yet. Yet we're trying to get rid of fossil fuel. It's stupid. We can't do it with wind and solar.
I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure that's not true about the energy, man.
Oh,
yeah,
it is.
that's the biggest secret there is.
Why do you think they stopped the pipeline growth? Why do you think the oil price skyrocketed to $80 a barrel?
Oh, come on.
It's because I think the time has passed for the oil. The time has passed for them. The powers that be went against. They probably found something better, and that's it. It's
the same people. It's the people that run the oil companies are the same people that are pushing the climate change thing.
Exactly.
You lose money on one side, you make money on the other.
Coonan is a puppet of the oil industry.
Hear,
he's fighting climate change. That doesn't make any sense.
here, if you guys want to hear like a point of view from the people that agree with
Not
you,
from
right?
the oil industry. My God,
you
he was on the science committees for Obama. This guy is flawless. Just because he had a job with the oil companies after his term with Obama doesn't mean he's in bed with the oil companies. He's not working for them now.
I want to
He should
see
have
his
a good perspective what the oil
investment
companies are actually doing. He was
Is he
working for them
invested
to
in-
help them become greener.
So Michael Moore made a documentary about
Yeah,
questioning
the hockey stick was a complete bunch of bullshit.
Zanuck, are you just gonna cut me off every time?
I'm
Michael
jumping in.
Moore made a documentary about questioning the efficacy of renewables, right? Because it's kind of a big scam. They're offering up this alternative, and we're pumping all this money into it, and it's not really doing what they say it's going to do. There's a lot of embedded energy into these systems, and so all you're kind of doing is you're just shifting off the carbon burden to something else. Another book, Michael Schellenberger came out with a book a couple years ago, Apocalypse Never. He's a total lefty, greenie from way back, and he's recognized that the renewable energy is a scam, and that this whole climate change thing is being shoved down everybody's throats to enrich people on that side.
And if I can just make one final point on that. When you go off-grid in America, you can get fined.
Yep, this is the thing. We do not have an alternative fossil fuel, yet they want to wean us off of it by 2030. The thing is, it takes 15 years to make the lithium mines, 15 years to do any of these mines, copper and lithium. They're not even in production or even started yet. There's no way, 15 years from now. So where's this oil, where is all this energy going to come from? And how can they make the batteries in the grid systems to support it? They can't. This is all ill-planned, and it's a money grab. Like someone mentioned earlier, it's a big wealth distribution scam.
Are you are you a conspiracy theorist, Zanuck?
No, of course not. Based on,
Of course he is.
everything on people I know that are factually in the industry that are taking the data from the satellites and giving it to all the communities of the world to disseminate. And I don't know how they came to this conclusion, but they're wrong. And most scientists that are not on the payroll of NASA have been shown that to be wrong, or at least worst case in question. Yet they are fully.
So you're saying NASA's full of liars?
They are under a autocratic system where Gavin Schmidt leads the cronies, and nobody can disagree, or they get spun out and yelled at and classified as heretics. No one can question. This is the most unscientific thing that our planet, our humanity, has ever done. It's all based. It's like a religion now. Climate change.
Welcome to
Nobody knows what the hell they're talking about, and everybody follows this.
Maybe they just need an excuse to bring on whatever new era comes.
Read the book. I mean, if you read the book, you'll understand what I mean. It's a great book. There's nothing propaganda about it. It's all data.
Get the point, Zanuck.
Hold on.
Get the point.
All
I'm with
data
you too.
everyone has access to. And when you look at how he presents it, you understand, wow, you know what? Maybe we don't know. And why are we spending $5 to $10 trillion on chasing our tail? By the way, China and India aren't even on board.
There's other people that may want to speak.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair to our controllers, if you had like an economic resource like the industrial petroleum industry, right? Would you want to give that up? I mean, they've got families, they've got grandchildren. I mean, it's kind of understandable, right? That there's very intricate, what do they call it? It's not just a Hegelian dialectic. It's the Hydra, right? It's the tentacles. They got their fingers in every pie, right?
Yeah, so why are they so holding on to oil then? If they have just think about it. These people are not just billionaires because of oil. You have to be a billionaire to be able to start fucking with oil. You know how expensive the oil industry is? So it's the same people. Like if oil shuts down, they're just gonna start investing in whatever's new. Like these people, they're not stupid people.
Well, I think a lot of
it's because evil has to creep one small step at a time.
I think a lot of climate change is that there's purposeful manipulations going on of the weather and of the earth on multiple levels. And then they're using that, whatever changes are going on, to then use that as a manipulation and a propaganda and a power grab to manipulate people's minds and money and finances and, energy, just like in similar ways they use the 9/11 event to create, war. So I think that there are changes in the environment that are purposeful changes that they then are using to control people further.
Meanwhile,
it's all systems of control.
And meanwhile, nature, it's like a boss queen to restore balance and harmony.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. Well, I think from like a stationary planar Earth perspective, that we live in a free energy machine that actually is designed to be, in its natural state and at equilibrium, that it naturally will come back to that. The fact that like the entire climate change thing is trying to blame humans for doing this, and then the globe model that we're on this globe that is limited in its scope and has limited resources is what is fueling their power move, essentially the power grab that they're trying to use with this.
Nice.
I just put a link in the chat to a video from Roger Spur talking about a portable energy device that he thinks he can create with a laser. He's just like showing what he wants, hoping that an engineer will, come along and give him a hand.
Imagine that, a world of innovation where everybody was involved and able to share ideas and develop new form of technology and energy, like a big collaborative effort worldwide. Imagine what humans could achieve.
Amazing. Yep. I mean, there's literally one guy, Roger was trying to talk to some professor, show him the evidence that he's got the DNA tests that he's had done and stuff. And this guy said to him, I'm literally not going to waste 1 minute even looking at your stuff. Like, he won't even, like, how can you say you're any kind of, academic or scientist or anything if you're just going to shut yourself off? Those people have got a responsibility to look into these things and, at least check. I mean, if he's an absolute nutcase and he's wrong, well, fine, tell him that. But don't tell him that until you've actually looked.
Well, most of these people like to assume that those people are wrong. Like I brought something similar up with my uncle about a week ago, and he didn't even want to hear it. He didn't want to even hear any facts or information. He didn't want to follow up on anything at all. And I concluded that, well, he just believes what he wants to believe.
Yeah, I get you. My mum's the same. She just sort of has gotten to the stage where she goes, I just have to keep my head above water, sweetheart. Like, just, I've just got to concentrate on what I have to do. I don't want to think about those things. Okay.
Not to blow smoke up anyone's pie hole, but that's why you've got to take a moment sometimes to congratulate yourself that you snapped out of it. Well done, anyone who's done that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mel, for sure. We get so much hate and ridicule and what have you, and you go through times of self-doubt and all that stuff. So yeah, you do definitely need to stop and think. Yeah, like they are brainwashing people. They're programming people. Our brains are like little computers.
So Merle, why do you come in so aggressive at times? Like the last couple of days, you've been really aggressive. But the majority of the time, I really enjoy talking to you and listening to you. But you've been quite angry the last couple of days.
I think I've got anger, not issues. I've got energy sometimes left laying that I don't even know what to do with. I don't even know where it comes from. It's like riding a dragon on fire sometimes. It really is.
I hear you. It's a good description too.
But it comes from somewhere else, doesn't it, Mel? Like it's not. It's the passion that you feel now. I find that the way that I think is completely different. Like it feels like before everything was in black and white, and now, you know, I see everything in color. It's like a completely different way of perceiving everything.
I think there's also just a huge amount of energy behind a lot of this, like on a more collective level, like just the human race and where we're at right now. I mean, I personally don't think that these, you know, controllers, whatever we want to call them, I don't think they're all human. I do think we have a predator, essentially. The human race has a predator. We're not really apex predators necessarily. I mean, we are in terms of we can go hunting and kill animals and things. So we are in that way. But so if something like that's going on, then there's a lot of energy behind that, whether it's anger, frustration, you know, for literally the survival of the human race or the happiness of the next generations. And especially what's going on now in the world, it's like things have even, the bar has been raised to an even higher level of challenge. And so I think there's just a lot of energy behind all of this, and the levels of deception. And then the people who, in some of our perspectives, are actually sort of defending those deceptions or pushing those deceptions or trying to tell us that we're, you know, completely off or crazy or whatever when, you know, so yeah, there's just a lot of energy, you know, within all of it.
And I think one of the scariest things really is just how much people just trust what they're told, you know, in the media and through, you know, Facebook and Twitter and the way, the media generally covers things.
Yeah, I look back now and think, geez, I was so trusting. Like, wow. Like, I just believed them. And now I go, oh, okay, now I'm gonna take everything with a grain of salt. Thanks. Like, imagine if this energy. Sorry, just imagine on what Gio was saying. Imagine the energy of this place, like the consciousness that we all come from, the source. Imagine if our actions, our thoughts and actions towards each other and towards ourselves, that refeeds into that energy, and then that energy pushes more, you know, of whatever we are putting into it. So if we're hurting each other and hurting ourselves, it might be pushing that back into source, and source push that back out into us again. You know, it might be up to us to treat each other better to have anything, you know, really meaningful change.
Like a feedback loop sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of like a feedback loop. Like it's like the source gets encouraged by what we do, because we create our reality, right? Like what we think about and what we do creates our reality. So what if the source then goes, oh, okay, this is what they want their reality to be. All right. You know? Yeah, it might not be that there's some other entity controlling it. It may be us in a looping thing.
Yeah, I think it is. It's
weird.
It's the dynamics of human, like when groups of people come together. That's what starts happening. You know, like. Nah, I didn't really say that very well.
Yeah, the energies make things happen. You know, you can feel sometimes when you go somewhere, you can feel if there's a bad energy, or you know, or you'll go somewhere and you feel a real good energy, a good vibe.
Well, like with my uncle, like I was talking about the other day, I mean, he's somebody that if you met, you know, and you got to know him, you would think that, well, he's, you know, a very lovely person, you know, a good guy. But then I told him about that drone strike that happened a couple of weeks ago, where they claimed to bomb a drone strike, a van that they claimed was full of suicide bombers heading to the airport, right? And it turned out that it was actually an aid worker along with 7 children and a couple of other people that they actually killed in that van. And when I told my uncle this, he immediately just started making excuses rather than saying, well, that's just unacceptable. That's disgusting. He just started making excuses for, like it was, it was just a mistake, mistakes happen like that, know.
If it's human, yeah, they will. You just have to look at what's going on, around here to see that people just are so brainwashed into following orders and just doing what they're told. It's like the word no is never said anymore.
But do you think that these people are incapable of perceiving the danger, though, even though they deny it? Do you think that maybe it's because they're scared out of their mind to think otherwise?
Yeah. Do they not want to see it? Like, can they see it, but they choose to look away? Or is it that they honestly can't perceive it? Like, just like when I think about how I used to think, I couldn't perceive it back then. So, like, if somebody had said to me 20 years ago this kind of stuff, I would have just, thought the way they think about me now.
I don't know if it's going to help anybody, but there's a place in Melbourne called Flinders Street, and this is like Rupert Murdoch empire, because I used to work for this thing. But what used to happen is all the printers, the real kind of get your hands dirty workers, and the journalists, the editors, the whole media empire was under the one roof. Funnily enough, in the modern era, they separated the two. They sent the publishers out near the docks, basically, and then they had a big corporate building where all the journalists and editors. So it's, how they say compartmentalization. Now, a lot of the people who are watching then the TV and then reading the newspaper and listening to the radio, they don't realize what's actually going on behind the scenes and how it's all compartmentalized. And this person doesn't know what that person's doing, and this story doesn't get through because it doesn't get editorial kind of green light, and all these kinds of things. And then when you have the public trusting and believing in what it's being told because it's the news, you see what I'm saying? Not everyone's gone through that process.
Think about the way the news was when we were kids. Brian Naylor, Brian told me I know everything I need to know. Because Brian told me so. Yeah. Like, oh my God, it was literally their chant every night as a kid. I grew up every night hearing, I know everything I need to know because Brian told me so. Like, I was only a kid.
He came to our high school as well.
Really? Oh,
yeah, Campbell High. He was there. Yeah, it's bizarre. Truly bizarre.
Well, just look at the COVID coverage, right? And you, Merlin, being in Australia, you've probably seen all the fucking propagandistic ads on television promoting, that the vaccine is the only solution, and it's the social responsibility. It's all of our social responsibility to each other to go out and get the jab, and it's just fucking lies. Like they're not even telling the truth about it.
Well, if we can say it maybe in code, I was in Queensland Rams, like, for the most part of it, and I got to say, like, it was quite surreal because most people up there aren't in a face covering. And I had so much fear about coming back to Melbourne. I didn't know what I was going to be met with at the border, but I swear I just drove in, like just rolled in. No one stopped. It was cool. And now I'm here in Victoria and seeing everybody in a face covering. It's so strange. It's like, is this really happening? I do have that occasional moment where I'm like, am I in a computer game? Is this a dream? Like, is this fucking real? Is this really happening?
I know what you mean, man. And a lot of the other thing I'm hearing too is like people are motivated to get the vaccine, not for health reasons, but for reasons of freedom.
Yeah, we gotta stop.
The freedoms.
You gotta stop, bro.
Maybe to say it in a different way, Rams, like the thing or that stuff.
Just don't even talk about it.
Well, we can't even talk about it.
Do we need to be delicate about it, do we?
Yeah, because this is on like YouTube and Twitch and Twitter or whatever they stream this shit on. So, you know.
Okay.
If this was just a Discord between us, you know, I don't think anyone would care, but.
Okay, all right. So what are the guidelines here as far as what we can and can't say and talk about?
You can talk about it in code. You can, but you just got to be a bit clever about it and choose your words carefully. Say it without saying it, if you know what I mean. That's just the age we're in, bro. It's not Geo and Jeremy censoring us. It's just the fucking.
Yeah, no.
You know,
yeah, it's the way it is, right? Yeah.
Just be smart. You're a smart dude. Just think you're a secret agent. You get an encrypted message through. Have fun with it. But I hear you. The Aussies, the few of us that are still alive and well, stay strong, hang in there. I know it's challenging.
My point basically was that it seems like our freedoms are being held hostage.
Most definitely, Rams.
Absolutely. Most people are willing to pay the price, the ransom too. You know, I thought everybody understood you don't pay a terrorist. You don't. You know, you don't comply your way out of tyranny. This is like an abusive relationship where the wife is getting beaten and the husband's like, you know, oh, you're making me do this. You know, if you didn't act this way, I wouldn't have to do this.
Yeah. I tell you what, I've never looked so forward to those reindeer and Santa and that sleigh coming. I tell you what, he's going to save us this year. Because those kids, this side of the, whatever you want to call it, need a little bit of a silver lining.
Well, we're going to hit those targets by then, right? So it's going to be difficult to justify continuing, restrictions when we reach the targets that they've set, right?
Did you guys hear that they actually want to open Western Australia's borders, even though it's Western Australia's had the, overall anything going on because they've kept everyone out. But so if it's, why are they locking down everywhere else but wanting to open up Western Australia? What are they doing? Do they want to let it in there or something? Like everything they do is hypocritical. It's all backwards. It all just makes no sense.
Yeah, Tassie had it pretty open for a majority of this too. And I swear Queensland, when it really kicked, there were like so many people went out surfing. I couldn't believe it. You just couldn't. They're like, nah, I'm going surfing. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they've shown that being outside it's indoor transmission is where everything happened. Because all the cases came from people close family, inside situations.
Yeah.
Bugger all from outdoor, events or protests or anything.
Well, it's not supposed to make sense. That's how they get away with it, basically. It's like the hospitals aren't full, but yet they say the hospitals are full, and then people don't investigate it. It's kind of like your third eye, in a sense. They're just playing with your third eye. It's like there's certain situations, certain moments that you don't go into. It's similar to that, basically.
It's sorcery.
Yeah.
Mind control.
Yeah.
They put you into a state of cognitive dissonance. You're trying to hold two differing ideas at the same time. So no wonder everybody's, not only are you all locked down, isolated, being treated like, you're in an abusive relationship, you're also all this other shit going on. That's fucking hell.
Yeah. I kind of admire the levels that some of this sort of stuff gets to. I think it's really it's a double-edged sword, right? Like on one side, it's like severely traumatic, trying, testing, emotional strain, psychological, everything. But on the other side, it's just like turning you into a samurai sword.
How do you purify metal? You have to go through the fire to burn
it's
all
like
those
some kind of initiation.
Mm.
That's it. You get
all
it.
that is about. Yeah.
But imagine how strong you're going to be, like all of us. Like, holy shit. That's what I feel like. Sometimes it feels like special forces. Like, this is some kind of special forces training.
Yeah.
Next level. You know?
They put you through mental and emotional stress as possibly can.
That's what they do to them too. So when you're in the situation,
beat
you're
them
just
down.
like, bring it.
Yeah.
It's
Right?
exactly how I feel, man.
Word up, Kershaw.
Word.
My mum used to call my sister and I Amazons because she's really little. Like she's only like 5.5 foot tall, but I'm nearly 6 foot, and so my sister's a little bit shorter than me. And I'm thinking now that there probably was some kind of Amazonian women. When you look back into all the history and stuff, it wouldn't surprise me if their blood is still in us somewhere.
I feel the same way. Like an Amazon woman, an Amazonian. It's like deprogramming yourself in a sense. Like, how did I get deprogrammed enough, and everyone around me isn't? And you like question yourself. If like I've been questioning myself lately, and I kind of feel like getting out of that mindset, flat versus globe, is a good thing. Because it kind of takes away that need to be right about everything, I think. And I just feel like that's critical right now because it's so daunting mentally, I think. Having these just like lucidity, lucid thoughts, when it comes to, understanding your environment basically, because when you understand how everything works and how language kind of ties into understanding where you are and this and that, everything's just like so clear. But then you see all these people, like they're just like in a la la land, sort of like trance like state when you look at them, and it's just like unlocking those like little modules in the brain. It's useful, but it also can kind of take its toll after a while. But it's been like I think it's been over like 200 or 300 years. They kind of like, I think they basically like modulated the mind in a way. They've told you, oh, this is education. If you don't go there, then you won't be smart. It's not education. I mean, they teach you how to do things, but after a while, it's more like a concentration camp after you hit a certain age, and then you're in that role. You're in that sort of system. and you just get stuck there, and then they throw other things at you that you do and do and do, and it's just like it's just like at a level where we're supposed to be is kind of like free, just going outside and small communities basically, and so they kind of weaponize that.
We're not calling them concentration camps. We're calling them institutes of excellence.
Oh my God, Jeremy. Which Jeremy advocates for, by the way. But what about? I was going to ask you, guy who was speaking about that. I'm not sure what your name is. But I was going to ask you. His name's Antarctica.
Expose Antarctica. Yes, I like that name. It's a good name. We need to expose Antarctica.
I love Antarctica myself, man, and I mean, I've argued about turning it into a prison, a la, Escape from New York, Escape from LA style prison. But that's another story. I was gonna ask you though about this institutionalized and that kind of thing. But what did it say about the people who did not go to school and they did not go to these institutions, but they came to the same conclusions as the people who did, like about the Earth and all this other type of stuff. Like they were homeschooled perhaps, but they still believe in the globe, or they found evidences for the globe for themselves.
Well, they're still being educated with the language that they've been taught, books and reading and writing and thinking this is going to lead to that and that's going to lead to this. If I know this, well, then that math equation can lead to this and I'll get better than, it's still, these people are still, they teach themselves, but what are they doing? They're publishing papers still. You know what I'm saying? They're doing things in the same thing that another person would be just because he's not in an educational system doesn't mean that it's not the same thing. I mean,
and where are these people going for their truths? Are they going just to Google? Because if you're, say, homeschooling your kids and you're uneducated and you've never even come across the flat Earth, globe Earth subject before, then you're going to just you're just going to assume that what the world in general believes is the truth.
Yeah, it's all your surroundings and how you're presented is your reality. That's it. I mean,
prior to coming into the community, I don't know, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, this type of format, the way this community is, and the things that are discussed, and many of the topics that come up, were not even a part of my life, my day-to-day activities, my day in, day out practices. And it's kind of like stepping into a whole nother world, almost like a different reality. And I drive a big truck, so I've got my headphones on all the time. I'm in Discord all the time. So it's almost like I'm living two separate lives. When I go home, I take my headset off and I mow my yard and we go to the grocery store and me and my girlfriend do stuff. And then on Saturday, I jump back into my Discord world, and it's two different things.
Yeah, it's the fight, right? It's the fight for your well-being in a sense. It's them weaponizing your actions though through the slave system. I think it's not. It's obviously supposed to be like this in a way. So. Like I fight it too. It's when you wake up in the morning for the week, it's just like, man, why can't I have those 2 days off again? It's like, man, is this really how it's supposed to be though? I'm indoctrinated into the system. I get a name. I mean, you have to just question everything basically. It's like, is my name even are you even supposed to be given names, or are you supposed to be documented into this system or that? And is it truly important for all this stuff to happen? I mean, what's wrong with just not having a name and just being incredibly free? It's just like, you got to get vaccines, and you're told, oh, as a kid, if you don't get a vaccine, you can get sick and die. It's the same thing. It's being told what you should be doing or not, and then when you question it, it's like, what? Wait, what?
That's your surname. That's You know, that's the corporation that they create with your surname, and then they enforce their arbitrary rules on that corporation name. And we all just assume that that name is actually us, and it's not.
It is us.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you are an
You are
you
a
are
man. You're not that bit of paper, that name, that corporation.
every aspect of my life in the way that I've developed and became who I am today was based on my decisions and how I governed my life. I paid my taxes, yes, and I cooperate with the system in that, you know, I work for a living and I get paid and I pay my taxes. But my day-to-day life and living has been my own, you know. I don't feel that I've been strapped or cheated or anything like that. And the thing is,
Don't have to feel like you've been strapped or cheated to have it happen anyway. Like, just because they've set the system up that, you know, most people are comfortable and don't really have much to complain about, just because that's how it's set up doesn't mean it's not set up that way. Right? Now, that's your public life. You as a private individual, your human rights as a private living man are above the policies and illegal and, you know, those legalese terms of the corporation that your birth certificate was created for. So your constitutional rights, your basic human rights, so you look up the Charter of Human Rights, so your freedom to travel, freedom of expression, you know, freedom to assembly, freedom, you know, freedom, all those things. You know, they're above any law that the government make at the end. If it opposes that, then your human rights win out. Because you're a living man before you're a company. You have to be a living man to then be turned into a company. So the company can never be over the top of you. The created can never be greater than the creator. So it goes God, man, then companies. But what they did was they changed it and put Vatican above the man. So it goes God, Vatican, man, and then man created governments and laws and shit, and now they're trying to put the government on top of man, so that it goes, you know, God, Vatican, government, and then man's all the way down the bottom, being trod on.
Yeah, that code on the back of your social security in America, at least, it's a red code, and you've basically been given this sort of account of money, supposedly. It's sort of like
the billions of each person.
Yeah, so you're tied in. I guess people can look up how much money that they have in their account, but it's hard to actually get it out, apparently.
Yeah, I saw that TikTok video too, and that's not true.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has access to my money.
No, of course not. It was a TikTok claim by some random dude. I saw that video too.
No, there is.
It's kind of funny though.
There is plenty of evidence out there if anybody's interested to look. If you look up common law, Australian common law courts, Reignite Democracy Australia, or somewhere like that, you'll find a lot of information about this.
But see, you know, the talk about the corporation and all that, and them taking a portion of the placenta and DNA. I don't think that there's any truth to that at all.
I don't. It doesn't have to. Oh my God! Just because they create a piece of paper that manifests a company out of thin air doesn't mean they do all that other weird shit. Like, you know, come on. You know, honestly, be sensible. You know, to create a company, you have to have paperwork. You have to have documentation. So to get that documentation, they create the birth certificate. You sign saying, yeah, okay, create this company, no worries.
Yeah. Just the legal entity that allows you to interact with the other legal entities that we've structured in society.
Okay, a corporation has certain rights, but it doesn't have the same rights as a person.
No, it doesn't. That's why private law, the common law, human rights always trumps the corporation's laws. Anything that is policy, procedure.
Corporation doesn't have laws. Okay, corporation obeys laws.
The police are a corporation. The government are a corporation. They all have ABNs. Just look it up.
The government is not a corporation.
It is.
That's the most interesting
it is not
part
a
of it.
corporation. That's wrong.
But in Australia,
that is wrong. It is not a corporation.
Very easy information to find.
If they're not a corporation, why are they registered in the SEC?
Well, that's the most interesting
The
part of it.
government is registered in the SEC. What does that mean?
The police have an ABN, Australian business number.
Well, that's the most interesting part of it, though, because in Australia, anyway, you've got maritime law, the law of the land, and the law of the sea. That's what it basically boils down to, stuff like pirates and buccaneers rolling into this country, if you can call it that, and taking over.
It's proven.
Like,
Okay.
this is legit. This is
all
a
this
legit
talk about
conversation.
ABN and stuff, all that stuff came well after the establishment of the government. Okay, ABN number is. It doesn't supersede anything. Okay, it really doesn't.
They wrote a new constitution. They made up the Queen of Australia. Now we have a Queen of Australia. There's no such person exists. She's the Queen of England. So they created a fictitious queen, a fictitious corporation, wrote a new constitution.
It's a title that she has, right? It's a title.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not even one of her titles. The Queen of England has never been called the Queen of Australia. She's the Queen of England to us as well. So I'm sorry, but you obviously haven't looked into this as much as you think you have.
Well, I haven't looked into Australia's queen. No, I really haven't.
Yeah, so I've been, I have been looking into this for years now, and the things I've found out are quite startling. And yes, I understand it's very hard to digest, and it makes people angry. But don't shoot the messenger. All I ask is you actually have a look. Go and have a look at our laws. They're very, very clear.
Mm-hmm.
So it only takes just having a read of the Constitution, and anybody with they're written for people to understand. They're written because they're the common people's law. So they had to be written, the human rights have to be written in a way everyone can understand them, so they're very easy.
Well, legislated so much stuff on top of what basic common law is, which is, if there's no victim or no property damaged, then no crime has taken place. But legislation has been created to, turn all sorts of things into crime and crimes.
And pre-crimes.
This all harps back to sovereignty principles and
if it's okay,
king or queen on our own land. That was the whole point of America, was that they didn't want to be under the king's thumb anymore. They didn't want to have to get permission to hunt on the king's land. They didn't want to have to get permission to travel on the king's roads. Now we have to get permission to travel on the king's road again.
You're an Australian.
People
Why are you
don't even realise we've just gone.
You're an Australian. Why are you commenting on American policies?
Well, if it's okay, it's kind of exciting time for Australia as well. Like, we're a young nation. We're a strong nation. We have some of the best innovation on earth. And we're coming of age. It's obvious that the controllers and the rulers don't want to babysit the public anymore. And we're being brought into an initiation process. And we're well aware of that. And it's about independence. It's about
Well, I don't know.
sovereignty, and I'm nearly there. And standing on your own 2 feet, and it's exciting. You know,
Well,
some people are afraid of that prospect, but some aren't. Some are ready for it. We've been training for this a long time.
That's a great point. Yeah, right. Anybody know about the 1099-K Act?
Well, we were talking about Australia.
Well, it's well, Australia, United States. I mean, you guys know anything about that? Because you were talking about sovereign.
Give us an idea what it is.
1099-K Act.
Yes.
About, but
What
it used to be housing
is
in
it?
2008. It was brought up in 2008 for housing, but it has nothing to do with it actually. If a person made over $22,000 with 200 transactions, they would have to allow, certain, individuals. No, they're trying to drop it down to $600, over $600 one transaction. It's like a W-2. You got to allow, somebody to know that you made over.
This is like eBay and PayPal, right? If you made
Amazon.
Yeah,
even
yeah.
crypto. Even
the
crypto.
IRS can come in.
They're trying to plug a hole in earnings, right? They want to find a way to tax you like they tax your income, right? So if you're selling on eBay, they want to be able to do the same thing.
You think it will pass? You think it'll pass though?
I don't. It will sooner or later. It will. They keep plugging the holes for the small guys. The corporations have tax departments that find holes for the corporations. But
it's already passed. What are you talking about? It's already passed.
No, it has. No.
Yeah, it's effective December 30th, 2021.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's so. If you're using your bank card, even Cash App, PayPal, anything of that, and you make more than $600, isn't it like from 6% to 30%?
It's supposed to be any transaction in or out over $600.
Yes, right.
The bank has to record that
That's
every year.
Tax all the like YouTubers and shit.
I'm not a income tax expert or anything, but it's always been that any earned income was taxable. They're just finding ways to plug holes where people are hiding income, like selling on eBay and not reporting it or something.
That makes sense.
Well, yeah, we're talking about eBay, but it's just bank account. Get money like over $600.
Well, yeah, and they're worried that you're soliciting money for services or whatever, right? Legal or otherwise, and they're just trying to find a way to get everyone for every single penny of income you ever make at a yard sale or something.
This can only be good for crypto then.
No, it'll hit crypto as well. That's what they were saying. You got to dig a little bit.
It's online transactions.
Yep, online trade. Yeah, crypto is an online. So if it's to your bank account or whatever, and you're getting more, it'll hit you even with crypto.
What do you think you guys would do if you woke up tomorrow and there was $0 in all your bank accounts?
Oh, I'd be a mad motherfucker.
I'd cry.
That just happened to me, dude.
If they also wiped away my debts, I'd be okay with it.
That's why I keep several bank accounts, dude. I keep my money in the savings portion of it. But these motherfuckers got one of my bank accounts, dude. I just lost $800.
If they wiped out your debts, though, let's just put that one on the table. If you did, and they wiped out all your debt, they paid off your credit cards, they paid off your student loans, they paid off your mortgage. Okay, then they kind of own you because they could tell you that that's their shit now.
Yeah, it only sort of is.
This is a hypothetical. All my savings money is gone, and all my debts are gone at the same time. And I'll say, okay, that's fine with me.
So then you're owned by the government.
No, I'm not owned by anybody. I'm zero. I own my property.
No, you don't get to own your property. They just paid off your debt. They didn't give you the property, though.
No, I was saying, if you take away my savings, but also wipe away my debts, because my debt is owed to the bank, and if the bank is paid, then my house is free and clear.
No, they're not going to do that. They'd never do that.
Well, that's totally different. You're still taking away my money, and all you're doing is transferring my debt. You're not wiping away my debt.
But
what doesn't matter if you don't own anything. If you don't own anything, you don't own anything. But you don't own it either.
I own my house, but I owe a debt to the bank. If that debt is wiped away, then I own my house.
No. That doesn't. Not unless you paid it off. But if they pay it off, if they erase your debt,
it was being paid off.
Then they own it.
Well, we're talking apples and oranges, so okay.
No, but you're trying to get your cake and eat it too.
No, I was saying take away my savings, but wipe away my debts.
But that's getting your cake and eating it too. You're
No, it isn't.
Yeah, you think
I could have more in savings than I have in debts. I could owe $200,000 but have $500,000 in savings, or I could owe $500,000 and only have $200,000 in savings.
But what if this goes down and like I own my house? I don't know anybody for my house. I mean, does that mean that I get to keep my house, but the people that owe a mortgage don't get to keep their house? Or I mean, what are you saying there?
I was just reacting to the hypothetical if your bank account disappeared tomorrow. And my hypothetical was I'm okay with it if they also take away my debts.
Then what are you going to do if you have no money?
What if you had no debts?
I have income, so I'm okay.
What if they just take your income too?
Yeah, no one has any income.
Your chance
Money no longer exists. It's gone. Bang.
Yeah. Well, that's completely changing the hypothetical, right?
No, it's the big reset.
Money will always exist. It's just a form that it's something we use to trade with, right? So if it's not US dollars, it may be Bitcoin, or it may be any number of other cryptos, or
it's just a system though, man. I mean, it's just all it is. It's just like a system to make sure everybody that's in a larger system, like the whole thing's connected basically to everything. All money, all currencies connected. So it's just a system, basically. What if we had a different system that didn't actually use money? We had a small group here, small group there. People just traded, and it was great. You know how much easier it'd be?
Yes, but do you think that we're trending?
Something, right?
No, we're installing these thoughts that having a lot of money and getting is success. That from a young age, and money is there. It's not supposed to be like that. You see what money is doing to everybody right now? It's not. It's a sick system, basically.
It's definitely an indicator of being successful, though.
But I mean, you need stuff, right? We've all got at least a computer or a phone to be on this call. How do you propose you're going to get that product except through money?
What does the stuff lead up to, though?
Just having something that you can run Discord on, because we all enjoy this enough to do it. How do you end up with whatever device you're using to connect to this call right now? Describe how you get that short of having money.
You have a communist
for
factory,
safety, sustenance.
and we all provide our service, and we create our own tech, our own communication system.
No, that's the Obama phone.
Can you let somebody finish?
What you don't realize in that situation is that when you're actually trading money, what you're doing is saying, "Hey, I don't have a skills enough to offer to Apple, right?" And all of these engineers, let's just say screw Apple, and they're just going to make an iPhone. We don't have enough skills, even collectively all here on this call, to offer something to all of those Apple engineers that we can say, hey, we can do something for you. That's why trade sucks so bad as a system, because it's inherently inequitable. People who suck at most things that people don't want anyway cannot offer anything. Whereas at least with money, I can offer a menial service for something that I can trade anybody for. Whereas, like, if I suck at, if I'm just good at one particular thing and not very many people want that thing, guess what? I have very few people who I can actually trade with. It's actually, but getting rid of money would be the most inequitable thing you could do for society.
I mean, with all due respect,
bring back strongmen.
With all due respect to you, you're totally cocked.
Okay, that's not a response to what I'm saying. What are you here? Won't we get more specific? What can you hold up.
In God you trust, right? That's your money,
what
dude.
Merle, what can you offer an Apple engineer that he would want to then give you an iPhone for?
My services, my time,
services
my energy,
of what?
whatever you could
what
think
can you
of,
do for him?
and stuff you can't even imagine yet.
Okay,
I've got dreams you haven't even contemplated.
Merle, this is what I'm asking you. is there any, if we got rid of money today, do you have something personally, Merle, to offer to this Apple engineer?
Most definitely.
What? Name one thing.
Inquisitiveness, the willingness to learn, the willingness to adapt to any situation I'm presented with. Listen, dude, I'd eat an insect if it ensured my survival for another day. Would you?
I wouldn't pay you to eat an insect. That's the problem. I would not trade you anything I have for you to eat
I
an
bet
insect.
you moisturize your hands.
No.
What on earth are you talking about? What describe what eating an insect would mean that somebody wanted to give you their product?
I don't need their product. I'd invent my own.
No, you wouldn't, Merle. You have no skills to be able to make something that would get on Discord.
What?
You guys, couldn't we start an open source project and allow any engineer anywhere in the world to participate in a project to develop a kick-ass product, and then allow the designs for that product and the ability to make it, allow all that information to be accessible to everyone, so that any country or any group of people anywhere in the world can take that and build it for the people in the community.
Rams, I get you. Hold up. Rams,
Wait, then somebody owns all the resources, though.
Why would I want, as somebody who
we'd
can
all
code,
own
for
it,
example, Rams, why would I want to participate in that?
Because it'd benefit.
But you'd have to take it away from somebody, though, Merle, because right now we wouldn't have access to the rare earth minerals that you need to make a phone.
Yeah,
exactly. You're still going to need to buy the products.
It would have to involve a whole new way of doing things.
You're still going to need chips that go in it, and glass and metal and semiconductors and stuff, right? So even if you were clever enough to build a device that could get on Discord, which we all evidently enjoy enough to be doing it, which I'm doubtful of that proposition, but I'm happy to accept it for the sake of argument. Even if you were clever enough to be able to do that, you still would need to purchase the products to build that device. How do you purchase the products? Is it still by eating insects?
Do you know who invented Discord?
No, it's not about who invented Discord. We're not ignoring the software of it. We're saying hardware. You need hardware to get on it.
Harry,
but who owns those resources that are in
what
the
I wanted
ground?
to ask you, because you doubt the proposition, right? You might doubt me right now. Okay, so who invented Discord? Do you know?
I think it was like 3 guys.
There you go. 3 guys.
Kids, but
were they stoned?
Without getting into something as complex as a computer, you can go to something as simple as a pencil. And when you really think about it, you think about everything that goes into the materials of a pencil. You need so many different different types of manufacturers to just come up with the different parts of a pencil.
The wood, the graphite, the paint, the shipping,
all
packaging,
out of it. Metals, themselves out of it, though. What about where there's a will, there's a way?
Well, I went through I went through the thing with this. That was called C19. There was a breakdown of society briefly, and then also here in Texas, we had a blizzard sort of thing, ice storm, and there was a breakdown of society over something that seems like very, very manageable. You see how delicate it is when these entities that work together on a daily basis. It's a tightly knit system, and it's very hard to get by without even the most basic of things working, like grocery stores or something. So it becomes pretty impossible to do a lot of stuff that we're used to doing when you're just relying on yourself.
I'm not just saying relying on myself. I'm saying that we, the people, would be involved in our own lives, where we get our food, where we live, what kind of environments we live in. You guys just are in another dimension. Sorry, I'm on Earth too, but you guys are in the cock dimension. I'm not.
Well, what's your strongest evidence that you could produce hardware that would that would solve this problem. Even if we ignore the fact that that hardware is still going to require that you buy stuff from other people, that those products require other products. You've got wholesale and retail and supply chains and stuff. Can you do it? Do you have examples of having done so in the past, or are you just asserting that you could if push came to shove?
Well, let's go worst case scenario. Every communication outlet like YouTube, Discord, Facebook, they all just go, right, shut down. You're not going to talk to each other. What would everybody do?
I'd use my phone to call people.
My question. It doesn't sound like you're answering the question. It sounds like you're being asked a direct question.
You need to go through the process, Harry, and you're not ready for that because you live in cock world where everything works.
That's just an insult. Fine. Yeah, but you can sit here and insult, or you can try and answer the question. But so your ability to answer the question would.
You have to go through the process, which is necessity is the mother of invention. When you're actually on the street and you've got no food and you've got no money and no one to turn to, which happened to me in England, I got really resourceful and really innovative really quickly because I had to. And that was a basic example of what everybody would do if communication shut down. Huh?
Did you build a phone? Or did you just find a meal? Because I think you can find a meal, but that's...
You don't think I could build a phone? You don't have any faith in me, obviously. So you're cut.
I just think it's a very complex thing.
You don't even know who you're talking to half the time, who you're surrounded by. You don't have any faith in us.
I don't have faith in it because I asked you when you've done something similar in the past. Past performance is the best indicator of future performance. I invited you to tell me a time you've done something. It's bad. It's a bad indicator, is it? Past performance is a bad indicator.
It's absolute turd.
Okay. I think it's a good indicator of future performance.
I'm sure there are hundreds, if not thousands, of engineers out there that would happily give their expertise and their time to developing a product that their community needed, and they would probably do it in exchange for a service that somebody else in the community can potentially provide them.
I believe they do that. I think they do that currently in exchange for cash.
Right.
That's the nature. That's the nature of the society we currently have.
Well, I find it funny that we're talking about getting.
Hang on, can I just let you know? There's a guy who lives in America who is homeless. He has a little cart that he has sheep that pull it around, and he's got like this map that he's marked all the food plants and all the water where he gets his water and blah blah blah. He lives off like no money at all. Like once in an absolute blue moon, he might have to do work for someone.
Oh, I think it can be done.
Go on holiday. He can't explore the world. He can't do anything, can he?
Exactly. That's the bit I would be missing out on. I wouldn't get to be able to go on Discord anymore, or play my computer games, or go on motorbike trips. I don't doubt that there are some people who can live for free, but the question is whether that would result in a massive reduction in quality of life. And my argument would be it does.
Yes.
So if you want to live for free in the woods in a cabin that you built yourself, you can do that. It will be virtually free. The Unabomber did so. Many people do so who don't send bombs to people. So it's not a bomber's thing, but you can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Money's great. It's a tool, but if you can see what's happening with money right now, it's not really going the best, route.
Well, I think that's where the conversation. Sorry, I think that's where the conversation needs to go to, about a conversation about fair money, legitimate money that's not fucking created by these central banks, out of thin air, and banks that are allowed to just create it out of thin air and lend it to people at interest. I mean, this is the problem with it. Is the lack of what's the word? I don't know.
I get
money's
it.
just not Yeah. Money needs to be
accountability.
What should it be backed by? What should it be backed by?
RC Meisty have given me an idea. For, like, I could create a moisturizing cream and call it Cocked. And you guys could buy
just
it.
insulting
and I
people,
could have,
Mel. It's not really adding to the conversation.
No, it is adding because you've given me an idea.
Why isn't he
and then
just muted?
I could sell that moisturizing lotion.
So
sure. I think there's many problems with the financial system to in response to your point, Rams. I think there's many problems to it, but I think the mistake we then make when we look at a broken system is
you don't want to be part of my innovation company, do you, Harry?
I'm sorry, I was talking, Mel. I think
care.
many people. Can I
you talk over the top of me?
Please just finish.
No, I'm just got a sense of humor, and you take everything so seriously. Break it down into SE epistemology. You can go fuck yourself for a second, bro.
I do regularly.
I know you do.
I think that Rams, there are lots of problems with the system. Yeah, that it's not backed. That a currency system isn't backed by something. That the systems through which it work are opaque. I just think that it is a mistake to go because there are problems with this system. We would therefore be better without anything approximating it or similar to it. I think money,
of course,
for all its vices and problems, means that you can, as I think it was RC Mice, was saying, exchange even menial labor for an existence. That you get rid of slavery and servitude with money. I think
the big issue is the unequal distribution of money.
Very much agree.
We all know. I mean, we're a bunch of nobodies on Discord, and we fucking know it. So the people in power that can just like change laws like today to make it fairer, and they just fucking don't. I mean, so it's corruption is all we're left with. It's the only explanation for why things are so shitty is corruption or conspiracy.
And people being cocked because they want the money and they want an easy life. They do a little bit of remedial work in exchange for a little bit of cash.
Oh, my work's not remedial.
Shouldn't we all be able to have that, Merlin?
What's that?
Shouldn't we all be able to have that, what you just described?
I'm pretty happy.
I don't know. The more
the advances in technology and manufacturing and food production that we could do in such efficient and more localized ways, we could all work, I don't know, 20 hours each a week and all have more than enough money than we need to do whatever we want,
Yep. I mean, I was born in a cult. I was part of the Hare Krishnas for a while, their commune. I saw people filling up glass boxes with cash. So, I mean, it's not like when there's a resource like food and a nice place to go, like a temple, people will come. Lots of people. Sure. And they'll eat. And, it's in a lot of the religious institutions, like they can put themselves out there as a charity and they can not pay taxes. It's genius. But to bring it back, and the reason I get frustrated is because there's a lot of free thinkers here that don't get into the corporate game because I don't agree with Rams. They were just a bunch of nobodies on Discord. We just don't have the financial clout to really get out there and smash the system to pieces and wide open to make it fairer for everybody that's on Earth right now for the benefit of one and all. And a lot of people feel like me. And that's why I get frustrated.
What's up, Merlin?
What's up? I mean, I can...
Here.
I've got the vision, but people like Harry don't get behind me. They just want to, shrink me back down, dehydrate me, put me in the oven and make it shrinky.
But that's where you've got to be able to offer a realistic plan to get from here to wherever else. We can't just stop
I'm just
using
selective
money.
who I share it with.
Yo, I know I'm coming in hot, right? But I've been thinking about this for a couple of days, man. Let me see if I can bounce this one off you. I think it's really a little bit on Merlin's topic here. So Merlin's talking about changing the system, fair for everybody, right, Merlin? Merlin, when I think about things like a birthright and people having something when they're born, like having a right, right to certain freedoms when they're born, I think about how there's a big portion of the population that likes to protect abortions, right? Saying that the unborn child should have rights, right? And certain protections. And then when you think about it, though, there's no birthright. Once they are born, they have the right to be born. But once they are born, they're a fuck property of the system. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a birthright of their own.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, every human should be asked, what's your dream? What do you want to do, kid? Let's make it happen. You're not even here.
Here.
Maybe not when you're born, but like once you get a like kind of clear idea of who you are and what you want, like that's what schools should be.
But Merlin, that's the issue, bro. Like, who's out there actually offering an alternative? Like, when you go to the next elections and to vote, who's on the ballot there that's offering any of these alternatives that we're discussing here? Because, and if you want to say that we can't vote and the voting system's fucked and it's all, well, then what? We all just band together and go out into the bush and start our own society? Because I want to see people on the ballot that I can choose that represent my interests and, my concerns.
Yeah, I mean, I know a couple of people who, I know Larissa Waters, not that well, a really good friend of mine's her ex-partner. You saw what happened to her when she breastfed in Parliament, right? They iced her. It's a gentleman's club. So Peter Garrett, other people have tried to get in there and change it from the inside out. It's a romantic ideal. It just never eventuates. Because left and right,
you don't do it within the existing parties. That's the problem. These people do it by joining the main big political parties. What I'm suggesting is that we just have independence. Every single elected representative should be completely independent, and their interests should be only the interests of those within their area that they represent. And nothing else should influence them. And so, you can't change the Democratic Party, for instance, from within. You can't change the Labor Party here in Australia from within. You need a whole other alternative party, if not just independent representatives.
Well, that's what Cossacks bringing forward, that all the independents and nationals join forces to bring the, Liberal and Labor down, basically.
Hey, let me ask you something. Does the party bring change, or does the financing for the party bring change? Thanks.
That's a good question.
They work together. They're not exclusive.
I think there's a big misconception of how politics is actually ran. I don't think it's really either, to tell you the truth. It's all a boys' club. That's how they set it up. It's been like that for hundreds of years. So, and I think that's how society's always going to be ran. It's that dualistic sort of
by money. Regardless, by money. Everything else is opinion.
But it seems to be that the people who are most well organized as far as putting forward their interests and then pursuing the relevant politicians and supporting them, so that they support their interests, those are the people that are most successful. So if you have something that you're interested in, something that you want to change, then how well you organize yourself and all the other people that support your cause, and how well you go and sell that cause to the political powers that be that have the power to make the changes that you want to see happen, then that potentially could happen, right? Like,
No,
if you
no, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
well, how does the Israeli lobby get, have, everything that they want to happen? They do it because they're extremely well organized and well funded, and they support all of the politicians that could potentially assist them in forwarding their interests. And they've been doing it for so long, and they're so organized that the people in power do listen to them and do make decisions that are in their interests.
Well, it's because of people like Harry that are so reliant on the way things are functioning the way they are, and the thought of there being overthrow, a reboot, whatever you want to call it, Rams. Like, it's a very old way of thinking that if you somehow do it, like check all your boxes, fill in all your paperwork, like that could go on for 100 years.
Oh.
Like we need like urgent change, like now. But it's not going to happen because we're just a bunch of nobodies on Discord with no blueprint.
Well, yeah, you need to know to change to what. It's easy to point at something broken, but that's not the same as fixing something, is it? I can tell there's a rattle in my car. Doesn't mean I know I've got the mechanical know-how to make the car run well. If you've got a good idea, and follow Rams's advice, be well organized, have a blueprint for success, then maybe you could make a difference. Indeed.
Yeah. I mean,
history is hinged on the behavior of individuals regularly across history.
The last thing, the very first time I ever spoke about flat Earth publicly was in Queensland at a library at an alternative kind of, they were called woofers, and people
I've done some woofing.
Couch surfing, and that was the reason why I was there. It was like a whole alternative, way to live and potentially share and exchange energy and resources, and that's what brought me in there. But the actual day didn't really, I don't know. There was nothing that inspiring for me there, and so I just dropped.
Living in poverty, though, isn't it?
Woofing.
Yeah. Well, what Merlin was just describing there sounds like.
Yeah, woofing is worldwide workers on organic farms, WWOOF. And yeah, you're not getting paid for it, but it's like it's a sort of backpacking kind of thing. I did it at a castle in Italy, and yeah, I got to stay in a castle for a month while I helped them harvest grapes. There are ways to do it to live a cash-free life. It's just you still need other people around you doing the shit that brings things like mobile phones into existence.
Oh yeah.
Most people who do woofing, like me, were like I was on a break between jobs.
Yeah, it sounds like a cool experience or an adventure for maybe a young person or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great fun for that kind of thing, but as a lifestyle, I mean, some people do it as a lifestyle. There was like one guy came and applied there while I was there, but they thought he was a bit weird. But he was like in his 40s or 50s, and he just lived woofing, where he had no money to speak of, or he seemed like he had no money, and he just went around exchanging labor for board and food, which is pretty cool. You can go anywhere in the world. It's
fun times.
Are you still here, Harry?
Yep.
Sorry, mate.
You're all right. You okay today, mate?
I just I just get see, with people like yourself and others, I know we could be the change. I mean, I believe in you. I believe in a lot of like people, and I just don't think, because we're sort of out here in a certain climate discussing a very particular subject that polarizes a lot of us against each other, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I know if we joined forces, we'd be formidable.
Yeah, I think that. I think that's kind of speaking to what Rams was saying before as well, right? About you sort of organize when you get, yeah, small determined groups of people really can make a big difference.
I agree. Discord army.
Think about it. Think about it. All the stuff that goes viral, that was a small little group, something go viral from
Yeah.
it. Other topic.
Yeah, I was listening to Get to Sleep last night. I was listening to the sort of history of Islam, like Muhammad, and like, geez, he organized an extraordinary group of people and fought some incredible battles. And
You start small and you slowly accumulate. Like the guy that's crazy that dances, and no one wants to go up there, but another dude goes up, and then what do you think happens after 7 or 8 people are there? Everyone goes, and all you need is a little bit of group.
May I ask a question to Rams and Eggshells?
Sure.
I hear you guys are talking about being, nice and everything. Can you guys tell me how will you organize the education system among you two?
Organize the education system?
Yeah, when it comes to the space and all that shit, who's gonna say what goes?
I don't fully understand the question.
You guys were talking about being on the politics and, being nice and get rid of the system and all this shit, right? And Rams then say that he will count with you, that he trusts you, Eggshells. That's why I joined, because to me it was like, all right, how will they organize the education system, right? You got one way of looking at things, and he has a different way. So,
I think disagreement's fundamentally a good thing. I think that two people disagreeing about how to educate is far more useful than two people agreeing about something. I would change the education system, but I'm not sure if I'd be any good, because I'm not, I've never done anything like that. So there's a good chance that anything I suggested would in fact be that, fall into that category of, yeah, we've tried that. You're suggesting it because you're ignorant. But the thing I would propose about the education system is that you learn across grades more often, and you learn in a more holistic way, similar to what are they called? Steiner schools do, where I went and did a thing at a Steiner school once when they were learning about Greece, and the whole school, every grade learns about Greece for 6 months. And so they're learning to speak a bit of Greek, but also in history they're learning about Greece, and in geography they're learning about things in Greece, on the Greek Isles, and in maths they're learning about Pythagoras. And
let me ask you about this then, Shell. Would you be willing for the education system to have both sides of whatever subject be explained, at least on the educational system?
Well, I don't think there's both sides, right? There's not just flat Earth and round Earth. There's hollow Earth, and
I'm talking about all
theory.
kind of subjects. Religion, non-religion, all this kind of stuff.
In principle, I like the idea, particularly because what I would encourage them to teach more than rote learning is critical thinking. So how do you take an idea and weigh the sources, and count people's biases, and control for your own biases, and so that, yeah, sure, explore religion or explore flat Earth as a tool for discussing those things. But I think false balance is silly. If there's one chap that's saying, vaccines don't work because of, their evidence and there is a weight of evidence on the other side, I think that it is silly to give false balance and pretend that they are two equal and opposite sides. They are opposite, but they are not equal. I think that does run the risk that then you end up presenting hegemonic views, like you teach kids that the Earth is spherical, but I just don't think there's much utility in giving equal time to a flat Earth argument because I think it is wrong. I think it's demonstrably wrong.
Don't you think that teaching both sides wouldn't put pressure on the people who is asserting things to demonstrate veracity on those subjects that they are trying to teach?
Yes, so I think that there could be, I think that's an important thing to do. I think there could be other ways to do that.
Okay.
But fundamentally, I agree with that idea that you don't just do, because it's a very old school teaching technique that many schools still use, which is teacher tells you what the truth is, then a couple of months later the teacher tests you on what they said the truth was, and if you write down the same thing the teacher said, you get high marks, and that's just a really shitty way to educate. So I'd agree with you on that, but I wouldn't sort of therefore present both flat and round Earth as if they're both equally valid. But I think you could still encourage people to challenge the spherical Earth model in different ways.
I agree with you. Let's say you don't teach it as equals, but you teach the opposite way, the opposite point of view.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, right? I mean, you can say, well, this is our model. We have gravity. There's opposite view, and this is that view. You know.
Cool.
But even if you listen carefully, even if you listen carefully to the people that talk about gravity and all that they will, if they're intelligent, they'll preface it with our theory so far, or what we believe at this point is blah, 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 blah. So even they aren't saying that, this is absolute reality,
That applies to all science, though. All science this is as best we understand it at this point. There are no absolute proofs.
Sorry, go for it. I didn't mean to step on you.
No, I've just, everything should be prefaced with that, right? Every scientific idiom this is our best understanding. This is the way we understand it now.
Yeah, this is our current theory. Even the theory of the Big Bang, like that's constantly in a state of flux. It's only presented by bad teachers or bad science communicators as this was the start of the universe. Most people, when they present it well, say our current working theory is that everything started from a singularity and blah, 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 blah. But most of it's based on scientific modeling and it's just the current theory, and there'll be another one to follow it quite soon,
Right, but writing, do you know what that tells me when we take that premise of what we all just said, how the intelligent people would preface stuff and all that? What that tells me is when you have average Joe conversations or whoever conversations, and the person goes, the way you said it was chill with like maybe flat Earth is wrong and so it shouldn't get as much time. That was chill. But when the average person goes, flat Earth is fucking retarded and stupid and guaranteed wrong, that would mean that person is out of line, right? And we see that happening all the time.
True. And I will, and some of what the challenge is with this thing is, I will try to speak with that more measured tone, where if I'm minding what I say, I will not say that the flat Earth is false, but I don't think the evidence for it is very strong to me, or something like that. But people, if they are more blunt, or if they're not mindful of how they speak, or they have a unfounded sense of confidence, they will go, "Oh, it's just bullshit, and anybody who believes in it is a retard." And you're like, well, that's simultaneously wrong and unhelpful.
And you have to be careful that we don't, we're not all attorneys. We're not speaking with this asterisk that, this is my opinion and I might be wrong. Not everyone's is going to preface every statement that way.
Yeah.
So,
it's exhausting. No, of course, but the overconfident attitude will be evident.
Yes. Yeah. I think what you're saying about that is absolutely valid.
And to the education conversation, where do we draw the line between what we as parents, for instance, want to teach our kids and what we want the state to teach our kids? Because I would imagine that we'd want the state to teach our kids the basic things, you know, how to read, how to write, how to think critically, how to speak a certain couple of languages, maybe. Engineering, maths, you know, basic principles. But when it comes to ideology and theology, then they can be spoken about too, educated about as things. Religion can be covered as a overall topic of, well, these are the mainstream religions. There are other religions as well, but religion in general is this. And then what parents want to teach their kids is up to them, I guess, isn't it? Like, as far as religion and God and big picture sort of philosophical beliefs like that.
Yeah, I think it's challenging because there is an intersection, right? While I'm teaching biology, not that I would teach biology, I don't know anything, the first thing about it, but if I were teaching biology, it would necessitate that I discuss bacteria and viruses. Now that is going to cross into some people's ideological realm. While I'm discussing biology, it would also necessitate that I discuss the theory of evolution. And that, for many people, crosses into a sort of ideological realm. So it's tricky. I mean, because I kind of agree with you, but where I think I waver on it, right? On sometimes I think about it, I think that not teaching a kid a robust theory of evolution is almost child abuse. And then the next moment I think, hang on, let a parent teach a kid whatever they want. Like, you know, isn't it more important that the parent and the kid get on? He's not going to need a robust understanding of evolution, and that could split his whole family if he comes home realizing that evolution is probably accurate. And arguing with dad about it could get him kicked out of the home.
I think it also depends on the audience, the age. You know, what is this class intending to teach? You know, there's a difference between what you're taught in 5th grade and what you might be taught as a freshman in college.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if you're training an engineer, would-be engineer, you're teaching a lot more advanced ideas that person's going to have to follow in his craft.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd say advanced. I mean, yeah, probably you could say advanced, but I'd say more specific. It's just more specific information.
Whatever terminology fits. Yeah, I'm not going to argue over that.
Yeah.
How about call it real information? How about call it like real physical physics of real stuff and no other added dog shit?
I think any engineer is going to have to be taught all the ideas of Newton, right? I mean, that's something that they're going to use
on the daily.
Yeah. And they aren't going to waffle away from Newton either. You're not going to, come up with an engineering plan and have the.
Well, Newton's theories might be a useful tool to an engineer, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's absolute accurate representation of what the true nature of the world is, right?
What human wouldn't come up with ideas and do the same fucking thing if Newton never existed at all? We saying we wouldn't be here today where we're at? We wouldn't have stuff? Like, get real.
Somebody else would stand in Newton's place, but it would be the same principles. I mean, an engineer is going to follow certain ideas, certain mathematics.
The ignorance of their comprehension usually, and then most people fight. Like if they want to be biased about crazy shit and can't get the stuff they want or the result, then they make shit up, and that's where we are today. We got a lot of biased goofballs who can't just write down physical reality. They got to say spheres and gravity and other dumb shit they can't ever produce, which is weird.
Well,
To me,
everything's
if you produce it and you're talking about producible physics, and you're talking about stuff for engineering, it should all be producible. If not, then take it somewhere else.
I think an important thing about the point about Newton's theories in engineering is, I haven't studied engineering, but my brother did. My understanding is they don't just get taught those theories and then forced to believe them to be true. A lot of your work while doing physics at university is testing them.
What work do you do with orbits? What work do you do with gravity and orbits? What work do you do with gravity and orbits?
We're talking about let's keep it in engineering for now, okay? Right.
Thanks, though.
So what engineering do you do with gravity and orbits?
Cool chat. So I don't think it's just in essence, if you're doing that, you are testing
the
it at some
physical
stage.
physics on how the reality works of the whole universe. We don't do any work with that.
What do you mean we don't do any work with
Sounds kind of absurd. I'm saying, where's our gravity working orbital mechanical machine on Earth working somewhere? Where's the object that holds the other object in place and it spins around and it does work, like gravitational orbitational work?
Do you think a typical civil engineer deals with orbital mechanics?
I don't think anybody does.
Right. So why are we talking about it then? Why? What answer could we possibly give you if you don't?
Can any of them present it? If you can present orbital mechanics to me, then yeah, we'll talk about whatever.
You've kind of gone off the subject of what we were talking about.
No.
I don't want to dive into that.
I didn't go off anything. You're going off your own idea, whatever you're talking about. I'm saying if we're talking about physics of physical reality in the universe, you want to say, hey, kids, you want to go to class and do physical work with physics. Can we do that with gravity or orbital mechanics? Newtonian, Einsteinian, any of that? Can we do work with that? Can we do that stuff?
And just because you can use a mathematical equation, you can think of it as a force, doesn't mean you've actually proven gravity. Like,
no, you don't. Nobody proves gravity. I don't know if we should like pin this as a note somewhere. Science doesn't prove things, but if you fail repeatedly to disprove gravity, you can rest upon it as an assumption that is useful. You're not proving it; you're just failing to disprove it.
well, we can model an actual phenomenon and effect.
Sure. And if you can give us a model for that, and we can test it, and we can continually fail to disprove it, we will become more confident that you're right.
That is the model. What the math is the model.
Right, but the maths is also describing something, right?
No, the explanation, like your people say we have to think, we don't know what it is, but we have to think of it as a force. And the reason they have to do that is because they know the math works, but they don't know what the force is, but they know there should be one there. So my explanation is
and they repeatedly failed to disprove it.
And my model tells what the force is. Yours just says
yours doesn't present it in a testable way.
Yeah, it does.
You don't even have a model. Where's the model, first of all?
Yeah.
What's your model?
If for this, electromagnetics, statics, that's added charge to an object will increase its weight. Like you can make a helium balloon go down.
Okay. So have you tested it, or are you just asserting it to be the case?
I've seen it be tested.
Okay. Describe how that test was falsifiable in terms of what we're talking about with the scale of gravity.
You don't even have a test for gravity.
No, I was inviting you to describe how you tested your
No,
model.
I don't know. Yeah, I told you.
It's NASA stuff anyway.
So what do you want? What do you want to know? Like you don't even have a test for gravity.
Yeah, there are many tests for gravity that fail to disprove it, and so we rest upon it as a pretty good theory, which is useful for doing things.
They admit they don't know. As for what it is,
Exactly. Nobody's claiming to know.
I know. I know what it is.
How do you prove Einsteinian force space? Space time.
How do you prove? Can I pin this note somewhere about whether science proves things?
Yeah, see, that's where we disagree. I think science does prove things.
No, science has never claimed that.
That's its value.
Science does not claim to prove things.
They don't want to talk about
when you
the
get to the end of a scientific experiment, you have an answer. You have either
an answer to the question of what is our best knowledge.
Who declares what's proven at the end of the day?
That is the way science is often communicated to people. Science shows that blah, blah, blah about global warming. It doesn't. Science builds an assumption, tests it in a falsifiable way, and fails to falsify it. So it develops degrees of confidence about things.
None of that science. None of that was science that you just said. Those were just crazy ass statistics of people. That has nothing to do with science. Some goofball statistic saying, "Oh, well, you should do this because I say this and give me some money." What? That has nothing to do with science. Those are false statistics. False statistics are not science.
So one of the great examples is water boiling at 100 degrees centigrade at sea level. I mean, that's a scientifically proven absolute fact. And
so it might be a fact, but it wouldn't make sense to say it's scientifically proven. Like just Google. I invite you to Google this phrase now. Does science prove things? And just read the headline of the first 10 articles, and they'll all be saying what I'm saying to you.
So, what words should we use in your mind for like stuff that proves stuff? What do we use?
The stuff doesn't prove stuff, except in maths. It doesn't prove stuff. So, what you would say if you wanted to use scientific sounding language?
So nothing in the world can be proven.
I'm not saying maths proves things. The word proof exists in maths. You can have a mathematical proof, and that is a reasonable and robust way to say it.
Math equation that's wrong.
Yes, absolutely, but it wouldn't be a proof, would it?
Oh my God! Science proves things because you're manipulating the phenomena in reality.
I get that. That's what QE says about it, but the fact that QE is wrong, I'm not able to help you with that.
Science establishes our best understanding.
The way to say it scientifically, to answer Demok's question, is you would say we've reached a high degree of confidence.
I don't care what you would say. We say we prove things because we know we have.
That's because you're wrong. Because you're
speaking for yourself. You're not speaking for science.
You're trying to argue about the argument rather than you don't want to argue about your actual globe. So you're trying to have an argument about something else. It's really bad.
No, we're not. This is just where the topic is. We can talk about the globe if you want to, and how we haven't proven the globe, but we have a high degree of confidence.
I was asking you where the experiment with gravity manipulate my cause of my effect. So where is your demonstration of you manipulating the cause?
I'm not a scientist. I'm gobsmacked that so many flat earthers are obsessed with behaving like they're scientists. I'm not a scientist. My brother is.
I have a question for you, Eggshells.
Have you ever seen one?
Seen what? Seen a scientist?
What makes a scientist a scientist?
You want to argue about anything but the actual argument. You're unreal, dude.
I'm happy to argue the argument, but it doesn't seem like you're presenting one. You're attacking me.
You're not happy to argue arguing about anything but the argument.
Okay, tell me about the science you've done. We can go with that way then, Paige.
No. You need to provide your demonstration for the manipulation of your gravity that you already claim.
I'm not claiming I've done anything scientifically to do with gravity. I'm just fairly confident it's the case. I'm happy to base that on other logical premises aside from just science. One of them being, I'm confident that other people have done science and their results seem to be robust and reasonable.
Well, we have scientific evidence. You don't. So
Well, I don't think you do. This is where we'll disagree on the way you use the word science.
Manipulate. We have an experiment where the cause of our effect is manipulated and recorded.
And you've done it with balloons. Have you done it with anything else?
Do you know why there's a bias for science? Because they can't science the globe. They can't science spheres or orbit or any of that. So that's why there's this bias for science.
I can't hear anybody right now.
Phenomenal.
Well, listen to this. The bias is spherical science doesn't exist.
So Paige, could you describe to me how that experiment you were describing was in some way falsifiable?
No, I want your proof of your globe.
We're discussing science. I don't have proof because, like I keep saying, science doesn't prove things.
You don't have. Well, I don't have anything to talk to you about. If you don't have proof of your globe,
Okay, stop talking then.
But what you did say, Eggshells, is that science fails to disprove things. Did you not?
That's the way I would describe it. I'm sure there's many other people describe it in different ways, but a key tenet to the scientific method, this is sort of Karl Popper's stuff, is the tenet of falsifiability. You've got to test something in a way that it could fail. You can't just set out to confirm something and go, water boils at sea level, and I tested this by boiling water at sea level. All that will do is confirm for you what you're saying. So what you do is you create an experiment like BioJoule did with his Cavendish, which if the masses fail to attract one another, you have disproven it. If the masses continually fail to disprove his hypothesis, he can then go, right, I think this hypothesis might be reasonable.
So what have you done there? If you failed to disprove something, what have you done?
You've just given yourself a higher degree of confidence that it's right.
A higher degree of confidence. Because I'll tell you something, it's kind of surprising actually for me to hear flat earthers arguing this point. This is probably the one thing that I agree with Glovers on, is that, and this is something that I talked about, I would post in chats, spam this in chats, that science does not prove things, because like proof is it's an absolute. And when we talk about science, it can change from day to day to day. So I don't
Why would we test it if it didn't change? Exactly. I so agree with your hypotenuse. The whole point of testing is acknowledging that we might be wrong.
Everything changes.
The point.
Not everything changes day to day.
Okay. I get that you're very excited about this page. We disagree on that, though.
Can I offer one thing, if that's okay?
You don't even have an experiment or a test to do it. Like, oh my god.
I'm not a scientist. If you are, crack on.
But what we do have, Harry, is centrifugal and centrifugal force, a theory of gravity, and a planet in an airless void.
Sure.
So if you get a tennis ball and spin it, and a wet tennis ball, what happens?
When I spin it, how fast? At 1 revolution per day?
Okay, so you're going to get like that.
How fast matters, doesn't it? How fast am I spinning the tennis ball? It's a reasonable question to ask about this experiment, isn't it?
You also know that RPMs isn't the only thing that matters. It is also about the actual edge velocity.
Sure. Yeah. I think that'd be a great way to talk about it. Yeah. The edge, because it doesn't just matter about RPMs, it also matters about the diameter. And I imagine RPM plus, like, there would be an equation that would go RPM plus diameter would.
It's basically we have a 14-mile hump at the equator of water.
Basically, it's basically Harry, you know, it's basically a big tennis ball.
Yeah. I'm happy to take
wow, that was like
So I mean, you know, how science do we have to be? Degree,
I'm not
PhD, diploma level?
I don't think we do it all. That's why I keep saying I'm not a scientist. Like I focus on the ways of speaking. So I'm interested in being able to speak in a way that matches the accuracy that scientists use when they talk about the high degrees of confidence, etc., etc. But I'm not and I don't mean to gatekeep when I say this either, but I'm not a scientist. I don't do scientific experiments.
But even you can see when demonstrated that a spinning tennis ball, even putting clothes in a washing machine like a spin dry, the water disperses. That's physics.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that's what Paige was just talking about. There's meant to be
provable physics.
Okay. I think that's what Paige was just talking about with the water on the Earth meant to be oblated at the middle because of that effect that you're talking about. The physics is throwing it out. It's just there are multiple forces acting, right? There's tides going this way and that. There's
the other one.
Yeah.
Sure. So yeah, I certainly think that what you're saying makes sense. And if I was a scientist, or if I was able to, get a physicist in here, I'm sure they could help us look at it. And it would end up being maths, right? It would end up being numbers where gravity's pulling at this vector, at this amount of pull, and stuff flinging out at that amount.
Plane, and the water just sits in little ponds, and we have this little thing on the Earth that pulls. To make sure things go either down or up, depending on their.
If you only look at I would agree. If you only look at the plane, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
All these things we can actually show, though, physically in reality. You can't show us anything about your ball.
So what I would agree with is just the flatness is simpler, but everything else about it is more complex. The dome, the edge,
no, but that's.
That's what we need the equation for. The center of gravity inside the center of the washer while it's spinning.
Well, that's where it becomes unfair, Harry, because really, once you break it down, it's quite simple. And a lot of flat earthers have managed to do that. But then you'll jump into how would they maintain a live like this? Why hasn't there been a whistleblower? And blah, blah, blah. And then you get the image supported by satellite technology, CGI, renditions, composite imagery.
Yeah, when they can't win on actual physical experiments.
Where's the center of gravity in the physical water?
Just the last point I'll make is flat Earth's all over this, Harry. We've scienced the absolute F out of this.
Well, that's good on you. I'm not saying you're not scientists. I'm saying I'm not a scientist. If you've done science and you disagree with other scientists who say we don't prove things, and you have proven something using science, it seems like a bit of a contradiction about the very definition of what science is. But if you have, fine, go, great, well done.
The center of gravity in that washer.
I've never seen one flat earther do.
What you need to ask for is the center of gravity inside that centrifugal force or centripetal force in the washer. Where's the center of gravity when everything's being thrown away? Where's that center of gravity at?
Well, exactly, Damon. That's why some of us don't jump into what the Earth might be or it could be or imagine this or imagine that. It's just about crushing the globe. That's the first mission.
No, but that's the problem here. Is like I've never seen one flat earther do any science that actually works on, as Paige was saying, proving flat.
Show us the equation for the centripetal center of gravity when there's nothing there.
Yeah, proving it sounds like you're talking through a jumper.
And proving flatness, I did it on purpose. I took a fish tank full of water to Gem Panda's room, knowing full well what would happen. That they'd go, Gale.
Merle, what I was saying earlier is
the amazing thing is it's right there for everybody to see.
Right,
I've never seen one flat earther do any science that comes anywhere nearing, as Paige says, proves flat Earth. Not once.
Well, then you're no use to this conversation.
That's what I'm saying, though, Maisty. Like the fish tank full of water proves flat Earth.
But the key of falsifiability is important with that fish tank. The main criticism that you get about that is that it scales. So to prove it in a falsifiable way, you would need a fish tank.
And yelling like that's not going to help. Right
let him finish, dude.
I know what you're saying, but it's just not. It's falling on deaf ears, G.
What the fuck is he finishing?
No, but that's my point. Merle, don't come to me with your incredulity. Come to me with your evidence. You have no evidence, Merle.
The fish tank is the evidence.
Oh my God, this guy just unbelievable.
It's what the Earth's covered in, Meisty. And I got a fish tank full of it, and I can
That
prove
was
to everybody on
insane.
Earth.
Like, to actually come in with a
Okay,
straight
go ahead.
face
Hey,
and look like
Paige,
that.
give me
all he
one
said.
piece of scientific evidence that proves the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I just gave one to you, mate, before.
Go ahead, Paige.
What was that?
About the static electricity being able to change the vector of a helium balloon. Just stick it in charge.
All you're showing is they can change the vector of a helium balloon. You're not disproving
Yeah,
flat Earth.
and what are you showing about gravity?
So, Paige, what was your independent variable? Paige, what was your independent variable showing the shape of the Earth with your balloon?
Dude,
Yeah.
you said you'd never seen that no flat earther has any
Paige.
evidence. There's tons of it. Go and
Paige,
look
can
at
you
it.
name me
The
one
shape of the
independent
Earth
variable?
cannot be tested scientifically. The
Paige.
shape of
You're
the Earth
supposed to
cannot be tested
proving
scientifically.
Ah, okay.
Until
So
you have an
Rams
experiment
is over
to
here
put up
speaking.
against ours, you don't even deserve a conversation.
So Rams is over here at least being consistent with actually asserting that science doesn't prove things that are what is questions according to your definition.
Yeah, but meanwhile, in reality, I've got
right.
a fish tank. I've got a fish tank full of water that none of you can debunk.
Yeah, but Merlin, look, like imagine you live on a sphere with a radius of 3959 and you have a magical force of gravity that holds all the oceans on and holds all the gas here, and you're a little person 5-6 feet tall and you have a fish tank.
Why do we need to
Your
imagine?
water's gonna look flat, right?
If that's physically no, don't think so. But that's physically happening. We wouldn't have to imagine shit. It would be happening. Why would we have to imagine fucking
It would be obvious, like it's obvious it's flat.
physical reality? It's what we need to not.
The argument is scale. So you start with the fish tank. You keep it simple. Then you scale it up to a bathtub, a swimming pool, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, a lake, a pond. And then you ask the ball component, where does it start curving? Where's the exact moment that
You're
body of
talking
water
about the
on the
Black
surface?
Swan argument now.
No. We're not talking about the fucking Black Swan argument.
Not necessarily. Merle, I can give you measurements over a pond, man. Half mile measurements, deviation, vertical deviation over water from coast to coast. I can give you that.
No, you can't, because beyond the imaginary
Okay,
curve,
I will.
Imaginary curve was the original platform, and none of you have brought anything to that platform since it started, besides trolling and words. We know your paradigm is bunk. With a fish tank full of water.
Certainly possible.
The whole thing collapsed in on itself. The whole thing collapsed. The whole thing collapsed. I was over at Poncho Pete's too, where I met them. There's a bunch of practical people on this that are all over it. Every aspect of it, every argument you've got, every thought you've even spoken.
Because they love to come and tell us, don't they, Mel? They give us
That's
everything
great.
we need.
That's great, Merle. You said
Going on for 6 years.
Hold on, Merle. Hold on. I understand. It's all the same bullshit you provide. You said I couldn't do a thing. I posted it in chat. It's a 0.48 mile coast to coast over water, showing a vertical deviation. I don't expect this to do anything for you, but it is what you requested. So
Water seeks its level, Biodual, on a big gradient of thousands of miles.
Let me ask him this, and then I'll leave it them, and you can have the floor. I promise. Just let me ask him this, and then you have the floor. So, Biodual, the thing I can provide you is on every country on Earth, be it wherever you want. People stepped forward with water. Every country on the earth. You're going to tell them that they're wrong? Go ahead, mate. Get on, be on the imaginary curve one day.
Merle,
Get on,
that's
I
fantastic,
dare you.
but you're not addressing what I
dare you.
presented.
Listen, voice on, controlled op. Get on Discord publicly and tell the world publicly what you just said to me and see how long you last.
That was a
And
great
watch us
response to what I
into the
provided that you
phone
said I
like
couldn't
a
provide.
vulture, a hungry vulture. Because
And
that's where it's
this
up
is why
to,
Flat
Bio.
Earth is dying.
If you want to fucking lie, you can.
Yeah, I know. I said that I could do a thing. You said I couldn't. I did that thing, and now you're not addressing that thing. Great job, Merle. You're doing great.
That thing you did, was there any refraction involved? And how do you know?
Lying's easy.
Standard refraction was applied to the
easy,
I'll wait.
The other portion, Bio.
It hasn't actually been. You haven't actually shown it's correct. You've just.
In your opinion. But your opinion on this doesn't mean much.
Actually, I'm going
Do
to
you
post a
have the
video
line?
instead. This is correct.
Do you have a straight line reference against your water to show us which one's crooked? To show us your water's crooked in the center of that reference frame of that straight line. So if we have a straight line across some clear stuff, just a straight line. Everybody knows a straight line, like you would use for art. And then take that line and go reference it across any lake that you just said. Is the lake and the water going to match or not, Bio?
Yeah, I don't even know what that question was, so I'm just going to ignore it.
A straight line, ignorant.
Oh, like a reference? Like a horizontal line that you... The horizontal line that you establish, the horizontal line that you establish with an auto level, and then you measure the deviation. That you measure the deviation between your horizontal line or horizontal plane that you establish with your auto level.
Can you line up your clear line on a piece of plastic? It's just a piece of plastic with a clear fucking line, right? It's a line, right?
What plastic are we speaking to? I'm speaking to an auto level looking over half a mile of water, showing a vertical deviation from this horizontal plane that you establish.
You talk a lot, but you don't listen. It's a clear piece of plastic.
As you, hot meat kettle.
Not at all. Not at all. It's a clear piece of plastic with a black line. You take it out of your pocket. You take it with you anywhere, right? You put it across any source of water. Show me where the water deviates from that straight line.
Right. So if you look at if you open the evidence that I provided, perhaps B-Ball is one too. Hold on. Remember when you said? Do you remember when you said you talk a lot but you don't listen? Heed your own advice right now, please.
You talk a lot but don't listen.
I know. Heed your own advice right now. Heed your own advice right now. So I've provided evidence. I provided evidence with the methodology as well as the tools that are used and showing the calculations made at the bottom. You can go through that and you can see. You can pinpoint the exact moment in which you find it to be bullshit. You could do that, but until then, I've provided evidence that you've requested, that all flat earthers request, and I do expect a hand wave, but it's provided nonetheless because I'm crazy.
Would you be interested in going to a public forum?
He's not getting away from this. He just told us the Earth curve stencil, the Earth curve stencil line that he can line up anywhere and show you Earth's curve with the little line, imaginary black line on a clear piece. He has that.
Would you be interested, Julian, in bringing your findings to the main flat Earth public forum?
Is this or Brandon's or Gems or 24/7? Are none of these? Are they? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to stop your interruption. That's my fault.
Yeah, I asked you, would you be willing to go to the main public platform for this on a Saturday and show your findings? Turn your camera on.
I don't engage in crazy on the weekends.
Just
during the week. Just during the week.
Willing to do that?
No, I don't do this.
Would you be willing to show your face and do it publicly?
Let me know when I can answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you for your permission. No, I don't do this on the weekends. I do this during the week.
Right. Would you show your face, Bo?
I have on my 28-hour experiment that I ran streaming live. My face was on it. My face and my 2 middle fingers were on it.
I just want to see where you put a line up to water and the line do not match horizontally.
See, when you want to build trust with people, you show your face. You know, you have a little thing called intellectual honesty. You enter into like public discourse. You know, then the community starts to trust you and your findings, and then you have reciprocal communication. You work together as a team. You know,
You
like
know
a
how much
unit.
money he would make, Merle?
No, hang on. Shouldn't a person's work or argument speak for itself?
Right, and that's what I was going to say.
You make a lot
Yes.
of money, Baldo, off the Earth Curve stencil.
You don't have to trust me as a
Everybody wants to buy
person.
one.
You don't even have to think that I'm a real person. It's the evidence that you should take seriously.
So sell
Like
us an
water.
Earth Curve stencil. We want to buy one.
Like
An Earth
I
Curve
know
stencil.
how. I don't need you to babysit me and tell me that water doesn't do what you're telling me it does.
Where was the falsifiability in your experiment?
Listen, all we
Biogel
gotta
did a
do is
28-hour one that had a criteria of falsifiability. What would have falsified your experiment, Biogel?
He has an Earth Curve stencil. You're not fucking listening.
So what
You
could
can
have
buy it.
falsified it is no deviation. Well, two ways. It could have sustained a deviation without introducing masses close to it. It could have just randomly moved and then been at a different deviation. And then also, when you introduce the masses, it could have not deviated at all. So there is falsifiability in that way. Two ways.
So,
Just
Merle,
give us
in
your
your one
stencil.
about a fish tank, what was the falsifiability in that experiment?
The falsifiability.
What would have falsified your hypothesis?
What
is
happens
the
with
physics-
water?
The physics of the water is basic.
So
It's
what would have happened in
unable-
your experiment? What would have happened in
It's-
your experiment to
It's
falsify your hypothesis?
unable to physically support itself in what we call the Earth's atmosphere. Unless it was
I'm
jelly
asking you,
or it was
Right.
frozen, the liquid will find its
It doesn't
equilibrium
hold itself that way.
in whatever container it's placed in. And the surface from one end to the other will show no deviation in any way, shape, or form. That's
this
a
is one of
fact
the most
this
important
reality.
questions, I think, that's not even a scientific question. It is essentially the question of how would you know if you were wrong?
So how
And that's what I'm
can
asking
you-
you.
Talking
That's what I'm
about
asking
spin
you.
water. If you spin the
how
water, it
can
leaves
you
the container.
fake them? How can
You do
you
a straight line
refute?
segment test.
How can you refute what I can demonstrate?
What I'm
Practically.
saying to you is, if your demonstration doesn't have a criteria of falsifiability, I'm
I
largely
don't
speaking.
need one.
Right. That's what
So
that makes
how
me.
can you refute what I can demonstrate practically?
I don't even need to. It's just uninteresting. Unless it's got the criteria of falsifiability, it's uninteresting to me. It's like somebody saying, I can predict the lottery numbers, but they
cannot
refuse to
dispute
give
it,
me the
it's
lottery
fact.
numbers. It's therefore unfalsifiable. It's just
So you
disinteresting
don't.
to me.
You don't.
We're not
like
talking
that.
I just ignore it. I
How
just
do you
disregard
falsify
people.
something like
We're
entropy
not
then?
talking about lottery numbers. We're talking about
the numbers
physical.
and not
That's a
giving
good
you
question. I
ways
don't know the answer to that one, Rams. I think that you would go to where you would expect to see entropy, cause different conditions, and
Why are
see
we
if you
talking to
sometimes don't
retards?
see entropy when you should. I don't know how entropy
Because
works or
Theo-
how you would set that up,
Fucking
that
attributes
experiment.
of
You
I
water.
don't
want to
understand very well.
entertain them for a little while until we get bored of them. So how
When you
are you
spin
going to
water,
refute? How are you going to refute facts with science that can't prove
spinning
anything?
water.
I don't
Keep it
need to.
simple.
I just unless it's got that. Unless if
don't
I
need to
ask
refute spinning
Biogel and
water.
he says, "Here is the criteria that would falsify my experiment," that gives me confidence that his
That doesn't
experiment
even make any fucking sense
is
if he
probably
can't
showing
produce
a
it, stupid.
thing that is
He
probably
cannot
accurate.
produce his claim. You
Your
cannot.
globe wrong.
About
You're not producing
falsifiability
your dog
page.
shit
It's a
story.
shame, Harry. It doesn't
Producing
seem
Earth.
like you're really interested in
Produce a globe.
truth or finding out what the
You
actual
didn't
facts
produce an
really
orbit.
are.
You didn't
Do you know?
produce any
Do you know the reason?
falsifiable shit. Anything. What the fuck are
So
you
I went
talking
to
about?
Demox
Some of
Phoenix.
us
You
want to
didn't do any of
find out what the truth is. You know, we want to know where we actually are.
So
We want
do
to
you
know,
want?
like, what's going on.
So Mel, do you want me to describe to you, or do you already know for yourself why
Are you
myself and
ignorant or what?
people interested in science are interested in falsifiability? What makes it an important
What
thing
the
to look
fuck
for?
gave you your train of thought?
No,
Ignorant parrot?
I'm just trying to bring you to where this conversation ends up.
So ask him when
Sure.
does
So
physical water
where
bring
the
things
best
up?
way to get there will be through this thing, because I'm obsessed with this idea of falsifiability. If you already understand that, I don't need to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, I understand it.
Okay, so what is in your view, what is the importance of something being false, a claim being testable and
Physical
falsifiable?
reality, everything
Important
being
to
repeated.
you. Him, you just said it was important to you. Why are you asking him why it's important to him?
It doesn't need to be to him. It doesn't.
For me,
I'm
the only
inviting
reason
him
the only reason I'm here is because I'm interested in the progress for humanity out of a false paradigm that I'm well aware of.
So you don't want to answer the question?
Well, I'm ahead of you. I've done the work.
Just seems okay. If you don't want to
I've
engage
been
in
out
this
here 6
conversation,
years.
that's fine.
With all due respect, G, I've spoken to like a lot of people in this over the 6 years.
Cool.
You know, from the tinfoil hattiest person you could imagine, like Pete Shea, to the top level astrophysicists that came forward when they released that movie, Behind the Curve or whatever. We had a dude, Karen B was there, Poncho Pete, Snack to the Future. An astrophysicist came forward and tried to have a go. So, you know, I've spoken to a lot of people.
But do you answer their questions when you speak to them, or do you just sort of talk back and forth without really engaging with what they're saying? Because I'm inviting you to answer really specific questions so we can move on from this thing.
Well,
the problem, like you're unwilling or
the main
to do
problem is for me is I had an epiphany, if you will, or a revelation about the fish tank, and it told me everything I needed to know about the community and where the human consciousness is at and how it deals with problems, solves challenges, and deals with facts. And if you guys want to say we hand wave everything away, that's all I've seen this side of the proponent do.
Well, I think we've got to wave our hand at some things, right? We've got to. We can't just accept all conclusions being true, particularly given many conclusions are exclusive. The Earth cannot both be flat and round. So we've got to wave our hand at something. The question for me is, do I try to do that in a consistent way? And the consistent criteria, one of the consistent criteria I try to use is this thing that I keep trying to ask you about, which is the thing that this person's telling me falsifiable? And if it's not that I know that they're wrong, it's just that it becomes an uninteresting question, right? Same as like a mechanic. If a mechanic goes, I know what's wrong with your car, and I go, can you prove that to me by fixing it? And he goes, no, not able to prove that to you. So I'm not able to falsify whether he knew what was wrong with my car. I don't want to go to that mechanic. Any test I would ever want to run, if I couldn't know in a way that would be falsifiable for anything, be that where to invest money or what house to buy or something like that, can I test whether can I get a surveyor's report on this house? No, you can't. Not buying the house.
Well, why would you go to global
Because
physics?
it's definitely a bad house, just because I disregard it as an option. Then
they can't produce any of that dog shit. No physics, no orbit, mechanics, no gravity of water, any of that shit.
I'll put one last thing forward, Harry, just out of respect. I think what it is the highest levels of academia have ventured into complexity, and when you bring them back to simplicity, they shit their pants.
I'm
Can
not
you
sure
stay
if
with that point just for 1 second, because it's true.
I don't think you bring it to simplicity, mate. I'm today
Simplicity
particularly
was
struggling
the
to follow
epitome
what you
of
mean.
So if you have a fish tank
cup of water, mate,
full of water, right? What's in the fish tank? For a start, just answer the first bit, and then I'll leave it. What's in the fish tank?
Water's in the
So
fish tank.
water's in the fish tank. What's the earth covered in?
Lots of things, including water.
Okay, the earth's covered in water. It's game over, Harry.
Not completely. It's also covered in land. I really don't
Yeah,
see
they're
why
the
it's
two
game
options
over.
you've got.
So the
it's
question
the
I've asked you,
basin.
Merle,
It's
please
the
try to answer
basin.
this question. I respected you when I answered your questions. What is the criteria in that experiment with the fish tank? What would have falsified your hypothesis that the Earth is flat because that water's flat? What would have falsified it?
Yeah, Merle, if the Earth was a ball and there was a magical force of gravity holding the water on the outside of that ball, then how would your fish tank look
Exactly.
to what it does?
Well, get
Great
a
question.
sheet. get a sheet.
Well, if there was a leprechaun riding a unicorn, right,
No,
and it was sliding down a rainbow, it would look pretty. It looked pretty curved, man.
I've really got an answer here. So get a sheet and extend it like a plane, like the surface of the water, and pull it downwards and try to make a concave or a convex for a start, and then have a, what do you want to call it, a downward vector that's going to make a curve. All it would do would be, it would just compress it. It would just compress the surface. It wouldn't curve it. It would just compress it. So when you guys can, again, demonstrate this.
But you haven't answered the question, Merle. Like, I'm not sure you're okay today, or if you're deliberately doing this. But if you're not deliberately doing this, I'm legitimately worried for you.
Well,
is it you get the point I'm making and kind of backing it, or are you?
I'm worried
How the hell was that not good enough?
Fucking
Because I'm asking the same question 20 times. What would falsify the experiment? And he started talking about an imaginary bedsheet.
What would falsify what experiment, you goofy motherfucker?
Do you want me to answer the question? Do you want me to answer the question for you, Merle?
You're not
What would a
listening,
globe
Harry.
look like? And he said, yeah, exactly. What would a globe look like? So he said,
on a ball.
And then he started talking about a bed sheet, which is not the experiment he did.
The bed sheet.
Yes, hold it
Bed
flat
sheet
and
or
then
a
hold
piece
it
of
as a,
paper.
like
It's
holding
the surface.
His experiment had a fish tank and water. Where did the paper come from? What the
Yeah,
bed sheet?
water.
The
Oh,
experiment doesn't have a bed sheet in it.
Talking about the
Think
surface.
about the water.
Rams brought in that gravity causes the curvature of the water. Spherical oceans we're talking about, Harry.
I'll answer the question for you, Mel.
We're talking about spherical oceans, mate.
I'll answer the question for you, Mel.
Fucking
It would have curved. It would have curved. That's how you answer the question. What would falsify my experiment? The water would curve. That's all you needed to say. But you weren't able to say it because you don't understand this fundamental
principle.
No, it doesn't at
Harry,
all.
'cause you
You
can't
don't have to
practically
just say
demonstrate
that.
that, Harry.
You just
Can
say
you,
shit.
Harry?
The point of it being falsification, Merle. Otherwise, it's
You
just
can't
confirmation. That's what you're
demonstrate
failing
it,
to
Harry.
understand still.
No, you
That's the point
fail
of it.
to understand that you need to demonstrate something practically, or you're not in. All you are in is a conversation.
Yeah, indeed.
Right. You're
What
not
else
in
is
reality,
a
fucker.
conversation?
You're in Narnia, fucking Narnia Globeville that you cannot produce in any way, shape, or form. That's
Game
how
over,
we
G.
falsify every one of your claims. We falsify every globe claim by you not being able to produce any of them. What the fuck?
Exactly. And that's what he's always yelling at you guys about. That you have nothing. You got to stick a ball.
He's yelling at people because he
A
seems
hollow
incapable of
plastic
not.
sticker ball at that. I only yell facts, buddy. You got any water balls we can see?
That's a question.
Well, we have
Yeah,
been
it's
incapable
awful
of
funny
getting
that
through
you
the
say
universe.
water can be frozen and then we can make it into
Okay,
mountains.
Paige, what is it you
How
think
about
my
your
point
air?
is?
Stop talking over me, idiot. How about your air? You got fucking air made into solid
question
mountains too? To fix your gravity, buddy? The fuck?
I don't know what your point is because you don't have anything to show us.
No, my point is, if you have a
She's
mountain,
agreeing
right,
with you, Paige.
the air should follow the
Paige is
mountain.
agreeing with you.
Survivable or
No,
not,
I know,
rather
but
than
I'm talking.
what water does.
I'm talking to Harry. I'm saying Harry should have air that follows the shape and contour of his fucking said mountain and the said ground. The air should follow that contouredly, especially when it's lockstep and matching the sphere, just like water supposedly is sticking to the fucking outside. So when you think it's a funny joke when I ask for the mountain of water that's supposed to be flowing and sticking as a mountain somewhere with gravity, that's not a funny joke. And when you say the word ice, now where's your ice air in lockstep? The fuck? You don't need ice air, do you? Your air's flowing just fine in lockstep, but your water doesn't be able to do that. Nothing can create a fucking gravity mountain or hill except your imagination. Definitely not dirt, definitely not water, definitely not air. So cut the shit out.
Also, cut this out.
Can we?
And that was the genius, Harry. Just the last thing. That was the genius of Beyond the Imaginary Curve, asking all the ballers for something practical. As soon as that happened, the level of shit your pants was so amazing to watch, and I watched it. I was here. I've been here the whole time.
Talking about?
I'm saying that when Dell asked the ballers to provide something practical to demonstrate the fucking claims you guys assert on the regular, daily, 24/7, you've got zilch.
But you weren't able to describe the most fundamental principle of science in your experiment. Biodual was that your impression is.
All I hear is blah blah blah.
You're in checkmate. You're in checkmate.
You need some sleep, mate.
On a sphere.
You're in
Physical
checkmate.
on a sphere, they go both ways against the fucking grain, right?
Until you have something practical, you've got zilch.
Right. You're supposed to have tilt. You don't have an ISS tilt. You don't have mountain tilt, building tilt, balloon tilt, hot air balloon tilt, plane tilt, boat tilt. You have fucking nothing.
What the fuck
And no Coriolis happening, no drift, no nothing.
What else?
And that's
What
why
else,
Flat
Demo?
Earth-
What
that's why
else isn't
Flat Earth's
tilting, Demo?
alive and well, guys. You know that's why Flat Earth's alive and well, because we're just waiting for the practical stuff to come.
Yeah, yep,
What-
exactly.
when that-
Recognize the practical stuff.
Demo,
You're
what else
asking
is
for.
not tilting? Can you give us a few more things?
There's no building that you built along the ground that you can walk across it and walk all the way up to the top of it along the ground with
None of them.
gravity on both sides. You want me to
I
draw
agree.
that out for you? How physically?
Yes,
that
I love your drawing. I genuinely, no sarcasm, love your drawings. Please
No, it has
draw
nothing
this.
to do with sarcasm. This is
What
physical
are the
reality.
mathematical equations?
False dilemmas.
What are the
These are
mathematical
physical realities that you don't have the equations to show how far you can walk up your fucking gravity ball walls.
Yep,
Spider
exactly.
ball,
Exactly.
globe.
But I still want a picture though. I still want a
But
drawing.
gravity supposedly is so fucking real, but you can't walk up the wall right now to show us, you ignorant bastard.
Exactly. It's so real. I can't
Why
walk
would
up
I
the wall.
walk
You're
up
right.
the
Can,
wall?
can you draw this? Can you draw this, Demo?
Hey guys, let's dial it back a bit. It's getting real aggressive and kind of
Yeah.
chaotic right now.
Yeah,
Bring
thank
it
you.
back to a
Coming
good
unpleasant.
conversation.
That would be nice.
Let's actually address what Eggshells was saying before this all got taken off track a little bit. Number one, he said something about when he goes to a mechanic and like having to verify or feeling confident when the mechanic gives him, tells him he knows what's wrong with his car. But he also stated a little bit previous before that he knew nothing about cars. So how does he know that the guy that's telling him what's wrong with his car actually knows what's wrong with his car? My second point is, how does he know that who was it that was Biodual or whoever was providing what is falsifiable in their experiment? How do you know that person, how can you verify to me that person is taking into account everything that could disprove or falsify his experiment? Thank you.
I don't. Yeah. Good. Both are very good questions.
I didn't catch the first question. Maybe you could repeat it. But let me answer the second one real quick. It was live streamed. So if anyone had any concerns during the experiment over 28 hours, they can raise the concerns. I did not get any legitimate concerns. Someone did make the joke of, did you account for fairy farts? I'm not going to account for that, obviously. But I ran it for 28 hours. Flat Earthers and Globe Earthers. I didn't have any legitimate suggestions during that experiment. So that's one way.
For people who don't know, Biodual's experiment was Cavendish specifically testing the density buoyancy argument by seeing if the phenomena were different if it was in a vacuum. So the question you're asking, hypotenuse, is really important. That's the main base criteria is this falsifiable? And that to me is not just a criteria of science. That is a criteria of any test you do. Right? Even a pregnancy test, you need the test to be able to show a bad result, a no result. This is how would you the answer the question, how would you know if you were wrong? What you're talking about is also controlling for variables, which does then come into it, which is Biodual controlled for the variable of what about if air, the less dense medium of air, was changing this, and if you took out any medium, did the results change? So they're slightly different questions. How do I know that he's done it? I don't think any of us know. Even when, Bob claimed he went and shot a laser over an extraordinary lake, I don't think any of you knew whether he'd done that or not. And my understanding is he later came out and admitted that famous photo of a giant blue laser hitting a bit of tarp was a short-range test.
Okay.
So that people might lie. It's difficult, and it's a good question to ask because I don't have a immediate answer. We've got to muddle through these things and try and figure it out for ourselves.
I just want to respond, and then I'll give it to you, Eric. But my point wasn't really that people will lie. It's that they don't know that they're accounting for everything because, like we say, all scientific knowledge is not complete, right? So how do we know that there's something that we're not accounting for that we're just saying is one thing, but it's another? I'm kind of
you're 100% right.
Go
You're
ahead.
100% right, and that's
Okay.
why we will say that's why we
you can
Oh,
say
I mean,
I
can I
interrupted
expand?
Eric, bro. I interrupted Eric, and
that's
real quick. If you
all
make it quick, and then let Eric go, please.
Yeah, I'll make it super quick. That's why we say science doesn't prove things. You can validate hypotheses and you can disprove things, but we don't prove things for that very reason.
Yeah, because there might be variables that we don't know that is a different explanation for why it appears that masses attract masses, but we haven't proven it's the case because of exactly what you're saying. There could be a million different variables, including a realm of ether that we weren't able to test and control for. And you can't control for everything because every control that you put in place will make your experiment more complex by orders of magnitude.
Or the Earth could just not be a globe and we can get to the next bit.
Sure.
So 6 years later, still waiting.
Mass would be resistance to acceleration, would it?
That's my understanding of it. Yeah, resistance to. I don't know.
Yeah,
Ask Baiju that one. He knows more about physics.
Because dimension analysis is always helpful, and just to get an understanding, so resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Sure, that's one way of describing it. I mean, how much stuff is in something is I've also heard it described that way. You could say the same thing. How much stuff is in something?
The more you step on the gas pedal, the faster the vehicle goes one direction while simultaneously going the other direction. That's literally what you just said.
No, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry if I confused you.
You're saying mass is resistance to acceleration while simultaneously saying mass attracts mass. So which one is it? Does mass attract mass, or is it resistance to acceleration?
Right. Hi, my name's Harry. I'm Harry, and I'm a human. Could I be both things at the same time?
So why are you saying both things? Which one is it? Is
the dog is a dog and a mammal.
It's the same thing. You're describing a property that mass has, that apparently mass has, and then you're also describing by definition what mass is.
So the more something attracts, it grows closer together while simultaneously resisting that attraction.
Yeah, there will be a certain amount. There's a required amount of force to be able to move something at a particular mass, a particular distance, or at a particular rate.
What's a force?
So yes.
What's a force?
I'm sorry, I'm not interested in etymology.
Well, you can't just throw words around without knowing what they are.
How about this? Do you not know what force is? If you honestly don't know what force is, then I will respond.
A force is two objects interacting with one another.
No, right? and that's fine. But my point is, if you're going to ask me what the definition of something is, but we already have an assumed agreement on what it is. Asking what it is dishonest, and I don't engage with that.
There's no assumed agreement here.
Yeah, we're entertaining.
There's no authority in debate there, buddy.
Okay, so we don't disagree, so we can move on, right?
Like what?
No,
what
we do disagree.
Well, you just explained what you think force is. I don't disagree with you. So what are we going to argue about?
I'm not telling you what I think force is. I'm telling you what you think force is, and you agreed with it. So
perfect.
Rightfully so. I just showed your illogic within. I just showed the illogicalness within your understanding.
Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. You speak for me, and then you show me I'm illogical. Okay, perfect.
Well,
what's the difference between force and motion?
What if Geo shut this server for a week and made it an echo chamber and said, "You guys aren't welcome back until you bring something practical"?
I would bring you something practical that I did, or I've given you something practical 10 minutes ago. Did it mean anything? No, of course not.
No, of course not.
Did you refute or prove your globe?
Yeah, that's evidence. I provided evidence for the globe that
You
is
didn't
practical
prove your globe,
with
though, did you, Biofuel?
with
Did Earth come
methodology.
together
Hold
and
on, Merle.
join hands for Biofuel's experiment?
with
No.
methodology, equipment, and measurements. I have provided evidence for a curved Earth. That's what I did. So I provided something practical. Does that matter to you?
No, you didn't. You didn't do that, though.
Thank you. Exactly.
You didn't do that. So,
what would it look like if you did?
like I'm saying, if Geo was to make it like, you know, a safe space for us without controlled ops and time wasters and energy sucks, draining the life out of the room, what would you bring to prove your globe? Because that's all I'm interested in. It's gone on for 6 years. I've heard it upside down, inside out, round the side, and back around again.
You're describing a sphere. So what I would do is I would not participate in echo chambers, and I wouldn't be interested in echo chambers. Hence why you don't find me in gems anymore, because echo chambers of any kind are bullshit. But Battlefield 2042 is going to be coming out at 2 a.m. my time tonight. So if Geo did this tomorrow, I would just play a shit ton of Battlefield instead of being here.
Battlefield's coming out?
Yeah, 2 a.m. So 3.5 hours.
Play computer games when they won't.
3.5 hours. The open beta. Yeah.
Whoa, that's exciting! Did I have to sign up a week ago or something, or can I?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know the rules or stipulations behind it, but I got the gold pass for Battlefield, so I get the open beta. I don't know what the rules are though.
I hope Geo can hear this.
Yeah. Have fun. Good luck.
Do you prefer the conversations, Mel, when people aren't presenting the other side? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm saying progress is what's needed, and it's just not happening with you lot.
We can run an experiment, Merle, because I'm sure Geo can make a channel, a voice channel and a text channel that only the role of Flat Earther you can join. So we can run an experiment. If Geo wants to run that channel for a week, streaming to YouTube or not, he can run that, and then we can see the activity. We can see if there's more activity in a room, whether it's not an echo chamber, or we can see if there's more activity in the echo chamber. We can run that experiment for sure.
And didn't Eggshells actually say earlier on that he doesn't actually have proof for the globe?
Of course. It would be dishonest for me to say that proof doesn't exist but I've got proof, you know.
I think he's using not to be white knight, but like I think he's using the scientific term of proof rather than colloquially. Because if we're just shooting the shit, I'll say, I proved it. Here's my proof. Blah blah. I'll say use the word, but we all know that if we use that word in an actual setting like this, it'll be, oh, you proved it. You know, science doesn't prove. So that's why it's laid out like that.
Yeah, I mean, of the two though, the globe is falsifiable. Right, that's what when people go and shoot a laser across a lake, what they're trying to do is falsify a curve measurement, and that gives me Flat Earth with the whole business of we don't have a model is attempting to avoid that.
You guys don't even have an explanation for the words you use. You guys throw around force. You guys throw around fields, waves, electromagnetism. Not one of you has ever explained it. So it's pretty cute.
I wouldn't be a good person to ask on that. The radar technician BioJewel would probably be able to explain it to you. Whether you'd be able to comprehend it at the end of that, whether I'd be able to comprehend it.
It has a few times, but as you know, Eggshells and other people in this channel, almost every day can you get away with not hearing what is mass. It's explained every goddamn day. Every day for all these words.
Descriptions are not explanations.
Right, whatever. Your dissatisfaction doesn't change the fact that there are responses and there are agreed upon definitions for these words.
You do realize an explanation supersedes a description, right?
Yeah, no, words. It's fun.
It's not just words, bud. It's words within proper context that have concise meaning that explain the phenomena you're trying to discuss. But you guys have never done that.
Oh. Can you describe? Okay, can you describe Flat Earth to us?
Yeah.
Give an explanation of Flat Earth, please.
Yeah, the Earth appears flat. It shows no sign of curvature. So in the totality and the full spectrum, there's no one end higher than the other, one end lower than the other.
Okay. When you say ends, could you describe those ends to me? You've now invoked that there are ends, which is interesting to me. I haven't heard people do that before. Could you tell me about these ends? They're the most interesting bits to me. The flatness is very dull. The ends, what happens at the
Yes,
ends?
these are the outer extremities. So
Cool.
when we're talking about Earth in its full totality, overall it's flat. Yes.
Okay, so what's happening at the ends that aren't higher than one another?
Yeah, they're equal altitudes essentially. There's nothing indicating that one end is higher or lower than the other.
Okay. Does the water meet these ends? Are they made out of ice? Are they?
Well, I've never been to the outer edge, but as far as the land masses go that we're aware of, the 7 continents, yeah, that shows to be flat across the playing field.
Right, but I'm asking about the flat Earth, not just flatness. I'm clear on your description of flatness. I'm now interested in the Earth part of this explanation. Could you describe to me what is happening at these edges you've told me about?
Yeah, so across the 7 continents and the water around the entirety of Earth, it appears flat for the most part.
I'm clear on the flatness. I'm asking about the edges, not the continents. Clear that there's continents. They're flat. One side's not higher than the other. 100% on board with you so far. Can you tell me about the edge?
For the most part, yes. There's valleys and there's dips and troughs and peaks, but overall, the entirety of it is flat.
I'm sorry. I might not. Maybe my microphone's not working. You told me that one edge is not higher than the other, so evidently there is an edge in this explanation. Could you tell me about the edge? Not about the valleys, not about the flatness, about the edge.
Yeah, so if you look at one edge of one continent versus the other edge, the opposing edge of each continent,
you're not
where
clear
the
on what
water.
I mean.
He's talking about the whole thing, Daiso, like the if it was say an AE projection flat Earth with Antarctica all the way around the outside, then Antarctica would be the outside edge that he's talking about or trying to talk about.
Yeah, gotcha. I've never been there to verify that, but if the water meets the edge and the water's flat, then I'm willing to assume that the rest of it is such.
I'll try and answer the question in this way, and it would be the same way that a baller, for instance, or a NASA guy would explain what's at the edge of the universe.
Sure. Okay, go for it.
Would you be more vague?
Oh, okay. So it's ever expanding. Yeah, it's hard to reach because it's expanding at such a rate.
Expanding. Is this? I'm not sure if this is sort of rhetorical sense, or you honestly believe that the edge is expanding at an expanding rate.
Well,
you can't go.
If your universe is ever expanding, right? Then the edge would have to be expanding to make up for that.
Well, you can't go.
I'm sorry.
lower.
It sounded like what you were just saying is that the explanations of things like forces and things like that didn't make sense, and that was in some way a bad thing for the globe model. I'm now inviting you to explain flat Earth, and now you're saying the edge is ever expanding because that's what the universe is. This is a very confusing explanation. If this is meant to be a clear explanation, you are failing.
You can't go lower than you can't go. You can't go lower than you can't go lower.
I don't know about the heliocentric.
You can't go lower than sea level.
Hold on,
can I just have a go there? Because you guys vagued out.
Let me just ask him really quickly. Does he not subscribe to the ever expanding space continuum?
I've got no idea about it. I wouldn't attempt to explain it.
Hold on.
It wouldn't be a central part of my worldview.
So you don't have a model that you subscribe to? Is this what you're saying to us?
I think that the idea that it is a very, very long way away is quite probably the case. Whether it's expanding, contracting, I've got no idea about it. So I wouldn't claim to be able to explain it to you.
So do you not subscribe to the heliocentric model?
I subscribe to magazines. I don't subscribe to models.
And okay, you can't. Okay, come on. You have your question.
In response to your question about what's at the edge of the flat Earth.
But that's the thing. If what was crucial to my worldview was an expanding universe, then yes, I would think it would be incumbent upon me to be able to explain that in a way that made sense.
Okay,
yeah, but
you can't.
If you don't.
Oh man,
go ahead,
come on,
Marlon,
dude.
sorry.
Go on, Mel.
You can't go lower than sea level, Harry. Once you've done that, you've gone under the surface of the water. So you got the surface of the water of Earth, right? And then you've got all the elevation to Everest, which is the highest point, they say.
Mm-hmm.
There's your Earth.
Oh, okay. I was just interested about the edge because it sounded like what Dicelo was saying was he doesn't trust explanations that don't make sense. I invited him to explain something, and frankly, even if I add that to his explanation, it doesn't make any sense at all. It sounded like he knew that I was talking about the edge, but he wanted to talk about the edge of continents and valleys. It just sounded like a really bizarre explanation. If he was meant to be role modeling how you explain something, I ain't buying it, you know.
Well, it seems a little dishonest to me that you subscribe. You say you don't subscribe to you say you only subscribe to magazines, but not to what'd you say, belief systems or academia's narrative.
No. If you want to know what I think about it, you better to phrase this as a question, then tell me what I think, and then try to disprove that. I'll happily explain it to you if you want.
So are we on a ball, or are you just?
I think we're probably on a ball. Yeah, I think we're probably on a ball. The question for that is very different to what do I think is the edge of the universe. But yeah, for a variety of reasons, I think it's very probable we're on a ball.
So if we're on a ball, right? Are we the center of the universe, or is the sun the center?
I've got no
idea.
Oh,
you don't even care to speculate.
I think it's doubtful we're at the center of it.
It's an honest answer, Dicelo. I mean, I don't know. It's one of the most common answers that I give.
How are you going to refute flat Earth, but yet still be half in this heliocentric model and half out? It's like
I'm not half in and half out. This is almost to me seems like a sort of religious misunderstanding. I don't have to take the entire heliocentric model. I think there are many reasons, things that I can test for myself in a falsifiable way about whether we live on a ball, right? I'm not able to test in any reasonable way stuff that is theoretical at best, at billions of light years from me.
Is gravity a force?
Theoretical at best, hey?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
What's
wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with you saying that whatsoever.
Sure, I don't
Well,
understand.
It seems dishonest, man. It seems like you're just trying to stand on the fence, right? To not be held in any deep discussion upon anything where you can be caught upon anything. You could just sit back and play the skeptical role.
Why should anyone be boxed in, Dicelo? Like,
I agree. If you know what, if he's honest with his position, I can respect that. I really.
Well,
can.
hold on, Rams. Why are you white knighting for eggshells right now? Dicelo said he's never been to the edge. He doesn't know what the edge is. And he still continued to question him on it. And then he turns around and says, I don't know about something. And that's fair for him to do that.
So my model, here's the difference between the two. I think it's a fair point you raise, hypotenuse. The difference between the two is the edge of the universe. I don't make any claims about it. It's not a part of my model. It's not a part of my worldview. It's not something I try to propagate or present to people. I'm totally unaware of that.
It has to exist, though, eggshells. Though it has to be something you address somehow. Otherwise, you just say, okay, we start in a position in space, and let's forget about where that is.
Hypothesize.
You have no
all
position.
I can do is hypothesize.
You have no position, Harry.
If I was presenting to somebody that I was a I don't know what it would even sound like, but somebody whose worldview depended upon the edge of the universe, then when somebody said describe the edge of the universe, I would do so. Right? When I said describe the flat earth to Dicelo, who I assume is a flat earther, and he invoked the edge, there is one side, not one edge is higher than the other, and I asked him to describe it, it wasn't there.
Yeah, I said I gave you the answer of water. I don't know exactly where the edge ends or where it starts, but I can tell you that water meets the edge, and if water's flat across, then I would be willing to assume the surface is going to match that parallel. Also, is space-time bendy?
I've got no idea.
And just
you don't know about that?
And just to steelman the water argument real quick, isn't it a logical assumption based on the behavior of water that if we have water here and it is flat, like there's some kind of something keeping it here?
Yeah, there's nothing illogical about that assumption. I don't think you can have logical premises that lead to a false conclusion.
It's a
Right,
realistic.
but that's the beginning of the scientific, like you said. You start the hypothesis and you move forward, right?
It's just that the criticism to that claim is, have you tested it over significant distances, controlling for variables? Like one of the variables is size, another variable is refraction. And if you have tested it over significant distances and controlled for the effects of refraction, and you still were finding that you were unable to falsify it, and you were doing it in a falsifiable way, not just counting your hits and discarding your misses, then yeah, you'd be onto something. And that would be reasonable.
Or we could actually stand at the outer perimeter of what we know as the known world and see where the edge is, right?
Oh.
That would sort of solidify it, wouldn't it? Actually, someone standing at the edge, right?
Have you ever seen Earth curve with your own two
Hang
eyes?
on a
H. Shells?
second. Like, can we just get like one of those moments where somebody actually acknowledges something that's real?
You're right. Sorry, go ahead, man.
You know, like when
Lay it
you're
on 'em.
standing at the edge, Harry, like how are you going to discount that too? Somebody actually standing at the edge?
Oh, if I saw somebody standing at the edge, that would go a long way to making me think that you guys were
What
probably
would
on
you
this.
expect to see?
What would I expect to see? I would expect to see like a sort of fairly harsh geometric edge up against space, or something that looked like space, or a container or something like that, or
Oh, okay. So you think the flat Earth's in space?
No. Sorry, I don't mean space. I mean like the night sky or whatever the dome is, or like something that is this realm that it suddenly crosses into not this realm anymore, or the edge of the Earth. You know, I don't know what it would look like, but that's one of the conceptions in my mind. You know, it goes ground, ice, and then it suddenly goes dome, right, with stars in the dome.
Okay.
So that would yeah.
Nice.
We can only speculate about that. I mean, who's been there to explore it properly? Really,
It sounds like Paige has a question. You're coming a little muffled.
explore it properly. Really,
It sounds like Paige has a question. You're coming a little muffled, Paige, but go ahead and try again.
No, sorry, I didn't have a question.
Oh,
anyway, I've been talking enough. I can pass over to somebody else. I've been clogging up the airways enough.
Well, I think everyone's interested to talk with you because you sound like you're reasonable, and so that's a good quality.
well, it's an interesting question. You know, what's at the edge of either the heliocentric universe or flat Earth? You know, what's beyond the physical realm? You know, and what's at the edge, and what sort of barrier is there, if any?
Maybe.
Well, why would we ever send out cameras to find out? Why would we ever do that? Why would we ever want videos of it out there? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
It's more fun to speculate, right? And live in imagination and fantasy. People don't like reality. It's boring.
It feels like Merle, you and Donna are agreeing with this at the moment. I think it is a great question, right? We don't we want to know what's there?
Absolutely.
No, lie our whole life.
Of course not. We just want to stay in the mystery and never find out.
you're not-
Just turn the lights off.
Are you joking? You're
being
joking at the
sarcastic.
moment, though, Merle, right?
Being
Yeah, I thought so.
sarcastic.
I thought so. I had to check though. Because that's
Yeah,
one of the
like-
things I'd said a while back, which is if I was a flat earther, wild horses couldn't stop me from going to try and find this edge. I would try and probably pour most of my life into trying to find the edge.
But that's the assumption that there is an edge.
Sure. Yeah. We would be testing that assumption. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
none of
that's
us have spent the last 5
it's
years
there,
thinking
hey,
about this
right?
every day either. Yeah.
I'm not fully hearing you when you speak. Sorry, Paige.
Yeah, sorry, Paige.
Was that bad?
Yeah.
It's kind of.
It's pretty bad.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to be careful though, Harry, because you can quite easily go insane obsessing about it too much.
Well, it just do so much for the whole debate, in my mind.
Yeah.
It'd just be a fundamental paradigm shift in everything. There's sort of no realm of life that discovery would not touch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you how I see it, Roddy. It ain't that big of a deal. Like, you know how the
Really?
scientists are constantly reworking the outer space stuff as they supposedly dig deeper and figure out more,
Yeah.
right? So, like, if it was some flat earth shit with like the fucking whatever military cover up or whatever, it would just be like that same phenomenon, just a little bit closer to home. You know, it'd be like the scientists they just figured out it was, it was flat or whatever. Like, even though they thought they knew, they do that all the fucking time. All the time they switch what they figure out and learn new thing. Or
It seems like a fairly small.
They'd have to make a fall guy or something. Some group of crazy people in the administration from, I don't know, 60 years ago that have been working their powers, ever since to keep this secret from the rest of the government and scientific community and everything like that.
Yeah, because I think there'd be revolution in the streets. Like, because you would suddenly be like, well, I'm not catching a plane anywhere anymore. Those fucking guys have been lying to me. A whole bunch of people with physicists and their families turning around going, what is it you've been up to, you cheeky bastard?
Nah. Business as usual, bro.
You reckon?
No big deal. Not even a blink of the eye, bro.
Yeah,
Especially after this past 5 years of desensitization. Bro. I mean, come on.
Yeah, maybe.
Nah, I don't know. You could be right too.
Yeah, if somebody could actually explore do the cartography of the Earth in a flat Earth context and actually see what it looks like, then that would be great. Find out where these edges are and what can we learn from them? What can we discover?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to sort of go back to there'd be such discoveries to be made in terms of ether and physics and, what is this downward force?
It was interesting when you were conceptualizing it that you said the edge and then space.
Yeah, I sort of mean like I know the conception of space is fake, but what I mean is like black sky and stars, be it on a dome or in a void of emptiness or whatever.
But during the day, it's blue.
Yeah, I just think that's one of the
day. Why would you expect to see black?
I think that's one of the main things. Like, the Earth being in the universe it's the main sort of way people,
What's
imagine.
in your head? What's in your head if you got there, Mel?
Better?
Yeah, it's better.
A lot of better.
Volume. Yeah. Okay.
It is a bit better, but not huge. What's in your head, Mel?
I
if you were standing at the edge?
tiny bit. I can do.
I just see it more like like when you get in a high rise and you can go 1, 2, like in the elevator.
Yeah.
And then you hit ground, G. I think that's what the Earth is. It's the ground. So there isn't any, and then there's just the basement. So a bit Tolkien, I guess. Underworld, that's the basement. Ground is the Middle Earth, and then you just got the sky or the astral plane, the heavens. I think it's 3. I don't think it's really complex. I think there's definitely a metaphysical aspect, supernatural. I think magic's real, all that stuff. That's another conversation.
Is one of the ancient cosmologies match up with what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm more that way of thinking. I think the modern paradigm will be shown a bunch of math special effects.
We'll go over the back chat, Merle. Look in the chat, Merle. I put a diagram that shows the building where everyone can walk up the building and be on the top of the building and supported by gravity, as well as walking up the side of the building is supported by the spherical gravity, as well as walking on the other side of the building being supported by gravity all at the same time. And I have the arrows to prove it.
Yeah.
So,
That's good.
I mean, Now, why is this not happening on the sphere?
Well, it's interesting to think about, like what you guys were just talking about a minute ago about, is the Earth in the universe? Meaning, like the idea of a globe that's within some huge universe thing, or is the Earth the universe? Meaning, is the Earth like the plane that we're on, the surface that we're on, and the sky? Is this the universe? Like we're actually in it, rather than
yes,
this is it. This is it, rather than just being some little speck within something that's outside of us.
It's it.
Yeah, spot on.
Yeah, it is.
I
It.
think that's spot on. Yeah.
Same.
I was actually thinking that exact thing just a minute ago.
It's it. It's a song. Also.
That's why I say when people ask, like, what's at the edge of the flat Earth, then I say, well, what's at the edge of space? Because whatever your answer is, it's going to be, my answer is going to be, something similar.
Well, that's why I'm asking where the edge of gravity can contain like mountains of water or mountains of air or like weird shapes of air or what. Like if gravity can hold Earth as a potato.
I'm not sure what happened then.
I think you might have cut out that, Mark.
The water should follow it. If the Earth follows a gravity potato, divots pull in and out and points and mountains and stuff, right? Why wouldn't water and air follow the same features? Come on now, come back.
That's the thing, Demok. In the heliocentric model, you've got this magical force pulling everything to the center of the ball. And if you have that,
where's that at? That's what I'm saying.
That's what on the outside edge would follow the same curved
That's my
path.
point. Exactly. So we should have mountain pointed like portions of water. We should have hills of water, cliffs of water, cliffs of air, points of air, mountains of air. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, everything should follow in alignment. So if you have a mountain, the air should follow it accordingly, the gradient and everything, since everything's holding it to the central point of the sphere of the gravity. You know what I mean?
Not quite following.
No, don't understand.
If I have a mountain, I should have a 10-foot pile of air on top of the mountain. Now, on top of that mountain, going down from that mountain, everything else should follow. I should have the whatever pile of air going down from that to be across the surface. So whatever area deviates across the surface of dirt, the air should follow because it's in lockstep. So the water should follow also, and so should the air. Now, do you get what I'm saying? So if I've got a potato, the air should be the potato shape. If I've got a sphere, the air should be a sphere shape. If I've got a triangle and the Earth's a triangle, they're telling you the air is a triangle shape. Now, do you understand? Does that help you? Because of gravity.
I don't know
So
what
whatever
potato shape there would
What
look
he's
like.
saying, he's saying the air, if it's covering the Earth, surrounding the Earth, whatever shapes the Earth's not a perfect sphere. It has mountains, all this other type of stuff. He's saying that the air should be following the Earth. So in places like Mount Everest, the air should be just as much higher there as it is, somewhere else. But it doesn't work like that. So if like the Mount Everest is 5 feet above sea level, then the atmosphere a mile above Mount Everest should be the same as the atmosphere a mile above sea level.
Well, yeah, it's almost like gravity's saying conform to me, conform to the geoid. Hey presto, now the atmosphere is geoid shaped because it's comporting to the dimensions of the Earth, and it has to suck around the Earth and give it a nice warm blanket and keep it safe so we can all breathe. But it's bullshit. But to come back to what Gio was saying about the Earth being the universe, I mean, that's what's interesting about heliocentrism and Carl Sagan's emotional kind of speeches, that every person lives on that little pale blue dot, really the center stage attraction is the universe in their model. We're just a small little bit of, a pale blue dot, right, in the universe. But when you put Earth, well, just when you put Earth center stage, doesn't that seem to invigorate something even in people's imagination that, like, wow, like, where are we? We're in this physical realm that we don't really know much about. We think we know because we've been told a lot about it. But
do you remember hearing those quotes from those early scientists that were like frightened at the idea that the Earth was at the center?
Frightened?
Yeah, they talked about it as being like an extremely uncomfortable. What was the word they used? Undesired or something.
Right.
Yeah. They were uncomfortable with the idea that we were at the center and that the Earth was a special sort of place in terms of the universe.
I don't know why people would sort of arrive at that conclusion. I mean, again, Gio said something earlier as well, that potentially we're not the apex predator here, and we're potentially in something else's, like, we're a pet in the alien zoo, if you will. That's a possibility. That could cause fear. That would frighten some people, knowing that we're an art project for the aliens. But
yeah, I mean, that is one idea that we're, that thing. But I was more just referring to just entities that may be on this plane with us that are taking advantage of the human race, like another race or another species or another type of being that is
maybe even ancient beings that have been here for a long time.
Oh, they by necessity have to be fairly ancient, wouldn't they? I would think.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of referring to the idea that ancient civilizations were the really, really ancient ones were actually more advanced in a lot of ways than we thought they were. They're often talked of as not being as advanced as we are, and I think that there potentially may have been many instances of civilizations in the long forgotten past that were quite advanced, much more so than we are today, but in different ways.
Wouldn't there be archaeological evidences of that, though?
No, possibly not.
I mean, like a hard drive is going to be, like a car, for example, is going to be recognizable in 10,000 years.
Well, some of the stone megalithic structures are interesting evidence, because there are many of those that we still really can't quite explain how they were erected or made or cut. Even
I mean, like this
today's technology.
Well, the Sphinx and like the pyramid are cool for ancient cultures, but there's nothing like a Burj Khalifa or World Trade Center or Large Hadron Collider, something like an enormous feat of engineering. Something that obviously stands out, because a pyramid you could imagine somebody thousands, millions of years ago. Because I mean, I'm open to the idea that there were ancient societies that were possibly more intelligent than us. I'm open to that idea, but I wouldn't subscribe to it without the evidence first, because I don't know, I haven't really come across any that suggests that they're more advanced than we were.
Well, from an idea, well, from a concept that we live like on a playing field of some sort, like in one way or another, like that we're on a plane of existence, and within this plane, you know, we are humans, and there's obviously animals and insects and other types of creatures like that. But if we're on this surface, really anything is possible in terms of other types of entities that could also be here and that could be, you know, taking advantage of humans for whatever agenda that they may have. Now, where they came from, where we come from, I mean, those are all deep questions to consider in terms of, are we more ancient than them? Are they more ancient than us? Do we come from the same place? Do we come from different places?
How come the mathematical technology isn't follow? How come the mathematical technology and formula don't follow the physics? Like, so we have orbital mechanics, we have centers of gravity, we have mass attracting mass, we have trajectories of rockets that can slingshot, but we don't use any of this like for building. We don't use any of this for surveying. We don't use any of it for architecture.
We use all that stuff. We use all that stuff for those things.
Where do you use the offset center of gravity the way a sphere would hold it, or something else?
Well, orbits, like you said, I mean, we put things in orbit in order to surveil. I mean, there's
and not care about direction at all.
That's the reason they.
What are you talking about? You just say the word orbits? Is that what you said?
Just quickly, as to what Kosho said earlier about the Burj Khalifa or whatever, that building in Dubai, comparing it to the Sphinx or pyramids, it's the intent behind the building that's much more interesting. I mean, the Burj Khalifa is just a bunch of rich dudes trying to make a shitload of money, making something really opulent.
Where did they have an orbiting building on Earth that orbits another building? Where do you have the little office orbiting the big office, Kosho? I haven't seen that yet. Come back to me. Come back to me when you have the people walking up the wall. That's pretty simple, right? I mean, like in displaying the stuff that you claim, like claiming this happens on a sphere in this directional way, which doesn't matter of direction because of gravity, because the center of the sphere, so direction doesn't matter, right? The center of the sphere will totally negate whatever direction in your idea of your relativity. So therefore, F your relativity and your direction and what you think or care about it, gravity would totally take that out. It wouldn't matter anymore. So now in the gravitational physical reality of a sphere, you should be able to walk up the sides of a building and watch your buddy walk up the other side, literally. Why are we not doing this? I've got the schematics. I've got it drawn right there. There's a sphere. There's a building on the sphere. Clearly, there's little dots walking up and down each side and standing on top. No problem. Gravity helps each individual person do what it has to do to stay where it's at and walk just fine.
How do the guys on the bottom of the building keep from falling down onto the ground?
How does what?
How do the people on that bottom side of the building not fall down towards the earth?
Gravity. I don't know. Gravity, man. You have to ask gravity that question.
He's pointing is towards
only
the
gravity knows the answer to that.
Well, I mean, there is an effect that, things that fall down to the earth. I mean, the physics, you throw a football, I mean, that's all real. In terms of that part of it, that's the real physics that we all experience and work with and live with every day. However, that effect has been extrapolated into a larger cosmological theory that we're on a ball, and then that effect is clinging things to a ball. So that's a whole nother part of it. But I mean, the actual effect itself just is what it is. And I don't have any problem accepting that if the Earth was a globe and if that force did what they claim it did, maybe we could live on a ball in some theoretical reality. I don't think that's what's happening, but I can understand why they believe it in a sense, at least to some degree. I don't think it all works fully, but it at least is a concept. I mean, you can create a video game where things are all clinging to a ball, you know, so it's a possible reality if the Force did that, and there would have to be other things that would have to work as well that
If we
don't.
were on a ball, then we would need a force like that to keep things from flying off.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they've done. I mean, they've taken the physics that we all live with here and then have extrapolated that into this.
Into meaning all sorts of other things.
Yeah, and created this kind of theory of gravity. So it's kind of it's a good trick in that way. It's almost like some magicians do this. They take something real, like something that you might be seeing that looks real, but then there's a trick involved. So it's sort of taking that's why it's usually a good trick, because you can, oh, look at that, I saw it with my own eyes, but there's a trick underneath it. So they're taking this thing like, oh yeah, physics, everything's falling towards the earth. You throw a football, it falls towards the earth. So then when there's all of a sudden this explanation that everything's clinging to a ball, somehow that passes in people's mind because there's something that seems like they can verify. And even though they can't really verify the larger picture of it all, they can at least verify enough of it to, I suppose, pass through their, filters enough to believe it. If there's an authority that's also pushing it and a bunch of other people that are pushing it, it seems like they've gotten people to jump on board with it.
A lot of it comes from trying to explain the movements of the sun, right? And that's why we're spinning and on a ball, and because we can't think. Well, I don't know. People haven't thought of other ways that the sun could be moving, or
I would say they tested the other ways and they all failed.
I thought of a lot of ways it could
Falsified
be
the
moving.
others.
You want me to draw out the ways that I've already thought or pattern that the sun could be moving? It's an eyeball pattern, an elliptical pattern, almost like an eyeball, but a little different, almost like an egg. It could be going in like a stop sign pattern above us. I don't think it's going all the way around us in an orbital fashion at all, like going around. I think it's going around over the surface area. It's not going like around, in my opinion. But it could be doing.
I can understand why people believe, can envision the idea of us being on a ball when they see the sun set, and the sun rise in the morning, in the evening, because it's a way to explain how the sun goes away without, still lighting up where we are. And
yeah, but a wrong way to explain stuff isn't going to help you go to. I mean, that's not helping me.
Yeah, I can understand too. I mean, also, like when you look up around, it kind of does look a little bit spherical sometimes, meaning like what I mean by that. Sorry, I'm not talking about like the surface curving. I'm just saying that it's sort of like we're in our own little domed area. Like if you're just out in the world somewhere, you kind of look up over there, look over there. It almost looks like you're maybe within a dome or something. Now, I'm not saying a huge dome of a flat Earth. I'm not really saying that. I'm also not saying that there is a dome. I'm just saying that it in a way, if you just point to the sun, it kind of looks like it's curving up, coming in, curving up and going down. So in some ways,
you're talking about what some people sometimes describe as every individual's personal sort of dome of vision.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That personal, the personal atmospheric dome kind of a concept. Yeah, your field of view or your dome of vision. Now, if that's happening on a flat surface, like if you have a huge extended plane and you're just a little tiny, ant on that plane, it will look like that as well. Like it's going to look like you have your own field of vision. And then as things, even if they're circling above a much larger plane, it's going to look like they're coming in and moving out. You can even do this, like there's a couple different ways to recreate this, but you can do like a pan, like take like a dish pan, like a frying pan, put water in it and then put soap in it and a bunch of bubbles. And then if you take a light and circle it up around, you're going to see that the light is going to be rising and setting within each of those little bubbles. So it's sort of like each of those little field of view bubbles, even though they're on flat water, in your frying pan, it's gonna look like that sun is moving, rising and falling sort of within those little bubbles. Another way, like the idea of like or like a basketball court where you have a bunch of cups on it, 3 feet away, a bunch of cups. And so, each cup can only see its own little field of view area. So if you circle something above it, it's going to look like, to you, it's going to look like, oh yeah, something comes in and it went up and over you and then it left and went out.
Yeah.
You see the little diagrams I drew? Can be different ones. Like you got the different ideas of the analemma, smaller, bigger, like the little figure 8. You got the idea of an eyeball pattern that can go above your head. It can be like a stop sign pattern. It can be like just like almost like a spherical idea of a pattern, but it's slightly different. Just different ideas or concepts. I think there's a reason that you get the idea of the analemma. I don't think it really makes that design. I think that's just how it appears, you know what I mean, in your perspective, if that makes sense.
I think it makes that because as the sun is circling on the inner Tropic of Cancer, the inner ring, that's why the analemma has that smaller region.
With the distance away from you and how it makes it bigger. Yeah, exactly. So it has to do with perspective in a way.
And then when it goes out, all the way out to the Tropic of Capricorn, that's where it makes that bigger loop. So that's why
I was thinking
small loop and the big loop. Yeah, because it's either on the inner or the outer, and it's making that pattern.
Right. The real key, Jill, would probably be the North and the South Pole. I mean, if the sun actually does go all the way around and it can be seen for 24 hours, the actual sun physically itself, be seen for whatever it is. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying, if you can see it and you see it for the 24 hours in the North and the South, then I have a weird idea for that. Now, if you can't, then that says something else. You know what I mean? If you can't see it in 24 hours in both and only in one, then that says something itself,
Like that chart I just posted shows how, when it's up at the Tropic of Cancer versus Capricorn, how it's tighter, much tighter and smaller when it's up at the Tropic of Cancer. So that makes sense in terms of it being on a tighter ring on the inside, like sort of like an AE type map. And then when it makes that huge loop on the outer side, when it goes out for the North's winter, it's making that much, much more broad, swath across the Earth.
Right.
And the moon does it as well. There's a lunar.
It could be faster as well, right?
I think so. Yeah, the ground speed would have to be faster, but the rotational speed would be the same. Yeah, but it would be covering more ground and perhaps at a different altitude as well.
Well, I mean, we have only a certain amount of light in the winter versus summer, right? Like the idea of day, the amount of day we have to work with. So, I mean, it does do with the amount of time.
Yep, for sure. There's also the lunalemma.
Now, if you guys are talking actual degrees, then I don't know, because the time that we can't see the sun or moon, like what, I mean, what are they doing then?
Because there's the lunalemma as well, like the analemma for the moon, which makes it once every 28 days, it'll make one of those. Which makes sense when it's, in it moves from the Tropic of Cancer out to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the Tropic of Cancer once every month. And it makes that lunalemma, whereas the sun does that every year, makes the analemma.
And the sun and the moon make that pattern, and most of the other stars make that pattern too then, right?
The wandering stars, yeah, like Mercury, Venus, yeah, what they call the planets. Yeah, they'll make their own version of that as well in different time periods, though. Yeah, but they all do
So
that.
how many actual? I'm sorry to cut y'all. How many actual stars do we have that are like a set star, like Polaris? Like set and fixed for where they're at, don't move. Like
billions, man, billions.
We have billions of set stars that do not move.
Pretty much all of them, except for the wandering stars, right? For the 8 or 9 planets that they talk about, and the sun. Pretty
So
much
everything else is basically in a lockstep, is what you're saying, besides the wandering ones.
Yeah, I think so.
So why would it be so hard to follow that as a fucking set pattern and not be in some chaotic, goofy, just, you know, that to me, that is, I mean, to try to get chaos from that, it's just weird, right?
Well, that's one of the arguments I used to bring up was, how come the stars don't look different every 6 months? Shouldn't we be looking at a completely different sky every 6 months?
It is changing. There's if he's ever on, it's very interesting chatting to him. But the stars do have proper motion. It's just while they're moving at extraordinary speeds, they are also moving at that speed a long way from us. So they look close to stationary. But if you get a chance, Chronic, he gets time to use the Hubble telescope to track what's apparently called the proper motion of stars. So the star charts are actually changing. It's just happening at such an incredibly slow speed. It doesn't really it's not really noticeable to us on Earth.
I don't think they're actually watching any. I think they're putting a set pattern for you. I think all the stuff has been basically a lined out set pattern for you, and it fucks your mind up really, and it sets this idea of orbital rotation and like everything has to be going around you in an orbit around you, underneath you, and around you, and like it. To me, no, I don't think it's following that. I don't think it's following.
For sure. Well,
yeah, you're on a sphere, and these things are going exactly from the point of view to where you see them from your head, and they go around from underneath your feet and come back. And no, I don't think they're doing that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a very. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say it is very interesting. It's like a cosmological spatial test or a cosmological spatial awareness. What I meant test is like to consider which one is actually happening, and
the paradigm.
Exactly, and on some fundamental level, it is spatial awareness. Even though we don't think about that in terms of, oh, I'm just a little human, and then whatever we might believe, people believe what's on TV or what quote unquote the scientists tell them. But what about just on the fundamental level of, I am a human standing on this earth. What is the actual real spatial coordinates around me? Is the sun, moon, and stars truly above me the way it appears and the way that I always see it? Or is it actually like Demok just said, is it actually curving down, going upside down, up around you, in some huge, like the way they, they're going to claim in their model. It's fundamentally different. It's fascinating to think, if we see it philosophically that there is one that's true and one that's false, meaning not some kind of simulation where, you're on a globe and I'm on a plane, stationary plane kind of thing, but that there is an actual reality. Just like if we're standing in a room together, we all agree, yep, we're standing in the room. The floor is made of wood, in that sense. In the same way, the larger world, that it is actually something that fundamental spatial awareness, if it's not a globe and it's not actually turning down around under us, is such a massive deception. Like, what kind of energy does that take away from people to do that? People always ask, why would they lie? That would be stripping a massive amount of energy by just completely confusing people of the actual spatial awareness component.
It's like putting a frame. Have you ever took like a picture frame just to frame itself and put it up to like stars or put it up to stuff, and then like just a square frame instead of a rounded idea of something? and just seeing, you know, what it looks like.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it is. Life is sort of like a frame in a sense. Yeah, like we see out of our eyes. It is sort of like the world is framed in that sense. But yeah, how did they get so many people to be convinced that stars are underneath their feet? Like, if they're fundamentally not, how did they do that? It's pretty intense.
Well, people are so preoccupied trying to survive and compete against each other and find a relationship and buy a house and, you know, go on holidays and, you know, all these personal things. And, you know, they're not really that interested ultimately.
Well, that's certainly true. Yeah, the modern day has distracted people to a profound level to where, yeah, they're just struggling so much to get by. And then, of course, the television and everything that's created. I mean, even just thinking about it, you know, let's say in 1892, how many people really thought the Earth was a globe? If you were to walk around in 1892 with a microphone and a video camera and just ask people what the Earth was, do you really think a lot of them would say, oh, yeah, we're on a globe and it's like 4,000-mile radius and we're spinning and whirling through this? Like, you think anyone would have really said that? You know, like,
oh, of course, all of them.
I don't think so at all. I think it's completely the opposite. I think the only people thinking that was the deceptive, quote unquote, science people, the fake science version that was being pushed. And it was amongst a small group of people. Because what we know is mainstream science now, they've made whatever they want mainstream.
I mean, I'd like to see the chart of when the percentage went from like probably high density thinking that it was flat and then starting to shift and then going the other way. I'd love to see the timeline on the shift. 100 years ago, I don't know, bro. I mean, you know, it'd be less, but who knows, man? Like, what do y'all think for real? Like 80%? Like, what do you think for real?
What?
Like, how many have been, from your perspective, you'd say how many would have been brainwashed by 1892? Right.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, no, it's interesting to think about. I mean, have you heard about like the protests like in the 1920s that were going on, like the flat earth protests? That was happening then. They shut it all down with World War II. And now they're shutting it down with you know what.
I know, dude.
Boom.
Dude.
I mean, what happened right after World War II? You know, I mean, Globe and NASA and rockets. I mean, that was just a arm wrestling takeover.
At the same time that the Antarctic Treaty was signed, funnily enough.
Exactly. Yeah, so many weird things happened after World War II. Like there was this Education Act, I believe it was 1957, that basically homogenized all first world education under one authority. And so once that Education Act was passed, and then you've got the invention of NASA, or the creation of NASA, which, what is that, as a 59? And then the United Nations came together at that time as well, the Antarctic Treaty. I mean, it's just like, what? All that happened right then, and then boom, right into the 60s, which was an extremely revolutionary period. So clearly, like, there was a lot of kickback even happening then as well. But yeah, that's a lot of huge changes at that time.
1957
you asked about
the International Geophysical Year. So they did all this exploration in Antarctica, and they did all these science experiments all over the world.
I was going to say, you asked about, what percentage of people, believed all this shit in like 1892. And the truth is that coming in to the 1900s, most of the scientists, most of the physicists, they were Maxwellians, which means they held to the ether theory. So, I mean, this is, you know, as far as like relativity is concerned, that's still pretty new.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And then they brought in, there was also the sinking of the Titanic, which is a whole event. And one of the, because the Federal Reserve was created right after that. So not to go on that whole topic, but there's a very interesting component as well. And so that was a big shift. And once the Federal Reserve became what it is, they had full financial control. So at that point, they were able to control the medicine, the science, and all of these different fields to create what they created. So the 1920s was Einstein and working, you know, to get all of those theories and agendas and components together to push that. And then, of course, the Great Depression hit. So that was a period of, you know, complete economic fallout and just a complete reset. And then right after that, World War II, and then right into NASA, United Nations, then the television, and then the moon landings. And by that point, they had convinced pretty much everyone that they actually were on a spinning globe. Not everyone on the whole Earth, but certainly like everyone in pretty much every first and second world country at that time.
I've always speculated that it kind of came out right when the television was sort of on its way in. So like say in the 20s and 30s. And I've always thought about the idea of like this electromagnetic theory of how actually they've been using televisions basically for mind control. So they timed it right when the television was coming out. And so it kind of interlock, you know, and then after World War II, everyone was kind of digesting everything and sort of like in shambles. And it was kind of like this perfect time basically for the television to come out in a sense. So it kind of introduced that trance state, you know. It was a funny time, but if you go deeper and deeper into that, like the metaphysics of like the television, it's basically what it's doing. It's kind of channeling, and what they call it channels and programming and everything. So it's basically channeling spirits basically into the observer. And so it's so now I'm thinking this, man, it's just like it's such a like convoluted sort of like community of just people just like with all of these like attached, I think like metaphysical spirits sort of like on people. And so what they're doing is like they've actually kind of made like this gridlock system basically with school and like the television. It's just like no one can think now basically because of the introduction of all this stuff. And I mean it happened, a lot of it, the science of it, you know, obviously happened in the 1800s, and they used a lot of, you know, a lot of the experiments from, I believe, you know, like observing basically, you know, people as, you know, they did this, you know, they were watching the television basically, and they would observe the electrostatic phenomenon that was coming from the television and everything, and they kind of like deduced like all of these different ideas coming from it, and then it just kind of transpired, obviously. And what they do too is, you know, oddly enough, is like, so you know, the refresh rate on your television screen or your computer screen, it's actually set to a certain, you know, timing, and I think it's like 60 hertz. You know, basically, it's like, and that's obviously like they did that for a reason, I think, and they've actually found out that the human eye is actually timed basically at that same sort of like rate as well, of, you know, just it's like a refresh rate basically on the eye and the pupil and the lens as you're looking at the screen and everything. So it's like it's basically weaponizing the television to your mind basically. So I don't know if that's kind of far out there, but I think that's kind of what
sounds pretty interesting. I'm listening.
So yeah, if you want to get into that sort of I don't know, arena.
Yeah, I'm in any arena you got. So go ahead, and if that's all you got, cool. But if you got more to say, keep going, man.
That's it. Yeah.
No, I do agree. Yeah, that's there's to television, yeah, and even tele, which comes from telepathic. And there's ways in which when they first started deciphering how to use or how to create images with electricity, basically, it was being used originally as a way to communicate with, the spirit world and essentially dark entities, like evil entities. So they were trying to use this technology to access those entities more directly. And so there's definitely something to the frequency and the way that they've created that, to where now the television is, in a sense, a connection to that demonic world, which is why it's so convincing and has, literally possessed people. Like even the whole reason people think they're on a globe is because of that television showing what looks like a spherical planet to them. So it's like,
that's it. That's basically is it. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of deep history to that, and
it's mimicking like basically your pineal gland or whatever you got going on in like your dream, your whatever your mind is that tells you anything. It just mimics that.
Yeah, and perhaps they have other devices that they've used in like MK Ultra. Like they may actually have devices that can do that as well. But the television, I'm saying it was just developed from some of that kind of work and research. What it is now is, yeah, like you were saying, it's a specifically tuned, with the refresh rates that are used and the tubes and all of that to be what it is. And then of course, I do think there's a component to that, like the actual frequency.
The Hadron Collider is a bigger version of that, and the CERN is an offset thing of that also. They want to see what happens with like big liquids and it's like certain liquids and like the reaction of like the amounts on a bigger scale, like what happens inside our brain on a bigger scale.
These things do affect, exactly. They affect the brain, and if one views the world that we have a soul that's connected to spirit worlds within the brain, or somehow that it's connected, then changing the brain can change our connection in that way too. And like the difference between the 440 and the 432 hertz.
Right. If you can tune in with that certain thought frequency and push out a thought, and it can be put, received or transmitted to someone else, then that's what they want.
Yeah, they're trying to push their message. Exactly. Yeah, it's like they're trying to use some technology that has a minimally telepathic quality to it, somewhat minimal, that when you then add it with all the images of everything they put on TV and have put on TV, it's in a sense like one of their, most, it's like at the top of their list for mind control, essentially, like one of the tools that they've used for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the key things would be, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying that a lot of stuff came out of that sort of field too, of like you were saying, like MK Ultra stuff and like observing, basic it's like a observing like people and like through walls basically. So what they did is like telepathic basically, and they obviously the observer couldn't see the person behind it and everything. They would just basically do tests for telepathy and things like that.
Well, the idea of transmitting thought, right, or transmitting something from you, out of you, from a liquid, through like electrical continuity to something else. What has the ability to transfuse through other objects other than hydrogen or like helium? So, in an aspect, the same way your vocal cord can get higher and be released at a higher rate, your vocal cord can be released through a higher rate through helium. Maybe a thought can be, proposed or pushed through a higher rate through helium or hydrogen or something. Adrenaline, maybe. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the connections in the mind, basically. Sometimes the medium, I think sometimes they don't even need a medium to be transmitted. It's just basically the minds are just working basically in tandem in a certain field, basically. And so the medium is, the medium is just the mind, in a sense. It's there, and it doesn't need anything. It doesn't need to go through there. It's just all kind of a program, sort of.
kind of like your feelers, like your mind of feeling what you interpret through thought or whatever, like, right? You know what I mean? Like what you perceive around you. I don't know. It's hard to put in words.
Yeah. I think there was like a study where they had like pictures they were shown. And so I think it was, they were shown like it was like 300 or something pictures, and like the person was drawing, and she was drawing her husband basically. And then basically the other person like duplicated about like roughly, I think, like a third of them somehow. And for some reason they were kind of like in the same area, but they didn't see the pictures somehow. So it was, I mean, that's more of like a real close kind of like telepathic sort of like test. But there's also long distance telepathy, as well. And so it kind of throws that in there, like how far can you actually be, in touch with that, that person that you're doing the test with.
Right. Does the thought have to leave when one enters? Does one have to enter when one leaves? Does it have to be like a cup of soup, half empty, half full type of thing? Or does it always have to be full? So I have this much thought in my head, and whenever I push one's being pulled in, like a magnetic effect to like keep it at an equilibrium. Like, how does that work in a way? Like,
yeah, there's a lot of telepathic ways of explaining it, basically, I think. And yeah, it gets into like, there's obviously no like, I guess, correct way to explain telepathy. So I mean,
but the real question is, what can exude a thought or a frequency through the other stuff? I mean, frequency itself does that, right? It's like a superconductor or super fluid, right? Because it can go in and out and through things. It can absorb and shock you, or you know what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, we do have light. I mean, thoughts are transmitted through light in the mind, basically, and like, people have experiences of light leaving their mind. They see it, their eyes, and like the whole room kind of just glows, just like radiates. So it could be a light sort of sensory projection out into the room or whatever observing basic field that you're in that's containing the light, I think. But yeah, that's more of like a closer, more local telepathic phenomenon. And obviously there's like dream phenomenons as well, where somebody will have the same dream as the next person, and then they call each other and oh man, that's so crazy, I had the same dream. It's how does that get explained? Like, is it being transmitted through the field, or is that actually just in the dream state basically, and their minds are just kind of entangled with each other and kind of in a different sort of dimension, in a sense, just in different, I guess, consciousness.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you have the same dream as somebody else on the same night, are you both having that same dream in your own heads? Are you having it outside in that dream state you're talking about? Are you in one or the other head, right? And you're kind of touching upon like the idea of, do we perceive reality or do we create reality with our thoughts, right?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. It's more like, how do you explain these events? Because I mean, the local observers of these events are not going to be like, yeah, I found out that this and that is happening, like to each other. It's like, I believe it's like a very, it's a very common phenomenon, but it's not very well expressed. So it's hard to.
it's like you're an empty balloon of charge, like you're free of charge, like for the idea of thought and stuff, and just like awareness and stuff, and then it's always gonna go into you. I don't know. It's weird.
Where is reality?
What's the limit on your ability to take stuff in or think or to hold information?
Well, yeah, I mean, what is it? We're just being expressed. It's just light and shape, basically. and touch, smell and senses a little bit. That's basically all reality is, in a sense. It's just.
Have you guys ever noticed when you do something like that, you do second nature, if you focus on that task, like it almost becomes more difficult when you try to focus on doing it, like something that you may not even think about doing?
Yeah, sometimes that happens. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, you don't want to fuck with the
And I get
zone.
it
I mean,
in a good way. I'm not
They're
getting
doing
it.
studies on the zone though. They trying to lock it down. Like,
There you go, kind of like what he's talking about, like being in the zone. Like athletes and stuff, they say they get in the zone where, they're just behaving naturally. They're not really, they're not thinking. They're just reacting to the moment.
It's like I think that's kind of like precognition, sort of, or like clairvoyance. It's like when you're in that state, it's like, oh, how did I know that, or how do I know this? It's like it's sort of like going back to like the third eye, sort of like when people say they have like a third eye awakening, like, oh, I know this is gonna happen. Like it just came to me, like I don't know why, but I mean, I'm just getting like this feeling that it's gonna happen, and it happens. And like I think.
Yeah, I mean that brings a deeper question, which has been on my mind like for the last whole 10 minutes I've been listening, which is like, are we fundamentally telepathic beings? Meaning the human design, the human soul, is that actually something that is inbuilt into us? Sort of like when you have like a motherboard for a computer, there's certain components that are built into it, that are there all the time, like certain onboard memory and certain components, or like you could have an onboard sound card or an onboard video card. So it's in that sense, like, do we actually have built within us these kinds of potentials? And who knows what other potential in terms of like, gaining additional knowledge or insight or spiritual, components. Of course, that gets into like mystical experiences and having very, very expansive experiences. But like, what are we really truly capable of? And because it seems like we've been, as a society, so like cornered into this one perspective of who we are, which is involved with the globe Earth and everything. So as that starts to not be the case or isn't the case, then it's like the potentials are, there's so much more possibilities of who we really are and what our potentials really are.
Seems that way, does it? Yeah, it seems like this sort of like telepathy is it's a one faction of language in a sense. We're communicating with sound, but in the same sense, there's also a brain interaction that's happening as well. And
yeah, like you're communicating. I mean, I think a lot of people feel this even during, sex, like having sex and all that. I think a lot of people do, like, because there's usually, that's a space where perhaps, I'm not trying to take it in that direction. I'm just saying that that's a space that there's sort of like higher levels of connection usually, often happening. Maybe not for everyone in the same way, but where that potential is there, which gets into like Tantra, where with a lover, you basically reach a spiritual, mystical state of like ecstasy and union, even though it's not of a physical sexual nature, it's actually more of a, on that sense. But by doing those practices, it can sort of, in some cases, like catapult those two souls into like a divine union of like pure love and bliss, which is like the goal of it.
Yeah, that's why you got to be careful about who you hang out with or hang around, and because like I guess people are sensitive, more than others, and people, relationships, and I think a lot of times people will say, it's like I was feeling great, but then I got into to the relationship with her, and now I just feel terrible, and it's.
Yeah, I don't know about that tantra. It sounds like a lousy excuse for not putting out.
I want to know how long Geo had to search for that information about the TV, because I used to tell people about that stuff a while back, and nobody believed me about the TV being connected, like with like trying to find, talk to spirits and like certain machines or idea of like mechanical instruments and stuff picking up on thought and stuff like that, or graves.
It's exactly, television. Tele comes from telepathic, and vision is vision. Like it's where, it's the roots of it.
Well, something also you were going to go into was the 432 hertz versus the 440 hertz. Like they changed the tuning of the instruments
It's not
for the
even that
tone,
though.
right? Because like they said, like so, like the original
428 or something like that is what it was, right? Like 428 megahertz,
or
right?
some different, but the original influence like negatively of human beings, I think first was in, that's why they used to call rock and roll the devil, right? Is like they figured out vibration itself. Not, I mean, the television became even more
that high
effective
pitch
because there was
frequency.
pictures, you know what I mean? Go ahead, D-Mont, my bad.
Oh no, I was gonna say the high pitch frequency over the bass and the bass over the high. That's the certain pitches over the ones that they don't implement. The ones you don't have as music. And the same with the Tesla. That's why Tesla and Marconi had certain play, and one was like whatever, and like you can catch fish when they were experimenting, and then there was no fish. And then when they stopped experimenting with that, all the fish would come back. So the high and low frequency and different hertz or different outputs are going to have a different reaction for different things or different output. Yeah, definitely.
I'm just here as a.
Yeah, have you seen that with
no,
I was gonna say.
I'm just here as a fact checker. Television doesn't come from telepathy. The prefix tele just means to communicate or information exchange between two remote points, and then you're talking
At
about
a distance. Yeah, it's relating to being at a distance.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But that's it's not coming from telepathy. It's just the prefix tele.
Well, it's the same prefix is what I meant. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't. It. I mean, the word telepathic came before television, however. So.
No, of course, yeah, but it's not coming from telepathy. They are using the same prefix. The suffix changes the context, but it.
Well, but is it? But is it or isn't or is it or isn't it? Meaning, what's the like? I understand if you read some article on Google, it's probably like. Well, actually, there are articles that talk about this as well. But where are you saying that it isn't that? Basically, that's what I'm asking.
Just common knowledge. I found a place to park, so I chimed in.
Okay. So you're saying the etymology, because I mean, yeah, telepathic comes from pathos, I believe.
Right. Depending on your prefix, depending on your suffix, you'll have a different context. In the same way that telephones came before televisions, I could make the statement televisions come from the word telephone. It's not true. You're just using a common prefix. That's all.
BioDual, did you really interrupt our incredibly profound conversation
Right.
to have a semantic
Thinking too.
argument, sir? Oh my goodness.
just locally fact checking. That's all.
Well, when I was saying it, I was talking about like my understanding of the clandestine true roots of television in terms of where it actually came from. It comes from mind control and torture techniques, actually.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I won't fact check that, but
you're probably not going to be able to.
I'm laughing
I wouldn't recommend it. You're not going to find. Well, no, actually, like there is stuff. Actually, there's CIA documents and things. I mean, there are actual reports because in MK Ultra they were using this as well. So there is actual documentation of this as well.
I'm sure they used it and have used that for that, definitely. But I don't think that that's why they created television. They just saw that was the potential way to use it to their advantage.
Exactly. Once they realized they couldn't communicate with the spirit per se, but they could communicate from box to box, then they also realized streaming shit at a certain rate through this box made you or whoever else be a fucking parrot to that box, and they loved it. Yes, you're right.
They also use electricity with torture devices, but we don't electricity to torture. It's just a device that evil people use nefariously, of course.
Well, of course, right. Especially to make trillions of dollars and to tell you what to do and hypnotize you. Right. Cheapest way to hypnotize you without being in your home. They don't have to come to your house.
But there is a connection of using televisions to try to interact with like the spirit world as well. There's documented, using it for that and trying to use different frequencies to try to accomplish that.
And today they still today in the same line, in the same aspect, try to put some type of communicated type thing on your head or communicate from your head to a device, right? That's their ultimate key goal, to say, okay, biodual, print out a pattern in your mind and it pop up on the screen, or a color and it just pop up. That's what they want to do.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Would you rather be in front of TVs all the time and monitors and living separate, or would you rather be like together, living like on a bunch of land where you can just live free, you don't have to like pay any tax to anyone, you can just build stuff and hang out, like, and make art and make music, like, meaning that, like, do any of us actually prefer all these screens, or would we actually prefer just to be free and live off the land?
I think the only reason you would need the screen is to help, like, okay, say you have a group of people who haven't done something yet. You could say, okay, look at the screen. It can give you an idea and show you some stuff to get you started on what you need to learn to do in that aspect. Other than that, it's not going to demand anything or anything crazy or put any crazy information on you. It's just going to show you steps to do stuff that you need to get done.
And it depends how you use it. I mean, if you use it to consume, good content, good information, and just, use it moderately for a bit of entertainment, then that's all right. But it's when you listen to it too much and only one sort of perspective, only getting one perspective, that's the issue. But generally, I think you're right. I think people are generally happier when they're just out living in the world, in nature.
Yeah, I think that's the human spirit, right? I mean, I think this is all forced on us in a sense, programmed for us for a reason.
We do like to get away from nature as well. So, I mean, it's a balance, right?
I would say no at this point in my life and humanity. I think just a total reset would just be amazing, just what we need. But that's going to come at a great cost, and I think it's sort of going in that direction. I don't think there's any other direction. It's either just total, just human spirit, just decimation through televisions and vaccine, whatever, and total opposite would just be, just saying, screw it, we don't need all these television screens to communicate. This is obviously not working. Something's wrong. Let's just go back and see, if we can just do something else, go back to eating organic and living off the the fruits that you grow in your garden.
Again, I just see the television as a tool of communication, and if it's good communication, then that's good.
I bet there's ways to
I'm
make
just
it safe.
more good communication, I guess.
Yeah,
It can be for warnings. It can be for, there can be, there's usefulness for anything used right.
Well, I mean, that's the original intention of the news, right? Is to keep people informed. But, I mean, it was also able to be used to shape people's opinions. But at the end of the day, if we live in a democratic society the way we do, selecting individuals to represent us in government, then we all need to be informed as to what's going on, and truthfully informed by sources we can trust that are independent and unbiased.
Catch-22. It's sort of television. It can be used like you were saying. I mean, it's a communication tool, but the way it's used isn't correct in the context of what humanity is doing. So Can be
Well,
good or
those are the
bad.
ways that it's been abused, right? It's power. It's what makes it special. Has been abused by a lot of people. Yeah, powerful people.
Can you point to a what's your reliable source of information, Rams?
What's a reliable source of information? It depends what the information is, what the subject is.
So just like for like news or general happenings, or is that too vague?
Well, I mean, I have a personal opinion, but there are all sorts of other ones, other independent people out there. I think it's like anything you look into. If you want to hear what the other side has to say, what people who are opposed to whatever it is you're looking at say, as much as people that are for it. So, and then you can try and work out, where their differences are and come to a conclusion of your own.
Would you say that most people, like, I don't know, for an example, like guns, they made a big deal about guns in our country and whatever, trying to control them, or would you say that most people, unless they're like presented that stuff on the news, would they like care about it in their everyday life?
Probably not.
Right. And something that was always interesting to me is just like the consistency across the entire nation that they started showing of just local news, like showing local news stories, reading basically the same script across the whole nation. It was pretty creepy. There's some YouTube guy out there. He has a channel on that or something like that. But
the Sinclair Broadcasting Network or whatever it was.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard you talk about it before. You're familiar with it. I think it's that guy. But I think that's one of the biggest issues is people just don't know where to get their like information. You know what I mean? That like, where do you get reliable information? You're told like if you go onto YouTube and listen to normal people, that's absolutely crazy. Like, right?
Where do you get the backable information that's reliable with presentational, like evidence that's presentable? Because every other information they're gonna give you, and they're not gonna have evidence, but they're gonna deem that as the factual evidence that's factual and provable, factable evidence that's not demonstratable. How does this work? Where do you go?
That's where you got to check their motivations, right? And assess how much that might have influenced their conclusions. So that needs to be a part of
like
what you look at when
yeah,
I
like
believe anything that's funded by the Melinda Gates Foundation.
Well, there you go.
As long as Newton or Einstein or the laws say it, or the laws, the laws, the physical laws that can't prove anything or can't demonstrate anything, but the physical, are physics. They're so set in stone, but we can't present anything with them or prove anything with them, but they're set physics.
Well, that's kind of my point. Like, why argue with them when they say science doesn't prove anything? I think letting them tout that, let them scream that at the top of the mountain, because that's going to help dismantle, I feel like, the religion that has been built up, because it is a purposeful religion that they've built up to make people believe this.
Well, no.
Right.
Well, the thing yeah. No, I get what you're saying, but you also have to stop and look. And where does accountability get you if there isn't one with anything to be a fact or deemed anything to be true? So, like, if I say you kick me in the ass, And I say, no, that didn't happen, when clearly I felt it and we know it happened. Everybody saw it happen, and we can't deem that as a fact. Like, we're, no, something has to be as a fact. Something has to be presentable as provable or demonstratable or science. There has to be a reason. I mean, that's the whole point of it. You
Well,
can't be.
I was thinking it's step one. This whole science doesn't prove things. That's like, hey, the door is open, the table is open. You know what I'm saying? That's just fucking step one, bro. So, but some people won't even give you that. So, right. So in this arena, bro, that's a blessing. The people that's gonna listen to you, no matter whatever crazy shit you're gonna put on the table.
DMAC, you have to understand, like, when they're saying that, what they're talking about is a very specific, again, definition. Like, it's a semantic argument that they're talking about when it comes to there's no proofs in science, right? And so they're recognizing, like Biodual even admitted, or I believe it was him, he said, like, in my off time when I'm not serious about science debate, I use the word proof all the time. But when you look it up, right, like, I can read this right now. It says, proofs exist only in mathematics and logic, not in science. Mathematics and logic are closed, self-contained systems of propositions, whereas science is empirical and deals with nature as it exists. It's simply a semantic argument in how they're saying it doesn't prove anything. They're talking about, like, literally mathematic and logical proof.
To a certain extent.
Hold on, just 1 second. For the listeners on YouTube, just to let you guys know, I'm just gonna switch the. I have to reset the video every 12 hours, so I'm gonna take it offline for 20-30 seconds, and I'll create a new video. Go ahead, Bio.
Yeah, all good. It's just a simple quantification of confidence. We know within reality that we can't literally test everything, and we also can't test for things that are unknown to us currently. So it's just a confidence level where proof would be 100%. If we perform these experiments with repetition